Hello guys, how are you? Like this video for more parts. Chapter 1. Talent, Self-Aiming. Potential : Effect: wherever you lock onto the target, and the attack will hit. Yang Qi woke up with such a piece of information in his mind. He was a little confused. Not because of the natural awakening of talent. Nor is it because the potential of talent is inexplicably 3 question marks. But because. Why am I a time traveler? Just now. With the awakening of talent, Yang Qi also unlocked a memory. He is a traveler from the earth. Yang Qi was really annoyed. Why are you angry? And as a traveler, it's okay to have no system and no mysterious objects. Even the most basic golden finger, the memory of the previous life, has been sealed. Who can stand this? And make a formal introduction. Yang Qi, male, 18 years old, is about to graduate from high school. Grandpa Yang Hai, one of the 7 members of the Supreme Council of Xia Kingdom. Uncle Yang Rongwei, the Lord of Lingheng, one of the 9 main cities. His father, Yang Rongwu, is the deputy commander of one of the 5 special warfare regiments. In addition, there are several non-direct uncles in high positions. The Yang family is undoubtedly one of the top families in Xia Kingdom. And Yang Qi is undoubtedly the top 3 generations of Xia Kingdom. But with such a family background, he actually spent 18 years in a daze. This is more uncomfortable than not having a golden finger. But then again, at the age of 18, it seems, it's not too late. And self-aiming. If there is no memory of the previous life, then Yang Qi must be confused about this talent. But now he knows. This is clearly a function of the auxiliary software of a certain game. The talent transformed from cheats shouldn't be weak, right? And potential : talent potential, divided into 7 levels, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. But the potential of self-aiming is 3 question marks. This probably means that it cannot be rated. The talent transformed from cheats can't be so weak that it can't be rated, right? Let's talk about the effect. Wherever you lock on the target, and the attack will hit. Yang Qi heart skipped a beat. He grabbed a paper towel and crumpled it up. Don't ask where the tissues came from. Must have for Otaka bedside. Then, he looked at the trash can and threw the tissue behind him. Next moment. Snapped. The tissue that Yang Qi threw behind him appeared directly in front of him and got into the trash can. Really? The corners of Yang Qi's mouth raised slightly. Attack must hit. This is obviously not empty talk. Rather, a rule. As long as Yang Qi attacks the target that the eyes can see. So no matter which direction he attacks, the final result will definitely be hitting the target. In other words, the talent self-aiming may have the power of rules. This can no longer be said to be strong. All I can say is, it is worthy of being a plug-in. At this time Yang Qi has not realized that this talent is far more than simple as he thinks now. He is now affected by the memory of his previous life, and subconsciously feels that self-aiming needs to be paired with long-range attack. And what if he launched a close-range attack on a distant target? Then how will self-aiming achieve attack must hit? But now there was no time for him to think about it. Boom boom boom. After knocking on the door, a clear female voice sounded. Master, it's time to get up. Well, I'm awake. After Yang Qi agreed, he got up and went to the bathroom in the room to wash himself. Downstairs restaurant. A beautiful woman in her early 30s and a girl in her 20s were eating breakfast. The beautiful woman is Yang Qi's mother, named Li Shat. The girl was the girl who just woke Yang Qi up, named Lu Qingzu. Lu Qingzu is the daughter of Yang Rongwu's subordinates. Both of his parents were killed on the battlefield. And his father died for Yang Rongwu. So Yang Rongwu took him to his home to raise him. He originally intended to adopt it as his goddaughter. But then for some purpose, the idea was shelved again. Mom. Yang Qi followed his previous habit, only greeted Li Sha, and then sat down at the dining table. Breakfast was ready, and he ate it directly. While eating breakfast, he couldn't help but glanced at Lu Qingzu, who was sitting opposite. Very beautiful. The facial features are exquisite and the skin is fair. There is also a kind of cool temperament on the body, very ladylike feeling. So it's no wonder Yang's father and Yang's mother are reluctant to accept her as a goddaughter. Who would be willing to marry such a girl into someone else's house? Yang's father and Yang's mother wanted a daughter-in-law more than a daughter. Only. Mom, what mother? Who is your mother? Li Sha glared at Yang Qi with hatred. If it was before, Yang Qi would probably think, what was wrong with me? But now he can probably guess why Li Sha was angry. He didn't say hello to Lu Qingzu. Both Yang's father and Yang's mother have always deliberately matched Yang Qi and Lu Qingzu. But Yang Qi has been very clueless. Yang Qi, who has no memories of her previous life, can only be described in 2 words: honesty. It's hard to imagine that the young master of a top family is actually an honest man. This is undoubtedly a waste of resources. So Yang Qi is really angry. There are probably 2 reasons for this. One is that under Yang's father's iron and blood education, Yang Qi developed a character of resignation, timid and weak. The second is probably because part of the brain has been sealed together with the memories of the previous life. Anyway, in the eyes of Yang Qi now, this is the case. Chapter 2. Eat fast. The awakening ceremony starts at 9 o'clock, and it's almost 8 o'clock now. Li Sha looked at Yang Qi and urged her. Yang Qi glanced back at her, then suddenly said, I naturally woke up last night. Li Sha was taken aback for a moment, then stood up suddenly. You naturally awakened your talent. Her tone seemed very excited. Lu Qingzu over there also stared at Yang Qi with bright eyes. After seeing Yang Qi nodding, both of them were happy. Things are sudden though. And it was extremely coincidental that it was stuck on the day before the awakening ceremony. But none of them had any doubts. Because in their impression, Yang Qi is a good boy who will not lie. What type of talent? What level of potential? Li Sha asked carefully. It's an attack type, the potential is. Yang Qi paused and said, level 3S. SSS level attack talent. Li Sha stared blankly at Yang Qi. Even if she believed that her son would never lie, she still couldn't believe it. Because A-level talent is 1 in 1,000. S-level talents can be called geniuses. SS-level talent is rare among thousands of people. And the SSS level talent? Since the alien world invaded, Blue Star opened the era of talent, and switched to the new year to record the year. To today's SGD 121. In the past 100 years, there have been less than 20 SSS level talents recorded in human history. And not only one talent can be awakened per person, but one at a time. Human cultivation, from the 1st level to the 9th level, followed by the holy level. The criteria for determining rank is based on the number of awakened talents. Awakened a few talents, that is a few levels of talent. This undoubtedly further shows the preciousness and rarity of SSS level talents. And moreover, this is still Yang Qi initial talent. That is the first talent he awakened. As we all know, the initial talent basically determines the future. Because of the talent of individual awakening, the gap in potential rarely exceeds 3 levels. For example, a person whose talent is A level at the beginning, and the talent that will be awakened later, the potential is probably between the 3 levels of S, A, and B. It's hard to get to SS level, and it's hard to get to C level. As for the SSS class and D class, that is unprecedented. That is to say, Yang Qi initial talent is SSS level, and the talent he will awaken in the future will be S level at worst. And if he awakens an A-level talent in the future, it will directly break the historical record. So when I heard my promising son say that he had awakened an SSS level talent, Lisa is really unbelievable. She couldn't believe it. What about the specific effect? Lu Qingzu on the side was the first to come back to his senses and asked. Whether it is true or not, you will know if you ask clearly. Yang Qi said, the talent is called self-aiming, and its effect is, when you look at it, lock on to the target, and the attack will definitely hit. The attack must hit. Lu Qingzu obviously realized something. She accentuated the word must. She knew that the talents with such words in the effect description generally involved the power of rules. Then Yang Qi actions confirmed her guess. Yang Qi pulled a paper towel on the dining table, kneaded it into a ball, and threw it behind him. Then, under the suspicious eyes of Li Sha and Lu Qingzu, the ball of tissues first disappeared directly, and then suddenly appeared in the trash can in the corner. This. It is hard to say whether it is the power of rules, but at least it has involved the power of space. As for the talent involving the power of space, the potential is not lower than S level. At this moment, Li Sha and Lu Qingzu have already believed most of them. Lu Qingzu stared at Yang Qi for a while, then got up and said, "Try throwing me." Yang Qi nodded, pulled a tissue again, crumpled it up, and threw it at her. After Lu Qingzu saw him make a move, he moved his feet and moved away for a while. That speed is hard to see with the naked eye. But... snapped. She was smashed all over the face. And from Li Sha's perspective, Lu Qingzu was just like the one who bumped into the tissue. "Try again," Lu Qingzu said. She felt like she could escape. As long as the timing is right. And the timing she thinks is that after the ball of paper shuttles for a while and can no longer change the landing point, she will dodge again. Yang Qi nodded again, tearing the paper and kneading the dough. Lu Qingzu stared intently at his movements. After Yang Qi shot, Lu Qingzu didn't dodge directly. She was thinking about the time silently in her heart, and then suddenly turned sideways. Snapped. The ball of paper still hit her face. And it's still the same as the one she bumped into. Come again. Lu Qingzu has another idea. After Yang Qi determined the target and made an attack, the target disappeared, so what would happen? Yang Qi tore the paper again. After he shot, Lu Qingzu turned his back directly to him. After. Snapped. The ball of paper still hit Lu Qingzu's face. This scene is somewhat weird. The three people in the room were a little stunned. Because according to common sense, this ball of paper will definitely hit the back of Lu Qingzu's head. But now the ball of paper is like a living one, changing its direction by itself. But talent is born against common sense. So the three of them were just stunned for a moment. Li Sha on the side suddenly said, "Son, try to use your body as a weapon to attack, just like a person directly bumping into it." What she said made Yang Qi eyes light up. Chapter 3. Using the paper ball as a weapon, the paper ball can teleport. What about using self as a weapon? Thinking of this, Yang Qi looked at Lu Qingzu, and then... swish! He went straight through the dining table and bumped into Lu Qingzu. Lu Qingzu was prepared when he stared at her. At this moment, she stretched out her hand to block, directly blocking Yang Qi in front of her. Can it really be used as a flash? It's a pity that it didn't hit. These two thoughts flashed through Yang Qi's mind. Lu Qingzu naturally didn't know that honest young master awakened not only talent. So she didn't think much about it. After she stabilized Yang Qi, she said, "In the future, don't expose this usage until it is extremely critical. Although the effect of the attack must hit is powerful, it can be regarded as within common sense. But this flash-like effect, it is necessary to hide one hand. Is the effect of SSS level talents so exaggerated?" Lu Qingzu's heart became a little complicated. "Yes, dear son, in the future, we should use this kind of physical attack as little as possible, you know. Li Sha on the side also hurriedly gave a warning. She naturally also knows the importance of hidden clumsiness. Yang Qi nodded to show that he understood. Li Sha looked at his stunned appearance, and sighed silently in her heart. I didn't expect my silly son's talent to be so good. But it would be better if people were smarter. However, this may be a gain and a loss. After sighing, Li Sha seemed to remember something again, took out her mobile phone and made a call. Hey, hubby, our son is promising. He naturally awakened his talent last night, and it's at level 3s. After hanging up the phone, Li Sha said with a smile all over her face, your dad said he would come back tomorrow. Yang Qi feels that she is happier now than when she said she had awakened the SSS level talent just now. This is probably the so-called true love and accident. Linkhung No. 1 Middle School. Although Yang Qi had naturally awakened, he still came to the school. Because today is not only the awakening ceremony for the senior 3 students, but also their graduation ceremony. In addition to the natural awakening like Yang Qi, talents can also be forced awakening in a special way. So there is today's awakening ceremony. Awakening naturally means that the talent will grow up and emerge. This is undoubtedly the mark of genius. And the forced awakening means that the talent is not strong enough, and you can't grow up, so you have to rely on external forces to produce. Therefore, the talents that are forced to awaken often have low potential. It is equivalent to a premature baby born with deficiencies. But once a person passes the age of 18 and his body matures, it will be difficult to awaken naturally. Therefore, forced awakening is a last resort. After all, even weak talent is better than nothing. Of course, there are no absolutes. There are also people who naturally awaken D-level talents. Among the people who are forced to awaken, the highest record is also S-level. Stay, I woke up naturally last night. As soon as Yang Qi arrived in the classroom, a girl ran over. He has an alias Yang Dede at school, and those who are close to him just call him Data. The girl's name is Cheng Jing. Although not the kind of beauty with super high value. But she has a pretty face, slightly rounded cheeks, a sweet smile, and a pure face, which is very lovely. Yang Qi and her were in the same class and at the same table for 6 years from junior high school to high school. The relationship between the two can be imagined. That's why Cheng Jing couldn't wait to share the good news with him. After Cheng Jing's voice fell to the ground, many students turned their attention to this side. Natural awakening, the mark of a genius. And it was a natural awakening the day before the forced awakening. This is undoubtedly very enviable. After all, it's just 1 day away, and everyone will be the same. And if Cheng Jing hadn't shared this good news with others before, then everyone's reaction may be more intense. Like now. Is it such a coincidence? I also woke up naturally last night. When Yang Qi's voice fell to the ground, it was as if time paused in the classroom. Everyone froze immediately. Ah! Really? Then we are so destined. Cheng Jing's surprised voice broke the silence in the classroom. Isn't it? Yang Dede, you can awaken naturally. Maid, one after another, you two are too provocative, aren't you? Both of you awakened naturally last night? Can this awakening talent be contagious? Everyone calls out. It's fine if Cheng Jing can wake up naturally. After all, she has always been excellent. But Yang Qi words. This is stupid, and luck is too good. Many people feel sour in their hearts. But no one doubted the authenticity of Yang Qi words. No one thought he was joking or anything. If he said it first and Cheng Jing said it later, everyone might suspect that Cheng Jing was teasing him. But if it's the other way around, everyone won't have such doubts. This is the face of Yang Dede. Everyone knows that Yang Dede never lies, because he doesn't. It's not the want of unwillingness, but the want of being unable to do it. Under everyone's jealous eyes, Cheng Jing smiled and pulled Yang Qi back to his seat. Then she leaned close to Yang Qi ear and asked in a low voice. What level is your talent potential? I'm A. Her tone was quite self-satisfied. Yang Qi glanced subconsciously and found that it was indeed A. What is there to be proud of? He whispered back, 3S. Chapter 4. S. Cheng Jing shouted in shock. She didn't hear the word 3 in front of it. Or heard it and subconsciously ignored it. But this one S is enough to cause a sensation. S. Which one of you has an S-level talent? Cheng Jing? Is your talent S-level? I'll go. Cheng Jing, do you want to cheat like this? It's fine to awaken naturally the day before the awakening ceremony, and the one who awakens is still an S-level talent. Quiet, I'm really jealous of you. Everyone thought that the S that Cheng Jing said was herself. After all, Yang Qi, an honest man, doesn't look like an S, but rather an M. It's not me, I'm just A, and Day Day is S. After Cheng Jing's voice fell to the ground, the classroom was silent again. But then it got louder. Yang Day Day is S? Damn, Yang Day Day, did you save our blue star in your previous life? NND, I know what it means to not be fooled by appearances. S-level talent at the beginning. Yang Day Day, you are really a blockbuster this time. What AFG dog's life? After we made a fuss for a while. Someone asked, Yang Dada, what type of talent is yours? What is the specific effect? Tell us about it, so we can raise our eyes. Just ignore him. Before Yang Qi could respond, Cheng Jing who was at the side spoke first. She glared at the person who spoke, why do you ask this? Is it personal privacy to not know the specific effect of talent? Just asking. After the man said something embarrassingly, he muttered again, husband protector madman. It was a muttering, but the voice was not small, which made everyone secretly laugh. Cheng Jing's face turned reddish, but she didn't reply. In fact, similar scenes are not uncommon in their class. Cheng Jing's maintenance of Yang Qi is considered daily maintenance. Even her nickname is husband madman. And she is indeed a little cautious about Yang Qi. In fact, not only Cheng Jing, but also many girls in class who have a crush on Yang Qi. Yang Qi has a handsome appearance and sharp features, he is definitely a handsome guy. Only a little worse than the big readers. And he has a good temper, and won't blush with anyone. Resigned. He has a stable personality and is always calm. Slow response. He is honest and upright, without those bad habits. Haven't figured it out yet. The only shortcoming may be that it is a little too honest, like a piece of wood. But isn't that more reassuring? In the eyes of many girls, Yang Qi is a typical quiet and handsome man. And this is one of the reasons why Yang Qi was angry at himself for not having the memory of his previous life. He has a good fish pond. But now I can only miss it. Hey! Maybe Dada and Cheng Jing can go to college in our class. A girl sighed. From the way she looked at Yang Qi, she could tell that she was probably in the fish pond. And following her exclamation, the classroom fell silent. In the new era, going to university is really every student's dream. College students are also an absolute rarity. Because in this troubled world, every country in Blue Star is basically a semi-military control model. After graduating from high school, or as an adult, everyone has only 3 choices. One is to go to university, but the premise is to awaken the initial talent above B level. The second is to join the army, just awaken the talent. The third is to directly enter the society. From the requirements of the conditions, we know that going to university is undoubtedly the best way. You can continue your studies in university and have more room for growth. And college students are package assigned. And even if it is assigned to the army, it starts directly from the officer. Needless to say, joining the army is the most dangerous path. But high risk also means high return. In the army, the undead always come out on top. And if you step into the society directly, you can only be an ordinary person honestly. Good grades in high school. Maybe find a good job. Then get married and have children, raise the next generation, and end an ordinary life. And if you didn't learn anything in high school, it would be a bit miserable. Anyway, a large number of jobless people are relocated out of the 9 main cities every year. The so-called 9 main cities are the 9 largest safe cities in Xia Kingdom. In addition, there are some relatively safe auxiliary cities. Then there are some unsafe security bases. The main city is a normal human settlement. Water, electricity, internet, and even entertainment venues are basically available. In the main city, life is almost the same as before New Yuan. The auxiliary city is the production base. Factories, farms, and the like are all built in the auxiliary city. The security base is the outpost. Not to mention the danger. In the more remote safe bases, it is basically living the life of primitive people. I want to be kicked out. What is the concept of being relocated from the main city? To put it seriously, it is deprived of human rights. However, in this era of war, it is still a plain war that affects the whole world. Democracy, human rights, etc. are really not even a dream. Chapter 5. Why are you so quiet today? I don't usually see you guys being so honest. With a deep voice, a middle-aged man walked into the classroom. Teacher Wang! Teacher Wang! Everyone shouted in unison. The person who came was Wang Wenliang, their head teacher. And came to the classroom with Wang Wenliang, and there were 2 men in military uniforms. The 2 men each carried a suitcase. Inside the box are instruments for forced awakening. Awakening rituals are no small matter. Determined the fate of many people. It is much more important than the college entrance examination in BC. It is not surprising that there are soldiers staring at him. Before Wang Wenliang could say anything, a lively person shouted. Teacher Wang, I have good news for you. There is a genius in our class. He naturally awakened an S-level talent last night. Someone answered. There's an A-level one. Real or fake? That's what he asked, but Wang Wenliang's expression clearly showed disbelief. Really? 2 people were stuck at the same time and awakened naturally the day before the awakening ceremony. How can there be such a coincidence? And there is an S-level talent among them. No matter how it sounds like the students are teasing him. Really? Just Chengjing and Yang Dede, they both woke up together last night. Woke up together last night? Wang Wenliang looked at Chengjing and Yang Qi with an inexplicable expression. And the 2 soldiers who were in charge of the awakening ceremony also had strange expressions. But no wonder they want to be crooked. Because studies have shown that the chances of arousal are indeed higher when stimulated. Even forced awakening has this condition for reference. Chengjing is A-level, and Yang Dede is S-level. The students' convincing words let Wang Wenliang know that they might not be teasing him. There may be 2 geniuses in my class. After he came back to his senses, he hurriedly said, Chengjing Yang Qi, is what they said true? Both of them nodded. Wang Wenliang smiled, then you 2 come up, let's test you first. Then without waiting for him to say anything, the 2 soldiers directly opened the box and started working. The instrument for forced awakening also has the function of testing talent. Yang Qi and Chengjing went to the podium. Wang Wenliang first asked, did you 2 wake up together last night? Chengjing nodded decisively. She obviously missed the point of Wang Wenliang's question. So? Wang Wenliang glanced at the 2 of them left and right, then nodded and said, it's quite a match. He paused and said, after today, you will be real adults, so I won't say anything about you. But you are still young, there are some things you can do, but you must pay attention to safety, understand? After saying this, he looked at Yang Qi again. Yang Qi, you are a boy, and now you are a man, so you have to be a man, take care of girls, and be considerate of girls. You must not ignore safety issues for the sake of your own comfort, you know. Yang Qi. He was speechless. Because this is really too wronged. And Chengjing on the side finally reacted at this time. When she blushed and was about to explain, the soldier beside her spoke first. It's ready, who of you two will come first? I'll go first. Chengjing responded. And before she walked over, she gave Yang Qi a supercilious look. When she rolls her eyes, she has a characteristic, that is, her mouth is also pursed. It looks so cute, it makes me think. The awakening instrument looks a little crude. It's just a laptop with a few gadgets hooked up. Just put your hands here. A soldier pointed to one of the hemispherical devices and said. Chengjing nodded and put her hand up. Then, the hemisphere lights up. Then, the computer screen responded. Checking. The detection is complete. A first-order awakener. Talent, Ningxuang. Potential, A. Okay, congratulations. Brother Bing's tone was somewhat envious. Good job. Wang Wenliang on the side also gave a word of encouragement. Mr. Wang, is Chengjing's talent really A-level? Someone shouted from the podium. The computer screen was facing the blackboard, so the students in the audience couldn't see it. Wang Wenliang said, it is indeed A-level, everyone congratulate her. There was a burst of sparse applause in the classroom. Afterwards, Brother Bing looked at Yang Qi and said, Student, it's your turn. Yang Qi walked over and put his hand on the instrument. After the instrument lights up, it feels slightly warm to the touch. And the computer screen also displayed the words testing, again. Then there is. The detection is complete. A first-order awakener. Talent, self-aiming. Potential, SSS. As soon as this result came out. Ding! Asterisk 4. 4 golden bodies were directly opened on the podium. Yang Qi had expected it. Although the information in his mind, self-aiming is question mark level. However, the detection instrument has a maximum value display. Its maximum value is SSS. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep saying that his talent is SSS level. What's going on? Seeing the weird atmosphere on the stage, someone from the audience asked. And this voice also helped Chengjing and the others get rid of the golden status. Chengjing glared at Yang Qi, stay dumb. You lied to me. Wang Wenliang had a dull expression on his face, didn't you say it was S rank? The two soldiers looked at each other. Report to superiors immediately. Chapter 6. I didn't lie to you, you didn't hear clearly. I didn't say the S-class, but they spread the rumors. You don't need to report to your superiors, my parents have already reported it. Yang Qi explained to them one by one. Did I hear wrong? Chengjing muttered to herself. But when she thought about it carefully, she found that what Yang Qi said at that time seemed to be more than just S. It's just that the initial talent of S level is still within the range of ordinary people. And above S rank. Obviously some inhuman. So she just ignored the words other than S. Then why don't you make it clear? Wang Wenliang asked. Yang Qi said lightly, why waste words if you can prove it directly? If it was before, his light expression would definitely give people a stupid feeling. But now, Wang Wenliang really felt a calm aura from him. A soldier brother said, Student, your matter is not a trivial matter, we have to report it to the city lord. He obviously thought that the level reported by Yang Qi parents would not be enough. Yang Qi glanced at him, then it's up to you. In fact, his matter has probably been reported to the Supreme Council by now. It's just that it would be troublesome to say, so he didn't bother to explain. At this time, the students in the audience had long been fooled by the conversations of the few people on the stage. Someone asked, Mr. Wang, what's the situation with Yang Data? Isn't his talent S level? A girl answered, Teacher Wang, Dada didn't say that his talent is S level, it's all rumored by us. And it's just a wrong level of talent, so it won't be reported to the city lord, right? Wang Wenliang waved to the students in the audience, don't worry, it's a good thing. He paused and said, Student Yang Qi talent is indeed not S level, but 3S level. Ding! Asterisk N. All the golden statues in the audience. A long time. Wang, Teacher Wang, are you kidding me? Level 3s? Or beginner talent? This, impossible. How can Yang Dada be so talented? I also think it's impossible, there must be something wrong with the instrument. The classroom was completely noisy. The students talked a lot. Everyone felt that this was either a story or an accident. No one believed it to be true anyway. Clap clap. Wang Wenliang clapped his hands and shouted, Everyone be quiet. After everyone quieted down, he continued, This is the result displayed by the detector, so you don't have to question it. Although a 3S level primary talent is rare, we have one in Xia country, so why can't student Yang Qi be the second? Moreover, the instrument is operated by 2 professionals. Don't they know if there is any problem with the instrument? I hope you don't let envy blind your eyes. After he finished speaking, the students in the audience fell silent. At this time, Brother Bing, who went outside to make a call, also came back. Another soldier brother asked, What did the above say? The soldier first gave Yang Qi a strange look. Then he paused and said, The city lord already knows, just ask us to carry out the awakening ceremony as usual. The 2 soldiers looked at each other and said nothing. They also realized something at this moment. You must know that the city lords of the 9 main cities of Xia Kingdom have a lot of power. Not just military and political integration. What they control is not just a main city. Auxiliary cities and security bases under the jurisdiction of the main city are all responsible to the main city owner. The city lord of the main city is directly responsible to the Supreme Council. This is already the power of a vassal king. So if the news can be reported to the Castellan's family, can the background be simple? Teacher Wang, let's start the awakening ceremony. Brother Bing said. Wang Wen nodded. He first gave Yang Qi and Cheng Jing a glance, You guys go down first. After the 2 of them went down, he said solemnly just now, What does awakening talent mean? I don't need to go into it, everyone. There is no formal procedure for the awakening ceremony. That is, the students came to the stage one by one to wake up. And the awakening process is also very short. Basically within a minute. It is the time to absorb a purified beast soul crystal. The so-called beast soul crystal is a kind of energy stone collected from the bodies of otherworldly creatures. It is also used in the practice of the awakened. In fact, theoretically speaking, everyone can awaken. As long as there are enough beast soul crystals. But beast soul crystals are not easy to get. The original beast soul crystal contains a lot of vicious energy. Therefore, the absorption can only be used after purification. After a primitive beast soul crystal is purified, the remaining energy is only about 10%. That is, only after getting 10 in 1 can there be a complete beast soul crystal. So now that the country is like this, directly providing everyone with a beast soul crystal for free for forced awakening is already a great citizen benefit. That's why people like Yang Qi are actually not afraid of not being able to awaken. Even they don't have to worry about the low level of awakened talent potential. Because they can use resources to accumulate cultivation bases. Then win by quantity. At that time, it will still be ahead of ordinary peers. And when you become a high-level awakened person in the future, you can still be a strong person. Chapter 7. Class 3, 4, where Yang Qi is in now has a total of 46 students. Except for Yang Qi and Cheng Jing. After the awakening ceremony, 18 people were successfully awakened. Only one of them awakened a B-level talent. The others are C and D grades. That is, the admission rate of their class is only 6.5%. It's really pitifully low. However, this is not the most accurate algorithm. At the beginning of the first year of high school, there were 50 students in their class. But in the past 3 years, 4 people have naturally awakened one after another. It's just that people who have naturally awakened have been transferred to the first class. It can be regarded as the key class of the new era. Or more important than the key class. After all, they are all recommended. And even if the talent is lower than B level, people who are not recommended. They practiced for a while in high school, and after going to the army, their starting point was a little higher than others. Anyway, everyone is talented. After the awakening ceremony, it is the graduation ceremony. The graduation ceremony is not held by each class itself. Instead, all the third-year students went to the playground together. Then listened to the teachings of the leaders first, and then separate to take graduation photos. Okay, now everyone go to the playground together. Remember my words, no matter whether you have awakened your talent or not, no matter what you will encounter in the future, don't give up hope. After Wang Wenliang encouraged the students for a while, he announced the dismissal of get out of class. This is his last class for these students. Understood, thank you teacher. The sound is not neat, but very loud. Wang Wenliang smiled and waved, indicating that everyone can leave. The students walked out of the classroom one after another. And walking, everyone naturally walked out of the camp. A group of unawakened students. Awakened, but the talents are only in the C and D ranks. There are also Yang Qi, Cheng Jing, and another group of boys. The boy's name is Lu Ming, the one who awakened the B-level talent. 18 years old, already an adult. After today, they will either go to the battlefield or enter the society. People in this era are not qualified to be like people in the new Yuan dynasty. 28 years old, even 38 years old, can still be a baby. So everyone is sensible. Brother Qi, please leave a phone number, and we will contact you often in the future. Lu Ming took out his mobile phone and said. Classmates in high school for 3 years, but they don't even have a phone call. Thinking about their previous relationship. But at this moment, he called Brother Qi very naturally. Cheng Jing on the side wrinkled her nose, but did not speak. Good. Yang Qi agreed and exchanged contact information with him. After Lu Ming saved Yang Qi number, he didn't ask for Cheng Jing's again. Instead, he said directly, you talk, I'll go first. This is indeed a knowledgeable person. True Philistin. Cheng Jing muttered. Yang Qi smiled and said, he just understands the world. Cheng Jing looked at him suspiciously. In her impression, Yang Qi can be said to be the most unsophisticated person. I definitely can't say such smooth words. Yang Qi also realized that he didn't seem to be staying enough. He pretended to be puzzled and said, why are you looking at me like that? The familiar feeling is back. Cheng Jing wrinkled her nose, what's wrong with you? Why don't you let me see it? Then without waiting for Yang Qi to reply, she grabbed Yang Qi's arm again, let's go. The two walked to the playground hand in hand. The process of the awakening ceremony is as simple as rudimentary. But graduation ceremonies have more to offer. Student representatives speak. The teacher representative speaks. Spokesperson for her parents. School leaders speak. These are a must every year. And this year there is an additional process, the recognition of exceptionally outstanding students. This outstanding student is naturally Yang Qi. The second SSS level elementary talent in history. It's really hard not to let the school leaders show it off. Although things like awakening talents have nothing to do with the quality of education in the school. But there is such a genius in the school, they really can't help but publicize it. Many people usually have the sentence pattern of I have a friend who is cheating. Who can resist saying, there is a student in our school who has awakened an SSS level talent? After all, people don't pretend, so what's the difference with salted fish? Even if you don't have it, it's good to borrow someone else's to enjoy yourself. And they are pretending, Yang Qi is passively pretending. After he was commended, he directly became a public figure. Then, well, student Yang Qi, can I take a photo with you? Student Yang Qi, hello, my name is Li Chao, a naturally awakened person, and the initial talent is A level, can I exchange contact information with you? Student Yang Qi. Looking at the students around him, Yang Qi was a little bewildered. Scared? Non-existent. According to his temper in his previous life, he might just tell them to leave now. But his temper in this life won't allow it. He looked at Cheng Jing for help. Stupid. Cheng Jing smiled and muttered. And when she was about to go forward to rescue Yang Qi, a voice sounded first. Why are you so surrounded by others? Do you still want to take a group photo? Do you regard him as an artist? Exchange contacts? Does he know you? Spread out, don't surround yourself. Cheng Jing looked at the person who came, and her heart suddenly rose. Chapter 8. There are two natural awakeners of S-level primary talent in Linkheng No. 1 Middle School. A man and a woman. The man's name is Li Chuan, and the woman's name is Sol Luhan. Li Chuan is fine, although he is very famous, but he acts very low-key. And Sol Luhan? People gave him the nickname One Middle School Little Overlord. The weekly flag-raising ceremony must be on the stage to read the existence of the self-criticism. One can imagine how cruel it is. The person who rescued Yang Qi now was Sol Luhan. But when everyone saw that it was this person, they all dispersed without speaking out. It's fierce. Of course, there are also warriors. Sol Luhan, don't go too far. We are all classmates, what's wrong with exchanging contact information? Although we didn't know each other before, don't we know each other now? The speaker was Li Chao. It is the natural awakener of the A-level elementary talent. Sol Luhan glanced at him with a mocking look on his face. I didn't come to know each other before, but now I know that others are geniuses, so I come to curry favor with you. Do you want face? Li Chao's face was flushed red. He paused and said, what about you? You usually only bully your classmates, but now you are here to be a good person. Aren't you trying to curry favor with him? I am. Sol Luhan said with a natural expression, a genius with a 3S level junior talent, if he has the opportunity to curry favor with me, isn't that stupid? Li Chao. Onlookers. Even Yang Qi was a little surprised by this girl. This is roughly, as long as I don't feel embarrassed, it is someone else who is embarrassed. So Li Chao walked away in embarrassment. After. Yang Qi, hello, my name is Sol Luhan, I am a natural awakener, my first talent is S level, can I exchange contact information with you? Li Chao, who hadn't gone far, paused for a moment, then walked away at a faster pace. Yang Qi took a look at Sol Luhan. So what? God probably doesn't know what is fair. Sol Luhan's talent, needless to say. Its appearance is also very outstanding. Especially those big eyes, bright and clear, very attractive. In addition to her title of Little Overlord, she is also known as the school belle of No. 1 Middle School. Her only shortcoming is probably her height. The visual estimate is not yet 1.6 meters. But she must be tall lying down. Giant lowly. Yang Qi showed a naive smile, okay, thank you just now. He has practiced this kind of stupid smile for 18 years, and those who laugh are extremely natural and silly. Sol Luhan stared blankly, and then seemed to be infected, and showed a big smile. You're pretty cute. She couldn't help but say something. Yang Qi paused, and then scratched his head a little embarrassedly. We. Seeing his naive look, Sol Luhan smiled even more. She stretched out her hand and said, "Give me the phone." Yang Qi handed over the phone. Sol Luhan took over the latter operation. She returned the phone to Yang Qi only after her own phone rang. Yang Qi took it and took a look. Sol Luhan, who rescued you? This girl is really straightforward. Are you all right? Our class is going to take pictures. It was Cheng Jing who spoke. She has endured by the side for a long time. It's just that Sol Luhan helped Yang Qi solve the siege just now. So when the two of them exchanged contact information, she couldn't say anything. I can only blame myself for being slow. But now seeing that the two of them had finished their work, she naturally didn't want to give them any chance to communicate. Sol Luhan glanced at Cheng Jing and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then he smiled at Yang Qi, "Go and take pictures first, we will contact you when we are free." The slightly raised corner of her mouth was really sarcasm. Cheng Jing gave her a hard look, but didn't say anything, just pulled Yang Qi away. After all, the other party is a little overlord who has been awakened for a long time. And she is just a rookie who just woke up yesterday. It would be unwise to have a conflict now. Anyway. After all, I have known Day Day longer. After taking graduation photos, the last thing we can do at school is done. In the future, the school will be just the old place. So for a while, everyone fell silent. Okay, when the young birds leave the nest, everyone should come back and take a look when they have time. Class teacher Wang Wenliang shouted. It's already past 12 o'clock, and the hotel has already urged me several times. Let's all go, Tiancheng Hotel, just across the street from the school, everyone knows. After graduation, it is essential to have a meal together. No. No. Everyone responded and went to the hotel. Here. Yang Qi and Cheng Jing walked side by side. Just as Cheng Jing was about to say something, a voice came from behind him first. Yang Qi, wait for me. It was Sol Luhan who came. Without waiting for Yang Qi to speak, Cheng Jing spoke first. She gave Sol Luhan a sideways look, and said in a rather aggressive tone. What are you waiting for? We are going to the hotel where the class has dinner, do you want to follow? Sol Luhan smiled slightly, Tiancheng Hotel, right? Our class also had dinner there, so we can just go there together. There are not many places to choose for graduation dinners. It's too far away, otherwise, with so many people, it would have been a troublesome thing in the past. Two high-end ones will definitely not work, where do students get the money to squander? But the ones that are too low-end are still not good, otherwise they may not be able to sit down. So it's normal for two classes, or even multiple classes, to have dinner together in a hotel. Chapter 9. Yang Qi, I heard that you just awakened naturally yesterday, didn't you? Sol Luhan asked out of words. After all, she and Yang Qi just met today, what can they talk about? But if I have nothing to say, I will find something to say. Yes, I woke up with him last night. It was Cheng Jing who spoke. She didn't wait for Yang Qi to speak, and answered for him. And the answer was deliberately ambiguous. Cheng Jing is not a cowardly temperament. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a title of husband guard madman. Just before. First, the two of them are still young. Secondly, she is a girl after all, so I still expect Yang Qi to take the initiative. 3 years later, Yang Qi was sitting next to her, and she stared at her all the time, unable to run away. So she wasn't too anxious. But now, things have changed. She couldn't help being in a hurry. And sure enough, Sol Luhan was also taken aback when he heard it, and asked with a strange expression, are you guys and girls? She obviously also focused on the together last night. Still did not wait for Yang Qi to speak. Cheng Jing reached out to hold his hand, and then raised it. But when she was about to speak, she found out. The hands of the two were in the shape of 5 fingers interlocking. It was Cheng Jing who deducted it, but Yang Qi did not. The scene was a little awkward. Cheng Jing glared at Yang Qi, dumb, really dumb. She pressed Yang Qi finger down with her other hand. Shike said, "Isn't this obvious?" Sol Luhan stared blankly, "How is this obvious?" She looked at Yang Qi and asked again, "Are you really boyfriend and girlfriend?" Yang Qi can't lie, so he shook his head in a daze. "Ah!" Sol Luhan sneered and gave Cheng Jing a mocking look. "You?" Cheng Jing stared at Yang Qi, her eyes turned red. She was naturally angry and sad. After all, she has behaved like this, but Yang Qi is like... all right. He was an idiot. Cheng Jing sighed helplessly, and the anger in her heart dissipated. Sol Luhan looked at this scene with an even bigger smile on his face. She only met Yang Qi today, so it's impossible for her to fall in love with him immediately. Her purpose for saving Yang Qi is simple, to make a good relationship. As she said herself, a genius with 3's junior talent, if he has the opportunity to curry favor with me, isn't that stupid? Afterwards, she discovered that this genius seemed a little unusual. It's fine if you don't have the arrogance of an ordinary genius, and you still look dumb. Ordinary people stay dumb, that is stupid. But the only person in the history of talent stays. Plus it's pretty long and handsome. This is proper dumbness. And Sol Luhan was really cute by Yang Qi. In addition, Cheng Jing on the side looked nervous as if guarding against a thief. This made her even more interested. Sol Luhan said innocently, "Yang Qi, what kind of girl do you like?" Cheng Jing also wanted to know this question, so she didn't interrupt this time. Yang Qi glanced at them, then scratched his head, smiled innocently and said nothing, with a look of embarrassment. Sol Luhan rolled his eyes and asked again, "Then I am like this, do you like it?" "Hiss." Cheng Jing stared at Yang Qi with wide eyes, with the look of, "If you dare to say you like me, I'll kill you." However, after hesitating for a while, Yang Qi nodded, "I like it." But before Sol Luhan was happy or Cheng Jing was angry, he added, "Actually, I just like pretty girls, and I like Cheng Jing too." Sol Luhan. Cheng Jing. If any other man said this, he would undoubtedly be an iron scumbag. But from Yang Qi mouth, this idiot hasn't figured it out yet. Both girls think so. They thought that the like Yang Qi mentioned was not the kind between men and women at all, but the kind that likes kittens and puppies. Indeed, before Yang Qi awakened the memory of his past life, he really couldn't tell the difference between likes. "Daily, you can't do this, you're a playboy." Cheng Jing said earnestly, "Every boy can only like one girl, do you understand?" "Why?" Yang Qi looked puzzled. "This." Cheng Jing was a little speechless. "What is the reason for this?" Sol Luhan on the side said. "Yang Qi, don't listen to her. You have a 3S level talent at the beginning, and you will definitely become the strongest in the future. You can like as many girls as you want, as long as you are happy." "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't teach him badly." Cheng Jing scolded. Sol Luhan asked calmly, "Isn't what I said the truth? Although the Xinyuan era was still monogamous. But if the one who breaks the law is the strongest, who will punish him? On the contrary, human beings have to rely on them to protect, and order has to rely on them to maintain." Cheng Jing was also aware of this, so she was at a loss for words again. Seeing this, Sol Luhan chuckled. On the other hand, Yang Qi also laughed in his heart. He suddenly felt that being a day seemed not bad. "It's fine as long as you don't really stay. And didn't you say something? The best hunters often appear as prey." Chapter 10. There is nothing to say about the dinner party. With Yang Qi personality, it is impossible for him to let go and have fun with everyone. And because his talent is too perverted, he is already a bit out of place with his classmates. Everyone can't let go of him. When someone comes to drink with him, it's the same as a toast, it's the kind of I'll toast, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, Yang Qi sitting here is really similar to a leader. On the contrary, Cheng Jing drank a lot with a few girlfriends. The little face was flushed, and she leaned directly into Yang Qi arms. The two have been at the same table for 6 years, and they are almost married. This physical contact is naturally indifferent. After the dinner, someone suggested to continue going to KTV for high. But not many people responded. Because in the Xinyuan era, this kind of entertainment place is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even vegetarian ones are the same. Yang Qi could afford to go. It is even possible to invite everyone to go together. But he was already out of place. What are you going to do? So when Cheng Jing asked him, he shook his head directly. If you don't go, then I won't go either. Cheng Jing looked at him, then suddenly said, let's go to the movies. Yang Qi was about to speak, but the phone rang suddenly. Caller ID, Sol Luhan who rescued you. Hidden spirits linger. After Cheng Jing glanced at the note, she said something bitterly. When the phone was connected, Sol Luhan's soft voice came over. Yang Qi, are you done with your dinner? I saw some students from your class walking out. It just so happens that our class's dinner is over. Let's go to the movies this afternoon. Yang Qi. This girl seems straightforward, but her mind is very delicate. After seeing that some of the students in their class had left, they immediately called. Yang Qi replied, okay, it just so happens that Cheng Jing also said that she wants to go to the movies. Well, okay, I'll wait for you at the door, see you later. After Sol Luhan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. She is not stupid. Naturally, he knew that it was impossible for Yang Qi to leave Cheng Jing and go on a date with him alone. So a threesome is a threesome. Anyway, she was a latecomer. Wrong. Don't I just want to make a good relationship? How did you act like you were going to chase him? But speaking of it, that idiot is really cute. Here. After seeing Yang Qi hang up the phone, Cheng Jing said expressionlessly, she asked you to go to the movies, and you agreed. Yang Qi nodded. You. Cheng Jing punched him heavily, what an idiot. Sooner or later, he will be tricked to death by a vixen. Yang Qi looked puzzled. Let's go. Cheng Jing said something angrily, and pulled him up. She has known Yang Qi for 6 years, and she has always been at the same table. Naturally, I know that Yang Qi is already stuck in the bone marrow, and there is no way to save it. So I was too lazy to talk too much. And she was faintly affected by what Sol Luhan said before. There was a thought in my heart, will I definitely become the Day of the strongest in the future if I can hold it? The answer is negative. So her notion that every boy can only like one girl, was a bit shaken. After the two left the hotel, they saw Sol Luhan at the door at a glance. Sol Luhan shook his phone, I've already bought movie tickets, 3. The phrase 3 pieces, she said very seriously. The meaning is self-evident. It was talking to Cheng Jing, I am not as stingy as you. Cheng Jing glanced at her, and said in a low and quick voice, thank you. Sol Luhan gave her a weird look. Here. Yang Qi said, how much? I'll transfer it to you. This is undoubtedly the style of an honest man. And the person who will meet at this time should say, please next time. No, just ask me back next time. Sol Luhan said with a smile. You won't, my wife will do it by herself. Yang Qi nodded and said, okay then, I will invite you next time. The word man undoubtedly once again highlighted his dumbness. People who will meet must be looking for opportunities to make an appointment alone. Sol Luhan and Cheng Jing looked at each other inexplicably, both of them felt a little helpless in their eyes. Let's go. The three of them walked to the cinema. Cinema. After the three entered the arena, Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan sat on both sides of Yang Qi, one on the left and one on the right, in a tacit understanding. And Cheng Jing leaned directly on Yang Qi. It's not just to stimulate Sol Luhan. She drank a lot at noon, and felt a little dizzy at this time. Seeing this, Sol Luhan over there hesitated for a while, and then leaned on Yang Qi unintentionally. And Yang Qi can even hear her heartbeat clearly. This girl turned out to be a false bold. Yang Qi secretly laughed. But soon he stopped laughing. Leaning left and right, the fragrance is soft in your arms. But he can only do with wood. I want to reach out and hug. But he dare not. This is the downside of being honest. Completely passive. And the movie on the screen is just indescribable. In the new Yuan era, although there were artists such as singers and actors, but they dare not claim to be stars. The government retains the entertainment industry just to prevent human beings from living like robots, and to have a way to relieve their spirits. But it would be nice to have. Still thinking it must be impossible. Therefore, the status of an artist is just like that of an actor in the old society for entertainment only. And in such an environment, where can any good works be produced? Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan had never seen straight cucumbers, so they watched them with great interest. But Yang Qi, the era he lived in his previous life could be called the prosperous age of entertainment. So how could this movie catch his eyes? And the movie couldn't divide his heart. His attention can only be on the two girls. And this left and right. In addition, he also had a few drinks at noon. So I can't hold it anymore. Chapter 11. Yang Qi persevered until the end of the movie and was finally liberated. After that, the three of them went shopping casually, and went home separately. After all, when three people get together, everyone can't let go, which is indeed a bit boring. Here. As soon as Yang Qi got into the car, the phone rang twice in succession. Two pieces of information. They are from Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan respectively. The content is different, but the meaning is the same. Are you free tomorrow? No time, my dad will come back tomorrow. What's the matter? Yang Qi returned to the two of them respectively. The latter sentence was naturally asked by him, deliberately pretending to be stupid. What else can I do? Don't you just want to date him alone? Soon, two more messages came. Even the content is the same this time. What about the day after tomorrow? Yang Qi looked at the phone and smiled. This feeling of being pressed by a girl every step of the way is really good. He wrote back to the two girls. I just awakened my talent, and I may not be free during this time. This is the truth. After awakening talent, daily practice is essential. And he has just awakened, and he still has to do some training to familiarize himself with his talents, so naturally he has no time. The two women wrote back again. Cheng Jing, well, I seem to be the same. Sol Luhan, okay, then you go on, remember to come and play with me when you have time. Then let's work together. Well, I will definitely find you when I have time. Yang Qi waved his fingers and chatted with the two girls. Yang family. After arriving home, Li Xia and Lu Qingzhu are sitting in the living room, watching TV. Mom! Yang Qi shouted. He still didn't greet Lu Qingzhu. This is actually what Lu Qingzhu asked for. When the two were young, their relationship was actually very good. Not even worse than my siblings. But with age, Lu Qingzhu vaguely understood the purpose of Yang's father and Yang's mother, to want her to be his daughter-in-law. This undoubtedly made her a little difficult to accept. No one wants their future to be doomed. And she has always only regarded Yang Qi as her younger brother. And she doesn't like Yang Qi, a dumb guy who has no opinion. So she gradually alienated her relationship with Yang Qi. Yang Qi respects young master more than ever. And Yang Qi should stop calling herself Sister King Zhu. A master and servant are different appearance. But De Yang Qi was always obedient, so she stopped barking if she refused. But he didn't know what to call her other than Sister King Zhu, so he simply didn't call her anything. And Stay Yang Qi was dumb, but he could feel Lu Qingzu's alienation. And he has always been submissive. So after knowing that Lu Qingzu hated herself, she didn't dare to get close to her anymore. As a result, the older the two grew up, the more strange their relationship became. My good son is back. How's it going? Isn't he very majestic at school today? Lisa asked with a smile. It is normal for parents to hope that their children will become dragons. Yang Qi nodded and said, many people want my contact information, and some people want to take a photo with me. Haha. Li Xiao laughed out loud, then are you happy? It's like coaxing a child. Yang Qi also smiled, very happy. That's good. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that they finished chatting, Lu Qingzu on the side said, Master, let's go to the training room, I want to try your talent again. Good. Yang Qi has nothing to do with himself. He also wanted to know more about self-aiming. The two went directly to the training room. Li Xiao originally wanted to go and see. But after hesitating for a while, he stopped again. She could naturally see that Lu Qingzu had no feelings for Yang Qi. But love is something that can be cultivated. So, give young people more space. Training room. As soon as Yang Qi came in, he saw a big box. There are many props in the box. What steel balls, flying knives, darts, flying needles. There are even guns. Both hot and cold are available. These were specially prepared by Lu Qingzu. Yang Qi picked up a gun casually. After looking at it for a while, I opened the insurance directly. He held it very casually, and pointed the gun at Lu Qingzu as if he had no intention of doing so. Then, he looked at the target and pulled the trigger continuously. Lu Qingzu's eyes were fixed, and she wanted to hide subconsciously, but she quickly reacted and restrained herself to stop her figure. Boom! 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 After several shots in a row, the bullets undoubtedly hit the bullseye. Rao was already prepared, but Lu Qingzu still felt like his hairs were standing on end. Not because Yang Qi gun was pointed at her. It's because this attack method is really weird. When Yang Qi threw paper balls at her in the morning, she didn't feel that deeply. Because the ball of paper is harmless. But now when it was replaced with a gun, she really felt a little scalp tingling. It doesn't matter if you can hit east and west. No trace of ballistics yet. There is simply no way to hide. If Yang Qi deliberately concealed it, no one would even know if he was there or not. How to hide? I really don't even know how to die. This talent is truly terrifying. The only problem may be the attack power. The innate power of the awakened person can transform and strengthen the body. Generally speaking, the third-tier awakened ones can already resist ordinary firearms. As long as it doesn't get hit on weak points like the eyes, it's fine. As for the 5th level awakened, heavy weapons are hard to hurt. It's hard to die if you get hurt. This is also the reason why Blue Star quickly shifted from a technological civilization to a cultivation civilization. If you don't turn, you can't beat others at all. Chapter 12. Strictly speaking, your talent is not attacking, but it should be considered auxiliary attacking. Lu Qingzu commented. At this time, Yang Qi has already played all the props she prepared. And Yang Qi evaluation of her is also approved. Self-aiming there is no increase in attack power. Just play a calibration role. It's really not an attack talent. And the stronger the attack method he uses, the greater the consumption of self-aiming. That's right, using talent is consuming. What is consumed is the power of talent. But the power of talent is not just the blue bar of talent. It can also be used to strengthen the physical body. In general, a Tier 3 awakened person, without using any talents, is no less powerful than ordinary firearms. This is why talents are called talents rather than abilities. Unless the ability is to strengthen the body, most of them have nothing to do with the body. However, no matter the type of talent, it can be integrated with the body. Which type of weapon do you prefer? Lu Qingzhou asked after gesturing to those darts, flying knives, and the like. From the current point of view, the power of firearms is very good. But it will definitely be eliminated in the future. And I'm afraid it won't take too long. When Yang Qi reaches the 3rd or 4th level, if he throws a stone casually, it will be more powerful than a spear. So it is necessary to set a weapon type early. After all, we can't just pick up stones and throw them everywhere, right? And flying cold weapons, or hidden weapons. The first reaction in Yang Qi mind was, Xiao Li Fei Dao. He uses the flying knife with self-aiming, which is definitely better than Xiao Li's flying knife. Flying knife. After Yang Qi thought about it, he added, remember to engrave the character Qi on the blade. Although it's a bit nerdy to do so, it's also very pretend. Lu Qingzhou gave him a strange look, but said nothing, just nodded. Then she said again, by the way, you remember to practice more physical attacks. Yang Qi nodded to show that he knew. The flash usage of self-aiming can be regarded as one of his whole cards, and it really needs to be familiar with. After, Yang Qi simply practiced flash directly in the training room. Until Lu Qingzhou came over again and asked him to eat. And his half-afternoon training has yielded a lot. He has developed a new usage, to target the air. This is what he thought of when he hit the sandbag and hurt. And this usage, of course, is not just pain-free. This also means that when he fights against others, the opponent really can't touch his trajectory at all. Also, based on this, he developed another extremely pretended move. It is shooting the air. When he shoots the hidden weapon at the air, the hidden weapon will be suspended on that air. It will not fall until the strength is exhausted. Think about the picture of a throwing knife being shot at someone's forehead but suddenly stopped. Definitely a handsome group. After returning to the living room, Yang Qi directly flashed to the restaurant. Li Xia and Lu Qingzhou in the restaurant were stunned. Lu Qingzhou was the first to react, target the air. Yang Qi smiled and nodded, yes. Lu Qingzhou and Li Xia looked at each other, both smiling. They naturally also thought of the sharpness of this usage. Taking the object as the target, when Yang Qi dodges, he has to be bumped. And this small gap, in the eyes of experts, is definitely a flaw. This is also the reason why Lu Qingzhou asked Yang Qi to practice this trick more. She hoped that Yang Qi could get used to being bumped and try to weaken this flaw as much as possible. But now, Yang Qi is equivalent to eliminating this flaw directly. My dear son, why are you so smart? Li Xia praised Yang Qi with a smile all over her face. And Lu Qingzhou also took a look at Yang Qi, and pursed her lips. She never thought that she could target the air and say. Yang Qi thought for a while and said, after awakening my talent, I feel that my mind is much more flexible. He is deliberately trying to change his image. After all, you can't pretend to be stupid for a lifetime. At least in front of his family, he can't pretend for a lifetime. He is not the kind of time traveler who comes across suddenly. Lisa is his own mother. Lu Qingzhou is his relative. This relationship is hard to say, but they must be considered relatives after living together for more than 10 years. And if you have to wear a mask in front of them all the time, it would be a bit boring. Li Xia was originally a casual compliment, but she got a serious reply from Yang Qi, which made her a little dazed. But one is the inherent impression of 18 years, and the other is the occasional abnormality today. Undoubtedly, the former is more worthy of trust. So. That's good, the smarter my son is, the better. Lisa said with a smile. She obviously didn't take it seriously. On the other hand, Lu Qingzhou looked at Yang Qi thoughtfully. Today, Yang Qi request to engrave letters on the blade already made her feel a little strange. Because this kind of publicity thing is not like what Yang Qi would do at all. Besides, taking the heir as the target, she didn't even think of it, but Yang Qi thought of it by herself. Maybe it's really enlightened? Chapter 13. After dinner, Yang Qi went to the training room again. Not how hard he is. It's just that the talent of self-aiming really suits his appetite. The feeling of blind Jill shooting but being sure to hit it is simply not too pleasant. There is also the ability of flash, which is practical and handsome. So much so that he trained and became a little addicted. Until more than 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Qingzhou came over and told him to go to bed, and he reluctantly left the training room just now. The next day, early in the morning, Li Sha took the nanny out to buy groceries. Because her husband is coming back today. I have to say that Yang Qi cheap father, Yang Rongwu, is indeed a very attractive man. And its main feature is, hard. Reinforced iron-blooded tough guy. But when he faced Li Sha, he was able to soften up. Iron Man tenderness. How could Li Sha withstand this? In addition, in recent years, it has been leading the resistance against alien creatures all year round. It is rare to come back several times a year. Under Xiao Bishan's newly married, the old couple is more like returning to the period of passionate love. Yang Rongwu wrote a letter saying that he would be home by noon. Before he came back, 2 families from the Yang family had already arrived. The family of Yang Rongwei, the owner of Linkheng, is also the family of Yang Qi uncle. The family of Li Lin, the chairman of Shenmue Group, is the family of Yang Qi uncle. These 2 families come over. One is because Yang Rongwu is coming back. The second is because of Yang Qi SSS level primary talent. It is naturally something worth celebrating that such a genius has emerged from the junior generation. So today there is actually a little bit of Yang Qi enrollment feast. Noon. After Yang Rongwu got home, the 11 members of 3 families gathered at one table and had a lively meal. On the table, the 3 patriarchs chatted about current affairs. The 3 housewives were chatting about homework. The juniors bury their heads in hard work. It's been like this for years. But this time it was different. Because Yang Qi grew up. Not because of his age. It's because his talent is strong enough and his qualifications are enough. No matter how old the younger generation is, they are still just children in the eyes of the elders. Only if you are strong enough, they will treat you as an adult. This is a bias for conservation purposes. Xiao Qi, can you drink? Uncle Yang Rongwei said. No, a little. Yang Qi nodded, then raised his glass and said, let me toast uncle. Good. Yang Rongwei nodded in satisfaction. After toasting the uncle, Yang Qi poured wine again. Uncle, I would like to toast you too. Li Lin picked up the wine glass with a smile, it seems that I have grown up. The others also looked at Yang Qi with different expressions. For the first cup, it was Yang Rongwei ordering Yang Qi, he knew it was not strange to propose a toast. But this second cup is a bit smart. It's okay to put it on someone else. But Yang Qi. You know, even Li Sha's own mother thinks he is a silly son. So everyone was really a little surprised at this time. After that, Yang Qi did not engage in sexism either. Aunt Lu Xiaoyu, Aunt Lan Mendi, he all took advantage of the occasion to toast. After that, Yang Rongwu and Li Sha, the biological parents, he was also polite once and respected each other. Nothing else. But when Li Sha toasted him, her eyes turned red. And Yang Rongwu felt sorry for his wife, so he scolded with a blank face. Be more sensible, your mother won't have to worry so much about you. Yang Qi glanced at him. Then he suddenly pointed to the white-cut chicken on the table. Dad, do you know why chickens can't fly? Before Yang Rongwu could reply, he said to himself. Because they have been domesticated by us humans. Everyone understands this. If everyone was just surprised by Yang Qi understanding before, then they are directly shocked now. For one thing, Yang Qi in the past would never be able to say this kind of connotative words, and they might not even understand them. Second, the former Yang Qi in front of Yang Rongwu was really like chickens and ducks waiting to be slaughtered. Don't talk back, you don't even dare to take a look. So now the situation. Yang Rongwu also paused. Then he still had that expressionless look. Are you blaming me for being too harsh on you? Yang Qi glanced at the people at the table, and motioned, ask yourself and see who can tell you how gentle you are, except my mother. Yang Rongwu was stunned when he heard this. Others laughed a little bit. Okay, Xiao Qi behaved so well today, you still want to beat him up, don't you know if you are strict or not? Li Sha scolded Yang Rongwu, but it was smooth sailing. Yang Rongwei also opened his mouth and said, I told you a long time ago that teaching my son not to use the army to lead troops means that Xiao Qi has a strong self-regulation ability. If it were someone else, you would have been overwhelmed by you. There is nothing wrong with that. The original Yang Qi was really crushed by Yang Rongwu. His stupidity is actually because under Yang Rongwu's strong education, he can't think for himself at all, and can only follow orders. If Yang Qi hadn't recovered the memory of his previous life, it would have been useless. Yang Rongwu gave Yang Qi a sideways look, isn't it broken now? I haven't seen you for a few months, and I've already learned to talk back. I am your old man. Yang Qi suddenly said something. Then, under the astonished expressions of a group of people, he looked at Yang Rongwu and said, you must be thinking so in your heart now. Everyone. Yang Qi paused and said, whether I am reasonable or you are reasonable, when you think about it, you are right. But what you have is not reason, but ethics. Chapter 14. Well said. My cousin is so handsome. My dear son, are you all right? The first sentence is from Yang Rongwei's daughter, Yang Qi cousin, Yang Lan. Judging by her excited expression at this time, she must be a child who has suffered from oppression. So Yang Qi words undoubtedly touched her heart. The second sentence is from Li Lin's daughter, Yang Qi cousin, Li Qianqian. This girl is only 15 years old this year, and it is the time when she is young and rebellious. I must have been oppressed at ordinary times. And the last sentence was naturally said by Li Sha. She looked at Yang Qi worriedly. Obviously, Yang Qi scared her today. Fortunately, Yang Qi vaccinated her yesterday. So at this moment, she was just a little worried, and didn't suspect that Yang Qi had mutated or anything. And as for the others, their contact with Yang Qi is not frequent. So at this moment, he was just surprised by Yang Qi changes, let alone doubting anything. And bottomed out. Everyone here thought of the word, including Yang Rongwu himself. He also felt that his son should have been aroused by him. Why did he adopt military training style education for Yang Qi? Or just hope that his son can be as tough as himself? So even though he was beaten up at this time, he was quite happy in his heart. And Yang Qi said that something is not reason, but ethics. But it made the other parents present a little uncomfortable. Because although he was only talking about Yang Rongwu, who here, even the parents of the world, has not thought of this? Because I am your father, mother, I have a reason. Yang Qi is equivalent to firing a map cannon. This can also be seen from the reactions of Yang Lan and Li Qianqian. Clap clap. Yang Rongwei clapped his hands and said, it's true, truth is truth, ethics is ethics, you can't use seniority to suppress people. Xiao Qi, if your father uses seniority to suppress you in the future, just tell me, I am his brother, I help you suppress him. After all, the person who is the lord of the city speaks well. He encouraged Yang Qi by following his daughter Yang Lan's words well said. It's as if he didn't talk about ethics. Aunt Lu Xiaoyu answered, okay, that's all for now, let's eat first, the dishes are going to be cold. She was about to stop the topic immediately, and she was probably a master of ethics. Really? Yang Qi glanced at his cousin Yang Lan, seeing her helpless look. Yang Qi did know her helplessness. Yang Lan is a typical female character. I have always wanted to be a heroine in the female middle school. And her biggest wish is to join the army and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Only. Uncle Yang Rongwei's family originally had one son and one daughter. And that son died in battle 3 years ago. In this case, Yang Lan has a great reason, and Yang Rongwei and his wife can't let her mess around. This is not just a reason for saying there is only one seedling left. And fear. One is already gone, and another one will be sent. How selfless does this have to be? After eating, everyone sat idle for a while. Then Yang Rongwei talked about the business. Xiao Qi, what's the status of your talent? Tell us about it. Yang Qi replied. My talent is called self-aiming, level 3s, the effect is to focus on the target, and the attack must hit. This is actually a talent for assisting attacks. As long as I look for the target, I will definitely be able to attack. It should have a little rule power. In fact, Li She had already notified this information. And Yang Qi also knew this. So he said very understandingly, everyone go to the training room, I will show you. Everyone nodded slightly. A group of people went to the training room. Training room. Yang Qi made all kinds of fancy shots, and it could even be said that Jill was throwing around, but they all hit the target strangely. Everyone is smiling. However, what Yang Qi showed here was only attacking dead targets. So, you can't see the effect of killing a target, let me make a target for you. It was Yang Rongwu who spoke. While talking, he walked into the field. Yang Qi naturally had no objection. Daddy Cheap is a 9th level awakened person, standing there and letting him shoot will not lose a hair. But it just allows him to see how certain the attack of self-aiming must hit. He squeezed a throwing knife and shot directly at Yang Rongwu's heart. There. Yang Rongwu still had that serious face. When he moved his feet, his figure moved aside. It's just his own speed. But in Yang Qi eyes, it seems to be faster than using flash. But... ding! The flying knife bumped on Yang Rongwu's chest, and then fell to the ground. Not broken. But... bingo! Courtside. Everyone's eyes lit up. You know, in the eyes of a 9th level awakened person, the speed of a 1st level awakened person is really the same as a sloth. Every move is slowed down countless times. And in this case, Yang Rongwu of the 9th rank failed to dodge the attack of Yang Qi of the 1st rank. Is this normal? Certainly not normal. And the appearance of this abnormal situation is definitely the influence of power of rules. What is the power of rules? Just talk about my rules, not your reasons. This can be said to be the most unruly kind of power. Chapter 15. It is indeed the power of the rules. I can fully understand his movement, but I can't detect the trajectory of the throwing knife at all. Yang Rongwu opened his mouth and made a conclusion. He paused and said, try attacking a few more times. Yang Qi nodded, and fired the throwing knife again. After, Yang Rongwu hid knives in various tricks. He even used his talent Shunpo to flash out of the training room. But it was all useless. Wherever he goes, Yang Qi can follow him by shooting the throwing knife. It really doesn't make sense at all. But in the end, he still cracked Yang Qi talent, blocking. Can't hide or stop it. Facts have proved that it can be blocked. But cannot be empty block. That is, there can be no space between the shield and the target Yang Qi is looking for. It can only be tightly attached to form a hole. Otherwise, the throwing knife shot by Yang Qi will pass through directly, ignoring the shield. So, self-aiming this talent can be regarded as having the effect of ignoring defense, ignoring non-personal defense. That is, as long as it is not the kind of close-fitting armor and defensive talents, under Yang Qi self-aiming, it is tantamount to non-existence. So put Yang Rongyu's crack in quotation marks. Because although he cracked it successfully, but it is trying to produce a more perverted effect. Don't say it's someone else. Even Yang Qi himself was a little scared. There is only one talent, but several functions have been derived. And one is more perverted than the other. This is really too perverted. It can only be said that it is worthy of a cheat that destroys the balance. God bless my Yang family. Yang Rongwei drank directly. After that, he patted Yang Qi on the shoulder and said, Xiao Qi, you need to practice more diligently in the future. With your 3S level initial talent, your awakened talent will definitely not be too weak in the future. Try to become stronger as soon as possible. Yang Qi nodded, well, I will. In fact, he also wanted to know what kind of talent he would awaken in the future. Will it still be this kind of plug-in level? It should be. After all, as a traverser, he doesn't even have a system. If the golden finger doesn't continue to open, it will be too low. And if it is still plug-in, what effect will it have? Thinking of this, Yang Qi suddenly had the urge to practice immediately. And what happened next made him even more impulsive. Yang Rongwei gave Yang Lan a look. Yang Lan stepped forward and handed him a suitcase. And Yang Rongwei handed the suitcase to Yang Qi again, and then said, Xiao Qi, there are 100 beast soul crystals here, all of which are only first order. When you break through to second order, Uncle will send you second order ones. This. How to say? The current market price of a first order beast soul crystal is about 120,000. But now the regular wages of migrant workers are only between 3 and 5,000 a month. So it's useless to say more, just scold rich people for being damned. Thank you, uncle. Yang Qi was not polite, and took it directly. After he finished speaking, he looked at his uncle Li Lin who was beside him. Li Lin was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile, your temperament has really changed a lot. While he was talking, his wife Lan Mendi also handed him a suitcase. Yang Qi also saw this box to make that action. Otherwise, if Li Lin wasn't prepared, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed? I don't have the atmosphere of City Lord Yang, only 50. Li Lin handed the suitcase to Yang Qi. Thank you, uncle. After Yang Qi took it, he added another sentence, I wish the old uncle work hard and make money, and become rich in the future. Li Lin squinted at him angrily, then I will lend you a good word. Yang Rongwu on the side yelled casually, how did you talk? Yang Qi is too lazy to pay attention to him. Yang Rongwei waved his hand and said, okay, we won't disturb your family reunion, let's go first. Li Lin also said, you don't want to send it away either, we can go by ourselves. Okay, then you go slowly. Yang Rongwu is also not polite. Go slowly. Goodbye uncle, goodbye aunt. After the two families left, there are only 4 members of Yang Qi family in the training room. Or it can only be counted as 3 for the time being. After all, Lu Qingzhu is somewhat unidentified. At this time, Li Sher hesitated slightly, son, why didn't you just... Not finished. Yang Qi did not show the flash usage of self-aiming. Mom, don't think about it too much. I don't distrust uncle and uncle's family. It's just a whole card. Naturally, the fewer people know about it, the better. Yang Qi explained. He really didn't say he didn't trust anyone. Just be it. So what if it was shown? This talent cannot be passed on to them. The effect of their known self-aiming is already at the level of an SSS level talent. And they know that they can flash, what use is there other than to appear more fraudulent? So there is no need for that. The less trouble, the better. And when they knew the effect of self-aiming, they could immediately think of the flash usage. As for the Yang Rongwei and Li Lin families, is it true that none of them are quick-witted? It is a kind of tacit respect to leave space for each other. Chapter 16. Hole card? What hole card? Yang Rongwu naturally didn't know what they were talking about. So I was a little confused at this time. Li Sha explained, our son's talent is still. Mom, don't say it yet. Yang Qi interrupted her. Then he looked at Yang Rongwei, call me baby son and I'll tell you. Yang Rongwu. Puff. Both Li Sha and Lu Qingzhou couldn't hold back their laughter. As expected, Li Sha didn't say any more, she folded her hands on her chest, looking like she was watching a good show. Yang Rongwu stared at Yang Qi blankly. The previous Yang Qi, under his gaze, was the kind whose legs would go limp immediately. Even the current Yang Qi is inexplicably shuddered when he stares at him. This may be due to conditioned reflex. The second is because Yang Rongwu is indeed very aura. He has not only the strong aura of a 9th level awakened person, but also the evil spirit of fighting on the battlefield all the year round. That is to say, he is not fully aura now. Otherwise, Yang Qi might not be able to withstand it. But the more this happened, the more Yang Qi had to make him call out baby son. You've been killing me for 18 years, why don't you pamper me? He didn't look at Yang Rongwu, he just looked left and right and glanced everywhere. Seeing that he stared for a long time but it didn't work, Yang Rongwu's expression became a little helpless. He was a little complicated. In fact, he also understood that Yang Qi just wanted to change the way they get along with their father and son. Because they used to get along with each other, that is, officers and soldiers, not like father and son at all. So he is actually willing to change. Only it was tantamount to admitting that he had been wrong before. It's very embarrassing to admit your mistake to your son. The atmosphere at the scene became a little anxious. Oh, you will die if you scream. Li Sha patted Yang Rongwu directly. And this can be regarded as giving him a step. You can't admit your mistakes to your son, but it's okay to treat your wife. So, baby son. Yang Rongwu shouted quickly. Oh, good dad. Yang Qi responded with a smile, his expression was the same as that of a good boy. Yang Rongwu stared and said, tell me quickly, what's going on? Yang Qi didn't say anything. But whoosh! He flashed directly to the door of the training room. Then he looked back at Yang Rongwu, and then went back to the room with 2 boxes of beast soul crystals. Yang Rongwu looked a little dull. But he quickly realized, use the body as a weapon, and use the air as a target. Li Sha nodded proudly. This kid. Yang Rongwu grinned. After returning to the room, Yang Qi directly dumped the 2 boxes of beast soul crystals together. These are all purified and synthesized complete products. So they are all in the same style, translucent balls with a little white. The higher the grade of the beast soul crystal, the darker its color, until it is completely silvery white. In fact, generally speaking, for an awakened person to go from the first rank to the second rank, 181st rank beast soul crystals are enough. Of course, high-level awakened people can also use low-level beast soul crystals for cultivation, but the effect is not as good. But there is no way, the condition of the family is good, so it can only be a bit of a waste. Holding a beast soul crystal in one hand, Yang Qi sat on the bed and meditated. This is the way of cultivation for the awakened. There are no exercises or anything like that. It's pure meditation, very hardcore. Rather, the more focused you are, the more efficient you will be. For qualified people, holding a beast soul crystal is equivalent to using a spirit stone for an immortal cultivator, which has the effect of accelerating cultivation. And if there are no conditions, naturally it can only be purely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yang Qi could clearly feel the heat coming from the two beast soul crystals. The heat of the surrounding air is negligible. This is the difference between Krypton Gold players and ordinary players. It feels very comfortable to practice. Just like soaking in a hot spring in winter, the whole body is warm. Yang Qi gradually sank into his mind. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Qi felt that the water was getting colder. After he opened his eyes, he found that the two beast soul crystals in his hand had indeed disappeared. More than 200,000 are gone. And it was dark outside the window. Yang Qi looked at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock. It was less than 2 o'clock when he returned to his room. In other words, 5 hours have passed. This time is simply faster than when sitting in an internet cafe and playing games. After Yang Qi got out of bed. Feel your own body. Some changes that seem to be there or not. In fact, it is the psychological effect of not feeling the change, but feeling a little change in my heart. This is his first day of training. Even if there is a change in the body, it is too weak to feel it. Boom boom boom. Just when Yang Qi was about to leave the room, the door rang. He opened the door directly. Lu Qingzu outside the door was taken aback. Yang Qi smiled. It's okay. Lu Qingzu shook her head slightly, and said softly, it's time to eat. Then he turned and walked downstairs. Yang Qi followed behind her and asked, when will the flying knife be ready? Lu Qingzu paused and said, I ordered 1,000 directly, so it will take a little longer, and it will be delivered the day after tomorrow. Oh. Yang Qi agreed. After that, the two of them had nothing to say. Chapter 17. Dining Room. After the family of four sat down, Yang Rongwu spoke with a straight face. Are you practicing this afternoon? Yang Qi answered while holding the vegetables. How is the effect? Yang Rongwu asked again. Yang Qi replied, it took about 5 hours for the two beast soul crystals. This efficiency is not high, but it is certainly not low. And this also shows that his concentration is still okay. But 2 pills used together for 5 hours. Yang Rongwu said with a dissatisfied face, this is inefficient. Soldiers in our regiment who absorb 2 beast soul crystals for more than 3 hours will be fined to run 50 kilometers. He obviously regarded Yang Qi as his soldier again. Yang Qi glanced at him. If the concentration of a professional soldier who has been awakened for many years is no better than that of a high school graduate who has just awakened, your legion can be disbanded directly. Yang Rongwu's expression froze. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute. Li Sha on the side responded with a smile, my good son is right. Yang Qi smiled back. Seeing his appearance, Yang Rongwu felt very uncomfortable. Especially his wife was helping his son to speak, which made him even more upset. He opened the mouth and said, when I first awakened, I was only 15 years old, and the time to absorb 2 beast soul crystals was only a little over 4 hours, far less than 5 hours. Yang Qi said indifferently, my grandfather seemed to be the lord of Lin City when he was your age, right? What about you? He was also the deputy commander of the army. Also, my uncle is only 3 years older than you, but he has been the lord of Lin City for 5 years. You can lose to your father and your brother, why do you expect me to be better than you? Yang Rongwu. He was speechless again. Li Sha still loves her husband dearly. She persuaded her, okay, our son is very smart now, you can't beat him. Yang Rongwu snorted and lowered his head to eat. After that, he didn't recruit Yang Qi again. But Li Sha suddenly launched an attack on Lu Qingzu. Qingzhu, what do you think of Xiao Qi performance today? These words seem to be asking about today's performance, but they are actually asking about future life. Li Sha brought up this topic a little suddenly, but it was within common sense. For one thing, Yang Qi has officially become an adult after graduating from high school yesterday. So these things can also be officially put on the table. Secondly, Yang Qi is not only not staying anymore, but also a genius who has awakened the SSS level primary talent. Certainly not unworthy of Lu Qingzu. It can even be considered in reverse. So there is no such thing as they oppress Lu Qingzu. In the past 3 years, it was rare for Yang Rongwu to come back, and there were not too many situations where a family of 4 gathered together like today. Based on the above, it is not surprising that Li Sha raised this topic. And this is the first time they have put the matter of Yang Qi and Lu Qingzu on the table. Lu Qingzu was silent for a long time. Then he said in a low voice, I am not qualified to comment on the young master's performance. She is obviously still showing resistance by retreating. Yang Rongwu frowned and said, what's wrong with you? Does anyone in our family treat you as a maid? He is half a wife slave, but not a daughter slave. He treated Yang Qi like military training, but he was not polite to Lu Qingzu. But it also shows that he really raised Lu Qingzu as his daughter. So Lu Qingzu's appearance did make him a little angry. You know my character, so I won't spare you anymore. Your aunt wants you and Yang Qi to be a good pair, but this is mainly up to you. If you think this kid is good, then you just nod, and then we will find a time to deal with the two of you. If you think this kid is not good, then we will officially recognize you as a goddaughter, and you will be his sister in the future. Tough guy, that's how tough it is. Li Sha added, Qingzu, we have lived together for more than 10 years, and we are already a family, so don't feel any pressure, just say it directly. Lu Qingzu lowered her head, bit her lip, and remained silent. She thought for a long time in her heart, and when she was about to speak, Yang Qi's voice sounded first. No, have you asked my opinion? It's mainly up to her. She nodded and took care of the matter. What about me? Did no one want me or what? This. The restaurant fell silent. If you don't bulldoze the earth in your lifetime, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. Yang Qi totally agrees with this. So. He will never touch this Lu Qingzu. Listen, nod and get things done. Didn't this shit become a married person from now on? So whether Lu Qingzu nodded or not, he would definitely shake his head. No matter how beautiful a flower is, can it compare to a whole garden? It's hard to say what will happen next. But right now, whether it's Chengjing or Sol Luhan, their looks are no lower than Lu Qingzu's. And Sol Luhan is still a giant loli. Moreover, the 2 girls were chasing after him. Isn't this more fragrant than a willow green bamboo? So. No matter what you think, I only regard her as my sister anyway. After Yang Qi finished speaking, he got up and went directly to the training room. Chapter 18. Our son seems really angry. This is the first time in 18 years. So Li Sha was inexplicably a little happy. Yang Rongwu was silent and did not speak. Because he knew that he seemed to be wrong again this time. He only asked Lu Qingzu's opinion, but didn't care about Yang Qi's thoughts at all. Even if he talked about ethics again, he dared not say that he was right. And Lu Qingzu was in a daze with empty eyes. In fact, she had just made up her mind to agree. But Yang Qi was the first to refuse. And said that she only regarded her as a sister. This made her feel a little irritated for no reason. How to say? She actually had the idea of repaying gratitude. But Yang Qi's sentence I am no one wants it or what? But it made her wake up a little bit. If she was asked to marry the former Yang Qi, it might be regarded as wronging her. But now. A peerless genius with SSS level primary talent. Physical appearance, family background, and both are the best choices. It is not too much to say that she has climbed high. But she still put herself in the top position. Even with a little sacrifice idea. This is undoubtedly a bit presumptuous. Qingzhu, since you and Xiaoqi have no idea, then you can just call me godmother from now on. Lisa said so. And it can be known from her sentence I have no idea. She knew that Lu Qingzhu was unwilling. But she still kept the matter hanging. But now Yang Qi expresses his reluctance. She immediately wanted to recognize her as her daughter. Double standard, no doubt. So, in the end there is a difference between closeness and distance. Yang Rongwu also said. This matter is over today, and we will still be a family in the future, and you are my daughter, Yang Rongwu. Lu Qingzhu pursed her lips, looked up at them, and nodded sullenly. It can be said that it has been her long-cherished wish for many years to recognize godfather and godmother. Because in this way, she is no longer no name and no distinction in the Yang family. But now that her long-cherished wish has come true, she is not at all happy in her heart. She didn't even want to call that godfather godmother. Training room. Yang Qi is hitting a sandbag. Awakened people use beast soul crystals to cultivate, just like ordinary people eating luxurious meals. If you just eat without exercising, you will definitely grow fat. Practicing with beast soul crystals will not gain fat. But the energy will grow too fast, so that the physical body is not tempered thoroughly. In layman's terms, it will be unstable foundation. To solve this problem, there is only as much exercise as possible. And awakens fighting strength. In addition to talent, the body also accounts for a large part. After all, no one can always rely on skills to fight. Therefore, skills such as fighting and boxing must also be practiced. That's why the cultivation of the awakened person includes two parts, combat training and meditation. Still angry? Lu Qingzhu's voice suddenly sounded. Yang Qi stopped moving. Turning to look at her, he said casually, "No." Then hit the sandbag again. He wasn't angry. After all, he is very clear about what myself was like before. So no wonder it gets overlooked. And his angry is just a deliberate gesture to show his presence. In order not to be ignored all the time, and then one day you may become a married person inexplicably. Seeing that he was still hitting sandbags, Lu Qingzhu naturally felt that he was still angry. But she didn't speak anymore, just silently watching Yang Qi hitting the sandbag. For a long time. Yang Qi said suddenly, "Sister, help me get a glass of water." "Sister?" Lu Qingzhu listened for a while. You must know that when the relationship between the two of them was not stiff, Yang Qi just called her Sister Qingzhu. So this sister really made her feel extremely complicated. She took a deep look at Yang Qi, got up and poured water. After Lu Qingzhu came over with a glass of water, Yang Qi directly flashed to her side. Then he took the water glass and drank it tons and tons. Lu Qingzhu looked up at him. It was the same familiar face without any change. But different. There is no longer the blank look in the eyes, but only a kind of incomparable self-confidence. And with this confident look, even that face seemed a bit more handsome. "What are you looking at?" Yang Qi asked suddenly. Lu Qingzhu was startled back to his senses, and quickly turned his eyes away. Yang Qi said with a strange expression, "Sister, you are not looking at me, are you? Who's watching you?" Lu Qingzhu retorted with a slightly red face. Then she directly changed the subject and said, "You're not angry now, are you?" "Well, I'm out of breath." Yang Qi nodded. Although he was never angry. But Lu Qingzhu would definitely not believe it. So just follow her thoughts and talk. Lu Qingzhu signaled, "Go back to the living room when you're out of breath. Uncle is leaving tomorrow, so you can sit with him more." Yang Qi glanced at her. "Because he's leaving tomorrow, it's best for us to stay here." "Hey? Why?" Lu Qingzhu obviously didn't understand his train of thought. Yang Qi shrugged his shoulders. Do you think he would rather live a two-person world with my mother, or sit awkwardly with us with a straight face? Lu Qingzhu. So she understands. Yang Qi touched her head. We have to have a name for ourselves. After speaking, he went to play sandbags again. And Lu Qingzhu fell into a sluggish state. He touched me? Chapter 19. The next day, Yang Rongwu left directly after finishing his breakfast. Then Li Xia hid in her room and cried. And Yang Qi and Lu Qingzhu are sharing the beast soul crystal in the living room. Even Yang Rongwei and Li Lin are 150 respectively. Naturally, Yang Rongwu's own father would not be stingy. But, not too generous. Also 100 pieces. And this made Yang Qi a little embarrassed. The sum of the beast soul crystals that the three gave him was exactly 250. Fortunately, he already used 2 yesterday. Except for Yang Qi. There are also 25th order beast soul crystals. This is naturally Lu Qingzhu's. Although she is only 2 years older than Yang Qi, she will only be in her junior year in the second half of this year. But at the age of 14, he had already naturally awakened his A-level talent. Now it is already a 5th order awakener. No matter how accurate Yang Qi's shot is, it still can't break her defense. Otherwise, why did Li Xia miss her so much? In terms of looks alone. With the conditions of the Yang family, what kind of beauty can't be married? But girls with good looks and talent are not common. 20 beast soul crystals, it seems that Yang Rongwu is a bit biased. But not Yang Qi, but Lu Qingzhu. Because the beast soul crystals of the 5th rank and above are restricted resources. All are priceless. Although it's a joke to say eccentricity. It's just because Yang Qi doesn't need high-level beast soul crystals yet. But 20 tier 5 beast soul crystals are worth, much more than 100 tier 1 beast soul crystals. Well, Yang Qi is still a little sour. Xiao Qi, I'm going out for a while and I won't be back until evening, please tell Aunt for me. After dividing the beast soul crystals, Lu Qingzhu said something. Yang Qi nodded in response, and didn't ask what she was going out for. After, Lu Qingzhu went straight out the door. And Yang Qi went back to his room to practice. During lunch, Yang Qi told Li Xia about Lu Qingzhu's going out. In the afternoon, he went to the training room again. He wanted to get out the second talent as soon as possible. Not just because it can become stronger or something. He even wants to know whether his future talent will be a cheat. So in the next few days, except for his 3 meals a day and the time to sleep at night, either meditate in the room or hit the sandbags in the training room. Directly incarnated in order to cultivate the madman. And so after a week, Li Xia was terrified at the sight. At breakfast this day, Li Xia said directly, "My dear son, stop practicing today, go out and play." Even Lu Qingzhu persuaded. Yes. Cultivation does not happen overnight. If you are not in a hurry, you should relax yourself appropriately. Yang Qi actually felt quite relaxed. Because his talent is really fun. On the contrary, if he went out, he didn't know what to play. But coincidentally, his cell phone rang suddenly. "Sol Luhan, who rescued you, are you free today?" After Yang Qi paused, he replied with one word, "Yes." Then he secretly sighed, women really affect the speed of drawing swords. Shenmue Plaza. The appointment is 10 o'clock. But Yang Qi arrived just after 9 o'clock. The main reason is that Li Xia was in a hurry. Li Xia knew that someone asked him out to play, and he was still a female classmate. He almost didn't even finish his breakfast. But it's okay. Sol Luhan didn't make him wait too long, and arrived just after 9:30. "Are you here so early?" Sol Luhan still had that soft and cute tone. If Yang Qi hadn't known her title of small overlord of number 1 middle school, she might have really regarded her as a soft girl. Yang Qi agreed. It also revealed the silly smile that has been tempered for 18 years. Sol Luhan was dumbfounded. As a little bully, the boys she usually sees. Or the appearance of cowering under her majesty. Or just to cater to her and pretend to be a bully. Anyway, it's not a softie, it's a second beep. Where has she seen such a cute Yang Qi? Sol Luhan laughed out loud, feeling like he had found a treasure. She stepped forward and grabbed Yang Qi's arm. Let's go to the video game city first, then have lunch, go to the playground in the afternoon, and I'll take you to a fun place in the evening. When it came to the end, her expression became rather mysterious. Yang Qi asked, what fun place? Sol Luhan replied with a textbook answer. You'll know when the time comes. Video arcade. It can be seen that Sol Luhan is an old player. She is proficient in operating any game console in the video game city. On the contrary, it was Yang Qi, who was really an idiot at the moment. Because no matter in the memory of his previous life or this life, these games are brand new versions that he has never seen before. But his appearance, which had never seen the world, aroused Sol Luhan's vanity even more. This is the same as boys always love to show off in front of girls. Hey, no, you have to do this, let me teach you. As Sol Luhan said, he immediately hugged Yang Qi from behind and taught him hand in hand. She's a giant Lolita. So Yang Qi leaned directly on the big soft pillow. One of the two is happy to teach, and the other is comfortable to rely on. Everyone enjoys themselves. Perfect win-win. Chapter 20. Afternoon. Sol Luhan took Yang Qi to the playground. Yang Qi is no stranger here. Because when he was young, Li Sha took him to play. And many times. But coming to play when I was a child is definitely different from playing now when I grow up. The most obvious difference. When I was a child, I could only play in the children's playground. Now I can play the adult field. Not that kind of adult place. It refers to some more exciting adult projects. It doesn't seem right. Do not care. It's a healthy item anyway. Yang Qi had a great time. Sol Luhan also had a great time. The two once again realized the common happiness. And at night, the two of them really went to a place that only adults can go. Bar. This is what Sol Luhan said was fun. The management of these entertainment venues in the Zenyuan era is really strict. You have to swipe your ID card to enter the bar. Those who are underage are not allowed to enter. So Sol Luhan actually came here for the first time. Although she has tried her best to put on a very calm expression. But in those eyes. Or even without looking. You can tell by the way she looks left and right. She is full of curiosity here. It was also the first time in Yang Qi life that he came to a bar. So he looked around curiously. The two of them were already students and childish. Plus this look of Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. It is easy to be recognized as a novice. So, little sister, is it your first time to play? Would you like to have a few drinks with Big Brother? Big Brother can teach you how to punch. Sol Luhan glanced at the visitor. Then, Sister Nima's sister, brother your father's brother, my mother wants you to teach? Get out. Don't say you're here to strike up a conversation with that person. Even Yang Qi was a little scared. Although he knew that Sol Luhan was not an ordinary person. But I really didn't expect that she would be so violent. He really met the number 1 middle school overlord once. The person who came was immediately stunned. Then he rolled his eyes, looking ruthless. But when he was about to speak, Sol Luhan spoke first. Before you speak harshly, think carefully, my wife is an awakened one. The man's expression froze. Then he gritted his teeth and said, it's my bad luck. After speaking, he turned and left. An imminent conflict also disappears invisible. No way. Although the law strictly restricts awakened people from taking action against ordinary people. You should know. The most serious punishment for the awakened is just to be thrown into the front line. Even homicide is the same. So, after Sol Luhan's sentence, my old lady is an awakened one. Most of the eyes that were originally looking at her and Yang Qi jokingly disappeared in an instant. After, the two found a seat and sat down. Soon a waiter came to order wine for them. Sol Luhan casually ordered 2 cocktails. After the waiter went down, Sol Luhan looked around and said with a rather boring expression, "It's no fun either. People who come to the bar either release the pressure with a drinking binge, or seek passion by picking up girls. People like Sol Luhan who are new to this picture naturally can't find much fun." Sol Luhan didn't find the fun, and turned his attention back to Yang Qi. "Yang Qi, do you think this is fun?" Yang Qi shook his head slightly, "It's not fun." He didn't do this to maintain his personality. But this bar is very formal. Apart from listening to music and drinking, there is no other fun, which is really not fun. Then let's drink the wine and go out later. After Sol Luhan finished speaking, he wrinkled his nose again and said, "If I knew it earlier, I might as well just play in the playground." You can know it from this sentence. This girl seems to be playing wild, but in fact she is still a girl at heart. "Yang Qi, when are you free next time?" Sol Luhan looked at Yang Qi expectantly. Today is the day down. Yang Qi can be regarded as fully satisfying her fantasies about her boyfriend. Handsome, well-behaved and obedient. And also a peerless genius. If it is said that last time she just wanted to make friends with a genius, then there was a sense of rivalry with Cheng Jing. After that day, she really fell in love with Yang Qi. Certainly. Her thoughts are not actually love. After all, love is not a tornado, how could it come so fast? She is actually a kind of possessive desire for beautiful things. But then again, love also has no fixed shape. There is a kind of love called letting go, and there is a kind of love called possession. So this kind of possessive desire for people is not a kind of love? Just as the ancients said, if you love her, you will possess her, and you don't even have the courage to go to jail for her, so what's the point of loving her? The book returns to its original story. Yang Qi glanced at Sol Luhan, thought for a while and said, "Next week, I will come out to accompany you once a week from now on." "Really?" Sol Luhan looked surprised at this moment, not a bit like a little bully. And after seeing Yang Qi nodding, she even stood up and smacked Yang Qi's face. "Muah! Dumb, you are so kind." "Dumb? What the hell is this called?" Yang Qi was dumbfounded when he heard that. There was even a picture of myself running a long nose in my mind. "Hey! Seeing him in a daze, Sol Luhan laughed happily. Chapter 21. In a few days, Yang Qi finally knew why Sol Luhan called himself dumb. That night, he received a message from Cheng Jing. "Day, I'm free, come out and play with me tomorrow." Obviously, Sol Luhan just didn't want to collide with Cheng Jing and Cheng Jing's so-called liberation. In fact, she is already familiar with controlling her talent, so she doesn't need to train hard. When a girl has free time, the first thing she does is to find herself to play with. Naturally, Yang Qi couldn't let her down either. The next day, still meet at Chenmu Square. It is still the dating route of Video Game City and Playground. It's just that the bar trip at night has been changed to watching movies. This is naturally Yang Qi leading Cheng Jing to play like this. And he didn't hide it, he told Cheng Jing directly that Sol Luhan brought him to play like this. Cheng Jing was naturally very angry. But soon she was a little happy again. Because it shows that Yang Qi has no secrets from her. And What Soluhan took him to play, he directly took himself to play again. From a certain point of view, doesn't this mean that he is more important to him than Soluhan? I don't know from which angle she said it. In the end, Cheng Jing just warned Yang Qi. In the future, Soluhan asks you to go out to play, you must tell me. Yang Qi naturally had no objection, because this was his purpose in the first place. Although a threesome is not conducive to developing a relationship, but it saves time. Yang Qi now looks forward to the second talent far more than to the girl. A few days later, still in Chenmu Plaza, when Soluhan saw Cheng Jing, with a sluggish look on his face, he could completely change his name to Su Dede. Why are you here? Soluhan's tone was very upset. Cheng Jing said with a smile, Daddy asked me out to play. Soluhan looked at Yang Qi dissatisfied, dumb. We are out on a date, why did you call her? Can't you? Yang Qi asked back. Of course, his expression is very puzzled. It's the kind, we are all good friends, can't we hang out together? Soluhan understood Cheng Jing's mood last time. When I met such a fool, I didn't know how to live if I wanted to get angry. Okay. Soluhan responded helplessly. And seeing her deflated, Cheng Jing was naturally very happy. She smiled and asked, where shall we go to play today? Soluhan glanced at her sideways, the plan is to go to the movies, but I only bought 2 tickets. Cheng Jing shook her head and said, let's just go to the movies. Dede and I went there a few days ago, and there aren't any new movies coming out recently. Soluhan's eyes were fixed when he listened. She took a deep breath and said, then go to the video game city. Cheng Jing shook her head again, I went with Dede last time, it wasn't fun at all. Ha! Soluhan laughed angrily at her, then where are you going? Cheng Jing thought for a while and said, let's go to the playground. Here. Yang Qi eyelids twitched when he heard it. Although there are many items in the playground, exciting and romantic, it is really fun. But just this week, he has been there twice. Can't you just take a breath and go? Then let's go to the playground. Soluhan nodded in agreement. Then he added, it just so happened that last time we had a lot of projects that we didn't have time to play. Cheng Jing smiled and said, I think so too. The 2 girls looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Soluhan added that sentence later, which was nothing more than telling Cheng Jing, Yang Qi and I have already been there. And Cheng Jing replied, I have been there too. So Yang Qi wanted to ask them a question, I have been there before, why do I still go? Unfortunately, his personality doesn't allow it. So the 3 went to the playground again. Night. After Yang Qi returned home, he collapsed on the sofa. Son, what's wrong with you? Li Sha asked worriedly. What can happen? Many of the entertainment facilities in the playground are double projects. And is Soluhan willing to place an order? Is Cheng Jing willing to play alone? They are not willing. And they don't want to play together. So the final result is, Yang Qi played separately. So seriously, Yang Qi has been to the playground 4 times this week. All he wanted to say was, playgrounds, no fun. It's okay, I'm just a little tired. Yang Qi replied. Tired of playing? Li Sha gave her son a strange look. She knew that her son went out to play with his female classmates. Li Sha looked Yang Qi up and down carefully. It became more and more like that. She thought for a while and said, my dear son, you are smarter now, but you can't do bad things. It's okay if you like me, but you can't bully people with your status or talent. Yang Qi. He naturally understood what Li Sha meant. Some helplessly said, Mom, you misunderstood, today I am with 2 girls. 2 girls. Lisa's eyes widened. Can you hear me out? Yang Qi rolled his eyes. Then he continued, I went to the playground with 2 girls. Because they want me to play with them, I have played many items twice, so I am so tired now. That's right. Li Sha nodded suddenly, her expression seemed a little disappointed. Chapter 22. Some time after, Yang Qi lived a very regular life. 5 or 6 days of penance at home. Then go out with Luhan and Cheng Jing for a day. And under this kind of regular life, time is also passing by rapidly. In a blink of an eye. There are only 3 days left in the 2-month summer vacation. And that is on this day. Yang Qi was promoted to a second-order awakener. He finally got his second talent out. But how to say? Plug in or plug in? It just seems a little out of order. Talent, press the gun. Potential : effect, eliminate negative states and maintain extreme focus. The effect of pressing the gun is obviously not like the effect of pressing the gun in the auxiliary software. It's like the effect of pressing a gun in life. In fact, it is also like a plug-in effect. Because the plug-in pressure gun is to eliminate recoil and improve accuracy. And isn't recoil just a negative state when shooting? And to improve accuracy, don't you need to keep your focus when shooting? There is nothing wrong with such an explanation. This is a serious talent. But to seriously analyze the effect of pressing the gun, it is still those 2 words, plug in. To eliminate the negative state, this is well understood, it is release control. And the practicality of uncontrolling does not need to be repeated. I understand everything. At the critical moment, he can fight back and turn defeat into victory. Certainly. It's just a word of release control. Then pressing the gun is at best a good talent. It is far from being a plug-in class. And its real plug-in lies in the latter effect of maintaining extreme concentration. What do awakened people need most when practicing? Beast Soul Crystal. What do awakened people need most when meditating? Concentration. The more focused you are, the faster you practice. Even the speed of absorbing beast soul crystals can be accelerated. Previously, Yang Qi has been training for nearly 2 months. The time to absorb 2 beast soul crystals during meditation has been accelerated from 5 hours to about 4.5 hours. But now, when he turned on Squeeze the Spear to practice, it only took less than 10 minutes for 2 beast soul crystals. What is this concept? This is an increase of nearly 30 times the speed of cultivation. What is it that is so special? Yang Qi himself wanted to say bad guy. So much so that when Li Sha and Lu Qingzhou asked about his second talent, he didn't dare to tell the whole story. It is only said to be an SS level talent, the effect is to eliminate negative status. Lisa is fine. She was forced to awaken at the beginning. The initial talent is D level. Already had no intention of practicing. So much so that it is only level 5 now. But Lu Qingzhou was envious. You know, she is considered a genius. But now the strongest talent is S rank. And there is only one. And the most embarrassing thing is, her S level talent is called Blazing Heart. The effect is, make the target distraught and lose their sanity. This is actually a control skill. So Yang Qi talent just happens to be eliminated directly. After breaking through to the second order, the first person Yang Qi thought of was Uncle Yang Rongwei. And Uncle Li Lin. So, Mom, what are the phone numbers of my uncle and uncle? Li Sha was taken aback when she heard this. Are you going to ask them for the beast soul crystal? Yang Qi nodded with a natural expression. In fact, if he didn't awaken Squeeze the gun, he might not be so thick-skinned. Because of the 250 beast soul crystals, there are still about 160 left. Enough for him for a while. And in 2 days he has to go to school. There is no time to practice every day like some time ago. But unfortunately there is no if. What he awakened was the Squeeze Spear that could be used for cultivation. 160 beast soul crystals, if he fires at full power, he can suck them all up in half a day. Certainly. If he really wanted to do this, his end might be to be stuck to death. But even if he took his time, the 160 beast soul crystals wouldn't last long. So, it can only be cheeky once. Anyway, this is what Yang Rongwei himself said. Li Sha glanced at Yang Qi, thought for a while and said, "Just call your uncle, don't look for your uncle. Sissy and Kuo are still young, and his little property will be enough to see in the future." How to say? Even if Li Lin is not the richest man in Lingheng, he can definitely rank among the top 3. But in Li Sha's eyes, it became that bit of property. However, compared with the Yang family, Li Lin's family possessions are really not enough. And if it is really necessary to raise both children into strong men, the cost is really not small. So Yang Qi also nodded, expressing his understanding. After getting Yang Rongwei's call, Yang Qi called directly. "Hello? Which one?" "Uncle, I'm Xiao Qi. I've broken through to the 2nd level today. I've awakened a double S level talent called Squeeze Spear, the effect is to eliminate all negative states." There was silence on the phone for a while. Then Yang Rongwei's voice sounded again. "Okay. Today I want your sister Lan to send you the Beast Soul Crystal." "Thank you, uncle." "You kid." Yang Rongwei smiled and said, "We must continue to work hard in the future, uncle is waiting for your call when you break through to the 3rd level." "Well, I will definitely not keep uncle waiting for a long time." Chapter 23. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qi looked at Li Sha again. Li Sha was naturally looked a little confused. Yang Qi had no choice but to express, "Are you going to fight at your husband's place? Or should I do it?" Li Sha was taken aback for a moment, then patted him dumbfounded. "Stinky boy, it's getting worse and worse, you call it yourself." Yang Qi muttered, "I usually want to fight but dare not fight, but now I give you a chance and don't want to." His muttering made Lu Qingzu on the side tilt his head and laugh. Li Sha naturally heard it too. She blushed slightly and said, "I'll come if I come." After speaking, she went back to her room with her mobile phone in her arms and called her husband. Yang Rongwu's unit is called the 5th Special Operations Corps. It is one of Xiaoguo's 5 Special Warfare Legions. The main task of the Special Operations Corps is to extinguish the fire. Wherever the enemy situation is serious, run there. In other words, the situation has been relatively stable in recent years, and there have been fewer urgent wars. Otherwise, this is an army that cannot support the battlefield. That's why I really can't even make a phone call. Afternoon. My cousin Yang Lan came over with 2 suitcases. One belongs to my dad, and the other belongs to your dad. After Yang Lan handed the 2 boxes to Yang Qi, she asked again. "School will start in 2 days, how about it, are you ready?" In the new Yuan era, there was no such thing as filling in the volunteers when going to university. Which main city does the place of residence belong to, then go to the university in which main city. And each main city has only one university. After all, there are not too many people with primary talents above level B. So Yang Qi is going to go to Forest City University. Yang Lan is now teaching at Forest City University. Yang Qi has the only SSS level primary talent in history. He has long been a celebrity in Xia Kingdom. Now everyone still only knows his name, not others. But after school starts, he will definitely be exposed. Then he will become a real celebrity. While people are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong. Especially in this day and age. In particular, he is still famous for his talent. The most indispensable thing in this world is the middle-aged and young people who refuse to admit defeat. So after school starts, Yang Qi may encounter many challenges. That's why Yang Lan asked him if he was ready. "How can I prepare for this?" Yang Qi said helplessly, "Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover up." After speaking, he seemed to think of something again. By the way, Sister Lan, if we accidentally killed someone during our school sparring, will there be any punishment? Don't mess around. What he said directly startled Yang Lan. The students who can enter Linda University are all talents from our Linkheng and even Xiaoguo. Don't kill people just to make an example of others. I'm just asking. Yang Qi said, then I don't ask about killing people, but about hurting people, okay? Yang Lan gave him a suspicious look. For this cousin. Her previous impression was that it was useless. But now it's shocked. Whether it's his talent or his personality. All surprised her. Just ask what the punishment will be if you accidentally kill someone. This. She decided to keep an eye on this cousin in the future. As long as it can be proved that the exchange was voluntary, no matter what the result is, the school will not intervene. Yang Qi listened and nodded. This is the same as the current law. He also thought that the school would impose additional restrictions in order to protect students. So he really just asked casually just now. After all, he had no parents to sacrifice to heaven, and no relatives and friends to be humiliated. Where did such arrogance come from? After Yang Lan chatted with Li Xia and Lu Qingzi for a few more words, then left. Yang Qi, on the other hand, carried the suitcase back to the room to count the money. Still a box of 100. Not counting the remaining 160 Tier 1 ones. These 200 Tier 2 ones are enough for him to cultivate to Tier 3. Awesome! Yang Qi took out his phone and turned on the timer. Then, one in each hand, took 2 second-order beast soul crystals, turned on the press gun, and meditated directly. The trickle of heat around me is many times stronger than before. And the hot flow coming from the hand is even hotter, with a hot feeling. This is the effect of pressing the gun to maintain extreme concentration. In the same period of time, his naked cultivation is probably faster than ordinary people's cultivation with beast soul crystals. Time flies. When the hot flow in his hand disappeared, Yang Qi opened his eyes. The mobile phone timing display, 12:35. This is the time for him to absorb 2 second-order beast soul crystals, 12 minutes and 35 seconds. It was only 2.5 minutes longer than the first-order one. It is also within the category of abnormal fast. Plug-in talent is really like a bug. Another 2 days passed. Today is the official start of school day. At breakfast, Li Xia asked again, "My dear son, don't you really need me to go with you? What are we going to do together?" Naturally, we went to register for school together. Li Xia is completely used to worrying about it. After all, when Yang Qi had a slightly bigger matter in the past, she would make arrangements for it. And this registration for the start of school is undoubtedly no small matter. So much so that she subconsciously felt uneasy again. Even forgot that her stupid son is not stupid anymore. In fact, if she hadn't helped Yang Qi arrange everything, Yang Rongyu's coercive education alone may not necessarily crush Yang Qi. So it can only be said that this couple cooperates well with each other. No need. Yang Qi replied again. Just go to the school in the same city to sign up. I want my mother to follow me. He didn't want to be nicknamed Ma Bayanan again. And Lu Qingzi is also going to sign up today. So even if he is still that stupid Yang Qi, there is absolutely no need for Li Xia to follow him. All I can say is, poor parents all over the world. Chapter 24. Why are you standing there? Get in the car. Lu Qingzi gestured. Yang Qi looked at Lu Qingzi sitting in the driver's seat, and finally realized that he had miscalculated a major event. He didn't even take the driver's license test this summer. Have to admit, he is really a little stupid in cultivation. In his previous life, when he was in college, he had a luxury sports car. It was something he imagined on his own. That's right. It is his little dream to drive to class by himself. That's why there is such an imagination. Because in his previous life, when he was in college, he was a campus belle goddess who was picked up and dropped off every day in class. He also wants to pick up the goddess once. Finally, luxury sports cars in this life no longer need to rely on their own imagination. Unfortunately, he forgot to test his driver's license. Unhappy things often happen, this is really true. After Yang Qi got into the car, Lu Qingzhe started directly and headed for Linkheng University. Forest City University. Lu Qingzhe found a place to park with ease. After turning off the flame, she motioned, "Get out of the car, the registration office for your freshman is right next to the activity hall, just turn left from this road and you will be there." Oh! Yang Qi agreed, and then got out of the car. Lu Qingzhe also got out of the car and walked over. The two didn't walk for long before they saw a group of people. Why use group? Because there are really not many people. It just looks too much when squeezed together. Anyway, it is nothing compared to Yang Qi impression of the scene when the university started. "Brother Qi!" A voice sounded. Not far away, a tall boy was walking towards here. Lu Ming, the only third person in class 4, of Senior 3 who was admitted to university. "Brother Qi, you have been assigned to Class 1, and the registration point is the one on the far left." Lu was obviously very courteous. In the freshman year, there is no distinction between majors and departments. Just like in middle school, you are divided directly into classes, and then you learn every subject. After 1 year of study, students will be divided into majors according to the scores of each subject in their sophomore year. After the 3rd and 4th grades, continue to refine. So freshman studies are the easiest. Because you only need to choose your favorite subject to learn, and just give up the others. It doesn't matter what you fail at. Really? Thank you. How about yourself? Have you finished your registration? Yang Qi didn't pretend to be cold, but instead said some polite words. Lu Ming smiled and said, "I just finished the report. When I looked at the class schedule, I saw your name at a glance, and it was written on the first one." Yang Qi nodded and motioned, "I went over to sign up." Lu Ming also nodded and said, "Okay, then you are busy, I will withdraw first." After speaking, he waved his hand and left. The last time Yang Qi said that he was knowledgeable and interesting, it seems that he was right. This is indeed a very winky person. After Yang Qi looked at Lu Qingzhe, "Sister, you can sign up too, I'll just line up here by myself." Lu Qingzhe responded, and said, "Call me when you're done here." Good. After Yang Qi finished speaking, Lu Qingzhe also turned around and left. But she didn't go very far before stopping again. "Stay. Dumb." 2 female voices sounded. A clear. A crisp. It was Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan. The two of them ran towards him at a trot. After coming over, another person grabbed his arm. One left and one right, the movements are very skilled. Because they have all been rehearsing for a summer vacation. One of the two is cute and charming, and the other is pure and moving. They are all rare beautiful faces. In this way, we found a boy together, and even let him hug him from left to right. There is a strong lemon fragrance all around. "Xiao Qi, why don't you introduce me?" Lu Qingzhe, who had already walked away, came back at this time. She actually didn't know that Yang Qi had the nickname Yang Dada. So I don't know that the two dumb and dumb are called Yang Qi. But when the voices of Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan sounded, she had an inexplicable feeling in her heart, this is Yang Qi. So she stopped. And it turns out that her feelings were not wrong. Actually, she knew that Yang Qi had been playing with 2 girls this summer vacation. Although she has never seen anyone. But at this moment, it happened that the voices of the 2 girls sounded. How could she not have thought that this might be calling Yang Qi? Day, dumb, who is she? Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan both looked serious, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But soon they put away this posture, and instead became a little more obedient. Because Yang Qi introduced, "My sister." Then he introduced Lu Qingzhu again. "Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan are my high school classmates." "Hi sister." Asterisk 2. Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan shouted in unison. Both of them had a slightly shy expression. But Lu Qingzhu still had that cold look. She nodded lightly, staring at Yang Qi arm. "Ah!" Both girls let out a soft cry, then quickly let go of Yang Qi arm, bowing their heads in embarrassment. Lu Qingzhu just now felt a little smooth. She gave Yang Qi a look, turned around and left without saying anything. "Goodbye sister." Asterisk 2. The voices of two girls came from behind. But Lu Qingzhu acted as if he didn't hear it, and continued walking without looking back. Chapter 25. Your sister is so cold. Sol Luhan's tone was somewhat unhappy. After all, she put down her airs just now. They called out sister one by one. But Lu Qingzhu didn't respond the whole time. Didn't even look them in the eye. Cheng Jing also said worriedly. "Day, your sister has such a cold personality, she must be difficult to get along with in the future. She really had a better vision than Sol Luhan. I have already thought about the future relationship problems." Yang Qi didn't respond to their words. Instead, he asked, "Why did you two come together?" The two looked at each other, then each took a step back. "Not together, just happened to meet." Asterisk 2. The two said in unison. Yang Qi didn't find it strange either. Because he is used to it. This is the tacit understanding of their summer vacation bickering. Anyway, after a summer vacation, he felt that he was the most redundant one. He didn't even pretend to be dumbfounded, and the two of them didn't notice anything unusual. Because they almost lost him in their eyes, only each other. Very orange. Let's sign up first. Go check the class placement. Someone has already checked it for me. I'm in class 1. Yang Qi changed the subject again. I'm definitely in class 1. Asterisk 2. The two spoke in unison again. Even the expressions and movements are exactly the same, looking up and staring at each other. Yang Qi glanced at them. I ran to queue up to sign up. And they really didn't see him in their eyes. Cheng Jing asked, "You didn't even look at it, so how can you be sure that you are in class 1? Sol Luhan asked back, "Then have you read it? How can you be sure?" Cheng Jing put her hands on her hips, "Because I have been in the same class and at the same table as Day for 6 years. Sol Luhan." This sentence really made her a little speechless. She paused and said, "It's useless to say more, you have to read it to know." Cheng Jing looked confident, "Then go and see it." Then the two walked towards the class placement notice board together. Here. After Yang Qi stood in line for a while, it was his turn. Name. The person in charge of registration is a girl in her 20s. The appearance can only be said to be handsome. But looking gentle, there is a very elegant temperament. Yang Qi. The girl looked up at Yang Qi, showing a restrained smile. You are Yang Qi. Hello, my name is Tang's Hiking, and I am the counselor of Class 1. Yang Qi nodded and replied, Hello, counselor. Tang's Hiking smiled again, if you don't mind, just call me Sister Tang. Then handed over a pen, write down your mobile phone number. When Yang Qi was writing her phone number, she said again. Take out your ID card later and show it to me. I don't have anything to do during the day today, but there is a class meeting at 7 p.m. Our class's self-study room is in 3, teaching 601. Remember to join our class group, I will talk about anything in the group in the future. There is also accommodation. The school leader specifically told me that they can arrange a single dormitory for you, depending on whether you need it or not. This. Yang Qi was unexpected. Because the student dormitory of Lingang University can be regarded as a single person. They are all 4 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. Each has its own bedroom. Because everyone is an awakened person, they all need a quiet environment to meditate and practice. And in this case, the single dormitory that Tang's Hiking mentioned was probably the kind of room for 1 person. Yang Qi nodded decisively, need. If there are better conditions but don't want them, isn't that a disease of the brain? Tang's Hiking was not surprised either. She directly took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Yang Qi. Room 1206, Unit 3, Building 2, Teacher's Apartment. Yang Qi nodded and took the key. Then he took out his ID card and added a class group. Then he asked, "Is there anything else?" Tang's Hiking shook her head, but said one more thing. "Remember to have a class meeting at 7 p.m. Yang Qi nodded and waved his hands, "Then Sister Tang will see you again." "Well, see you tonight." Yang Qi. He doesn't have amnesia, so does it need to be emphasized so many times? After everything is done, Yang Qi took a few steps outside. Then I saw Changjing and Sol Luhan not far away queuing up for registration. The 2 were lined up together. The location seems to be the registration point for Class 5. He walked over. "Stay. Dumb." When the 2 women saw him coming, they both waved their hands. Yang Qi smiled, "You 2 are in the same class." "Hey." *2. The 2 girls looked at each other as if they were acting in an anime, and then turned their heads. I don't know what the school thinks. Those with strong talents are not placed in the same class, but are separated, saying that it is to enhance their competitiveness. Sol Luo said angrily. In high school, students are placed in classes based on their natural potential. And she is a first-time talent at S level. So I naturally felt that I would be in the same class as Yang Qi. This is why she dared to be so sure before. But the reality is, Cheng Jing also complained. This school is really poisonous. We were in the same class for 6 years in junior high and high school, and we were still at the same table, but we were separated here. It's really annoying. After the 2 girls complained about each other, they said in unison. Trash school. *2. Yang Qi. Chapter 26. If you think the school is rubbish, then don't come here. A somewhat angry voice sounded. The one who spoke was a boy who was queuing up to sign up in class 4 next to him. Although others are not tall, but his strong body made his clothes look a little aggrieved. It's the kind of body with swollen muscles, as if the clothes are about to explode. It looked very difficult to mess with. Did I talk to you? Sol Luhan stepped forward, protected Yang Qi and Cheng Jing behind him, and confronted the muscular man. In her opinion, although Yang Qi talent is very strong, he has only been awakened for 2 months. It is definitely incomparable with her, a 4th-order awakener who has been awakened for almost 4 years. So I have to protect Yang Qi. As for Cheng Jing, just by the way, muscular men don't know the title of number 1 middle school overlord. His face was serious. No matter who you talk to, it's not right for you to say that the school is trash. Don't be such a jerk. Sol Luhan said impatiently, I just asked you, did I talk to you? Do you want to make trouble? The muscular man frowned. Obviously, he had never seen someone like Sol Luhan. He has a beautiful face. But it doesn't make sense to you at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and shut his mouth with foul words like what the hell and old lady. He twisted his neck and said, I'll take it, what are you going to do? His muscles are not just for show. Don't hurt anyone. Cheng Jing said something anxiously. And her voice just fell. Sol Luhan has already stepped out, feet. Then there is whoosh, bang, bang. Whoosh, it was the sound of Sol Luhan's feet breaking through the air. Bang, it was the collision sound of her kicking someone. Ah, it was the scream of the muscular man being kicked. Pa, it was the sound of him falling to the ground. After the 4 beeps, there was silence all around. Only then did Sol Luhan have time to reply to Cheng Jing. Don't worry, I never fight hard at school. She would say that, of course, for a reason. In short, when the 3 of them were on a date, they met a stern guy who came to strike up a conversation, and then they were kicked by Sol Luhan until they vomited blood. The scene was extremely bloody. That's why Cheng Jing said don't hurt people just now. What's the situation with you guys? You started to get started before you signed up? Don't you want to go to this school? The person responsible for registration is the counselor of each class. Sol Luhan was here to sign up, so they naturally couldn't just sit idly by. The counselors of classes 4 and 5 got up and walked over. The 2 first helped the muscular man up, and then checked. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, he asked again, "What's going on?" The muscular man pressed his chest and shook his head. What can he say? Said that I opened my mouth and was beaten up? Or sue Sol Luhan for scolding the trash school? He was kicked away, and his face was already lost. If you still file a complaint, do you still have to hang around in school? Seeing that he didn't speak, the counselor had no choice but to look at Sol Luhan. Why did you hit someone? Sol Luhan curled his mouth, ask him. Counselor. If he can say, do I need to ask you? The counselor's face was stern, the school is only allowed to learn from each other. If you beat others without reason like you have to be punished. Beat up people. As the other muscular man, his complexion is even worse at this moment. Are you assigned to class 5? What's your name? The meaning of the counselor's words is to leave his name as a demerit. Sol Luhan said indifferently, my name is Sol Luhan. As the former small overlord of No. 1 middle school. People who go on stage every week to review. What does she care about punishment? Are you Sol Luhan? Those who spoke before were all the counselors of class 4. Because the muscular man is lined up in the team of class 4. That must be his student. He naturally has to stand up for his students. And it was the counselor of class 5 who said this. That is Sol Luhan's class. The classification mode of Forest City University is, from strong to weak, with an average distribution of 1 class. Therefore, as the most talented student this year, Yang Qi was assigned to class 1. And Sol Luhan, as a genius with S-level elementary talent, is also the one with the strongest talent in class 5. So, let's forget about it. The counselor of class 5 said seriously, there is no hatred for no reason in the world. If the student in your class doesn't cause trouble, I believe Sol Luhan will not hit him. Reality is so magical. Just now he was watching a play. After knowing that the troublemaker was the leader in his class, he started to find people. Class 4 counselor glanced at him. He didn't speak anymore, turned around and went back. Geniuses have privileges, this is a recognized unspoken rule. The class 5 counselor smiled at Sol Luhan, but went back without saying anything. That's the end of the matter. Here. Cheng Jing shook her head and said, an S-level junior talent can be so arrogant, so why don't you be able to do whatever you want unscrupulously in the future? Yang Qi. He said, you guys should do the registration first, I'll go to the dormitory to have a look. Both women nodded. Chapter 27. Teacher's Apartment. As the only university teacher in Linkheng, and all the students who teach are awakened ones. Naturally, their benefits will not be bad. The teacher's dormitory is a standard 2-bedroom and 1 living room, with a kitchen and a bathroom. The area is about 80 square meters. For a 2-bedroom, it seems quite spacious. And not only the home appliances are complete inside. Even the sheets and quilts have been laid. And it's all new. Even the toiletries are all neatly arranged. It is the kind that you can check in directly without carrying your bag. Just like a hotel. So much so that Yang Qi was a little dumbfounded. Why did Li Sha want to sign up with him in the morning? And why did Lu Qingzhou ask him to call after he registered his name just now? Isn't it just that he is worried that he can't handle these daily necessities? After all, talent and intelligence are not linked to self-care ability. But who knew the school could be so caring? But Yang Qi probably also understands why the school would be so caring. Shouldn't a genius just focus on cultivating without distractions? Especially the only peerless genius in history like him. After Yang Qi thought about it, I took photos of these scenes and sent them to Li Sha, so that she could feel at ease. Then he went into a daze. In my impression, there should be a lot of things to do on the first day of school. Making beds and stacking quilts and all kinds of shopping. But now, he just stayed in the hotel, nothing happened. There is also something. His change of clothes and some of the beast soul crystals were still on Lu Qingzhu's cart. I have to bring it. Thinking of this, Yang Qi called Lu Qingzhu. You don't seem to be missing anything. After Lu Qingzhu looked inside and out, he looked like he didn't know what to say. And there was a trace of melancholy in her tone. Because she is ready to help Yang Qi make the bed and fold the quilt today. But now she is completely useless. It seems to be still in use. You can't just throw your clothes in. Fold what needs to be folded and hang what needs to be hung. Let me do it. Lu Qingzhu said, and quickly walked over to squeeze Yang Qi away. Yang Qi, he said casually, it's unnecessary. You helped me fix it today, and I'll mess it up again in a few days. Lu Qingzhu paused and said, then I'll help you fold it then. After she finished speaking, she asked again unintentionally. By the way, you have 2 bedrooms here, right? Yang Qi is naturally aware of the strings. He immediately said, don't even think about living here. The tone is decisive. No way. This lonely man and widow lived together. If something happened to him, he would definitely have to be a married person. How can this be? So he must break Lu Qingzhu's thoughts. Lu Qingzhu paused for a moment, then turned to look at him. He said blankly, why? Afraid that I might influence you to bring those 2 little girls over. It's just a little thing. Dare to bring it over. Are you afraid that you will see or listen to it? Yang Qi shook his head and said, I haven't reached that level with them yet. Lu Qingzhu's expression eased slightly, then why can't I live here? This. Yang Qi thought for a while and said, I hope you can spend more time with our mother. As soon as he came up with this idea, he also found an excuse, a reason. If we both live in the school, then my mother will be left alone at home. So I actually hope that you can go home and live. After all, you can drive and it is convenient to travel. After he finished speaking, he roared in his heart. Thank you for making myself stupid in training this summer and not going to learn a driver's license. Lu Qingzhu looked at him suspiciously. In fact, you can also live at home. I'll just pick you up and drop you off after class. Am I going to become a schoolgirl? Yang Qi shook his head and said. Our courses are different. If this is the case, then you don't have to do anything other than drive every day. Lu Qingzhu glanced at him and said nothing. In fact, she knew that what Yang Qi said were all excuses. Because even if you live at home, it is impossible to go home after class. Just 1 round trip a day is fine. There are no reasons such as the courses are different or there is no need to do anything other than drive. But she thought that Yang Qi wanted to bring a girl over, and she was afraid that she would affect her. So although she was a little depressed, she didn't force it anymore. After all, being an older sister can't affect my younger brother's girlfriend, right? After Lu Qingzhu folded his clothes silently. After all the clothes were folded, she said. In the future, I will come over every Friday at noon, and it happens that I can go home together in the afternoon. Good. Yang Qi responded, and said, Thank you, sister. Need not. Lu Qingzu replied with a cold face. Then he said, I'm going first. Well, goodbye, sister. Yang Qi waved his hand. Lu Qingzu glanced at him, did not respond, and walked directly outside the house. Boom! The door slammed loudly. Yang Qi smiled. There is nothing he can do if he is angry. He is a vigorous young man. How dare you live alone with a god sister who, if you get involved, you must get married. And this sister's mind is still very wrong. Chapter 28. Not long after Lu Qingzu left, Yang Qi also went out. Cheng Su asked him to have lunch. Cheng Su naturally refers to Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan. Their names can indeed be written together. Because they are not only in the same class, but also in the same dormitory. This is no coincidence. It's because the dormitory is basically arranged according to the order of arrival. The two of them signed up together, and then went to the dormitory together. Didn't they just get arranged in a dormitory? After eating, Yang Qi directly used "my sister is looking for me" as an excuse to escape. The two sisters said during dinner that they were going to buy daily necessities later. If he doesn't get out of the way, he must become a porter. And he did have plans for the afternoon. After separating from Cheng Su, Yang Qi went straight to the training hall 1 of the school. As a university full of awakened people, a training hall is definitely not enough. There are 6 training halls in Lingang University. Yang Qi plan in the afternoon is to go to various training halls to step on it. By the way, familiarize yourself with the campus environment. After checking out the 6 training halls, Yang Qi became a little depressed. Without it, too many people. Maybe it was because there was no class on the first day of school. It seemed that the entire Forest City University people were crowded into the training hall. All equipment are full of people. But he was only depressed for a little while. Because he suddenly figured it out when he was about to go back to the dormitory. There are even special arrangements for accommodation. Wouldn't there be a more important training place? It turns out there are. Yang Qi called Tang's Hiking and asked about it. There is no need for SSS level initial talent. As long as they are S-level beginners, they are eligible to use the training room. As for his words, the school even arranged a special training room for him directly. And it's in the 5th training hall, which is the closest to the teacher's apartment. It can't be blamed on Yang Qi's slow response. After all, this is his first time as a privileged person. Many privileged functions are really unexpected to him, and he has to discover them slowly. And actually, even if he doesn't have SSS talent, these privileges are not impossible to enjoy. It's just that it depends on the family background. But now, he is using his own strength. Training Hall 5. After Yang Qi arrived here, the administrator was found and identified. Then he got another key that symbolized privilege. By the way, can I let others use it? Yang Qi asked a question. He thought of Cheng Jing. That girl is an A. Can't use the training room. You can only mix in the lobby. The administrator was taken aback by his question, thought for a while and said, the key is in your hands, and it is your freedom to let anyone use it. Yang Qi nodded and said, isn't this the only key? Give me the others, too. Administrator. He hesitated for a while and said, wait a minute. Then he went back to the management room. When he came out again, he gave Yang Qi 2 more keys. Yang Qi nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he doesn't care how many keys there are. It's not enough to copy it yourself. Etc. Why is there such a consideration as not enough? It's just that the school said that this is his dedicated training room. Then how can there be keys outflow? Put away the keys. Yang Qi found his own dedicated training room, 301. He opened the door directly. Then. That's right. There are people inside. Is there someone in there? What's the situation? My dedicated training room, I haven't even used it myself, but it has already been used by someone else? Certainly. This training room is certainly not the first time. But the past can all pass away. And now that he is bound to the training room, how can he let it be used by others? Who are you? Asterisk 2. While Yang Qi was asking, the girls in the training room also asked. That's right. Inside is a girl. And she is also a clear figure girl. It is the kind that should be big, and that should be thin. Long is also very beautiful. Big-eyed melon-seeded face, slender eyebrows, a bit vixen taste. Are you a freshman this year? The fox spirit looked at Yang Qi with his arms folded. With her figure and this action. A bit dazzling. Yang Qi forcibly retracted his gaze and nodded. Fox spirit smiled, primary boy, this training room is for my exclusive use. In the future, Uncle Zhang will give you the key here, so you can ask him to change it. Yang Qi? He looked confused and said, you special. The fox spirit nodded in affirmation. Yang Qi looked at the 3 keys in his hand. Could it be that the administrator made a mistake in his brain? He glanced at the fox spirit again, and said with a little embarrassment. Sorry to bother you. After speaking, he was ready to go to the administrator. And at this moment, etc. Fox spirit shouted, are you Yang Qi? Yang Qi paused, nodded slightly, how do you know? The fox spirit glanced at him, with a strange expression on his face. She pondered, so this is the special training room that Uncle Zhang gave you. Isn't this room yours? When Yang Qi was about to ask this question, he suddenly realized it. If this is really the special training room for this vixen, then why would she ask such a question? He looked at the vixen, you stole the key. The fox spirit grinned like a fox. I didn't hide it, I stole it. Yang Qi. Chapter 29. Things are not complicated. Li Yaoken, also known as the fox spirit. She thought it was too troublesome to ask the administrator for the key every time she came to the training room. So I made a copy myself. Anyway, the training room is only available to S-level beginners and teachers from the school. An S-level beginner talent. Like Yang Qi this year, there are only 7. And the school teacher. Most of their ranks are not low, and it is very difficult to improve. Plus teaching students is tiring enough. So not many of them come to the training room. To sum up, many training rooms are basically vacant all year round. That's why Li Yaoken has the guts. Also so. She is not an exception. Those senior students basically have their own special training room. Of course, it has to be an S-level beginner talent. And therefore, occasionally someone bumped into the room with the teacher at the school, and it didn't matter much. Because they are all geniuses. He already has the qualifications to use the training room. So the school will at most give a demerit penalty that is not itchy or painful. Yang Qi looked at the 3 keys symbolizing privileges in his hand, and felt that they were awe-inspiring. Here, this is the key that I printed myself. I'll give it to you now, so don't tell Uncle Zhang about it, okay? Li Yaoken said. Yang Qi took the key and nodded. This is almost becoming an unspoken rule recognized by the school. Fang Mo, why should he bother? By the way, elementary school brother, what is your 3S level talent? Can you let me see it? Li Yaoken blinked her eyes and asked. There is a monster. Yang Qi shook his head and said, my mother said that the effect of my talent is a secret, and I can't tell others. Since you dare to demon me. Let's see who has played who. Li Yaoken was obviously taken aback. Then he sighed, that's it. She paused and said, then why don't you talk about the effect, just show it to me? Anyway, you will definitely use it in the future. No problem. Yang Qi nodded briskly. Li Yaoken also smiled. After, Yang Qi threw out a throwing knife casually, and stuck it in the opposite target. Then he looked at Li Yaoken proudly. Li Yaoken? She looked confused. That's it. Yang Qi expression sank. Li Yaoken also realized that she had said something wrong. She hurriedly remedied, "Student, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to underestimate you. It's just that you shoot a throwing knife like this, and I can't see anything." Yang Qi glanced at her sideways and didn't speak. He went to take the throwing knife off the target by himself. Li Yaoken frowned slightly, but quickly restrained herself. She pretended to be helpless and said, "Student, I really don't mean anything else. You are a genius with a 3S level junior talent. I look down on anyone and dare not look down on you. Are you right?" Only then did Yang Qi calm down a little, and he didn't keep his cold face. He looked at Li Yaoken and said, "My talent actually requires shooting people to see its power." Forward. Li Yaoken was taken aback for another moment, and then asked back, "Then I should be able to hide, right? I can't just stand and let you shoot, right?" Yang Qi raised his head slightly, and said proudly, "I want to shoot you, you can't dodge it." Yet, Li Yaoken was disdainful in her heart, but she had a smile on her face. "Then you come and shoot me." Yang Qi held the throwing knife and pointed it at his own face. Then he turned his head to look at her. "Are you ready?" Li Yaoken was even more tired of seeing his deliberately handsome appearance. But she still insisted on a smile on her face. "Get ready, come on." As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Qi swung his hand and drew the knife. There is no sound. The flying knife flashed to Li Yaoken's forehead in an instant. Then it floated there. Li Yaoken looked at the flying knife less than 1 centimeter away from her forehead, feeling cold all over her body. She had no doubts. If Yang Qi is willing at this time, he will definitely die. Hide? How to hide? She didn't know how the flying knife came about. She can't even move now. Ding! After hanging in the air for a while, the flying knife fell to the ground. Li Yaoken finally let go of her heart. Is this the SSS level talent? I am a 5th level awakened person. When facing that rookie who is 1st level, the highest is no more than 2nd level. But he didn't even have a chance to resist. But what kind of talent is this? Li Yaoken's mind was in chaos. Yang Qi secretly smiled in his heart. But the proud expression of "I'm cheating" is still on the face. Did I say it? I'm going to shoot you, and you can't dodge it. Li Yaoken nodded with a wry smile. The talent of 3's level is really powerful. She paused and said, "Can you tell me the name of this talent? Not to mention the effect." Yang Qi hesitated. He is thinking of names. Li Yaoken glanced at him, bit her lip, and walked towards him slowly. She held Yang Qi's arm and shook it. "Primary brother, just tell me, senior sister, please." Hey! Forget about Yang Qi. Even Li Yaoken shuddered. How could she, me, be so disgusting? But the touch is quite real. Chapter 30. Not only Yang Qi, Li Yaoken also has a very real touch. So she subconsciously took half a step back. But it was posted again soon. Moreover, he hugged Yang Qi even tighter and shook Yang Qi's hand. Nai said, "Student, it's just a name, just tell me." Yang Qi moved his hands unconsciously. Li Yaoken's expression froze slightly. But she resisted not moving. "I just gritted my teeth secretly, little BD, you wait for my old lady." Although Yang Qi didn't know what was going on in her heart. But she could feel her stiff body. So he was actually a little puzzled. Knowing the name of one's talent, so what? Is it possible to learn from the past or what? How can I spend so much money? Or do you want to deal with me after you understand it? But it doesn't help if you just know a name. And I didn't even intend to tell you my name. The power of domination. Yang Qi thought of a name. Li Yaoken's eyes lit up when she heard this. As expected of an SSS level talent, even the name is so domineering. Dominant power. It's quite apt. Wasn't he being dominated by life and death just now? And can control the flying knife that has already flown out. It also seems to have a little dominant flavor. So, his talent to control weapons? Or not just weapons? Thinking of this, Li Yaoken asked tentatively. Student, is your talent only able to shoot flying knives? Of course not. Yang Qi had an expression of you underestimate me. Really? Li Yaoken sighed secretly in her heart, my old lady is witty. But what Yang Qi said later made her almost lose control of herself. I can also shoot darts, flying needles, spears. Yang Qi said with a proud face. Li Yaoken hugged his arm tightly. It's almost squeezed out. This time she had no intention of seducing. She just couldn't hold back. She thought that she could just strangle Yang Qi to death. It's a pity that strangling the arm will definitely not kill people. On the contrary, it will become more and more spiritual. Yang Qi activated squeeze gun. Really? Impulsiveness is also a negative state. His body immediately calmed down. Let's just say that this talent is not so serious. Brother, sister, what do you mean by asking, besides weapons, can you control other things? Li Yaoken asked each sentence. She was obviously suppressing her emotions. And it was precisely because she was almost unable to restrain her emotions at this moment. So much so that he directly asked all the guesses in his heart. I forgot to hide my thoughts. Although she is not hiding it, Yang Qi can see it. Manipulation? So do you think my talent is the ability to control weapons? Yang Qi followed her thoughts and said, of course. Li Yaoken immediately asked again, what else can you control? Can you control people? Yang Qi opened his mouth, then closed it again. Li Yaoken's heart also rose, and then fell again. This little BD. She cursed secretly in her heart. Then he shook Yang Qi arm again, good boy, tell sister. Good senior sister, you have used this trick 3 times. Even if I don't press the gun, I can be naturally immune now, right? Is there nothing else? Yang Qi complained in his heart. He also had an unmoved look on his face. Seeing this, Li Yaoken felt a little helpless. She probably also knew that Yang Qi had been able to bear it after using this trick too much. But besides this trick, what other tricks could she use? You can't really sacrifice something, can you? That is completely impossible. It's not that if you know his talent, you can do it yourself. Just to satisfy my curiosity. Yes. Knowing his talent, I can't learn it myself. Why are you so excited? When he takes more shots in the future, the effect of that talent will always be exposed. Why should I? Li Yaoken finally reacted. If you don't say it, don't say it. She shook off Yang Qi's arm and walked straight to the training room. Why don't you stay here? Isn't it embarrassing? She remembered what she had just done. There was even an urge to slap myself. Really bewitched by ghosts. In fact, Li Yaoken was not bewitched by ghosts. It was just that Yang Qi completely unreasonable throwing knife frightened his mind. She didn't know that Yang Qi aimed at the air with the throwing knife. He only felt that Yang Qi could kill him at any time. And some news about Yang Qi is not a secret. Everyone knows that he has only been awakened for 2 months. And being controlled by such a rookie who has only been awakened for 2 months. How could she not be frightened by Yang Qi talent? And under the fright, it is not surprising that she lost her mind for a while. Li Yaoken left suddenly. So much so that Yang Qi couldn't react. Is this the link that went wrong? If I had known earlier, I would not have entered the dramas so deeply. It's okay to talk slowly. The great benefits are gone. Well. Yang Qi sighed. Then he discovered another problem, the throwing knife he shot Li Yaoken was missing. Is this woman so fast? Training outside. Li Yaoken looked at the flying knife in her hand, and soon saw the word Qi on it. This BD, sure enough, Zhong Er is hopeless. Chapter 31. After Li Yaoken left, Yang Qi trained himself. Turn on the press gun. Not because he was shaken and restless. It's the effect of maintaining extreme focus of squeeze the gun. It's not just helpful for meditation practice. It's the same with everything, the more you focus, the more productive you will be. It also includes doing combat training. Otherwise, how is it a plug-in level talent? But there are also disadvantages. When you focus too much on one thing, you tend to ignore other things. It will even reach a level of self-forgetfulness. And even his own are forgotten. Isn't it normal to forget something else? The phone rang. Caller, Tang's hiking. There is a class meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening. Remember to have a class meeting at 7 o'clock in the evening. See you tonight. When Yang Qi saw this name, these words came to Yang Qi mind. There are also his own psychological activities at that time. I don't have amnesia, do I need to emphasize so many times? Yang Qi looked at the time, 1903. A little embarrassing. Hey, Yang Qi, where are you? When the phone was connected, Tang's hiking's unheard voice sounded. I'm sorry, Sister Tang, I'm in the training room. I forgot the time for training. Let's go now. Oh, hurry up then. By the way, the self-study room of our class is in 3 Teaching 601. Yeah, I know, come here. Okay, see you later. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qi ran straight away. How to say? If Tang's hiking blamed him for being late, her tone would be worse. Then he might be rebellious or something. But he was late, but he was still very nice. This made him very embarrassed. Also had to run desperately. Fortunately, he walked around the training hall in the afternoon and knew where Teacher 3 was. 3 Teaching Room 601. When Yang Qi arrived, it was already 1918. Late for class meeting on the first day of school. The impression of holding talents and being proud of things should be indispensable. However, report. Yang Qi stood at the door and shouted. Then, Papa. The applause rang out enthusiastically. Of course Yang Qi was dumbfounded. Podium. After everyone's applause fell, Tang's hiking gave Yang Qi a look and said, come in. Then he said to the students in the audience. I'm not afraid that other people's talents are better than yours, but I'm afraid that people with better talents than you will work harder than you. Even Yang Qi, who has a 3's junior talent, works so hard, do you think you have the right to be lazy? No. The students roared in unison. Yang Qi. He finally understood what was going on. It is certain that when Tang's hiking found out that he was in the training room, she fed everyone a few bowls of chicken soup. And when he came over, he was dripping with sweat. It also confirmed Tang's hiking's chicken soup. A group of young people naturally became excited. This is also 3 things in one fell swoop. Yang Qi maintains a good image of a genius. Tang's hiking fulfilled her duties as a counselor once. The students were inspired once. Good. Since Yang Qi is here, let's go on stage and introduce ourselves, starting with Yang Qi. Tang's hiking gave Yang Qi another look. Yang Qi was not shy either, and went directly to the podium. I'd like to apologize to everyone first. I'm a little bit advanced in training, so I forgot the time, I was late, and I kept everyone waiting. I'm really sorry. He bent slightly. Papa. Everyone applauded again. After the applause, Yang Qi continued, "My name is Yang Qi, the Yang of Yangshu, the Qi of Kikan. I am 18 this year and 19 next year. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Thank you everyone." After speaking, he stepped down. And he was just making a casual joke. But the students in the audience burst into laughter. It's like listening to a very cola cross talk. This is the so-called identity bonus. It's like can cook rice with a rice cooker. This was originally a movement that only needed hands, not even life skills. But put it on some people, that is the performance of versatile. Reality is not realistic, it is very magical. After the students came to the stage one by one and introduced themselves. Although Yang Qi tried his best to remember. But I really don't remember many people. What impresses him the most is, the two girls. Normal men who remember men? One is Luo Xiu and the other is Luo Ting. Why are you impressed? Of course it's because they are beautiful. The looks of these two girls are around 90 points. In terms of facial features alone, Luo Ting is even better. Her facial features are more refined and distinct. But Yang Qi prefers, admires Luo Xiu more. Luo Xiu is better than a white. The skin is like curdled fat. It looks like a bomb can break. As the saying goes, one white covers all ugliness. With Luo Xiu's skin, even with a public face, it is enough to seduce people's hearts. Not to mention she's also pretty. It's like an elf in the snow. After everyone introduces themselves, Tang's Hiking came to the stage and summed up a few words. Then there is the popular selection of Cotter's Link. When Tang's Hiking asked who was running for class president, all eyes were on Yang Qi directly. Even Tang's Hiking looked at Yang Qi and asked. Yang Qi said directly, "I need more time to practice, so I won't run for the position of class leader." Tang's Hiking nodded to express her understanding. And the others were just about to move. Chapter 32. After some intense competition, all the squad officials have taken up their posts for free. The head of the class is Luo Ting, one of the class flowers. With an overwhelming majority of votes, she beat the other three competitors and won the position of monitor. And the second-in-command deputy squad leader is a boy. In order to facilitate management, one male and one female are necessary. This boy is also an acquaintance of Yang Qi. The first person in his life who took the initiative to ask him for his contact information, Li Chao. It was at the graduation ceremony of the No. 1 middle school that Sol Luhan ran away the A-level junior talent. After selecting the class cadres, Tang's Hiking talked about everyone's itinerary for tomorrow. 9 a.m. Receiving and distributing teaching materials. 3 p.m. Arrival ceremony for new students in the playground. Then from the day after tomorrow, the class will be officially attended according to the schedule. Universities in the new Yuan era did not have military training. But there is battle training. It's a practical training course. From freshman to senior year, no matter what major you choose, 2 sessions a week are essential. And don't look at just 2 sessions a week. This is already considered super strength. Just a few words will prove it. The actual combat training sessions are always accompanied by a school doctor. Don't ask, it means, died. After all the precautions are finished, Tang's Hiking announced their dissolution. But she named Yang Qi and asked him to stay. The school intends to ask you to be a freshman representative to give a speech on stage, are you willing? Before Yang Qi could respond, Tang's Hiking added another sentence. The speech is prepared, you don't have to write it yourself. Yang Qi paused. He was about to say no. Because he is not short of this opportunity to show off. But if the speech is prepared, then he has the idea of going on stage. Can. Yang Qi nodded in response. Tang's Hiking's phrase "the speech is prepared." It reminded him of the experience of being forced into ears in the audience every time there was a conference. So, Instead of being RD in the audience, why not just give a speech by yourself? Then I'll give you the manuscript tomorrow morning. Tang's Hiking said. Yang Qi nodded again. In fact, it does not matter whether there is a speech or not. Because he didn't intend to follow the script. On the way back to the dormitory, Yang Qi's cell phone rang. Is a message. Student Yang Qi, I'm class monitor Luo Ting, this is my number, please save it. Very formal tone. And it's not surprising that the monitor asks the students to save their numbers. Yang Qi replied, okay. After a while, Luo Ting wrote again. By the way, you said on stage that you don't have a girlfriend yet. Is it true? If it's true, how about I be your girlfriend? Hee. Is this a confession message? No. This is a temptation. Yang Qi replied directly, it's not very good. In fact, if there is no hee in the back, then Yang Qi might not reply so directly. Because that shows that this girl is direct enough and courageous enough. Coupled with her good looks, Yang Qi doesn't mind giving her a chance to pursue herself. But the hee behind her. It seems a bit contrived. This is why Yang Qi said she was testing. Hee means informal. So this is actually Luo Ting leaving a way out for herself. I was actually joking. Really? Luo Ting, just kidding, why are you so serious? Could it be that you already have a girlfriend? The latter sentence is obviously still a test. Yang Qi replied, can feelings be used as a joke? Do you know why I say it's not good? You asked if you could be my girlfriend when we met for the first time. I think you are not serious. In a girl's dormitory. Luo Ting stared at the message sent by Yang Qi, and was stunned. I'm not serious. Are you kidding me? Didn't I post hee? Is it not serious to make a joke? She's almost Spartan. But then she reflected on Yang Qi performance today. Go to training on the first day of school, even training until I forget the time. I solemnly apologize to everyone for being late. Self-introduction is also very earthy, the poplar of the poplar, the beginning of departure. Such a person does seem to be a bit like that kind of old antique. Thinking of this, Luo Ting couldn't laugh or cry. Her first attack was undoubtedly a failure. And it was a complete failure. But the ghost knows that there are people with such a rigid personality these days? Luo Ting thought for a while, and sent another message. Wow! Are you a person who traveled through the last century? Just kidding, and I'm not serious. Forget it, let you think about it, and I won't joke with you again in the future. This trick is called playing hard to get. People with old-fashioned personalities must love to be true. I want to talk to people about everything. So the phrase whatever you think is her killer. Come on, argue with me. But after Luo Ting sent out the message. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. Until more than half an hour later. She was almost asleep. Yang Qi finally sent another letter. And there is only one word, okay. Snapped. Luo Ting couldn't hold back anymore, and dropped the phone directly. A hole. Chapter 33. Yang Qi took a shower and replied okay. Then he threw the phone aside and meditated. Naturally, it is the kind that adds beast soul crystals. He added 5 times. That is 10 pieces. Nothing else, just to round it up. Of course, this is also an equilibrium value he measured. Absorb about 10 beast soul crystals every day. With his current training volume, he can probably digest it all. But 11 or 12, certainly not a big problem. So there is nothing wrong with him doing it for rounding up. And with the amount of 10 per day. If nothing else. In less than a month, he can break through to the 3rd level. At this speed, except for Yang Qi who has opened up Krypton Gold, it is impossible for anyone else to be able to do it. What will the 3rd talent be? perspective, headshot, or lock blood? It is best to directly lock the blood. Then you can go surfing as you please. With this good wish, Yang Qi fell asleep. The next day, after Yang Qi got up, he went directly to the training hall. The 2-month cultivation maniac mode of summer vacation let his work and rest time become very regular and healthy. He didn't plan to change, and he planned to keep working hard. After all, he knew that he would become an invincible existence in the future. If you still go to lie down, touch fish, etc., isn't that a disease of the brain? Of course, working hard and making yourself truly invincible as soon as possible is the kingly way. When the time comes, you can lie down when you want, and touch what you want, isn't it uncomfortable? Yang Qi gets up at 6 o'clock. Afraid of delaying things, he specially adjusted the alarm clock. At 8 o'clock, the alarm clock rang, and he finished his morning exercise. Then I went to the cafeteria and had breakfast. Then I went back to the dormitory and took a shower. At 8:55, he stepped into the study room. In the study room, everyone has basically arrived. Tang's Hiking was already standing at the podium. Yang Qi glanced after entering the study room, and found a nice empty seat. Is there no one here? Yang Qi asked politely. Then he sat down. Without. Luo Xiu opened his lips slightly, looking dull. It's fine if no one is there. Yang Qi said something. Luo Xiu closed his mouth, bowed his head and was speechless. She murmured in her heart, is there anyone? Why don't you all sit down? Many people saw this scene. But most people just secretly admire Yang Qi courage. After all, the place next to Luo Banhua is empty there. But only Yang Qi went over and sat down so directly. And a small number of people, especially someone, but secretly gritted his teeth, also said that I am not serious. How about you? Sitting with a girl without avoiding suspicion, is this something that a decent person can do? Yang Qi, this is the speech of today's freshman representative. You should read it several times. Although it is not required to complete the speech, you must read it as fluently as possible, otherwise you will be ashamed. Tang's Hiking said, and handed the speech to Yang Qi. Yang Qi nodded and took the speech. Tang's Hiking's voice was not low when she spoke, and everyone heard it. Someone asked loudly, Sister Tang, is the freshman representative Yang Qi? Without Tang's Hiking answering, someone replied. Aren't you talking nonsense? Brother Qi is not a freshman representative, so who else is qualified to represent us? I didn't ask you again, how much do you? All right. Tang's Hiking said in time, go and get some textbooks with the class monitor. Luo Ting also got up and said, is there anyone willing to follow me to get the textbook? I do. I do. A group of boys shouted. It seems that Luo Ting is asking who is willing to marry her. And Luo Ting smiled when she saw so many people responding to her. She also glanced towards Yang Qi inadvertently. But after this glance, the smile on the corner of her mouth was instantly withdrawn. Because she was catching a glimpse of what Yang Qi was saying to Luo Xiu. Say don't respond to her to move the book. Didn't even look at her. Let's go. With a cold face, Luo Ting turned around and walked outside the classroom. But her sudden face change made a group of beasts, a group of boys confused. Goddess, what's wrong? Wasn't it fine just now? And smiley faces. Why are you suddenly angry again now? Alas, the goddess temper is really hard to figure out. Or hurry to move the book. Maybe if I move a little more books, the goddess will smile again? The goddess looks so pretty when she smiles. Many boys thought so and left the classroom one after another. Here. What do you think is the biggest difference between Wang Zhongcheng and Lin Cheng? Yang Qi asked. Wang Zhongcheng is one of the auxiliary cities of Linkheng. Luo Xiu is from Zhongcheng. There are 4 people in her family. In addition to parents, there is also a sister. None of them are awakened. My sister is already married. That's all for now. It's really not that Yang Qi is good at flirting. The main reason is that this girl is honest. What to ask and what to answer. And this is actually because of Yang Qi status bonus. Let another girl sit here. It is estimated that Yang Qi asked and answered. And even rushed to answer. Because Luo Xiyu didn't rush to answer. That's why Yang Qi felt that she was honest. Chapter 34. Ling Kong is bigger than Wang Zhongcheng. Much bigger. After thinking for a while, Luo Xiyu gave such an answer. Nothing wrong. The auxiliary city is the production base. Naturally, it is smaller than the main city, which is complete in all aspects, much smaller. Did you awaken naturally? Yang Qi asked again. Luo Xiyu responded. When did you wake up? During my sophomore year. What level is the talent? Class A. What level is it now? Tier 2. The 2 of them just asked and answered. The main Yang Qi is also free. It's okay to sit here, I can only chat with my sister. After a while, Luo Ting led a group of human laborers back. Then Tang Ji counted out several squad officers and sent a letter to everyone. Here. Yang Qi was still chatting with Luo Xiyu. Then there was a sudden pop, interrupting the 2 of them. Then there was another pop. This is Luo Ting distributing books to the 2 of them. She threw it very heavily, so it made a snap sound. Yang Qi looked up at her. Luo Ting looked at him not to be outdone. The 2 looked at each other for a while. Yang Qi smiled suddenly. He thinks this girl is interesting. It seems that she is not the kind of woman he thought. Yang Qi read her message last night and thought she was the kind of woman who wanted to use herself to be in power. To put it bluntly, BCH. But a BCH should not do this kind of behavior that angers the target. Because they have a purpose. Until the goal is achieved, you will definitely restrain your emotions. Avoid fetching water from a bamboo basket. So they will only please the target. But now Luo Ting is more like courtship is not enough but hatred. This is the psychology of normal people. Certainly. It is not ruled out that she has a high rank and deliberately behaved like this in order to arouse Yang Qi desire to conquer. But that's okay too. Because Yang Qi has always liked to be passive and has no desire to conquer. If you want to be naughty, then be naughty. There are thousands of girls in the world. Why do you have to find something difficult? Diamond-studded? He is not Wei Xiaobao, whoever is hard to chase and love. Good people don't do it, they have to be dog lickers. Isn't that cheap? Here. Luo Ting was stunned when she saw Yang Qi suddenly laughing. Then he said with a straight face, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Qi said casually, "I'm laughing that you look good looking, so beautiful to me." Luo Ting was taken aback again. Then he said, "Boring." Then he blushed and walked away. The little girl is full of posture. Luo Xiyu on the side looked at her, then at Yang Qi, then lowered her head. Yang Qi noticed this scene, leaned close to her ear and whispered something. "You look better, and you are as beautiful as me." Luo Xiyu paused. Then he gave him a blank look, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. After another period of time. The book is out. Tang's hiking reminded everyone that the entrance ceremony for new students will be held at 3 p.m. Then they announced their dissolution. Yang Qi was about to take the books back to the dormitory. But suddenly a person walked into the classroom. And he asked aloud directly. "Who is Yang Qi?" Yang Qi raised his hand and said, "Me." In fact, even if he didn't say anything, people would know. Because everyone looked directly at him. Some people are concerned about the eyes. Some people are waiting to see a good show. Because it is obvious, the comer is not good. The man looked at Yang Qi and said, "Are you Yang Qi? I heard that you have a three's talent, I think." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Qi directly threw out the knife. The flying knife was nowhere to be found. But it directly cut off a bunch of hair on the top of the visitor's head. He also cut all the words behind him in his stomach. Although the visitor didn't pee, his legs were shaking. There was also silence in the classroom. Obviously, some of you still haven't come to your senses. Yang Qi picked up the book and said, "Everyone can help me spread the word, just say three's talent, not everyone can see it. Thank you." After speaking, he walked out of the classroom with the book in his arms. And he just went out when he heard a scream from behind. "How handsome!" Then there were several roars. "Damn it, what kind of talent is this shit, has anyone understood it? Maid! Isn't this too handsome? Damn it, it's really bullshit." Yang Qi raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, no one can refuse the joy of pretending. But he is not just for pretending. It's just that if he sets up a time and place with that person in a long-winded manner, then we can discuss it or something. Then he probably won't have to do anything else in the future. Every day someone would come to your door. Because in the eyes of others, although SSS level talent is strong, Yang Qi is weak. He has only been awake for 2 months. It's a second-order awakened person. Don't look for an opportunity to discuss now. Should we wait for him to grow up? So in the actual implementation stage, people who will come to Yang Qi to discuss, they're the kind of people who want to take advantage. And anyone who is a bit aggressive will not come to him now. It's shameful to lose, and it's useless to win. In fact, Yang Qi has long been looking forward to having such a warrior who will let him act like this. To frighten Xiao Xiao. After today, strong enemies may be attracted. But it will definitely save a lot of trouble. And next? Just waiting for a stronger warrior to let him pretend, to challenge him. Chapter 35. After Yang Qi put the book back in the dormitory, "I am preparing to go to the training room to practice while I am free. But I received a call from Sol Luhan. Invite him to lunch." It was Sol Luhan who made the call, but the meal was eaten by the three of them. Cheng Jing is also there. And when they sat down for dinner, the two of them sat together directly. Yang Qi sat across from them alone. "This. Don't you need to hide it anymore? Dumb, I heard that you are very majestic today." Sol Luhan said teasingly. It was the first time for an SSS level junior talent to make a move, and the news naturally spread quickly. I saw Yang Qi raised his hand slightly, and a flying knife fell from the sky, directly cutting off a strand of the challenger's hair. As for the dozens of awakened people present, none of them knew where the throwing knife came from, nor did they know why Yang Qi could control it so finely. Everyone can only sigh and say, "SSS level talent, so terrifying." Cheng Jing looked at the phone and read with emotion. She was reading posts on campus forums. "Haha." Sol Luhan on the side laughed out loud. "Who wrote this?" "He said it fell from the sky, and he said he didn't know where it came from." "Are you out of your mind?" Yang Qi shrugged and said nothing. In fact, this paragraph is just a little bit too heavy on the style of writing. However, there is nothing wrong with the description of the scene at that time. People who don't know the effect of self-aiming really can't understand his shots. Didn't it just fall from the sky, and come from nowhere? Cheng Jing said, "It's because you are stupid and can't understand. Falling from the sky just describes the sudden appearance of the flying knife, not to say that the flying knife really fell from the sky." Sol Luhan stared. "Who is stupid?" Obviously he wrote it in a muddle. Cheng Jing glanced at her. "Where did people write so confusedly? The sky is so big, can you know where everything that falls from the sky comes from? It is said that it fell from the sky, so of course it came from the sky." The two of them started again. Yang Qi ate in silence. Today's dish is a bit sour. Yang Qi. A voice sounded. Yang Qi looked up. Cheng Sui also stopped, the quarrel stopped. Li Chuan? What are you doing here? It was Sol Luhan who spoke. Her expression was unusually tense. Because this Li Chuan can be said to be her old enemy. Yang Qi also knew him, another S-level junior talent in Linkheng No. 1 middle school. Li Chuan is not tall, and he is less than 1.7 meters by visual inspection. But he's still pretty handsome. And the aura is very strong, maybe 1.8 meters. To sum up, he is a short and handsome guy who looks like a drag. Li Chuan is really attractive. Sol Luhan talked to him. He didn't even look at Sol Luhan, but just stared at Yang Qi and said, "When are you free?" Forward. Yang Qi looked at him. "Sorry, I don't date men." Puff. As soon as he said this, Sol Luhan, who had an angry expression on his face, laughed outright. Cheng Jing also tilted her head and started laughing. The classmates who heard their conversation next to them also shrugged wildly. Li Chuan, who was rejected, had a face full of frost. But he is obviously not an ordinary rotten fish and smelly shrimp. There are rumors in the No. 1 middle school that you are a fool. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that it is true. Can't I hear it even if I ask you to discuss it? Yang Qi raised his eyebrows. But before he could speak, Sol Luhan on the opposite side had already stood up. Li Chuan, are you embarrassed? You are already a fourth-order awakener, and Yang Qi has only been awakened for 2 months. What kind of skill do you have to seek advice from him? Come with me if you have the guts. Yang Qi. No. What about his previous sentence? If he says I'm a fool, why don't you respond for me? Li Chuan finally glanced at Sol Luhan. In the 3 years of high school, we competed 12 times, and you lost 12 times. Don't you think you can't beat me enough? You. Sol Luhan blushed and pointed at Li Chuan, but was too angry to speak. Cheng Jing on the side quickly patted her on the back. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Yang Qi. Li Chuan sneered, and then looked at Yang Qi again. Don't say I bully you, I don't need to. Yang Qi interrupted, don't take the time to find a place or anything, just start. I'm going to shoot your left shoulder next, are you ready? Li Chuan was taken aback. Then the smile on his face got even worse, a mocking smile. Relieved, Sol Luhan said nervously. Dumb, don't compare yourself to him. He has an SS-level talent for space movement, you can't beat him at all. So it's no wonder that she lost 12 of the 12 competitions. Space movement talents, if there is no restraint from control talents, then they are really invincible in duels. Only he hits you, not you hit him. So it's no wonder that Li Chuan has become like this. But it's a pity. No matter how talented you are, don't compare yourself to those who cheat. Yang Qi took a look at Sol Luhan and smiled, look, brother will avenge you. Then he looked at Li Chuan again, and said lightly, left shoulder. After. Raise your hand. Knife out. Bark. The flying knife directly inserted into Li Quan's left shoulder without reason. Dropped from the sky, but I don't know where it came from. Sol Luhan muttered to himself. And Li Chuan on the opposite side was also stunned at this time. But it didn't take long for him to be stunned. Yang Qi spoke again, this time it's the right shoulder. Li Chuan almost subconsciously used his talent and dodged to the side. But it didn't work. Bark. The flying knife entered the meat again. Left leg. Bark. Right leg. Bark. The whole cafeteria was silent. Chapter 36. Li Chuan lay motionless on the ground. And actually, the shoulders and legs are not important parts. As a fourth-level awakened person, with this little injury, he drew his sword and was able to run immediately. You don't even have to draw a knife. But Li Chuan seemed to be dead. He is indeed dead. But it's not physical death, but social death. Niu Bai coaxed over to find others to discuss. In the end, he was coaxed by others and shot into a stupid beep. How could Li Chuan, who had been regarded as a genius since he was a child and had never met an opponent among his peers, have the face to face others? So he can only pretend to be dead. If anyone is free, help carry it to the infirmary. Yang Qi said something casually, and then sat down again. Pretend doesn't care about being full. So we still have to eat. Of course, his attitude of continuing to eat calmly after the pricking was done is undoubtedly more pretended. Anyway, the people in the cafeteria were all staring at him blankly. Also including Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan, who are opposite him. For a long time. It should be a certain teacher came back to God. Why are you all standing there in a daze? Someone help me and send him to the infirmary. The noise in the cafeteria has just resumed. No one came to find Yang Qi. Because when Li Chuan came forward and said that he wanted to compete, everyone heard it. And as long as it is determined that the two sides are voluntary to learn from each other, let alone stabbing 4 times, even directly stabbing to death, Yang Qi is not responsible. Stay dumb, you. Cheng Jing had an expression of not knowing what to say. In fact, during the 2 months of summer vacation, she has always noticed some changes in Yang Qi. But it's definitely not a bad thing to stop being dumb. And out of the idea of this is good, she didn't feel that Yang Qi had changed much. She didn't take it seriously either. But Yang Qi actions today completely subverted the image in her heart. So she suddenly had a feeling that she didn't know Yang Qi anymore. On the other hand, Sol Luhan didn't feel as deeply as she did. After all, Sol Luhan hasn't been at the same table with Yang Qi for 6 years. She has only one thought now: dumb is so handsome. Dumb? No. Brother Qi. Thank you for avenging me. From now on, you will be my brother. No. From now on, you will be my man. Yang Qi. This brain twitch is a normal state. So Yang Qi ignored her. Instead, he looked at Cheng Jing. Don't think about it so much, I'm your dumbass. Cheng Jing looked at him for a while, then smiled. She nodded in response, yet. In fact, if the image is not image, it is not so important. If you really like someone, then even if he turns into a ghost, you are willing to die. After that, the 3 continued to eat. And after eating, Yang Qi took them to the training room. Mainly because of Cheng Jing. Training Hall 5, Room 301. This is my dedicated training room. Jing, you can come here directly when you want to train in the future. Yang Qi said, and handed Cheng Jing a key. What about mine? Sol Luhan on the side stretched out his hand. Yang Qi explained, you are an S-level beginner talent, you can apply for the training room by yourself, just ask the administrator to get the key. I know. Sol Luhan said something, but still stretched out his hand. Yang Qi glanced at her and handed her a key. But he said in a bad manner, there is a separate training room that is not used, and 3 people can use one room. Isn't it too crowded? Sol Luhan also glanced at him, I don't need it, but you have to give it. Yang Qi. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang suddenly. Caller, Sister Lan. That is his cousin Yang Lan. Yang Lan teaches at Forest City University. Although she is only 26 years old, her position is not low. After all, she is the daughter of the city lord. And she called Yang Qi at this time. Needless to say, it must be because of the matter between Yang Qi and Li Chuan just now. My younger brother had a conflict with others and was bleeding. It's normal to call and ask. However, this is just Yang Qi wishful thinking. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Lan's voice sounded scolding. Yang Qi. What's the matter with you? It's just the beginning of school, and you hurt people like that. Yang Qi was a little confused. This was a direct question, which made him have the urge to hang up the phone directly. He held back his anger, and said in a cold tone, "How bad is the injury? Have you gone to see it?" Over the phone. After Yang Lan paused, he spoke again. "I haven't seen the wounded man himself, but I've seen pictures of the wounded man. He has 4 knives stuck in his body, bleeding all over the place. What enmity do you have with him?" "Ah!" Yang Qi laughed angrily, "That man is a 4th-order awakened person. The wounds are on his shoulders and legs. Apart from looking a little miserable, nothing will happen." There was silence on the phone. Obviously, Yang Lan also realized something. Yang Qi continued, "I know, last time I asked you what would be the punishment for accidentally killing someone, so that you overreacted. As long as you know." Yang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could say this, Yang Qi's voice sounded again. "But after discovering something, instead of investigating to understand it, but following what others say, adding your own self-righteous thoughts, and then directly characterizing the matter. As a university teacher, don't you have any rational thinking? If you are like this about other things, let alone going to the battlefield, even being a teacher is misleading your children." After saying this, Yang Qi hung up the phone directly. Chapter 37. Beep, beep, beep. Listen to the busy tone coming from the phone. Yang Lan became a little dazed. "Don't pay too much attention to it. You're usually not such an impulsive person. You just care too much about him. He doesn't know this, so he speaks so much." A soft voice comforted her. It would be a surprise if Yang Qi was here. Because he knew the speaker. It was Tang's Hiking, the counselor of their class. Yang Lan recovered. "What he said is not too much. Many times I am indeed a little emotional. This is a fatal flaw on the battlefield." As she said that, she shook her head with a wry smile, "So maybe I'm really not suitable for the battlefield." Tang's Hiking glanced at her and didn't persuade her anymore. After all, not going to the battlefield is actually a good thing. Yang Lan guessed what she was thinking, and sighed. "You don't want me to go to the battlefield, do you?" "But I'm not reconciled." Tang's Hiking said softly, "If you have the chance, I won't stop you." Yang Lan finally smiled when she heard the words. The two looked at each other, and then slowly leaned against each other. "Here." Yang Qi looked at the two Chengsu who were leaning together, and his expression became a little strange. "Here's the thing. They're all in the training room." Yang Qi naturally followed the trend and began to practice. And Chengsu didn't leave, they just watched from the side. Now it's time to feel sleepy at noon. The two fell asleep watching. They slept in the corner next to each other as pillows. The picture looks very harmonious. The harmony made Yang Qi feel like I should be under the car, not here. Tangerine fragrance. In fact, if Yang Qi can see another picture, he should already know what it means for a little orange to see a big orange. After all, it's just a figment of his bad taste. And that's the real thing. Big orange is set. Everyone wake up. Yang Qi reached out and tapped the foreheads of the two girls. Both girls opened their eyes blankly. Yang Qi said, "It's past 2 o'clock now, I want to go back and take a shower. At 3 p.m., there will be an orientation ceremony for new students. He's also going to give a speech. Naturally, I have to go back and sort it out. Boys still need to pay attention to personal image management. Especially single boys. Then you just go back, why wake us up?" Sol Luhan pouted and complained. Yang Qi was annoyed. "Then you go on sleeping." After speaking, he turned around to leave. "Alas, I was wrong." Sol Luhan quickly grabbed his hand, and said in a coquettish tone, "Didn't you get enough sleep?" "Hey!" Cheng Jing on the side shivered exaggeratedly, "Sol Luhan, you disgust me." Sol Luhan ignored her and just looked at Yang Qi helplessly. Yang Qi said helplessly, "What's the use of dragging me because you haven't slept enough? Can I hold you and sleep again?" "Okay." Sol Luhan immediately responded, and reached out for a hug. Yang Qi. Cheng Jing. Such Sol Luhan is actually somewhat rare. She had always been a little bully before. Although restrained in front of Yang Qi. But it's rare to be so coquettish. Maybe it's not because of Yang Qi, but because of Cheng Jing. Actually speaking, before she and Yang Qi, they were more than friends and less than lovers. And it's mostly friends. Yang Qi thought this was the reason they always had a threesome. As a result, the personal relationship failed to develop. But now it seems that it is obviously not the case. The real reason is, Yang Qi never really conquered Sol Luhan. Until today. Sol Luhan's transformation began after Yang Qi stabbed Li Chuan 4 times in the cafeteria at noon. Otherwise, when she asked Yang Qi for the key before, it was unlikely that she would say something like, "I don't need it, but you have to give it to me." Instead, reach out and grab it. Even now, I don't see Yang Qi getting angry. Started to act coquettishly. Not to mention completely ignoring Cheng Jing when she said she was disgusting. All in all, this girl really regards Yang Qi as her man now. Yang Qi saw her delicate appearance stretching out her hand to hug her, and his heart moved slightly. He leaned over and hugged Sol Luhan. This girl let go of her a little overlord airs. How could he bear to turn a blind eye? Sol Luhan's needs were met, and he laughed out loud. "Okay." Yang Qi patted her butt, "Hurry up and come down, I have to give a speech in the afternoon, and if I don't run out of time, I won't be in time." "Oh." Sol Luhan responded obediently and got off him. I have to say that it feels really good for the little overlord to become smaller and obedient. Especially Yang Qi knows that she will still be that little overlord to others. This further satisfied his vanity. "Your cuteness is only for me, and it is still as fierce as fire outside. Who doesn't like such a girl?" Snort. A cold snort sounded. This was naturally sent by Cheng Jing. You, the lively, lovely and considerate desk mate, is also a man's dream." Yang Qi wasn't bothered either. Pulling Cheng Jing, while holding her in his arms, he also imprinted a mouthful on her forehead. "Yeah. I want it too." Sol Luhan shouted again. Yang Qi paused. Then he flashed to the door of the training room, opened the door and left. Wenro Township is a tomb of heroes. Women really only affect the speed of drawing the knife. Chapter 38. Yang Qi hurried to catch up slowly. Finally, I arrived at the playground where the ceremony was going to start before 3 o'clock. The playground is huge. But there are not many people. There are only 18 classes of freshmen in Linköping University this year. There are only 50 people in each class. Add up barely over 1,000. But these 1,000 people are all beginner talents above B level. It may be an exaggeration to say that everyone is a genius. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with saying that everyone is an elite. The queue for Class 1 is the first in the front row. Yang Qi saw it at a glance. He walked over there. And when he walked all the way in the student phalanx, many people pointed at him. "Look! That's Yang Qi from Class 1, right? He's really handsome. I think his talent is more handsome. Did you watch the video in the cafeteria at noon? If you say it hits, you hit it. The guy named Li Chuan was shot stupid. I saw it too. The point is that Li Chuan also has a talent that can move in space, but it's completely useless, and he can't dodge Yang Qi attack at all. Hey, did you know? Someone broke the news, saying that Yang Qi talent is called Power of Dominance, and he can directly control all weapons. The Power of Domination? This name sounds really domineering, and it is indeed an SSS level talent. I think that's fake. Yang Qi talent obviously has the power of space. What does it have to do with controlling weapons? Who said that the talent for manipulating weapons can't have the power of space? The SSS level talent has a few more effects. What's the problem? Exactly. Only a few SSS level talents have appeared in history. Who knows what effect it will have? By the way, I heard that Yang Qi throwing knife was specially made to match his talents. There is a word Qi engraved on it, and someone is buying it at a high price. Do you want to reverse the effect of Yang Qi talent based on the flying knife? Definitely. With Yang Qi's strength, he will definitely participate in the school's martial arts competition in the future. Of course they want to know the effect of his talent. I hope that the effect of Yang Qi talent can be kept secret for a longer period of time. In this way, he will have an advantage when he participates in the 9-Town Student Union Martial Arts Competition, or even the World Student Union Martial Arts Competition. Don't even think about it. He just awakened 2 months ago, and he may still have a chance to participate in the 9 cities martial arts, but the world's martial arts, those perverts all started at the 6th level. He has practiced for 4 years, can he reach the 6th level? Indeed. Although the rank is not equal to the actual combat power, if the rank gap is too large, then the SSS level talent may not be able to make up for it. I think Yang Qi may not have the opportunity to go to the world to fight martial arts. He has only been awakened for 2 months, and he has crushed a 4th level S-level beginner talent, who still has the talent for space displacement. How far can it grow? That's true. But then again, this. Hello? Hello. Okay, stop talking, the ceremony is about to begin. The square fell silent. Summit stage. After someone tried the microphone, the teacher who presided over the ceremony took the stage. Students, please be quiet. I announce that the entrance ceremony for the 121st year freshmen of Linkheng University is now officially started. The first item of the ceremony is to play the school song. Deng deng deng. Refresh everyone with a piece of music. The host teacher directly started the introduction of the glorious history of the campus, which lasted for more than half an hour. Then, Yang Lan, the director of the Political and Educational Office, was invited to conduct a half-hour publicity on the school regulations. Then, Tang Hiking, the leader of the first-year counselor, was invited to feed everyone chicken soup for half an hour. At this time, the students have been standing on the playground for more than an hour. Yang Qi felt that he must have been scolded. He didn't believe that no one greeted Yang Lan's relatives and friends. Anyway, if it weren't for the latter two, he knew people. He must have fired. But now there is no way, he can only hold back. Next, Yang Qi, the student representative, will be invited to give a speech. Everyone applauds. There was applause from the audience. But no matter how you listen to it, there is a feeling of weakness. Yang Qi trotted onto the summit platform. When passing by Tang Hiking asked, "Where's your manuscript?" "Need not." Yang Qi said something casually, and then ran to the center of the summit platform. He stood on the stage, glanced at the students under the stage, and then said suddenly, "This concludes my speech, thank you." After speaking, he jumped off the summit platform and ran back to the class queue. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Then there was warm applause resounding like the sky. "Papa!" All the students were applauding in a desperate posture. Then there was a roar in unison. "Yang Qi cow beep!" Summit stage. The participating teachers who sat in various positions all looked at each other in blank dismay. Yang Lan stared fiercely in Yang Qi direction. Then he said apologetically to an old man in the middle of the seat, "Principal Su, I'm sorry, my younger brother, is really naughty." "My brother, naughty?" With just these 5 words, this matter has actually been resolved. And that headmaster Su shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't say he is the young master of your Yang family, but with his own SSS level talent, as long as he doesn't blow up the school, I can't do anything about him. After speaking, he got up and walked towards the center of the summit platform. Everyone be quiet, I am Su Guangqing, the president of Linkheng University. Although the students were all injected with chicken blood by Yang Qi at the moment. But after hearing the headmaster's name, they all calmed down. The playground was finally quiet again. Su Guangqing spoke again. This is the end of my speech, everyone is free to disband. The already quiet playground became even quieter for some reason. After a few seconds. Long live the principal. Chapter 39. After this President Su made a move to follow the trend. Not only did it eliminate the negative impact of Yang Qi actions, after all, even his principal followed suit, who can say that Yang Qi actions were wrong. It also increased his own prestige among the students. Which student doesn't like such an enlightened principal? What's more, he sold Yang Lan's face. Not only did he not pursue Yang Qi responsibility, he even gave Yang Qi a hand. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Ginger is indeed old and spicy. Yang Qi sighed secretly. When he was following the flow of people and preparing to retreat, his cell phone rang suddenly. Caller, Sister Lan. In fact, Yang Qi still has a little resentment towards her. But she is a cousin after all. We can't just break up with each other like this, can we? And don't look at the monk's face to see the Buddha's face. The uncle gave him 200 beast soul crystals. So he got on the phone anyway. But he maintained a cold tone, expressing that he was still angry. Hello? What's the matter? On the other side of the phone, Yang Lan paused and said. I'm not angry when you scold me for misleading my son, are you still angry? Yang Qi said lightly, I'm not scolding, but talking about things. All right. Yang Lan sighed, then shall I apologize to the head office? I shouldn't have called you to question you without knowing the facts. I'm sorry, my good brother, can you forgive me? Yang Qi agreed, and his tone returned to normal just now, let's get down to business. It's business, right? Humph. Yang Lan sneered. At the freshman's entrance ceremony, you gave a speech as a student representative, but you didn't say it according to the script, and you just said that the speech was over. Do you think this is cool? Do you know how bad this influence is? I think it's pretty cool. Yang Qi said solemnly, as for the bad influence I have brought, I am willing to take responsibility for it and accept all punishments from the school, including expulsion and dismissal. If necessary, I can pack things up tonight. Okay. I admit that I can't do anything about you, I admit defeat. Yang Lan said helplessly. But your matter is indeed the influence of Principal Su who helped you eliminate it, so I plan to treat him to a meal, and you also come to the bar to toast and apologize. This is business. But Yang Qi still teased, what? Our Yang family has to sell him the face of a small principal in Linkheng. Yang Lan naturally heard that he was joking. She said directly, I'll wait for you at the summit, come here quickly. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Yang Qi also put away his mobile phone and walked towards the summit platform. But he hadn't waited for him to reach the summit. Then he saw Yang Lan who was also walking towards him, and Tang's hiking? Sister Tang, Sister Lan. Yang Qi greeted him. He called outside first, and then called inside. Both of them nodded. Then Yang Lan pointed to the direction Yang Qi came from and said, my car is over there. Yang Qi. He was a little speechless, then you call me over? Can't you just ask me to wait over there? Yang Lan said casually, forgot. Yang Qi rolled his eyes. Then he asked again, is Miss Tang going too? The siblings invited Su Guangqing, the principal, to dinner. And Tang's hiking, the counselor team leader. To be honest, qualifications are not enough. Unless Tang's hiking was on their side. But Yang Qi doesn't know how to count. So he simply asked. Right. After Yang Lan responded, she paused and said. Hiking and I have been classmates since high school, and then stayed at Linda University to teach together. We have known each other for more than 10 years. She is my best friend. The woman's mouth. Yang Qi nodded and didn't struggle anymore. Then he seemed to remember something again, and said. Then Sister Tang, did you already know that Sister Lan is my cousin? As soon as he said this, the three of them were stunned. Sister Tang, cousin. Call me Sisters Hiking, lest you get confused. Tang's Hiking said something with a smile, then nodded and said, I did know you a long time ago. So my dormitory was prepared by you, Sisters Hiking. Yang Qi thought about it. Tang's Hiking nodded again. Then, as if thinking of something, he added, Lan Lan asked me to clean it up for you. Yang Qi glanced at Yang Lan. Although not much contact. But he also knew that this cousin was a typical male woman. How is it possible to be so careful that even the toiletries are prepared? That must have been done by Tang's Hiking herself. He gave Tang's Hiking a thumbs up. Sisters Hiking is definitely a model of a good wife and mother. Whoever marries you in the future will surely die of happiness. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Lan turned around and glared at him. Why are you talking so much? Hurry up. Don't ask others to wait for us. Yang Qi glanced at her. I just want to thank Sisters Hiking for helping me tidy up the dormitory. Why are you talking too much? Yang Lan ignored him and strode forward. This is obviously a little angry. Yang Qi was naturally very puzzled. Could it be that he praised Tang's Hiking but not her? But it wasn't you who helped me tidy up the dormitory. It is simply inexplicable. Even if Yang Qi was killed. What Yang Lan was angry about was what he said to Tang's Hiking, who will marry you in the future. After all, oranges cannot be married. Chapter 40. After arriving at the hotel, Yang Lan naturally made a reservation. The three of them went straight to the box and waited for Su Guangqing to come over. Today's dinner. In fact, it was Yang Lan who brought Yang Qi to say hello to Su Guangqing, the local snake. If Yang Qi causes any troubles in the future, this will be regarded as a report. The son of a wealthy family is so comfortable. It is much easier to use than the title of peerless genius. Because even if it is a peerless genius, there may not be any substantive punishment for committing a crime, but some nominal punishment is definitely indispensable. And they will be preached, warned, and so on. But for the children of rich families, the school could only beg him not to mess around. If he committed a crime, he could only wipe his in various ways. Like today. Anyway, it's wonderful. Not long after, Su Guangqing came over. But he wasn't the only one who came. There is also a middle-aged woman. This is probably Su Guangqing's wife. Really? Yang Lan gave Yang Qi a look, then got up and greeted. Principal Su, Mrs. Su, please sit down. Yang Qi also got up and said hello. Hello, Principal Su, and Mrs. Su. Su Guangqing smiled. Director Yang, classmate Yang Qi, well, group leader Tang is also here. Tang's Hiking nodded slightly. Principal Su, Mrs. Su. After exchanging pleasantries, the five of them took their seats. After, Yang Lan asked the waiter to serve the food. The dinner officially began. First, we clinked glasses together. Then Yang Lan gave Yang Qi a look. Yang Qi understood, raised his glass and stood up, saying, Principal Su, let me toast you. At the entrance ceremony today, I was the one who was young and frivolous. Thank you for your help, and thank you for not being fussy. Just sit down. Su Guangqing didn't take the big one either, and seemed very polite. Because I really have to talk about it. Even if Yang Qi called him Lao Su, he had to respond with young Master Yang. But that kind of duo is a minority after all. After the toast, Yang Qi started to eat vegetables on his own. Because his task has been completed. Then it's not about his child. Although he can also behave maturely, it is not necessary. Be polite once and you're done. He didn't want Su Guangqing to do anything. But Yang Qi didn't want Su Guangqing, but someone wanted to plot him. Little Yang, don't you want to have a drink with Aunt? It was Mrs. Su who spoke. Everyone present was stunned for a while, but soon became calm again. Yang Qi also paused slightly, then raised his glass and said, I was negligent. I would like to toast to Aunt. I wish you all the best and eternal youth. Mrs. Su smiled, this child can really talk, then Aunt will lend you a good word. The two clinked glasses. And after having this opportunity, Mrs. Su immediately opened up the chatterbox. Xiao Yang, which school did you study in high school? One middle school. One middle school. Madame Su frowned subconsciously, and then asked. What do you usually like to do? Usually, practice when you have time. Then besides practicing. Training. So hardworking? Don't you have any hobbies? No. It's not good for you. Mrs. Su shook her head and said, maybe it's because you have just awakened not long ago, so you are still very interested in cultivation. But cultivation is very boring. After a long time, you will feel bored, and you will even feel disgusted with cultivation. So you'd better develop a hobby, which can be used to adjust the pace of life and relieve your mood. This is undoubtedly very reasonable. Human beings are now in such a tight situation of resources. There are also various entertainment industries. It is nothing more than this consideration. And to be honest, Yang Qi can't guarantee that he can always maintain his current enthusiasm for cultivation. But he is actually interested in regulating the body and mind. He likes women. But that certainly cannot be said. So he looked obedient, nodded and said. Aunt is right, I will find something interesting to do in the future. Madame Su smiled even more when she saw how sensible he was. She nodded and said, actually, we need to adjust the rhythm of life. It is best to find someone who shares the same goals. If two people can accompany each other, it is also very fun to practice together. Speaking of this, she asked unintentionally, by the way, Xiao Yang, you don't have a girlfriend yet, do you? Coming. The topic finally came. Yang Qi is not stupid. He naturally knew that this Mrs. Su suddenly put on the airs of an elder and asked things for a purpose. And what purpose can a middle-aged woman have for a young man who is excellent in all aspects? Naturally, it is to protect the media and pull the fiber. Thinking crookedly, he went to face the wall. And it's not only Yang Qi who knows. Several people here actually know it. So they all watched happily. Yang Qi hesitated for a while, and said, I have a girlfriend. That's it. Mrs. Su sighed with regret. Then he didn't say anything. Young men and women fall in love freely. That's two people. But if the elders are involved, it will be really troublesome. They just met, and they started urging marriage. As soon as they fell in love, they began to give birth. Just got married. It's out of the question. This is what Yang Qi is most afraid of. So he said he has a girlfriend. And he wasn't lying either. Although the relationship has not been officially confirmed. But whether it's Chengjing or Sol Luhan, there's nothing wrong with saying it's his girlfriend. Etc. Sol Luhan? Su Guangqing? The surname Su seems to be uncommon. And Lin City is really not that big. Chapter 41. After the dinner was over, the two parties drove away separately. In the car, Yang Qi directly sent a message to Sol Luhan, Principal Su is you? Sol Luhan, my dad. Yang Qi. Yang Qi, I was having dinner with your dad just now. Sol Luhan, What? Yang Qi, your mother is also. Sol Luhan, hey? Yang Qi, your mother is planning to introduce a girlfriend to me. Sol Luhan. Sol Luhan, you didn't agree, did you? Sol Luhan, if you agree, I will fight you hard. Yang Qi, hey? Sol Luhan, it is impossible for them to introduce me. Sol Luhan, I am a disaster in their eyes. This. Yang Qi didn't ask much, just replied, no, I said I have a girlfriend. Sol Luhan, really? Sol Luhan, then when you said you had a girlfriend, did you think of me? Sol Luhan, that's why you suddenly thought of asking me about my relationship with my dad. Sol Luhan, yes. That must be it. This girl. Yang Qi, no, I just hate arranged marriages, so I made up a random excuse. Sol Luhan, I don't care. You just thought of me. I am your girlfriend. Yang Qi. Yang Qi, well, I still have something to do, so I won't talk about it. Sol Luhan. Ruthless. Sol Luhan, don't you want to know who my mother plans to introduce to you? Yang Qi, I don't want to. In fact, if he really didn't want to, he wouldn't reply directly. Before, he thought Sol Luhan was what Su's mother was going to introduce. But if not, who would it be? Sol Luhan's older sister or younger sister? No matter who it is, they can form sisters with Sol Luhan. As for other people's words, it should be unlikely. Not Yang Qi narcissism. For a high-quality young man like him, who would not think about his daughter first? Sol Luhan, don't want to? Then forget it. I don't want to mention her either. Yang Qi, yes. Sol Luhan, you really don't want to? Yang Qi, if I think about it, I won't say that I have a girlfriend. But that's just before. Sol Luhan, that person is a little prettier than me. Yang Qi, are you beautiful? Sol Luhan, give you a chance to reorganize the language. Angry, angry, angry. Yang Qi, well, I still have something to do, so I won't talk about it. Sol Luhan, crying loudly, you said that just now. Yang Qi, that means I am still chatting with you when I have something to do, and you are not happy? Sol Luhan, happy. Grievance, grievance. Yang Qi, I'm in the training room. Sol Luhan, oh, then you can train. Clever. Yang Qi did not reply again. The first time he said something was wrong, he wasn't being perfunctory. It's that he has really arrived at the training hall. Yang Lan delivered it directly to the door. But he was tempted by Sol Luhan. So I'm still talking to her. But he seems to be acting too realistically. Sol Luhan really didn't say anything. What else is there to talk about? Train. Train. A woman will only affect the speed of drawing a knife. The next day, Yang Qi still went to the training room early in the morning. But because there is class at 8 o'clock in the morning, so he only practiced for more than an hour, and went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. In the cafeteria, many people are paying attention to Yang Qi. His hard work and sweat are only one of the reasons. And more importantly, because of yesterday's Canteen for Knives incident, someone took a video and uploaded it to the campus forum. So many people already know his handsome face. When queuing for a meal, student Yang Qi, are you getting up early for training? It was a girl who struck up a conversation. She looks pretty. Yang Qi nodded reservedly, yet. Another person next to him said, wow. You are so talented, and you work so hard, you will not let people live. This is a man. Yang Qi glanced at him and said solemnly. It is precisely because of the strong talent that we have to work hard. If the talent is weak, it is useless to work hard. I will definitely not waste time. Both the girl and the man who approached him just now looked speechless. Many people around also nodded silently. After that, no one came to strike up a conversation with Yang Qi. After breakfast, Yang Qi went back to the dormitory to take a shower, and then went to the classroom where the class was going to be. Tang Ji posted the schedule of their class in the class group early in the morning. Full of it. Basically every day is full of class hours. No way, there are many subjects in the freshman year. But that's actually just scary looking. Anyway, Yang Qi only has 6 classes a week after being screened. Combat training, foreign world research, and combat theory, all 3 are held twice a week. Because he will definitely have to fight alien creatures on the battlefield in the future. So don't waste your time going to other classes. And the class he is going to take now is the study of other worlds. Don't look at his 18 years of life experience in this world. But there is not much understanding of the other world. All I know is that there is a space channel between Blue Star and another world. And there are many strange and powerful creatures in the alien world. It will come to the Earth through the space channel. Naturally, they are not here to be guests, but to hunt. And in the first few years of the New Yuan era, it was the time when creatures from other worlds flocked the most. At that time, Blue Star could be called the end of the world. Human civilization has suffered a devastating blow, and the population is not even 1 in 10. It wasn't until later that human beings started the road of innate cultivation. Personal strength can reach the level that is not lost to alien creatures. It was just now that civilization was slowly being rebuilt. Up to now, human beings have regained their foothold. But it is no longer the master of Blue Star. Chapter 42. When Yang Qi arrived in the classroom, there are already many people in the classroom. He glanced and saw Luo Xiyu as expected. With this girl's honest character, she will probably attend class with full attendance. Luo Xiyu sat in the first row of 2 people at the edge of the classroom. There was already a girl sitting next to her. But Yang Qi still walked over. The space behind them is empty. But he just left. The girl next to Luo Xiyu stood up. You want to sit with Xiyu? Here, sit down. After speaking, she sat in the back row. Yang Qi. He was going to sit in the back row. After all, it's just sitting, not doing, so there's no need to talk to girls. But he can't live up to the kindness of others. Thanks. Yang Qi thanked him politely, and then sat next to Luo Xiyu. Luo Xiyu took a peek at him, then blushed and lowered his head, pretending to read a book. Why did Yang Qi know she was faking it? Because she put a notebook on it, and it was blank after opening it. But she didn't notice it herself, she just stared there blankly. Yang Qi stretched out his hands and looked at her, to see how long she could be in a daze. He also didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes on his side and behind, staring at him firmly. And the owner of those eyes didn't notice that a group of people behind her were staring at her back. There is no doubt that the notebook stands at the top of the tower. Time flies. Many students came to the classroom one after another. Another middle-aged man also walked to the podium from outside the classroom. The man is tall and straight, with a resolute face, and his steps are windy when he walks, with a strong momentum. But he has only one hand and no right arm. Soldiers who have been discharged after being wounded. This was Yang Qi's first thought. So much so that he didn't go to see the girl anymore, but sat up straight. After the man walked to the podium, he picked up a chalk and wrote 3 words on the blackboard, Fang Zigong. It's obviously his name. Then he wrote a series of numbers under the name. This should be his cell phone number. After that, he fiddled with the computer for teaching. He didn't speak the whole time. Similarly, the students under the podium have been silent. Not even a small talker. Without it. This teacher named Fang Zigong has a very strong aura. Yang Qi felt that he had the same aura as his cheap daddy. But no. One of the two is the deputy head of the special forces, while the other is just a university teacher. Ring ring ring. The class bell rang. After the bell snapped, a sudden sound startled many people. But Fang Zigong took out a piece of Xingmu from somewhere. Shot on the desk. Really? Fang Zigong said, this thing wakes up the wood. You all know the effect just now. It's just for refreshing you. It's really Xingmu. Yang Qi felt powerless to complain. My name. Fang Zigong pointed to the blackboard, there is also my contact information. You can call me if you encounter any questions you don't understand in the future, and then the class will officially begin. After saying this, he suddenly raised his voice and said, preaching and teaching karma to solve people's confusion, the 3-foot platform bears fruit, I have no choice but to find something. Snapped. He patted Xingmu, and then said, do things. Good. Yang Qi almost subconsciously responded. Fang Zigong glanced at him, then gave him a thumbs up, you know how to do it. Yang Qi. The other students in the classroom have already fallen into a state of sluggishness since Fang Zigong's set of setting poems. At this moment, watching Yang Qi interact with Fang Zigong, he was even more confused. How to say? The entertainment industry in the new Yuan era was underdeveloped. The artistic atmosphere is also almost zero. The art form of storytelling is originally a minority among the minority. Long forgotten. I am afraid there are not many people who know the word storytelling now. How can this group of students understand? Next, Fang Zigong really started to give lectures in the form of half storytelling. Why is it called half storytelling? Because in Yang Qi opinion, he is actually not professional. To put it bluntly, it's kind of crap. A little far-fetched. But he was not talking about books, but teaching. Come on and listen. This alien world is actually just a popular name. All worlds other than our blue star can be called alien worlds. And now the alien world that communicates with our blue star, we named it Bug Star. Why is it called Bug Star? Because the species on this planet are very similar to the Zerg in our concept. The so-called Zerg is a group composed of creatures of different races, linked together by a master. Each of these races has a leader, who is the supreme ruler of this race. Except for the leader, the other creatures in the group have no intelligence and will only obey the leader's orders. Their reproduction is asexual reproduction, and they are hatched directly from the energy transformed by the brood. As for alien creatures, we are not sure whether they have a master or not. All other habits fully meet our definition of Zerg. That's why we call it the Bug Planet. Chapter 43. The Foreign World Research Class, more accurately, should be the Foreign World Biology Research Class. Because human beings do not have the strength to study in other worlds, naturally they cannot study other worlds. It can only study alien creatures on the blue star. Yang Qi felt that this class was not in vain. It gave him a lot of knowledge. For example, outsiders are the Zerg-like race. There is also the output of the Beast Soul Crystal. Beast Soul Crystals are actually the energy cores of alien creatures. Now, in order to harvest Beast Soul Crystals, human beings have captive low-level mother nests. But high-level broods dare not raise them in captivity. Because the brood can directly accept the order of the leader and implement explosive soldiers. The so-called explosive soldiers means that the brood stops hatching first to accumulate energy. When the time is right, they will hatch again in one burst, forming a beast tide. This high-level positioning is the 5th level. Therefore, Beast Soul Crystals above the 5th level are restricted resources. The Alien Studies class doesn't live up to its name. And similarly, the Combat Theory class that Yang Qi went to in the afternoon was also in vain. The accurate term should be Otherworld Biology Research class. It's just that Fang Zigong's class mainly talks about the types of alien creatures. As for the strengths and weaknesses of alien creatures, he just pointed them out. In the Combat Theory class, there will be some methods of coping and restraint. The latter may be the point for others. Because it's useless to understand without knowing how to deal with it. But for Yang Qi, just knowing a little bit is enough. As for the way to deal with it, of course it is to shoot it. So he had already decided to give up on combat theory classes. After all, theory is something that has to be justified. But Yang Qi talent, it doesn't make sense. So up to now, Yang Qi only needs to attend 4 classes a week. The next day, that is Tuesday, there is a practical training session in the morning. And this actual combat training class is also excessively named. There is no real actual combat. At least this group of freshmen who have just entered college have not yet reached the time for real combat. Now it's more like an enhanced version of gym class. It is the teacher who teaches everyone to strengthen the body. And this set of boxing Yang Qi already knows it. It was Lu Qingzu who taught him. This can be regarded as the strongest boxing method in the Zenyuan era. But it's not the strongest who beats people up. It is the strongest that is most suitable for tempering the body with the power of talent. That is the most scientific boxing. And in this gifted and magical age, no matter how powerful the boxing moves are, they don't mean much. Everyone is fighting for talent. Therefore, strengthening body boxing is the strongest boxing method in the Zenyuan era, and there is nothing wrong with it. After a practical training session, Yang Qi had the idea of dropping out of class again. Because practicing slowly with everyone here is not as efficient as his own solo practice. After asking the teacher and learning that this semester's actual combat training class is basically this kind of boxing training mode, he directly made a decision to withdraw from the class. So far, Yang Qi has only had 2 classes a week. So, why don't we just withdraw the alien studies class? Forget it. There are always 2 classes left. Otherwise, this school is useless. The next day, Wednesday, no class. Yang Qi went directly to the training room for a day trip. Third day, Thursday, still no class. Yang Qi is another day trip to the training room. But in the evening, Cheng Jing came over for training. So today is still different from yesterday. His rest time has become longer. So women really only affect the speed of drawing the knife. If I had known earlier, I would not have given her the key. Let her squeeze with Sol Luhan. Day, I didn't affect you here, did I? Cheng Jing asked rather worriedly. Yang Qi smiled, of course not. That's good. Cheng Jing also smiled sweetly, and then explained. I used to train with Susu, but she didn't want to attend tomorrow's class, so she went home directly this afternoon. Yang Qi touched her head, I gave you the key, so naturally I hope you can come and accompany me. Stay dumb. Cheng Jing murmured, looking at him with some emotion. She was killed by the phrase you can come and stay with me. And Yang Qi was also killed by her blurred eyes. Without hesitation, he bowed his head and kissed her. This time he kissed the mouth. The two of them have been at the same table for 6 years, and they get along day and night every day except during holidays. In the past 6 years, they spent more time together than with their parents. So this is their first kiss. But there was not much throbbing, more of a peace of mind like returning home. A long time. Lip points. Cheng Jing whispered, Susu is not here, so I don't have to go back to the dormitory tonight. She is not a cowardly character. Naturally, I don't want to miss an opportunity like this tonight. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention one day, you will be snatched away by Sol Luhan. At that time, 6 years lost to 2 months. Then she will cry to death. Yang Qi agreed, and then directly took her hand out of the training room and walked towards the dormitory. Train? Can you die without training for one night? Chapter 44. You really can't die if you don't train for a night. On the contrary, you will live more comfortably. There are poems to prove it. The edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Stop and sit in the maple forest at night, the frost leaves are red in February flowers. In 3 springs, the snow returns to the green mounds, and the yellow river circles the Montenegro for thousands of miles. Stopping the cup and throwing the chopsticks, I can't eat, I draw my sword and look around in a daze. The next day. It's rare for Yang Qi not to get up early. After all, I was too busy last night to look around. It takes a lot of time and energy. If you can get up, there will be ghosts. When Yang Qi woke up, it was already past 11 a.m. This can be considered noon. Today is Friday. In the morning, it was rare to have a foreigner study class that he was going to attend. But it's gone now. But this is really just a small thing. And the real big deal is, from now on, I will come here every Friday at noon, so I can go home together in the afternoon. Lu Qingzu. Yang Qi glanced at Cheng Jing, who was still sleeping beside him, and his expression became a little helpless. Afraid that I will influence you to bring those 2 little girls over. Lu Qingzu. I'm not that far with them. Yang Qi. Yang Qi swears that when he said this, he definitely meant it sincerely. Because at that time, he and Sol Luhan really hadn't reached the point where they would have a relationship. As for Cheng Jing, she was basically bound to Sol Luhan at that time. Even now. It's just that the ghost knows that we will meet the situation of the right time, place, and people last night. In fact, there is nothing wrong with bringing my sister back. If Yang Qi hadn't thought about it, he would have lived at home a long time ago. And Lu Qingzu naturally understood this. So it doesn't matter if you hit it directly. But Yang Qi just said a few days ago that it was not to that extent. But that week. This is really embarrassing. After a while. What should come has finally come. Yang Qi's cell phone rang. He hastily picked it up and pressed mute. The phone only rang once. Cheng Jing turned over, but did not wake up. Yang Qi carefully got out of bed with the phone in hand. When he reached the living room, he closed the door again. Just got on the phone. Hello? Sister. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Lu Qingzu's cold voice came over. Yang Qi replied, something happened just now. Lu Qingzu didn't ask much, just said, today is Friday. Yang Qi responded, I remember you said you would come over on Friday. Then are you in the dormitory? Lu Qingzu's voice was obviously much lighter. I'm here. But. After hesitating for a while, Yang Qi still said, my girlfriend is here too. There was silence on the phone. A long time. So it's inconvenient. Lu Qingzu's voice sounded again, and the deserted feeling was restored. Then without waiting for Yang Qi to reply, she continued. I'm your sister, can't I see your girlfriend yet? Yang Qi just wanted to speak. But Lu Qingzu's voice sounded again, open the door. At the same time, there was also a knock on the door of dong dong dong. The sound is not small. Yang Qi smiled wryly, and went to open the door. And he opened the door. Lu Qingzu outside the door paused, then immediately turned around. She said with a bit of embarrassment, why don't you wear clothes? Yang Qi only wore a pair of underwear. No way. From answering the phone to opening the door now, how could he have time to get dressed? Even this pair of underwear was a helpless move after being at a loss last night. She's still sleeping. After Yang Qi said something, he went back to his room to get dressed. Lu Qingzu's face became a little colder when he heard that. One is because of Yang Qi meaning of maintenance. The second is because of the laziness of the guy inside who hasn't woken up until now. Even if she is just a sister, there are enough reasons to be angry. Here. After Yang Qi went back to the house and changed his clothes. After thinking about it, Cheng Jing was still woken up. Originally, Lu Qingzu was secretly jealous. If Cheng Jing is still sleeping late, Then Lu Qingzuo's prejudice against her was even greater. Cheng Jing frowned immediately after waking up. Yang Qi caressed her face and said apologetically, I wanted you to stay asleep, but my sister is here. Ha! Cheng Jing was stunned. Then Shi Duan bounced off the bed directly. But then... hiss! She took a deep breath and sat back on the bed. You slow down. Yang Qi quickly supported her. Cheng Jing frowned and said, Where is your sister? Yang Qi pointed to the door. Cheng Jing paused and said, Outside. Yang Qi nodded. Cheng Jing's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide, but her voice was extremely low. Then you didn't call me earlier. Yang Qi pinched her face, You don't have to be too nervous, she's not my real sister. Cheng Jing was taken aback for a moment, then asked, Cousin or cousin? Yang Qi shook his head, Sister. Cheng Jing was taken aback again, and then looked at him seriously, Then I should be more nervous, right? Ah, this. Yang Qi scratched his head slightly embarrassed. Cheng Jing thought for a moment, no wonder she reacted that way when Susu and I met her last time. So, Lu Qingzuo couldn't hide his little wrong thoughts at all. After. Cheng Jing is not in the more nervous state, she said. Put on your clothes slowly. Chapter 45. After Cheng Jing got dressed. Then followed Yang Qi out of the room with small steps. Lu Qingzuo sat on the sofa in the living room and looked over with sharp eyes. Cheng Jing stood at the door and looked back without showing any weakness. The two looked at each other. ZZ. It's as if lightning strikes in the air. This is just Yang Qi illusion. In fact, after Cheng Jing and Lu Qingzuo looked at each other, they quickly greeted each other obediently. Hi sister. Lu Qingzuo didn't reply, just nodded slightly with a cold face, then got up and walked over. Both Yang Qi and Cheng Jing were stunned. After Lu Qingzuo approached, he looked like he was about to enter the room directly. Yang Qi subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it, and said in embarrassment. Sister, you, don't go in. They haven't cleaned the battlefield yet. So Cheng Jing also blushed. Lu Qingzuo still had that cold and calm look. I said last time that I will come over every Friday to tidy up your room. After finishing speaking, she blocked Yang Qi's hand and went straight into the room. At first glance, there are some messy bedding and sheets with red plums. Lu Qingzuo paused, and walked towards the closet. She opened the closet and began to tidy up the clothes that Yang Qi had thrown away in the past few days. At the same time, he also said, You handle the sheets yourself, take out the quilt cover and wash it. Yang Qi. He really didn't expect that this godmother could be so ruthless. This gesture is a bit sister. But then again, if only my sister. Then don't mention the bed sheet and quilt cover, I won't come into the room just now. Cheng Jing blushed and bit her lip. Then hurried over and pulled the sheets. After Yang Qi was stunned for a while, he also went to remove the quilt cover. The three of them went about their work. So although no one spoke, there was no time for embarrassment. But how long can you do this? After the three of them finished their work and arrived in the living room, the atmosphere became awkward. Cheng Jing, needless to say. She is the most awkward. If it weren't for her inconvenience in legs and feet at this moment, they might have already run away. In fact, Lu Qingzuo was not much better. She is just good at being cold-faced. But my heart is not so calm. When Yang Qi opened the door just now, she felt like her heart was about to jump out. As for daring to enter the room, it was because she had a strange idea at the time. I said I would help him tidy up his room. If I don't tidy up suddenly now, wouldn't it appear that I am afraid? To put it bluntly, it was a spur-of-the-moment impulse. But now that she has calmed down, she naturally cannot calm down. The only one who doesn't feel embarrassed is Yang Qi. Things have developed to this extent, what's so embarrassing? This is his idea. Even he. By the way, sister, have you had lunch yet? Yang Qi asked a question. Without. Lu Qingzuo's reply was very brief. Yang Qi nodded and said, oh, then you and Jing Jing can wait here for a while, I'll go down to buy some food and cook a meal for you. After speaking, he turned and went out. That's right. He went straight away. Lu Qingzuo opened his mouth with a look of astonishment. Cheng Jing stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to hold back something. But Yang Qi has disappeared. The two women looked at each other, then turned their heads. For a long time. Cheng Jing said first, stay. Can Yang Qi still cook? Meeting? Won't? I don't know either. Lu Qingzuo answered somewhat reluctantly. It's not that I don't want to answer. Rather, he was unwilling to admit that he didn't even know if Yang Qi could cook. After hearing her answer, Cheng Jing became a little happier. The reason is the same as above. But soon, Lu Qingzuo's words suppressed her down. Do you know? Cheng Jing pursed her lips, no. Then she immediately asked back, then you will. Lu Qingzuo lowered his head, I won't either. After. The two looked at each other again. Although did not speak. But they all saw the meaning in the other party's eyes, then can he do it? Here. Yang Qi went directly to a nearby fresh food supermarket. As for whether he can cook? The answer is yes, yes. Of course, he doesn't have a system, and naturally he doesn't have any god-level cooking skills. Not even the average home cooking level. He just knows a few fixed dishes. It was forced out during a special period in the previous life. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded potatoes with vinegar, chicken wings with cola, seaweed egg soup. This is all that Yang Qi will have, just 4 dishes and 1 soup. Certainly. If you insist, you can get an extra scrambled egg with green peppers. If you do it forcibly, you can fry even miscellaneous things, but the taste is not guaranteed. So the ingredients that Yang Qi buys now are only needed for the above-mentioned dishes. Cooking at home is Yang Qi whim. But more is because of the atmosphere. Because if he doesn't find something to do, it is estimated that it will not be long before Lu Qingzuo will urge him to go home. And now that Cheng Jing is in this situation, can he just pull up his pants and leave? And it was taken away by another woman. This is even more unreasonable. So, to avoid this from happening, he had no choice but to show his long-cherished culinary skills. Chapter 46. You really know how to do it. Cheng Jing sighed. At this time, Yang Qi has already bought the vegetables and is showing his skills in the kitchen. After hearing Cheng Jing's words, he casually teased. Will I do it, don't you know? I'm also now. Bah! Scoundrel! Cheng Jing was halfway through speaking, but she came to her senses. Cough. Lu Qingzuo gave a fake cough, and then asked, when did you learn to cook? When she asked this question, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Because she came to the Yang family when she was 8 years old. Watching Yang Qi grow from 6 years old to 18 years old. Get along under the same roof for a full 12 years. Twice as long as it took Cheng Jing to know Yang Qi. But he didn't even know that he could cook. Fortunately, Cheng Jing didn't know. After the two girls had a tacit understanding of looking at each other just now, it was finally not so embarrassing. So we chatted briefly for a while. For example, Cheng Jing told Lu Qingzuo that she had been at the same table with Yang Qi for 6 years. And Lu Qingzuo also told her that he had lived with Yang Qi for 12 years. Then Cheng Jing didn't want to talk to Lu Qingzuo anymore. I didn't learn it specifically, I just watched the meeting, and this is the first time I have done it. Yang Qi replied to Lu Qingzuo. Of course he was just making up a random excuse. But when paired with his slightly unfamiliar movements of cutting vegetables and ingredients, it looks extremely real. So that. Or I'll do it. *2. Lu Qingzhou and Cheng Jing spoke at the same time. Yang Qi couldn't help but take a look at Cheng Jing. Is it versatile? He naturally understood what the two girls meant. Some said angrily, "Don't worry, poison won't kill you." The two girls looked at each other, feeling worried from each other's eyes. Due to lack of skills, it took Yang Qi nearly 2 hours to prepare the simple 4 dishes and 1 soup. Cheng Jing was almost moved to tears. She naturally knew that Yang Qi thought of cooking at home because of her limited mobility. Saying that the meal was made for her was totally fine. So she has made up her mind, no matter how unpalatable it is, she must finish it. Although Lu Qingzhou was not moved, because she also knew that she was just doing nothing. But she is distressed. What was Yang Qi life like when he was a child? Although he was mentally tortured by Yang Rongwu all day long. But in terms of material, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is enough to open one's mouth and stretch out one's hand. She even bathed Yang Qi when she was a child. Such a young master. 2 hours of hard cooking for a woman. How could she not feel distressed? So she also made up her mind. No matter how unpalatable it is, you have to finish it. Also, learn to cook in the future. The two girls have already embraced the mentality of seeing death as home. Yang Qi culinary skills, which were not at the level of ordinary people, were of course added to the divine level at this moment. So, wow! It's delicious! Cheng Jing had an exaggerated expression on his face. She didn't deliberately exaggerate. It's just the contrast after encountering a good taste with the lowest expectation. And Lu Qingzhou also melted the ice face rarely, showing a smile. The taste is really good. I told you earlier, poison won't kill you. Yang Qi had a calm expression of "I knew it earlier." But he was naturally very happy. Both girls have made the decision to eat it no matter how unpalatable it is. Besides, this dish is not unpalatable now. So naturally the 5 trays were emptied. I'll go wash the dishes. Cheng Jing stood up and said. But she probably had so much fun eating that she forgot something. She took a big step directly. Then, hiss. Cheng Jing took a deep breath. Let me do it. Lu Qingzhou stood up and began to clean up the dishes. Cheng Jing blushed a little and said, Then I'm going to trouble my sister. This is not the first time she called Lu Qingzhou sister. But how? Her meaning is coherent. I can't do it anymore, please come here, sister. So in this atmosphere, her name sister has a different meaning for no reason. Anyway, Yang Qi was already holding back his laughter. But the two girls were obviously not as dirty as him. Cheng Jing looked at him and complained, You're still laughing. It's all your fault. Why am I going home today? It's not like she can't go back. It's just that she's back in this state, how can she face her family? Forward. Yang Qi paused and said, You can stay with me this weekend, tell your family that there is an event at school, it's fine if you don't go back this week. This is a way. Cheng Jing nodded. Then he asked unintentionally, What about you? She naturally wanted Yang Qi to be here with her. After all, she just completed her ascension. But Lu Qingzhou is waiting here for Yang Qi to come home. Cheng Jing didn't want to make things difficult for Yang Qi. So ask carefully. In fact, Yang Qi was not as embarrassed as she thought. After all, things are prioritized. But when Yang Qi was about to speak, Lu Qingzhou's voice sounded first. I'll go back later by myself. You stay here with Xiaojing for 2 days, but remember to call aunt. Whoa! This is my sister's understanding. Yang Qi responded with a smile, Okay. Cheng Jing also immediately shouted, Thank you sister. Lu Qingzhou glanced at them lightly, but did not respond. She was not as happy as they were. And this is not her sister's understanding. It's just a fellow woman's understanding. Chapter 47. Lu Qingzhou left after washing the dishes. Then Yang Qi and Cheng Jing each called home. Cheng Jing's parents are quite open-minded. Otherwise, she would not have raised such a lively and cheerful temperament. So she communicated very well here. But Yang Qi was complained by Li Shat. After all, this was the longest time he had been away from home. And now I can go home, but I still don't go back. So Li Shat didn't care what he said about the activities in the school. He directly said that he would come to school to pick him up in person. Yang Qi had no choice but to confess the truth. There is a friend who lives with him and is sick. He is worried that others will stay here alone, the opposite s*x. Then I promised to go back next week. Li Sha let him go just now. In fact, he can't make it to next week. Forward. It's not that others can't survive. It was because his beast soul crystal couldn't survive. He brought 100 beast soul crystals to the school. Take 10 pills a day. He has been at school for a whole week. There are only 30 left now. In other words, he would have to go home the day after tomorrow at the latest. And the day after tomorrow is Monday. There just happened to be a foreigner study class. Go back after class. He had planned it all. Yang Qi said that he would stay here with Cheng Jing. But this dog man. Within 10 minutes of the phone call, I ran directly to the training room. Training is a big deal. Cheng Jing had no choice but to watch him go with resentful eyes. And the next 2 days. Apart from eating and sleeping, Yang Qi would come back to accompany Cheng Jing. The rest of the time is also spent in the training room. It made Cheng Jing think that he kept a vixen in the training room. Of course, this is just a joke. In fact, over the past 2 days, Cheng Jing's love for Yang Qi, or admiration in other words, has grown even stronger. To know. She and Yang Qi awakened on the same day. It has been almost half a month since Yang Qi broke through to the second level. She is still struggling. Although there are reasons for unequal resources. But it is an indisputable fact that she is not as diligent as Yang Qi. And she also felt that she should never be able to achieve the level of cultivation like Yang Qi. So she can only admire. Is Yang Qi really the kind of hard-working person? He feels like he doesn't count. The reason why he has this kind of hard work. In fact, it's just a cool thing to do. The first is the speed of cultivation, which can be said to be visible to the naked eye. Every time after training, he can clearly feel that he is getting stronger. Who can resist this feeling? Then there is the anticipation of the next talent. This is a question about goal and motivation. The awakening talent of ordinary people is completely according to the sky. They have a goal, but they don't know what reward will be after reaching the goal. So motivation has to rely on self-motivation. But Yang Qi awakening talents are all plug-in level. He knew that after he achieved his goal, the reward would be very abnormal. So it's normal for him to be motivated to cultivate. There is also a sense of superiority. Like when playing a game. Who doesn't want to play a few more rounds with a bullying god like a pig and a dog? On Monday, after Yang Qi finished class in the morning, he went home directly. But Lisa wasn't there. Yang Qi planned to give her a surprise. Madam has gone to Mr. Li's house and said she won't be back until evening. It was the family's nanny, Sun Haifeng, who spoke. And Mr. Li refers to Uncle Li Lin. Li Shat is a lady who has nothing to do all day long. Naturally, I also have my own little hobby to pass the time, playing mahjong. Yang Qi knew that one of her poker friends was her Aunt Lan Mendi. But other poker players don't know. No way. The previous day Yang Qi was really a bit, not nice. So Li Shat always went outside to play mahjong. Yang Qi thought about it and called her. Now he can always get it right. After the call is connected. Hello? My dear son, why are you so conscientious today, and you even know to call your mother? Li Sha's voice sounded much louder than usual. And after she finished that sentence, she continued, 30,000. This sentence is also very powerful. How to say? The happiness of middle-aged women is quite simple. In front of old girlfriends, they can become arrogant when they receive a greeting call from their children. Certainly. The same goes for middle-aged men. Mom, I just came home, I'm asking where you are. Yang Qi replied. Ah? You went home? Why are you back today? Li Sha was obviously very surprised. Yang Qi explained, go home and get something. Oh. Li Sha responded, and then said, I'm playing mahjong at your aunt's house. If you're free, come here. Mom hasn't seen you in almost half a month. In fact, it's only been 10 days. Yang Qi will make this call, and he has already made the preparations. There used to be a silly son in the family. It is estimated that it is not easy for Li Sha to talk about children's matters when chatting with others. But now his silly son has become a peerless genius. Naturally, I have to support my mother. So he responded directly, okay, I'll go there later. Okay. Mom is waiting for you. Well, see you later. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qi went out directly. Chapter 48. Although not many times. But Yang Qi still knows where his uncle lives. It was the nanny who opened the door. After Yang Qi entered the house, the nanny led him to the mahjong hall. In fact, it is a side hall, just put a mahjong machine. Human civilization has been rebuilt once, this thing is still there, but its vitality is strong. After arriving at the side hall, Yang Qi saw 4 women playing mahjong at a glance. Mom, Aunt. He greeted and walked over. Son. Xiao Qi is here. Li Sha and Lan Mendi both greeted each other. Yang Qi nodded, and when he was about to speak, he froze again. Then he asked in surprise, So Aunt? That's right. He saw Sol Luhan's mother who had dinner together a few days ago. When Mother Su saw Yang Qi, she was naturally surprised, Xiao Yang. Li Sha looked around, do you know each other? Mother Su nodded, and then looked at Li Sha. Sister Li Sha, Xiao Yang is your son, so aren't you the lover of Commander Yang? Deputy Commander Yang, referred to as Commander Yang? What about the subgroup? Yang Qi complained secretly. Here. Li Sha nodded rather reservedly. When she played cards with people outside, she would only say Li Lin's sister. Because the Yang family is in Linkheng, it is the only existence. Some people may object to changing the name of Linkheng to Yangcheng, but the result will be, the objection is invalid. So she wouldn't talk about her status as the daughter-in-law of the Yang family. Otherwise, I am afraid that playing cards is not playing cards. Mother Su is obviously the kind of person who is very measured. Instead of continuing this topic, he smiled and said, what a coincidence, I just had dinner with my wife and Xiao Yang a few days ago. That is indeed fate. After Lan Mendi agreed, she introduced to Yang Qi, you call her Su Aunt, but this aunt's name is Zhang Lu, and this aunt, her name is Yuan Mei. Yang Qi greeted, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Yuan. Both Mother Su and Yuan Mei smiled and nodded. Then Mother Su said again, Yuan Mei, you may not know Xiao Yang, but he is the pride of our Lin city, the only SSS-level junior talent in history. These words should have been spoken by Lan Mendi. However, the effect is the same. Yuan Mei was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, Yang Qi. Obviously, she also connected to the internet. Right. Mother Su nodded in confirmation. Hey, then I'll have to take a good look at our great genius. As Yuan Mei said, she looked Yang Qi from side to side. Li Sha smiled happily. And Lan Mendi said, Xiao Qi, you also have to know that you Zhang Lu aunt, she has a daughter who naturally awakened to an SS level talent at the age of 12. He is only 15 years old this year, and he is a classmate with Sissy. He has just entered high school, but he is already a third-order awakener. I see. As soon as she said this, Yang Qi thought of many things. He knew that Sol Luhan awakened naturally at the age of 15. And her sister is 3 years younger than her. In other words, the two awakened in the same year. Then what happened to Sol Luhan was probably. He is obviously a genius who has awakened the S-level elementary talent, but he has not received much attention. Because she has a younger sister with a stronger SS-level elementary talent. So her little overlord demeanor is probably just to gain attention. But which parents would like a girl who caused trouble all day long? That's why Sol Luhan said that he was the scourge in the eyes of Su's father and Su's mother. That's why she didn't want to mention her sister. And she also seems to have said that her sister is a little prettier than her. So this is probably, since Han was born, why did he give birth to sister Han? To be honest, Yang Qi felt a little sympathetic to Sol Luhan. Here. Mother Su gave Yang Qi a meaningful look, then smiled and said. Actually, Sissy is also very good. She is beautiful and has A-level talent. Of course, when it comes to talking about it, Xiao Yang must be the most powerful. I really envy Li Sha, you have such an excellent son. Li Sha listened with a smile on her face, but shook her head and said. That's all right now. He didn't let me worry less before. Mendy knows best. It's okay if it's better now, and it will definitely be better in the future. After Lan Mendy said something, she glanced at Mother Su again. Sister Zhang Lu, Xiao Xiao and Qian Qian seem to be leaving school soon, or should they come over for dinner at noon today? Mother Su nodded and said, okay. I'll send a message to Xiao Xiao right now, asking her to come over with Sissy after school. Yuan Mei did not participate in this topic. She is probably not a parents' party. If so, it is probably because the children in the family are not easy to mention. It's the same as Li Sha before. Lan Mendy and Su's mother sang together. Naturally, Yang Qi has already heard something. And Li Sha understood it too. She even said directly, son, why don't you pick up your cousin and the others, they go to number 1 middle school, and you know them very well. Lan Mendy answered, Xiao Qi, I'll trouble you to go for a walk. Sissy adores your cousin very much now, so go and improve her face. Mother Su also nodded and said, that's right, Xiao Yang, and by the way, let my family Luo Xiao be honored. Luo Xiao? So it's Sol Luhan, Sol Loxio? Chapter 49. Linkhung number 1 middle school. When Yang Qi arrived here, the school was not over yet. And said he was going to pick him up. But in fact, it was Li's driver who drove him here. On the way, he had already sent a message to Li Qianqian, saying that he would pick her up. The little girl was really excited, so she called directly to confirm. When she spoke, her voice was whispering, obviously she was calling during class. But it's normal for her to be excited. Because warmly celebrate our school's student Yang Qi awakening of SSS level elementary talent. This is the banner hanging at the school gate. Yang Qi originally wanted to get off the car and go to the school to have a look. But after seeing this banner, I feel so ashamed. So I decided to wait in the car. It didn't take long. After a long bell rang, sporadic students began to appear at the school gate. After a while, a large group of students attacked outside the school. Yang Qi still didn't get off the car. After all, Li Qianqian must know her own car, right? But his phone rang. Caller, Sissy. Compared with this little girl, Yang Qi is definitely an old world. So when the call came, he had already guessed Li Qianqian's plan. It was definitely an excuse to say that he wanted to pick her up by himself. Then he pretended to be aggressive in front of his classmates, my cousin, Yang Qi. Really? As soon as the phone was connected, Li Qianqian's exaggerated voice rang out. Cousin! Come and save me! It's right here at the school gate. Then without waiting for Yang Qi to speak, she hung up the phone directly. This girl! Yang Qi feels that he still thinks highly of her. She obviously couldn't even think of an excuse, she could only rely on fraud. Could something really happen? Soloxio, a third-tier SS level beginner talent. Can't she walk sideways in this little one? Li Qianqian was with her. Only if they look for trouble, it is impossible for something to happen. Even though I knew it was a fraud. But Yang Qi still got out of the car and walked over. It is my cousin's duty to cooperate with my cousin to pretend to be tough. And there is also the younger sister Soloxio who is a little bit prettier than Sol Luhan. There are many students at the school gate. But after Yang Qi approached, he quickly saw a small group of conspicuous students, sisters. Why conspicuous? Of course it's because it's beautiful. Several youthful and beautiful girls stood there. Let many male students walk with their heads sideways. Among the group of beautiful girls, there were two who were particularly conspicuous. One of them is naturally the little cousin Li Qianqian. She has inherited her mother's good genes. The facial features are exquisite and three-dimensional, the skin is white and tender, bright and moving. Definitely a little beauty. As for the other person, it is likely to be the sister Soloxio. She is indeed a little bit prettier than Sol Luhan. This girl is visually estimated to be over 1.7 meters tall. And already has an exquisite posture. The facial features are exquisite to be called perfect. The skin is white and translucent, tender as if water can be squeezed out. The baggy school uniform on her body couldn't hide her peerless youth at all. She stood among the crowd, like an elf who strayed into the world. If it weren't for Yang Qi natural love for giant Loli, and he has a closer relationship with Sol Luhan, then he definitely can't say that Soloxio is only a little bit prettier than Sol Luhan. Cousin! Yang Qi has seen the beautiful girls. Naturally, Li Qianqian also saw him. After she yelled, she rushed towards Yang Qi and jumped onto him. In the posture of hold your neck with your hands and hook your feet around your waist. This girl was obviously a little overexcited. Yang Qi patted her buttocks. Okay, come down quickly, how big a person is, and your classmates are still watching. Hey, I'm happy. After Li Qianqian said something with a smile, she smacked his face again, Mua. Just got off him. But she still reached out and hugged his arm tightly. Yang Qi glanced at her, but didn't say anything. Instead, he said to the other beautiful girls, are you all Sissy's classmates? Hello, I am Sissy's cousin. The girls didn't reply, they just discussed in a whispered voice. It's really Yang Qi. Yeah. I've seen pictures of him, but he's even more handsome in person. Sissy is so happy to have Yang Qi as her cousin. This era. There is no such thing as fresh meat, let this group of girls who are in the restless period of youth fantasize. The stars they can imagine are only geniuses like Yang Qi who have awakened high potential talents. And Yang Qi is undoubtedly the strongest among them. And his looks are also very high. So it is normal for him to become the idol of these girls. Yang Qi looked at the only girl who remained calm, Soloxio. You are Xiao Xiao, right? Zhang Lu Aunt should have told you about the meal, right? Soloxio nodded slightly in response. Yang Qi smiled, then let's go, the car is over there. Soloxio came slowly. And when she walked to Yang Qi's side, she suddenly whispered. Can I hold your arm like Sissy? Yang Qi was taken aback when he heard that. This girl, what's going on? Are you also chasing stars yourself? Before he could reply, Li Qianqian over there said, no way. Oh. Soloxio responded with a look of disappointment on his face. Li Qianqian glanced at her, and said helplessly, forget it, you can hold her. Soloxio showed a shallow smile, "Thank you." Then he took Yang Qi's arm. "Yang Qi? There seems to be something wrong with this girl." Chapter 50. In the car. The three crowded into the back seat. Yang Qi is in the middle, and there are two girls on the left and right. At this time, the movements of the two girls were very consistent. They leaned their heads on his shoulder and played with their mobile phones. It's normal for Li Qianqian to behave like this. Or it is very natural. But this Soloxio. Although it seems to be quite normal. But Yang Qi always felt that there was something wrong with her. How to say? She is very close to Yang Qi movements. But Yang Qi didn't see the intention of being close to him in her eyes. Her eyes have always been as calm as still water. Doing those actions seems to be completing a task? Right. Just get the job done. So. Yang Qi had some guesses in his heart. He also took out his cell phone. Then I sent a message to Li Qianqian, "Do you know what happened to Soloxio?" He felt that Li Qianqian should know something. Because just now, Li Qianqian didn't want Soloxio to hold his hand. But then he reluctantly agreed. There must be a reason for this change. Really? After Li Qianqian received his message, she glanced at him first, and then lowered her head to reply. "Li Qianqian, cousin, did you see it? In fact, Xiaoxio's mother wanted her to get closer to you." "Li Qianqian, I originally didn't let her do this, because her mother obviously had a purpose." "Li Qianqian, but Xiao Xiao is also very pitiful, she dare not disobey her mother." Yang Qi stared blankly. "So Soluhan is a bully, but Soloxio is a good girl?" "Yang Qi, how does she usually behave in school?" "Li Qianqian, she is actually quite normal, not the kind of timid character, but she just dare not refuse her mother's request." Family puas. This word popped up in Yang Qi's mind. In fact, very few parents deliberately want to control their children. Most of them are just overconfident. "I feel that I have experience and the choice I made must be right. Then I hope that the child will not take detours. Ask children to do things according to their ideas." So the family pua came into being. If you say they are right, they must be wrong. You say they are wrong? What's wrong with thinking about your child? This kind of thing is the most unclear. That's why there is that sentence, "It is difficult for an upright official to break up housework." "Li Qianqian, cousin, can you help Xiao Xiao?" "Yang Qi, what does this help? It's good to listen to my mother." "Li Qianqian, but what her mother said may not be right." "Yang Qi, just be right this time." "Li Qianqian. Li Qianqian, cousin, you are good or bad?" "Li Qianqian, I like it so much." Yang Qi. He could see that the problem with this little cousin was probably not small. This is no joke. First, how did Li Qianqian know about Soloxio's order from Su's mother? Secondly, Li Qianqian said no, Soloxio didn't dare to hold Yang Qi's hand. Li Qianqian said you can pull it back, Soloxio dared to pull it back, and said thank you to her. What does this mean? This shows that Li Qianqian can control Soloxio just like Su's mother. Before Yang Qi also felt. This may just be the reason why Soloxio is used to being obedient, not Li Qianqian's initiative. But it can be seen from her last joking message. She doesn't really care whether Yang Qi helps Soloxio or not. But don't care why you still ask such a question? To show her kindness. Yang Qi didn't expect at first that this little cousin was actually a scheming girl. It's a pity that the girl is still too immature after all, and she showed her feet in the last joke. But that's not a bad thing. It's better for a girl to be scheming than to have no scheming. That is. Yang Qi glanced at Soloxio who was at the side. He was still sympathizing with her sister Soluhan before. But now he can only sympathize with the girl herself. Although has extremely outstanding talent and appearance, But, it's like being captive. I can't control my life at all. But this is also a girl's own problem. Her sister, even an S-rank giant loli, can be so arrogant. She is an SS level human elf, but she is mixed like this. Who can blame? Li's. When the three of Yang Qi came back, Li Sha and the others stopped playing mahjong. The one named Yuan Mei has already left. After all, people are not stupid. You guys are obviously trying to do something. It's about becoming a family. Then what is she doing here as an outsider? After the three entered the house. Mom. Asterisk 3. Aunt. Auntie. Blue Aunt. The three of them were polite and good children, so there was a burst of greetings in the room. The three women responded with wide smiles. Afterwards, Lan Mendi greeted, "Come and sit down, the dishes are already ready, and I'll wait for the three of you to come back." Several people went to the restaurant to sit down. Although there is such a meaning. But the three women didn't say anything during the dinner. After all, Soloxio is only 15 years old. It would be good for her to get to know Yang Qi, an excellent big brother. But if you really want her to have a relationship with Yang Qi, it would be a bit too disrespectful. So only Blue Dream Butterfly hinted at Yang Qi. "Zioki, you are a big brother, you need to communicate more with your two younger sisters, especially Xiao Xiao, this girl is rather shy, so you have to take the initiative." She was obviously playing the role of matchmaker. Yang Qi nodded and replied, "Yes, I will." Then the three women chatted about the daily life. Chapter 51. After dinner, the three women called another poker friend from nowhere and continued to rub their hands. And Yang Qi once again acted as a flower protector. "I sent my two younger sisters to number 1 middle school." He didn't go to Li's house after that. Instead, after returning home to pick up the box of beast soul crystals, he went straight back to school. In fact, he didn't have any lessons at school. You can absolutely stay at home. But how can young people love their homes? A young man is one who does not stay at home. Don't ask, just ask for familiarity. 3 days passed. In a blink of an eye, it was Thursday again. Sol Luhan is the same as last week. I didn't go to class on Friday, so I went home directly in the afternoon. So Chengjing came to delay Yang Qi training again at night. And by the way, it also delayed the alien research class on Friday morning. But this time she doesn't need to recuperate. So at noon, Lu Qingzu was able to take Yang Qi home smoothly. Night. Yang Qi began to meditate as usual after taking a bath. Because the second-order beast soul crystal was taken to school by him. So what he smoked tonight was the first-order beast soul crystal that he kept at home. He can absorb 10 tier 2 beast soul crystals. Converted to the first level, it is about 15 pieces. But this does not mean that the energy contained in the second-order beast soul crystal is 1.5 times that of the first order. There is also a quality issue involved here. That is, for the second level Yang Qi, 15 first level beast soul crystals are equivalent to 10 second level ones. But for the third order Yang Qi, that's not the case. It may be 10 third order soul beast crystals, which is equivalent to 15 second order soul crystals. But it is equivalent to 30, 40, or even 50, 60 first order ones. All in all, the higher the level of the awakened person, the lower the energy conversion rate of the low-level beast soul crystal. For example, if a first-level beast soul crystal is to transform into the energy needed by a 9th-level awakened person, it is basically equal to 0. This is the same as the higher the level in the game, the less experience you will have in killing low-level monsters. Yang Qi prepared 16 tier 1 beast soul crystals and placed them next to him. Then began to meditate. After more than 1 hour, all 16 beast soul crystals were sucked by him. But he had an inexplicable urge to "I want more." Yang Qi heart skipped a beat. He directly brought the box containing the beast soul crystal and placed it beside the bed. Then start meditating again. After another 10 beast soul crystals disappeared. Yang Qi felt as if some kind of energy rushed out of his body. Then he heard the long-awaited message. Talent, headshot. Potential : effect, forcing the weak point, 1 hit into the soul. The third talent. It really felt like a breakthrough just now. Count the time. From the second stage to the third stage, it took 16 days. What do you say? You must know that Yang Qi basically practiced every day from the first level to the second level, and it took nearly 2 months. But now from the second level to the third level, it only takes 16 days. The time he estimated before was about a month. It was twice as fast as he expected. After a little thought, Yang Qi discovered the key point: he ignored the energy in the air. His meditation efficiency is very high when he is driving squeeze gun. And the heaven and earth vitality that he ignores, accumulates in small amounts, and it is also a considerable amount of energy. Of course, these are just minor issues. What really needs to be paid attention to now is his newly awakened third talent, headshot. The word headshot. Yang Qi is naturally very familiar. Forcing the weak point, 1 hit into the soul. He also understood these 2 words. But he still didn't know what effect the headshot talent would have. The first is enforcing weakness. Is it forcibly attacking others' weaknesses? This is wrong. I obviously attacked someone else's hand. After launching headshot, you force me to attack someone else's head? This is certainly unreasonable. So Yang Qi has another bold guess. Forcibly create a weakness. That is to say, you are not a weak point, you are very tough, but when I launch a headshot attack, you become a weak point. To put it bluntly, weaken the defense. In fact, this is not only Yang Qi guess, but also his expectation. Why? Because he needs to have a enhanced attack talent. And weakening the opponent's defense is equivalent to strengthening his attack. And as far as he knew, if headshots were not offensive, then other talents were even less likely to be. As for self-aiming, it ignores non-personal defense effects. When fighting against the awakened, it is indeed very strong. But in the face of alien creatures, the effect is very general. Because most of those alien creatures are full of carapace, and some don't even have eyes. There is also the kind of vitality that is so strong that it can kick people with only one left leg. So if you don't have the talent to enhance your attack, it won't be easy in the future. Let's talk about 1 hit into the soul. I am afraid that the effect of this can only be known after specific testing. Because the extended meaning of this word is to describe a wonderful and shocking attack. Based on this point of view, then this may be a control effect to shock people. According to the literal meaning of the word, 1 blow into the soul means 1 blow to penetrate into the soul. That might be the effect of mental attacks. Yang Qi thinks that the probability is the latter. Because headshot is a very aggressive word. But he still has one more hope, that is, have both. No matter how much I guess, I just want to. Only practice brings true knowledge. Regardless of Yang Qi, it is already past 12 o'clock in the morning. Get up and go to the training room. Chapter 52. Training room. Yang Qi hesitated for a while. He raised his fist and launched headshot, hitting the sandbag directly. Puff! His fist went straight into the sandbag. But the sandbags didn't break. But there is only one hole. The hole doesn't look like it was punched out either. And as if it had been melted, it was very flat. Really? Forcing weakness is to forcibly create weaknesses. If only the leveling of the hole is not enough to prove it. That's a little more. The outer skin of this sandbag is not ordinary leather, but a special one. Made with pit, a 7th-order alien creature. This thing is quite expensive. Otherwise, Yang Qi would not have hesitated just now. Because ordinary sandbags can't stand the toss of the awakened person at all. So it's not just the special sandbags that Yang Qi uses at home. Those sandbags in the school training room are also very valuable. It's just that it's not at the level of a 7th order beast. As for the skin of a 7th level beast, how could a 3rd level awakened person beat it badly? And only with fists. Therefore, the forced weakness of headshot is undoubtedly to forcibly create weaknesses. But the other one hit into the soul, Yang Qi has no way to test it out for the time being. This is related to the soul, and it must be tested with living things. But not people. Because it is easy to go wrong. Nor can it be a creature that is too weak. Otherwise, the test result would always be dead. The best experimental products are naturally alien creatures. This experimental product is hard for others to find, but Yang Qi is certainly not difficult. It's about calling Uncle Yang wrong way. And there are also channels for schools. After all, other students will also have this need. But Yang Qi will definitely not look for the school. Even on Yang Rongwei's side, he hesitated. Because he is so fast. Cultivation is too fast. 16 days from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage. This is no record-breaking thing. This is something that subverts common sense. But Yang Qi just hesitated for a while. Soon he decided to call Yang Rongwei. Because apart from the matter of the experimental product, there is also Beast Soul Crystal. Without the support of the city lord uncle, then his cultivation career has definitely plummeted. As for that cheap old man Yang Rongwu, don't forget that the 200 Beast Soul Crystals last time were all sent by Yang Lan. Why? Because really counting, the bloodline from Yang Rongwu to Yang Qi is just the 2nd wife of the Yang family. Most of the Yang family's property is under the control of Yang Rongwei, a big house. Just for one. In the Xinyuan era, not to mention families, countries, and even human beings, there were few internal conflicts because the external enemies were too strong. And secondly, the old man of the Yang family, Yang Haik, is still retiring in the capital. 3-2. Yang Rongwu is actually quite fierce. It can be said that it is only a matter of time before he becomes the commander of the Special Operations Corps. At that time, the status will not be lower than that of the city owner of the main city. Therefore, there is no conflict of interests between the two parties. 4-2. Yang Rongwei only has a daughter like Yang Lan left under his knees, and he has no males in his veins. If Yang Qi is a waste, then Yang Lan may recruit a son-in-law to succeed. But Yang Qi is not. So here are 5. Yang Qi talent is beyond the charts. It does not mean that he is qualified to succeed to the throne, but that he can stabilize the position of the Yang family, and even bring the Yang family to a higher level. To sum up, the interior of the Yang family must be monolithic. And there is no gap between the so-called big room and the 2nd room. So although the Yang family's property is under the control of Yang Rongwei, but the Yang family's resources are basically devoted to Yang Qi. It's not a big problem to call him young patriarch. The next day, 8 a.m. Yang Qi called Yang Rongwei on time. Surely a Castellan wouldn't sleep in late, would he? Really? The city lord was very diligent, and the phone rang for a while before being connected. Hello, uncle, good morning, are you busy? Yang Qi was very polite and said hello. Yeah. Xiao Qi, are you calling? Yang Rongwei's tone seemed very puzzled. After all, I won't talk about it this early in the morning. In the past 18 years, his nephew called him the last time he wanted a beast soul crystal. Now. Yang Rongwei's heart trembled inexplicably. But before he could guess, Yang Qi said directly. Uncle, I broke through to the 3rd level last night. The talent I awakened this time is called headshot, and one of its effects is to impose an attack. There is another effect that is not clear, it is a kind of mental attack, so I want my uncle to help me test it. Tier 3? With Yang Rongwei's decades of nourishing qi skills, at this moment, he also feels like falling into the clouds and being in a dream. His first reaction was human, don't believe it. After all, it has only been half a month since Yang Qi last called to say that he was a second order. Breaking through from the second level to the third level in half a month? To know. The fastest time to break through from just awakening to the second level is 36 days. That is, a breakthrough from the first level to the second level. So those who believe directly have a problem with their heads. But Yang Rongwei is very sensible. He quickly realized that it was impossible for Yang Qi to lie to himself with this matter. Moreover, what's the point of telling a lie that can be exposed at any time? And since it's not a lie, so it's, really? Yang Rongwei forced himself to remain calm and said, Xiao Qi, where are you now? Don't move, I'll send someone to pick you up. No. I'll go there myself. Whatever it is, he has to meet Yang Qi first. Chapter 53. Uncle, are you here so soon? Please come in. Yang Qi knew that Yang Rongwei would come, so he was waiting for him directly. And when he saw two people behind Yang Rongwei, each carrying a suitcase. My heart is naturally happy, my uncle is still sensible. Can you hurry up? Yang Rongwei also couldn't help complaining in his heart. He entered the house without a word. Brother? Why are you here? When Li Sha saw him, she was a little confused. Uncle. Lu Qingzhu said hello. Yang Rongwei opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then he motioned to the two behind him. The two nodded knowingly, opened the suitcase, and fiddled with it on the table. It was only then that Yang Qi discovered that the box was not the beast soul crystal, but a talent tester. Yang Rongwei didn't ask in detail when he called. Yang Qi thought he just believed it. But now it seems. This uncle is really safe in his work. At this moment, Yang Rongwei had the time to explain to Li Sha. Xiao Qi said that he broke through to the third level last night, let me take a look. He said it with a calm face, but his heart was full of galloping horses. Tier 3. Li Sha asked a question, but she still hadn't reacted. Tier 3. Lu Qingzhu exclaimed, her expression was extremely surprised. Tier 3. Only then did Li Sha come to her senses and yelled. Tier 3. Yang Rongwei nodded in confirmation. Are you playing with a megaphone? Yang Qi secretly complained. Is he joking? How long has he broken through to the second order? Half a month. Li Sha expressed her disbelief in a normal way. When she said this, even the two people who were fiddling with the tester subconsciously glanced at Yang Qi. Naturally, the unbelief in the eyes is also human nature. Lu Qingzhu said very rationally. Xiao Qi won't joke about big things, besides, didn't uncle bring a tester here? Just test it and you'll know. Li Sha just now became rational. She looked at Yang Qi, brat, are you 3 or not? Yang Qi gestured to the tester, I'll know if I test it later. This is actually equivalent to affirmative. Otherwise, it's all over the joint, what's the use of being stubborn? So the people in the room were all shocked in their hearts. Li Sha glared at Yang Qi, you brat, you didn't tell mom first when you reached the third level. She also changed her mind very quickly, and now she believed it directly. And at this moment, a tester said. City Master, the tester has been adjusted. Yang Rongwei nodded and looked at Yang Qi. Yang Qi walked over, and even opened his mouth to remind, you guys stay calm later, don't be scared. Then. Checking. The detection is complete. Third Order Awakener. Up to this point, everyone is a kind of slightly shocked mentality of sure enough, it's the third level. After all, I already knew it in advance, and I was prepared. But there is talent, self-aiming. Potential, SSS. Talent, press the gun. Potential, SSS. Talent, headshot. Potential, SSS. Everyone? The living room was silent. For a long time. Lu Qingzhu asked in a daze, Xiao Qi, didn't you say that your second talent is SS? Forward. Yang Qi said with a little embarrassment, surprise, to give you a surprise. He didn't know about today, so he told a little lie to save some saliva. Everyone. Yang Rongwei asked, your third talent is also SSS level. Yang Qi nodded in response. The answer to this question is already on the display. Yang Rongwei asked another question. One can imagine how restless he was. Li Sha directly gave Yang Qi a bear hug. My good son, you are really amazing, you are worthy of being my good son. Yang Qi eyeballs turned up, I was called a brat just now. The two testers naturally didn't speak, but they both looked at Yang Qi with the expression of looking at the gods. Let's put it this way. If there is no Yang Qi, then they may not be able to measure 3 SSS level talents in this life. Yang Rongwei glanced at them and said, go back first, remember to keep today's affairs secret. Yes, Santo. The two saluted. Then he packed up his equipment and left. In fact, Yang Rongwei didn't think about keeping secrets at first. Why? Because this is in Lingheng. And if you really want to keep it secret, you will keep it secret when Yang Qi awakens the SSS level primary talent. But it's not necessary. On the contrary, spreading the name of Yang Qi genius would be more conducive to the development of the Yang family. Because this will let others know, the Yang family has a future. But Yang Rongwei didn't know about today either. He also never expected that Yang Qi could be so talented. 3 SSS level talents. To know. In the hundreds of years of human history, there are only less than 20 records of SSS level talents. Now if you add the 3 of Yang Qi, it will be 21. So Yang Qi now seems to be a man who monopolizes 1/7 of history. That sounds cool. But I really thought that in the past 121 years, hundreds of millions of awakened people can each awaken several talents. Has there only been 18 SSS level talents? It can be said sure. Certainly not. Just like the SSS level junior talent from the Lu family. He only had the SSS level primary talent recorded. But does he really only have such an SSS level talent? I'm afraid more than that. Hidden clumsiness is the nature of intelligent creatures. The title of SSS level junior talent is enough. Chapter 54. Si Yang Rongwei has been watching the two testers leave, and his eyes flicker. Yang Qi couldn't help saying. Uncle, you don't want to silence me anymore, do you? It's unnecessary. Yang Rongwei looked at him, how to say? He didn't actually want to silence it. After all, the loyalty of those who can be brought here by him must be guaranteed. All he thought about was whether to send the two of them to a closed place like a research institute. Just to be on the safe side. And what Yang Qi said is not don't, but not necessary. There is definitely a difference. The former is probably out of softness of heart. But the latter has some reason. So he wanted to hear Yang Qi reasons. Yang Qi pondered, it's just 3 SSS level talents, maybe, should, maybe, high probability, not my limit. He paused and said, and they don't know the specific effects of my talents, and they can't reveal any news. He is not a soft-hearted person. But certainly not as hard-hearted as Yang Rongwei. But if you just come to test his talent, you will die. This is too unfair. So he couldn't help but begged for a favor. Yang Rongwei directly ignored the next sentence. And what he said earlier could, should, maybe. No matter how much he said, what he wanted to express was, 3 SSS level talents were not his limit. Not only Yang Rongwei heard this. Li Sha and Lu Qingzhu on the side also heard it. So all three of them looked at Yang Qi with burning eyes. Well. After Yang Qi paused, he explained. The first 3 of my talents are all at the SSS level. After that, it doesn't make sense for me to have none at the SSS level, right? And the ancients said that 1 life is 2, 2 is 3, and 3 is all things. Maybe the talents I will awaken in the future are all at the SSS level. He was vaccinating them in advance. But in fact, he found this excuse. It's far-fetched. It's not uncommon to start 3 to 0 and finish 3 to 10. And what the ancients said in the back is even more ridiculous. But all 3 believed it. If Yang Qi really finds out some reason, it means that his follow-up talent will still be at the SSS level. Then they might be skeptical instead. Because no matter how much you talk about it, awakening talent is a relatively random thing. There is no fixed number. But it was Yang Qi's unspoken appearance now. Instead, it makes them feel. He can be sure that there will be SSS level talents in the follow-up, but there are some secrets that cannot be revealed. This is normal. Because it wasn't just this time that Yang Qi kept secrets. Just take last time. What's the matter with your cultivation speed? Is it related to your second talent? Yang Rongwei asked. Now that he knew there was a secret, but Yang Qi obviously didn't want to reveal it, he simply changed the subject. Yang Qi nodded and said, my second talent not only has the effect of eliminating negative states, but also has the effect of improving concentration. 3 people. Improve concentration. They naturally understand what this means. Li Xiao looked at Yang Qi with a gritted expression, you even kept it from my mother, so the effect of improving concentration might not be low, right? Yang Qi rubbed his nose, about 20 times. 3 people. Although they all just have a speechless expression. But I was actually quite shocked. Just come down this morning. Their shock has been over. Didn't you see that the temperature inside the house is higher than outside? Because the cold air in the room was secretly sucked away by them. In fact, whether the effect is high or low is already obvious. 16 days from the second level to the third level. Not to mention far away. Just Lisa. Li Xiao will not mention it. Strong and forced to awaken, she has never paid much attention to cultivation. Take Lu Qingzu as an example, she has worked hard in her cultivation. And when she went from the second level to the third level, it took nearly 9 months to practice. And Yang Rongwei. As the son of Yang's family back then, he naturally had no shortage of resources. Coupled with the pressure of bearing the eldest son, the cultivation is also very diligent. But it took him nearly half a year to go from the second level to the third level. So, this topic is so boring. Yang Rongwei changed the subject again and said, what about your third talent? You said on the phone that you want me to help test it. Yang Qi nodded again, in addition to strengthening the attack, my third talent may also have a mental attack effect, so I want my uncle to help me find some alien creatures to test. Yang Rongwei nodded and stood up, then let's go. He didn't ask why alien creatures were used for the test. Because of the mental attack effect of the SSS talent, who knows how strong it will be. How dare you use people to try this? Trouble uncle. Yang Qi got up and said. Uncle, can I go and see together? Lu Qingzu also got up and asked. But Li Xiao was more straightforward, I will go too. So in the end the 4 of them went out together. Chapter 55. It is easier than Yang Qi thought to test this matter with alien creatures. Because Lincheng's Alien Biology Research Institute provides this service. There are various types of alien creatures from the 1st level to the 9th level. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yang Qi actually saw a living alien creature. He had only seen it on video before. These alien creatures have all kinds of strange shapes. And its unified feature is, extremely dynamic and extremely quiet. It is either hitting the cage in all kinds of madness, or lying down and dormant. There is no such thing as just making small movements. Because they have no self-awareness. When not receiving orders from the leader, they have only the instinct to destroy. And when the energy is exhausted, they simply go into hibernation to recover their energy. When the energy is back to full, it starts to go crazy again. So, Yang Qi even doubted that this kind of thing could not measure the effect of one hit into the soul at all. Because they obviously have no soul. But it's okay. The soul in one hit into the soul does not specifically refer to soul. Yang Qi is directly measured from the fifth order alien beast. Double armored beast. It has a brown carapace all over its body, walks upright, and its hands are long and flat, as sharp as knives. And Yang Qi flew over with a knife. Its carapace is just like made of paper, and the throwing knife is directly immersed in the whole handle. This scene has made the eyes of Yang Rongwei and others light up. And the next scene made them even more astonished. What Yang Qi wants to test is not attack power. So he deliberately aimed at the legs of the double sword armored beast. But in terms of the vitality of the double knife armored beast, if it's just a leg, let alone being stabbed, even if it is cut off directly, it will not affect it to kill people. But now, the double knife armored beast fell to the ground directly. Died. After a researcher checked it, he made a conclusion. But after he finished speaking, everyone looked at Yang Qi with strange expressions. With a third-tier body, it's fine to kill a fifth-tier beast in one blow. But just shooting the leg directly kills the man, the beast. This undoubtedly seems a little weird. There was silence for a while. Yang Rongwei said, being able to kill a fifth-order beast with one blow, it seems that your innate mental attack is very strong. In fact, strong is not enough to describe it. But he is a big city lord, so he can't say a word like super, right? It seems that your innate mental attack is super strong. Too cute. After the fifth stage comes the sixth stage. Knife head beetle. It is also full of carapace, black, reptiles, with no head visible. And the part that should be the head has a long thorn like a knife, hence the name. Yang Qi flew away with a knife, and shot at its tail, which is not an important part. The throwing knife is still completely submerged. The strange beast also remained motionless after being stabbed. Everyone looked at Yang Qi again with that monster-looking eyes. But not dead, the researcher said after checking. As soon as he finished speaking, the beetle also started to move. But not as arrogant as before. Instead, he looked wobbly, as if he was drunk. So far, Yang Qi has determined that one shot into the soul has two effects of mental attack and control. The next step is to test the strength of this effect. 7th Order Alien Beast. Also carapace. This time, the handle was not completely submerged, and the handle was blocked from the outside. And the strange beast didn't just fall to the ground, but was a little unstable. An 8th Order Armored Beast. On the carapace, the throwing knife still pierced in. But the strange beast didn't react much, it was just a little shaky. A 9th Order Armored Beast. On the carapace, the throwing knife still penetrates powerfully. But the alien beast basically didn't respond. This shows that the effect of one hit into the soul is currently unable to enter the 9th Order Alien Beast. But the effect of enforcing weakness is a bit against the sky. It really means that no matter who you are, you will be forced to create weaknesses for you. There is no reason to speak. Yang Qi himself can't stand it anymore. Everyone else is naturally full of inner explosions. You know, Yang Qi is only at the 3rd rank. Instead, it is an ordinary 3rd Order Awakener. Even with full talent, you may not be able to get past the 4th Order Alien Beast. And facing the 5th Order Alien Beast, it is basically in a state of being difficult to break through. As for killing the 5th Order in seconds, there are also serious injuries at the 6th level, minor injuries at the 7th level, defense breaking at the 8th level, and 9th level. These are absolutely fantasy. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would never believe it. So, is SSS level talent really that strong? Doubts arose in everyone's mind. They've seen the effects of other people's SSS level talents. It was Lu Xiao, the SSS level junior talent from the Lu family. His initial talent was named Spirit of War. The effect is to improve one's own state in an all-round way, including strength, speed, reaction, and so on. When Lu Xiao was at the 5th level, he used this talent to kill an 8th level strange beast. At that time, the Lu family also specially recorded a video. He won the 3rd tier battle. Everyone who saw it was shocked by Lu Xiao. But what kind of combat power will Yang Qi have when it reaches the 5th level? Several people present knew it in their hearts. I am afraid that cutting the 8th rank is like slaughtering a chicken. Even now, Yang Qi may not have no chance of winning. If you can break the defense, you have a chance to win. After all, strange beasts have no brains. And as for talking about fighting against people, you know, human beings have many more weaknesses than beasts. Chapter 56. The effect of headshot undoubtedly satisfied Yang Qi. Both of his expectations were fulfilled. What made him more satisfied was his uncle Yang Rongwei's sensibility. Tier 3 beast soul crystals are directly 3 boxes. 100 pieces in a box. There are 300 pieces in total. This is estimated to exceed the amount he needs to advance from the 3rd level to the 4th level. The word Yu is undoubtedly a manifestation of the Yang family's wealth. He still has about 100 first-order beast soul crystals left. Tier 2, there are only 50 pieces left. First suck the low-level beast soul crystal. There is no need for that. Every time he upgrades, he has a big gift package from Yang Rongwei. There is no shortage of beast soul crystals corresponding to the ranks. It would be a waste of resources to absorb low-level beast soul crystals. So, Cheng Jing's figure appeared in Yang Qi's mind. This girl who made him a man, awakened on the same day as him. But now he has been thrown away by 2 ranks. It's time for her to feel the love from him, young Master Yang. The next day. That is Sunday. Because tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning there will be another world study class. So Yang Qi is going back to school tonight. After all, it was the only class he was still taking. Friday's festival has been requisitioned by Cheng Jing. And if he doesn't go to this class, then this university is really the same as if you didn't go to it. So you have to think about it. Lu Qingzu drove him off. Outside, Lu Qingzu had already driven to the door. Yang Qi got into the passenger seat directly, and then threw the 2 suitcases into the back seat. Seeing this, Lu Qingzu couldn't help asking, "Do you want to bring so many?" She naturally knew that there were beast soul crystals inside. And it is a standard box of 100 pieces. 2 boxes are 200 pieces. Most people say that it can be used for at least 3 months. Yang Qi replied, "It's not too much, there is a box of first-order ones, take them to Jingjing for use." Lu Qingzu paused, then stepped on the accelerator. The car jumped out with a bayo. Yang Qi swayed back and forth, almost hitting the windshield. "Lie down." He subconsciously wanted to swear, but he quickly swallowed the groove. Then he looked at Lu Qingzu helplessly. "Those first-order beast soul crystals, it's a waste for me to use them, and it's a waste for you to use them." Lu Qingzu responded blankly. Yang Qi thought she was jealous of Cheng Jing. But actually, she. A little bit of vinegar indeed. But what really made her step on the gas pedal was another reason. She suddenly realized that 200 beast soul crystals didn't seem to be enough for Yang Qi to last long. She thought of them more than 20 times. Under the stimulation of the 2 phases, she couldn't hold back. The car drove all the way in a hurry, and the 2 of them were speechless all the way. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Forest City University. When passing the school gate, A figure beckoned to this side. Since it was night, the light was dim. So Yang Qi could only tell that she was that girl from her body shape, but didn't see her face clearly. Lu Qingzhu obviously knew that person. After the car approached the man, she stopped the car and rolled down the window. A somewhat familiar voice sounded. Qingzhu, why did you come to school tonight? Send my brother here. After Lu Qingzhu replied, he said again, are you going back to the dormitory? Get in the car, and I will take you on the way. You have a younger brother? I haven't heard you mention it. After the man said something, he was not polite and opened the rear door directly. Lu Qingzhu introduced to Yang Qi, my classmate, Li Yaoken. Li Yaoken? Yang Qi suddenly nodded. No wonder the voice sounds familiar. It turned out to be the fox spirit I met in the training room that day. But that girl kept trying to seduce him that day. The speech is very contrived, and the voice sounds very tired. Today is much more normal. That's why he couldn't hear it. But I should recall it just by looking at my body shape. After all, less experience. What is this? Li Yaoken asked after getting into the car. She was referring to those 2 boxes of beast soul crystals. Yang Qi said casually, it's good to put it aside. Oh. Li Yaoken responded, and then teased, Qingzhu, your brother's voice is pretty nice, that's Yang Qi. She reacted. Regarding the last time I was obsessed by ghosts. These days, her memory is still fresh. And Yang Qi voice was naturally engraved in her mind deeply. Hi, senior. Yang Qi greeted with a smile. You know each other? Lu Qingzhu asked. I met once. Yang Qi replied. Li Yaoken did not speak. There is no way, the fact of last time made her a little embarrassed. So in order to avoid Yang Qi, she even preferred to walk more, and never went to the 5th training hall again. But who knows, he is Lu Qingzhu's younger brother. Not right. Lu Qingzhu, Yang Qi. Are you cousins? Li Yaoken couldn't help asking. From the last time she directly shaked people in order to inquire about Yang Qi talent, she knew. This girl's curiosity is really very strong. Yang Qi replied, no, we are half-siblings. If you are brothers and sisters, what's your surname? Li Yaoken stopped halfway through her words. Puff. Lu Qingzhu couldn't help laughing. Yang Qi. Li Yaoken gritted her teeth and shouted. Hey, I'm here. Yang Qi agreed. Li Yaoken. Goose. Lu Qingzhu laughed like crazy. Chapter 57. Lu Qingzhu has always been cold-tempered. Rarely do I laugh like this. But seeing Li Goblin deflated, she couldn't hold back. Fairy Li is naturally Li Yaoken. The origin of this name. One is because the word Yaoken is called quickly, which sounds similar to goblin. The second is because of its shape. Not to mention the seductive look of the fox spirit on the face. The figure is so good that it makes people feel unreasonable when they look at it. So the name of Li Goblin spread like wildfire. Li Yaoken was already choked up by Yang Qi. And after hearing Lu Qingzhu's goose laughter, he became even more angry. But she endured this tone. No way. Can't beat it again and again. She has fought against both brothers and sisters before, and she has already confirmed this point. It is obvious whether it is an opponent. What can she do if she can't bear it? Still laughing. Hurry up and drive. Li Yaoken urged. Lu Qingzhu responded with a suppressed smile, and started the car. The car is moving. Li Yaoken couldn't help asking again, are you 2 cousins? No, it's sisters and brothers. This time it was Lu Qingzhu who answered. She subconsciously had the idea of clearing ties with Yang Qi in front of Li Yaoken. Oh! Sister and brother. What Li Yaoken said was very meaningful. Yang Qi interjected, good senior sister, is there any question? Li Yaoken's expression froze immediately. Good school sister. This time it was Lu Qingzu who was meaningful, but it was aimed at Yang Qi. She also turned her head to look at Yang Qi. This naturally startled Yang Qi. He quickly said, my sister, can you drive and watch the road? Only then did Lu Qingzu turn around. Then he said, Fairy, you are not in a hurry to go back to the dormitory, are you? I will send Xiao Qi there first. Don't. I'm in a hurry, send me off first. Li Yaoken quickly replied. She naturally knew that Lu Qingzu wanted to chat with herself alone, asking about that good senior. But Yang Qi seems to be called good senior sister. But in fact, it was implying her good student that day. And how should she tell Lu Qingzu about that day? It's late, the intersection is over. Lu Qingzu said after passing the intersection. Li Yaoken. Not long after, the car arrived at the downstairs of the classroom apartment. Li Yaoken looked out of the car window and asked in surprise, your brother lives in the teacher's apartment? Lu Qingzu responded, and then said lightly, don't you know his name? Li Yaoken. She already got it because it was so obvious. She could even hear Lu Qingzu's heartfelt voice, if you know the name, just call it, don't say anything about your brother. At this time, Yang Qi has already got out of the car. He opened the back seat door, took out 2 boxes, and said hello. Sister, I'll go up first, you should drive carefully. Goodbye, senior. Goodbye. Each of the 2 girls responded. After Yang Qi closed the car door, Lu Qingzu said directly, what's going on with you and Xiao Qi? Inexplicably, Li Yaoken felt like being asked by her best friend why she hooked up with her boyfriend. Or that's not how it feels. But the truth. But she certainly didn't mean to. On the first day of school, I was in the training room. After thinking about it, Li Yaoken decided to tell the truth. She and Lu Qingzu are definitely true best friends, not that kind of plastic sisters. Because the 2 are actually a little bit sympathetic. Li Yaoken has always been excluded by girls because of her irregular appearance. And Lu Qingzu has always been the kind of person who can't make friends because of his cold personality. So they are actually 2 isolated people leaning together. They are each other's only friends. After Li Yaoken finished speaking, Lu Qingzu nodded while suppressing a smile, so you guys just misunderstood. Li Yaoken rolled her eyes, what kind of misunderstanding is this? He was clearly pretending to be a fool to lie to me that day. He just wanted to take advantage of me. I really don't understand, how could you like such a bad person? Lu Qingzu put away his smile instantly. Li Yaoken rolled her eyes wildly, okay, he's not bad, he's just a little naughty, okay. Lu Qingzu calmed down just now. She squinted at Li Yaoken, if you didn't take the initiative first, Xiao Qi would also. Lu Qingzu. Li Yaoken shouted. Lu Qingzu closed his mouth and didn't say any more. But I still murmured in my heart, it was originally. After a while, driven by curiosity, Li Yaoken spoke again. What's the matter with you and him? It's obvious that you like him, but he seems to be. Having said this, she stopped. Lu Qingzu answered by himself, he only regards me as his sister. Li Yao's eyes widened when she listened to Qin, with an unbelievable look. Being an older sister? He must be blind. Just like you, don't just be an older sister, it's considered, right? Anyway, if it were me, I would definitely not be stupid. Lu Qingzu sighed faintly. Then he said comfortingly. It's good to be an older sister. You don't have to worry about quarreling and breaking up. You can be a sister for a lifetime. Li Yaoken? She said affirmatively, you're not love, you're younger brother. Chapter 58. The next day. Yang Qi went to the training room again after going to a class of alien studies. Then another week passed in the blink of an eye. This Monday, Yang Qi did not go to the training room for the first time after class. Instead, he went on to the next talent analysis class. Then at noon, he stopped by to have a meal with his regular table mate Luo Ziu. It was not until the afternoon that he went to the training room again. In the evening, he took the initiative to ask Shengjing and Sol Luhan out for a meal. After the three met. "How did you know you asked us to have dinner together today?" Shengjing asked in surprise. "I'm tired of training." It was not Yang Qi who answered, but Sol Luhan. She looked like someone who came here. "Training is boring. When I first awakened, I spent every day in the training room at the beginning, but I didn't stick to it for 2 months. And he has persisted for almost 3 months now, and it should be time to give up." No wonder Mother Su told Yang Qi so profoundly last time. It turned out to be a living example. Yet, Shengjing looked at Yang Qi. Yang Qi nodded, "That's right. It wasn't that he was stubborn and refused to say yes. But he is indeed a little tired of training. But it's far from wanting to give up. Just want to get some air. After all, training is indeed a very boring thing. He can maintain this kind of long-term training intensity every day for nearly 3 months, which is considered very good. And he wasn't the kind of person with great perseverance. It's just supported by the idea of early invincibility. After all, these days, how dare you go out if you are not invincible? But he doesn't have to go out now. And if it develops normally, he still has nearly 4 years of development time. Then, it took him only 16 days from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. This somehow made him feel a little more time. So I unconsciously wanted to adjust the rhythm. To put it bluntly, I'm just being lazy for a while. Let's train with you in the future. Sol Luhan said, "We used to distract you, but now we should be able to refresh you." This girl. It is really a contradiction. It has a lowly appearance, but it has very unlily parts. Acting is a bit arrogant and domineering, but in fact he is very sensible. Even Shengjing, who is considerate, is not as mature as her. Okay. Before Yang Qi could reply, Shengjing agreed happily. Yang Qi also nodded with a smile. Because Sol Luhan was right. The madness period has passed. There are 2 beautiful girls to accompany me during training, which is really refreshing. After dinner, the 3 of them took a walk at school to digest food, and then went to the training room together. And just arrived in the training room. Yang Qi's cell phone rang. "Caller, Sister Lan." The phone connects. "Hello? Xiao Qi." Yang Lan's voice came over. "Sister Lan, what's the matter?" Yang Qi asked. Yang Lan responded and said, "That's it. I heard from Hiking that you seem to only have 1 class a week now." Yang Qi. Parents and teachers are acquaintances, which is really not a good thing. He explained, "Yes, but when I don't go to class, I'm basically training." "I didn't mean to blame you." Yang Lan continued, "It's just that I see that you are so free at school, and now there is an opportunity for you to go out for an internship, so I'm asking if you want to go." Yang Qi's heart moved slightly when he heard it. If he really went out to practice and make a living, then he would definitely say no immediately. After all, although he is not a follower of Gujiao, but also know a truth. If you can practice to the full level at home, then there is no need to go out. But what Yang Lan said is going out to practice and practice. The focus is not on going out to experience, but on internship. Internship begins in senior year, which is a tradition left over from BC. And let this group of college student elites have a chance to adapt to the experience before officially becoming a social person. This is undoubtedly a very good way of education. So it still remains. And the opportunity that Yang Lan mentioned was undoubtedly an internship with those senior students. As a freshman, Yang Qi didn't learn anything. There is only one direction for his internship, and that is to go to the army. But it is definitely not the frontline troops stationed at security bases or guarding space passages. It is the Linkhung Conventional Combat Army known as the Collection Team. I said it before. In order to harvest beast soul crystals, human beings have broods where creatures from other worlds are raised in captivity. And the General Conventional Combat Army, all year round, is to collect the task of the beast soul crystal. After all, the beast soul crystal grows in the body of a creature from another world. It's not something you can collect with your hands. Still have to kill. And this kind of action that can directly fight against alien creatures is not very dangerous. It is undoubtedly very suitable for college students to practice. It is indeed a very good experience opportunity. So after Yang Qi heard Yang Lan's words, his heart moved a little. There is a saying in the ancients, if you are awesome and don't pretend, it's like walking around at night wearing a famous brand. And he was so talented, he didn't kill strange beasts to make a name for himself, but he just nestled in the training room and punched sandbags. This is undoubtedly Jinyi Yexing. I'll go, Sister Lan, please make arrangements for me. Yang Qi said into the phone. Chapter 59. After Yang Qi hung up the phone, Cheng Jing immediately asked, "Where are you going?" She naturally heard the phrase "I'll go" that Yang Qi said to the phone. So I was worried that Yang Qi would leave. As expected, Yang Qi nodded. Cheng Jing pursed her lips, "We came just now." Well. Yang Qi was stunned, and then explained, "It's not that I'm leaving now, but I should go to a place in a few days." Cheng Jing then withdrew her pouting lips. But before she was happy, she heard Yang Qi say, "Do you know about the internship in the senior year? I will go with them in a few days." Ah. Both girls frowned. Internships meant being out of school for sure. And at least a few months. In other words, Yang Qi may not be in school this semester. Then it's better to go now. Cheng Jing complained in a tone. So Luhan frowned and said, "If you go for an internship, you should only be in the army. But you are only at the second level. No matter how talented you are, the danger is not low. The school and the army will not agree. Those with strong talents would not agree. But the family background is strong. They will all agree." After Sol Luhan finished asking, he quickly thought of this. She looked at Yang Qi, and said in a strange tone, "I don't know how to climb high branches, do I? Your Yang is the Yang of our Yang family in Linkhung." Ha! Cheng Jing also looked at Yang Qi in astonishment. No way! The Yang family in Linkhung is equivalent to the lord in Linkhung. And Yang Qi can be regarded as the prince's relative. How could this not surprise them? Yang Qi nodded, "Master Yang is my uncle." Two people. Sol Luhan quickly returned to normal color, and even smiled, "Haha, I really found a treasure." And Cheng Jing looked at Yang Qi with a little resentment. Having been at the same table for 6 years, she didn't even know that Yang Qi was a son of a wealthy family. Yang Qi glanced at her, spread his hands and said, "As I told you last time, my family is quite rich." The last time he said it was when he gave Cheng Jing the beast soul crystal last week. "I only gave 10 pills, and I was afraid of scaring her if there were too many. But 10, that's not a lot. Worth millions." So the little girl naturally refused directly. Then Yang Qi told her that his family is quite rich. Cheng Jing just agreed to accept, too. "Is this a quite rich question for you?" Cheng Jing gave Yang Qi an angry look. Then he muttered again, "If I had known earlier, I would have wanted them all." Yang Qi smiled and squeezed her face, "I'll keep it for you." Cheng Jing also smiled. And when she was about to speak, Sol Luhan's voice sounded first. "You guys are hiding something from me." The two of them came back to their senses just now. Thursday night was their little secret. Say it. Sol Luhan crossed his arms and looked at Cheng Jing. Which last time was it last time? What was left behind? Cheng Jing blushed and lowered her head. Then he reached out and rubbed Yang Qi's waist, beckoning him to speak. This is it. Yang Qi explained, didn't you go home on Thursday afternoon? So there is no place to train in the evening, so you will come to me, and the last time was last Thursday night. As far as things are concerned, they are just beast soul crystals. You can't use the first level ones, so I didn't mention them to you. Sol Luhan asked suspiciously, that's all. Yang Qi nodded seriously. Ah. Sol Luhan sneered suddenly, then pointed at Cheng Jing. If it's just training, can she blush like this? Yang Qi glanced at Cheng Jing, but saw that even the roots of her ears were turning red. Come to your training quietly on Thursday night, what about after training? Sol Luhan asked as if remembering something. At the age of 18, I already know everything I should know. She just hadn't thought about it before. But Cheng Jing's face was undoubtedly telling her, think about that. Well, continue with other training. Yang Qi said. Then Sol Luhan also blushed. Half shy, half angry. She put her hands on her hips, so you two steal behind my back. Yang Qi spread his hands, it's not easy to be together, right? Although I don't mind. Va. *2. The two girls spat at him in unison. Then they looked at each other again, their faces turning red on top of each other. This time I was ashamed. Because, there is a picture. The two would be willing to get along with Yang Qi in such an unclear way. In fact, they have already accepted each other. So, Lenovo is a little fast. Instead, it was Yang Qi. Although he had an idea, he didn't dare to think about it for the time being. After all, the individual training has not yet been completed. Tell me about your internship. Cheng Jing changed the subject and said, isn't it too dangerous for you to go for an internship at the second level? Yang Qi pondered and said, actually, I'm in the third rank. Hey. *2. The two girls were a little unresponsive. Yang Qi explained, my second talent has the effect of improving concentration, so it will be faster to practice. Sol Luhan stared at him, it's only 3 months after awakening and you've reached the third level. You said it's quick. Cheng Jing also looked at him faintly, we awakened on the same day, and I'm still at the first level. Yang Qi helplessly spread his hands. For the two girls, he naturally has nothing to do with pretending. And telling them about this is just to reassure them. But judging from the results, he undoubtedly still pretended to. Chapter 60. After Yang Qi training, the three of them left the training hall together. After that, the men and women were supposed to go back to the dormitory separately. But Sol Luhan said, quiet, you go back to the dormitory first, I have something to say to them alone. Just talking about things. Just ask Cheng Jing to avoid it for a while. How can there be any need for her to go back to the dormitory first? So Sol Luhan obviously has other plans. Cheng Jing watched her silent for a while, then nodded. Although it has been prepared and even accepted. But the girl still felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. But, oh, please, I'll call you sister from now on. Sol Luhan clasped his hands together, looking like please. Cheng Jing almost didn't laugh out loud. She suppressed a smile and said, that's fine, but you have to remember that you have to keep your word. After speaking, she glanced at Yang Qi again, then turned and left. Here. Yang Qi directly gave Sol Luhan a thumbs up. Sol Luhan gave him an angry look. Let me tell you first that you want other women besides Jing Jing, and I will definitely hit one of them, unless I can't. Yang Qi. To tell the truth, he felt that this chick could really do such a thing. I don't want to play tricks on you to engage in palace fights or anything, just start beating up directly. You pass me first. After Yang Qi said something, he immediately picked up Sol Luhan and walked to the dormitory. I'm afraid of you. Sol Luhan put his arm around his neck, and leaned his head up. That night, Yang Qi originally thought that Sol Luhan was talking big. In the future, she may have a time when she is not afraid. But tonight, she must have cried. And it turns out, Sol Luhan is really not afraid. Because talent, recovery, potential, effect, it can restore its own physical condition. Besides talent, healing, potential, effect, it can heal the wounds of oneself and others. That's right. Sol Luhan has 2 healing talents. So in the end it was Yang Qi who surrendered. And Sol Luhan even had time to tell him a story. Although it's a healing talent, it's an S-level talent after all, and it's still a beginner talent, so my parents were very excited at the time. Especially my mother, who yelled at her precious daughters one by one, and said that our family will rely on me in the future. During that time, basically whatever I wanted, they would buy me whatever I wanted, and everything was up to me. But I'm not ignorant, and I didn't make any excessive demands. Instead, I practiced and trained very hard. But after working hard for 2 months, I couldn't keep going. After all, the training is really hard, and I was only 15 years old at the time, and I didn't suffer much. My dad was fine at the time and said he wanted me to relax for a while. But my mother whispers in my ears every day, telling me all kinds of stories about geniuses who don't work hard, and then disappear from everyone. But I just won't listen, and she can't help it. And not long after, my sister also woke up. My sister is Sol Luxio, she is 3 years younger than me. Last time you said that my mother wanted to introduce you to a girlfriend, so she probably wanted to introduce her. Her awakened talent is SS level, and it's attack type. So you should be able to think of the next story. My parents' attention is all on her, and on me it's starting to stock up. And my sister is much smarter than me. No matter what my mother told her to do, she never resisted. But when no one is watching, she starts to act obsequiously. Just like when my mother asked her to go to training, she usually sat in a corner in a daze or fell asleep. When Yang Qi heard this, his eyes widened. But Sol Luhan was engrossed in what he was talking about, and didn't notice him. My mother is also easy to deceive. After seeing my sister so obedient, she also trusts her a lot. But she doesn't even think about it. I, a person who doesn't like training, have cultivated to the 4th level in 3 years. And what about my sister? She is called to train every day, but she is still 1 level lower than me. Speaking of this, she smiled mockingly. But she wasn't actually mocking Mother Su. Instead, he was mocking himself. Do you really think she is someone who doesn't like training? How could it be possible to cultivate to the 4th level in 3 years if you don't like training? She didn't have Yang Qi condition of not lacking in beast soul crystals. She was actually just acting like she didn't like training. But in fact, he has been secretly working hard. This is what Yang Qi saw firsthand. She spent a lot of time in the training room. And the purpose of her doing this, Yang Qi can also guess. It's nothing more than waiting for her mother to find out. Oh. Turns out my older daughter was the one who had been trying, and my younger daughter was just lying to me. She knew that Sol Luxio was pretending to be good, but she never revealed it. Probably because of this idea. But Sol Luxio is actually pretending to be good. Yang Qi was also a little depressed. Because he actually looked away. Was tricked by a 15-year-old girl. Chapter 61. In fact, Zhuge thinks about it afterwards. Sol Luxio's pretense was not perfect, and even had obvious flaws. A good girl who listens to her mother at home and her girlfriends at school. Definitely a shy and introverted personality. And my Aunt Lan Mendi also said that day, this girl is rather shy. But that day Soloxio either held Yang Qi hand or leaned on his shoulder. There is no such thing as shyness. How could a shy girl behave like this? It's a pity that Yang Qi went to find another actor and didn't notice this. The other actor naturally refers to the little cousin Li Qianqian. These two 15-year-old girls. One pretends to be good, the other pretends to be stupid, they are all scheming girls. Yang Qi couldn't help sighing. Everyone is born after 00, why are you so good at playing? I just don't know who played whom in the end. Yang Qi originally wanted to remind Li Qianqian a little bit. After all, this is his cousin. But then dropped the idea. Because Soloxio is also his own sister-in-law. And he has another guess. These two girls couldn't play me together that day, right? This may not only have. And it's not small. But. It doesn't matter. No matter how scheming the little girls are, they are at the level of high school students. And now he is doing adult things. Noon the next day. Yang Qi was awakened by the ringtone of the mobile phone. Whose phone? Sol Luhan asked with an unhappy expression. She too was woken up. Yang Qi picked up the phone and looked at it. Then he said helplessly, quiet. Sol Luhan. She gritted her teeth and said, she must have done it on purpose. Yang Qi smiled, and then connected the phone. Hey, be quiet. Cheng Jing's voice sounded, open the door, I'm outside your dormitory. Ah. Yang Qi was taken aback when he heard that. Ah what, hurry up and open the door. Cheng Jing's tone seemed a little rushed. Oh, just come. Yang Qi agreed, got up and touched a pair of pants and put them on. Sol Luhan realized something, and asked, isn't she here? Yang Qi nodded, and went out to open the door. Sol Luhan frowned, and then muttered, it's really hard to be small. But after she also got up and left the room, she was a little moved. Because when Cheng Jing came over, she brought a few lunch boxes with her. She brought lunch for the two of them specially. Sol Luhan shouted artificially, Sister Jing Jing, you are so kind. Cheng Jing gave her a blank look first. When he was about to speak, he froze again. Then he said with a strange expression, why are you all right? You know, she has been recuperating for 3 days. Thinking in another way, she specially packed lunch and delivered it. But now, Sol Luhan looked like nothing happened. How does this not surprise her? Sol Luhan understood what she meant. After all, she also cried last night. I have healing talents, she explained. Cheng Jing. She turned her head to look at Yang Qi with fierce eyes. Yang Qi also understood what she meant. He was speechless. He could only change the subject and said, come and eat. The three of them sat and ate together. It feels like a family of 3, but the roles are a bit repetitive. Afternoon. Yang Qi didn't go to the training room, but went to class with 2 girls. Because Yang Lan also called him at noon. Tell him that the internship has been finalized. Next Monday, I will set off with this group of senior students. The internship period is tentatively scheduled for 3 months. That's when it's winter vacation. After all, it was just an internship, so it wouldn't prevent students from going home for the new year. And this means that Yang Qi will not stay in school this semester. So this week he must spend more time with 2 girls. Night. The 3 also spent time in the training room together. And after leaving the training hall, Yang Qi said, why don't you all live in my place, there are just 2 rooms. The conscience of heaven and earth. When he said this, he really didn't think too much. It's just that it's convenient to live together. But the 2 girls spat at him in unison. Smelly man, think beautifully. Yang Qi. In fact, if only this is the case. But the key is. The 2 girls really went back to the dormitory with him. But he was asked to sleep in a room by himself, and the two of them slept together. This gave Yang Qi the feeling he had some time ago, he is the one who is the most redundant. But the feeling came and went quickly. Because when he was about to fall asleep at night, the door was pushed open. Yang Qi didn't know who was coming. But soon he knew, it was Cheng Jing who came. The next day, none of the three went to class, let alone training. Instead, he ran out to play. And this game lasted for 3 days. The three of them revisited almost all the places they visited during the summer vacation. It's Friday. This day, when the two girls saw Lu Qingzhou coming to pick Yang Qi up, their eyes turned red. After all, today's farewell will take 3 months before we can see each other again. And 3 months is quite a long time for these young people who are only 18 years old. Here. When Lu Qingzhou came over and saw that Sol Luhan was there, she was a little surprised. And after seeing them crying for no reason, they were even more confused. This made her look like a villain who came to beat Mandarin ducks with a club. Although she really wanted to be this villain. But didn't you fight? Chapter 62. What's the relationship between that girl and you? After getting in the car, Lu Qingzhou asked a question. Forward. Yang Qi paused and said, it's also a girlfriend. Lu Qingzhou gave him a sideways look, and stepped on the accelerator. The car jumped out suddenly. Fortunately, Yang Qi was prepared and supported the handrail without being shaken. After driving for a while, Lu Qingzhou said again, then why are they crying? It can't be that the one who loves you can't do without you, right? Her tone was somewhat mocking. Because Yang Qi phrase also a girlfriend is somewhat ridiculous. But the problem is, it's really like what she said. It's just not because the 2 days of the weekend cannot be separated, but the next 3 months. Yang Qi replied, it's because I will go to the army for an internship next Monday. Here. There was a harsh brake sound. It was Lu Qingzhou who stepped on the sudden brake. This time it was really sudden. Yang Qi has been shaken. Are you going to practice too? How surprised Lu Qingzhou was can be seen from the sudden brake just now. I'll die in your car sooner or later. Yang Qi complained first, then nodded and asked, is there anyone else going? Lu Qingzhou looked at him suspiciously for a long time, and slowly uttered 3 words, Li Yaoken. Well. Yang Qi was stunned and said, I really only met her once, twice, and I don't even have her contact information. So it's just a coincidence. That's what Lu Qingzhou asked, but his expression clearly still didn't believe it. Firstly, Li Yaoken's attraction to men is indeed at the fairy level. The second is because Yang Qi said also a girlfriend just now. Now Lu Qingzhou's trust in him in terms of female s*x is basically 0. Yang Qi said helplessly, it's really just a coincidence. I didn't know that Li Yaoken would go for an internship. Sister Lan mentioned the internship to me. If you don't believe me, ask her. After Lu Qingzhou looked at him for a while, he really took out his phone. Yang Qi stretched out his hand to indicate, please hit. And Lu Qingzhou really called Yang Lan. He also flashed the calling interface to him. Yang Qi. He is also convinced. At the beginning, he loved and ignored me, but now he is so jealous. But... Hello, Miss Lan. Well, it's like this, won't Xiao Qi go for an internship? I want to go too, can I still arrange it now? Okay, thank you, Sister Lan. Okay, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingzhou took a look at Yang Qi. Although there was no expression on her face, there was a smile in her eyes. Obviously, she was deliberately teasing Yang Qi just now. She did have some doubts at first. But Yang Qi even carried Yang Lan out. How could she still not believe it? Let alone calling and asking. The purpose of her call was just to ask Yang Lan to help arrange an internship. Hurry up and drive. Yang Qi said something angrily. The corner of Lu Qingzu's mouth raised slightly, and he started the car again. After a while, Yang Qi asked, "Isn't Li Yaoken a junior? How can she go for an internship?" Lu Qingzu replied, "Outstanding junior students can apply for an internship in advance." After finishing speaking, she added another sentence, "She asked me to go with her, but I didn't agree." What did she mean by the latter sentence? Two meanings. One is, Li Yaoken asked me to go, but I didn't go, but when I heard that you went, I decided to go again. But this meaning should not be what Lu Qingzu wanted to express. Just a subconscious of her. What she wanted to express was actually, I am also an excellent student. Although Yang Qi called her sister. But Lu Qingzu is not a royal sister, she is only 20 years old. Pure girl. It's only normal to have a little comparison and show off. So Yang Qi also praised in a flattering way. "Sister, you are awesome." Then it caused Lu Qingzu to cast a blind eye regardless of life and death. She rolled her eyes at Yang Qi while driving, isn't she disregarding life and death? After arriving home. After Lu Qingzu stopped the car, he suddenly thought of something. "Did you tell Aunt about your internship?" Yang Qi shook his head slowly, "No. He didn't go to training for the past few days, so he didn't remember telling Li Sha that he was going to practice. And he is not Ma Bayanan. I don't have the habit of telling my mother first about everything." Lu Qingzu breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good." Yang Qi? He didn't understand what Lu Qingzu meant, how could it be better? But soon he understood. The two entered the house. Sitting in the living room and chatting with Li Sha as usual. And Yang Qi also took advantage of the situation and said that he was going to practice. Lu Qingzu said, "I am the same." Li Sha froze for a moment, then asked with staring eyes, "So both of you are going to practice, and I'm left alone at home?" Then Yang Qi understood what Lu Qingzu's previous sentence "that's good" meant. Although he thinks he is not Ma Bayanan. But Li Sha regarded him as a treasure. "So, my dear son, why don't we go? Life in the army is so hard. My dear son, can't you stay with your mother at home? You have been away for several months. Stinky boy. You go. Suffering and suffering are all your own business, so don't cry to me when the time comes. My dear son, do you really stop thinking about not doing an internship?" Chapter 63. 2 days on the weekend. Li Sha fully demonstrated the basic talent of a middle-aged woman able to talk. Although Yang Qi has tried his best to get out of position, hiding in the training room. But he still has to eat. So it is inevitable that while eating, I also ate a lot of injury. But fortunately, Monday finally arrived. Yang Qi was able to escape from the house. At 8 o'clock on Monday morning, gather at the south gate. This is the information given by the school. Yang Qi set off for the south gate together with Lu Qingzu. The south gate is naturally the south city gate. That's right, the city gate. The main city has walls and gates. Auxiliary city is not necessarily. Although it seems that the city wall is somewhat useless now. Because alien creatures can no longer rush into the heartland where the main city is located. But when mankind was in crisis, this old antique played a big role. After arriving at the place, the two soon saw the meeting point. At the assembly point, 5 troop carriers parked side by side. A line of soldiers in uniform stood in line. Then there was a group of people standing around scattered. These people are naturally students who are going to practice. Green bamboo. This way. A voice sounded. It was Li Yaoken who was waving at Lu Qingzu. Lu Qingzu and Yang Qi looked at each other, then walked towards the crowd. But before they got there, another voice sounded. Yang Qi. It was a man in military uniform who spoke. Judging by their positions, they should be the leader of this group of soldiers. Yang Qi responded, "Here." The man in military uniform signaled, "Let them stand in line." This is obviously a test. I just don't know if it's a test of the peerless genius or a test of the young patriarch of the Yang family. Yang Qi knew that since he came through the back door, he would definitely be treated specially. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. But he didn't give in, isn't he just a group of seniors? He saluted, yes. Then he turned and walked towards the group of students. I have never seen a pig run, and I have always eaten pork. Yang Qi shouted directly, Student Lin, all of them. Everyone looked at him. Yang Qi took a glance, and there were probably 100 or so people on the field. He shouted again, men and women are separated, girls are in front, line up quickly in a row of 10. Someone started to move. But more people just looked at him with some curiosity, and didn't respond. Yang Qi said, don't worry about who I am, as students of Lin University, you are here to practice in the army today. Standing here without discipline, do you think it's appropriate? This is undoubtedly very reasonable. Everyone just started to move. Soon, a not too neat square array was laid out. Yang Qi continued to order. Stand at attention. Look to the right. Qi. Look forward, look. The phalanx is neatly arranged. Relax. After Yang Qi yelled, he turned around and ran to the man transferred from the army, report. The new recruits from Linda have lined up, please give instructions. Well done. The man in military uniform smiled, and then handed him a list, continue to roll the roll. Yes. Yang Qi took the list and turned around again. Now start the roll call and hear your name answered. Han Feng. Arrive. Fade Chen. Arrive. The roll call went well. After all, everyone watched the man in military uniform give the list to Yang Qi. So even if you have any thoughts in your heart, it will definitely not happen at this time. That's right. There must be people who are dissatisfied. Yang Qi is quite a celebrity, and many people know him. So, a freshman, it's fine to come with us for an internship, and he swears an oath to us? Many people think so. After all, a genius is a genius, and a master is a master. It's just the former, which is hard to convince the public. Report, there should be 106 recruits in Linda University, but there are 106 recruits, please give instructions. Yang Qi reported to the man in military uniform again. The man nodded and walked towards the group of students. Then he said, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Zhengxing, the commander of the 3rd Division and 1st Regiment of the Linkheng Army. The unit you are going to practice this time is my regiment. You are all the elites of Lin University, so I won't say any unnecessary nonsense. Now you have to directly execute an order, that is, to change your military uniform. There are preparations for you over there. Then remember to take off everything on your body except your clothes, including mobile phones and all kinds of jewelry, especially mobile phones. You guys come back later, if I find out that you have something else on your body. When Lin Zhengxing said this, he didn't continue. But the meaning is self-evident. Report. Yang Qi asked, can I bring weapons? He was talking about his little flying knife. Although after going to the battlefield, he probably won't use throwing knives as weapons anymore. Because the flying knife can't take too much. Now he just uses a special belt and carries 6 of them. And after a battle, it's impossible for him to attack only 6 times, right? So he probably can only use a gun when he falls. However, he has been using the flying knife for so long, and he is already used to carrying it with him. And if you can't bring it now, he might be a little insecure. Chapter 64. Is it a special weapon? Lin Zhengxing looked at Yang Qi and asked. That's right. Yang Qi said. That can be taken. After Lin Zhengxing finished speaking, he shouted to the group of students. Okay, let's disband now and go change clothes, just change in the car, hurry up, I only give you 10 minutes. After his words fell, everyone immediately moved. In fact, all the students who can come to the army for internship, except for one person, have received professional training, including junior students like Lu Qingzhu and Li Yaoken. Their future path is in the army. So it is not surprising that it can be banned. Soon, a group of people changed their clothes one after another. Lin Zhengxing didn't talk too much, and directly called the soldiers to start a body search. Of course there are female soldiers. The inspection results are not bad. Nobody hides cell phones or anything. Just some people who forgot to take off their jewelry. And Lin Zhengxing didn't make a fuss out of a molehill. Just ask them to pick it up. After all, he didn't need to show his prestige in front of this group of recruits. 2 teams in 1 car, get in the car. Lin Zhengxing motioned. Everyone lined up to get on the bus. And Yang Qi was about to follow everyone into the car. Lin Zhengxing stopped him. Yang Qi, sit in front of me. Yang Qi. Don't make it too special. Under the weird eyes of everyone, Yang Qi followed Lin Zhengxing and sat in front. Not long after the car starts, Lin Zhengxing said, to be honest, you make me feel a little bit embarrassed. Yang Qi didn't understand what he meant. Lin Zhengxing continued. Although the mission of our collection team is not very dangerous, it is only for us. As for the other students, they are at least the 4th level awakened, so the problem is not too big, but you are only the 2nd level. Yang Qi understood. He is being treated as a burden. As I said before, humans only kept low-level brutes in captivity. The highest is only up to the 4th level. On the other hand, the awakened person is naturally better than the 4th level. Only in this way can there be corresponding combat power to maintain relative security. So Yang Qi, a 2nd-level rookie, made people very embarrassed. Of course, these are without considering talent. But I know you have SSS-level talent, and it's a very strong one. I also know that you have easily defeated a 4th-order awakened person, but it was one-on-one. And what we have to face are alien beasts that are several times our size. As Lin Zhengxing said, he asked again, have you seen a beast horde? Yang Qi shook his head, no. Lin Zhengxing nodded and said, generally, the number of strange beasts hatched in a beast tide is more than 10,000. Our regiment only has 1957 people, including 122 non-combatants. Even including your batch of interns, there will be less than 2,000 people. This means that each of us has to face at least 5 alien beasts on average. Besides, alien beast won't play equal distribution with you. So at that time, someone will definitely face far more than 5 strange beasts. How many of them can your SSS level talent guarantee you to face? It's really hard to say. If you don't need to use headshot, but just use self-aiming, it is not a big problem for Yang Qi to attack thousands of times. And if you want to use headshot, that probably can only attack 100 or 80 times. So in theory, he can handle at least 180 strange beasts. As for the guarantee of 1 knife second, I am very sure of that. Headshot, even the 5th order alien beasts ignore the attacking part and kill with 1 blow. It's a pity that these Yang Qi can't tell Lin Zhengxing. He could only say, don't worry, leader, I will definitely ensure my own safety. My talent is suitable for long-distance attacks, so I usually just hide behind. Lin Zhengxing nodded in satisfaction, it's good that you understand for yourself. I'm afraid that your blood will get hot, and you have to rush forward. Apparently, to ask Yang Qi to stay in the back, that's why he asked Yang Qi to talk. No way. This kind of genius with SSS level primary talent must be a baby bump. If something really happened, he would most likely have to be buried with him. An ordinary young people. They are both young and energetic. There are even those who say that they are not young people if they are not arrogant. Especially this group of students from Lin University. All of them are elites, geniuses, and all of them have high self-esteem. They are more vigorous than the average young man. And young and energetic, it is easy to get hot-blooded. And if you are hot-blooded, you will easily be in danger. That's why Lin Zhengxing said that he was in a difficult situation. But fortunately, Yang Qi is sensible. Lin Zhengxing patted him on the shoulder and said, "You don't have to have any thoughts, and don't feel wronged, I'm doing this for your own good. With your talent, when you grow up in the future, you will definitely go to the front line. Go to the real battlefield, that's when you show yourself." Yang Qi. He certainly didn't feel wronged. Because he cherishes his life more than anyone else. He knows that the real grievance is that the genius is invincible and the middle way collapses. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, leader, I won't have any thoughts, and I understand the painstaking efforts of the leader. Ruzai can be taught." Lin Zhengxing nodded in satisfaction again. Chapter 65. After driving for about 2 hours, they drove into a barracks, where the 3rd Division and 1 Regiment of Lin Cheng's army were stationed. Then stopped at the playground of the barracks. "Get out of the car." Lin Zhengxing said something. Yang Qi nodded and got out of the car. Others got out of the car one after another. "Line up!" Lin Zhengxing shouted. Everyone started to line up. "Tell them to come and get them." Lin Zhengxing said to a soldier next to him. "Yes." The soldier responded, turned, and ran away. Lin Zhengxing once again shouted to the group of students, "Someone will come to roll their names later, and those who hear their names will follow them, and then just follow their orders." He paused and said, "My soldiers are all ordinary awakened people, and they can't compare to your group of geniuses. Many of you can easily defeat your own officers. As you may have heard, the military has always respected strength, so many people will have unnecessary thoughts because of this. But I'm going to tell you that the number one rule in the military is to obey orders. It doesn't matter whether the person giving you the order is stronger or weaker than you, as long as he is your commander, you must obey his orders. If you are dissatisfied, you can come to me. And if you are stronger than me, then..." Speaking of this, Lin Zhengxing showed a smiling face, "You may end the internship early." "Everyone," Lin Zhengxing said again, "I can't help it. I'm just an ordinary 7th level awakened person. There are people among you who can beat me. I can't control you, so I can only send you away." After his words fell to the ground, many people's eyes turned to one person, Han Feng. Han Feng is the only SS level junior talent in Linda. It was also the first talent of Linda before Yang Qi. He is already a senior this year, and his strength is at the 6th level. And for a 6th level SS level beginner talent to defeat Lin Zhengxing, an ordinary 7th level talent, the problem is really not that big. That's why Lin Zhengxing pointed out this point in advance. This is a sign of weakness. But it is also a warning. I admit that I am not your opponent, but I have a way to rule you. Although doing so is a bit demeaning. But as Lin Zhengxing himself said, there is no way. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. What can you do? Forcibly suppressing people as the head of the group? That may be more likely to arouse the rebellious psychology of young people. That's why Lin Zhengxing simply opened up his words. It's better to lose face than face. What's more, it's not too embarrassing if you can't win against such a proud son. They are now coming to you for an internship, they can be regarded as your soldiers. But after a few years, I'm afraid he will be a big shot out of your reach. After a while, a group of people lined up and ran over. Lin Zhengxing signaled, "Order someone to take it away." Then the pedestrians began to roll call and lead people one by one. They were naturally the low-level officers in Lin Zhengxing's regiment. The purpose of leading each person is to break up this group of students and bring the old to the new. Soon, there are fewer and fewer people on the field. Zhonglei. Arrive. This is the only student on the field. You guys come with me. After the last officer shouted, he led the team away. Then there was only the last student left on the field. That's right, it is Yang Qi. Make me special again? Yang Qi thought helplessly. Really? Yang Qi, just follow me, you can be my messenger. Lin Zhengxing said. Yang Qi. The so-called messenger is of course just a title. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with the people and things in this regiment. After receiving the order, I don't know where to find someone to pass it on. And after he gets acquainted, the internship time is probably coming soon. So, the phrase just follow me is the point. Lin Zhengxing just wanted to stare at him. Or it could be protection. Yang Qi thought for a while, but still didn't say anything. The orderly is the orderly. It's just an internship. And with this Captain Lin, there are even more things that can be touched. From this point of view, it is better to be an orderly soldier than an ordinary soldier. It seems that messengers are already very popular in the army. Xiao Chen, take him to get acquainted with our camp. After Lin Zhengxing said something, he gestured to Yang Qi, his name is Chen Ziai, and he is my messenger. Yes. Chen Ziai responded with a salute, then looked at Yang Qi and said, Hello. Hello. Yang Qi replied. Chen Ziai signaled, come with me. Yang Qi nodded and followed him. After, Chen Ziai took Yang Qi around the small military camp. After all, it is only a resident of a regiment with less than 2,000 people, small for sure. There are not many buildings in the camp. 2 dormitory buildings, 1 male and 1 female. A canteen, 4 floors high. 4 warehouses. A complex. Then it's gone. The various facilities in the camp are also relatively simple. Even water and electricity are available for limited hours. The only activity place is the playground outside. And Chen Ziai also said that their conditions here are relatively good, because they are close to the main city. And some regiments are stationed in tents set up directly in the wild. This is the world outside the main city of Xinyuan era. Chapter 66. There are 6 broods in charge of our regiment. 2 of the 1st and 3rd ranks, 1 each of the 2nd and 4th ranks. Both the 1st tier and 2nd tier broods only need 1 battalion. Our regiment takes turns to go to the 4 battalions. A 3rd tier brood needs 2 battalions, so the 4 battalions are just divided equally. As for the 4th tier mother's nest, the whole group needs to go up together. Generally speaking, the tasks of our regiment are not too heavy. Chen Ziai said, gestured to the room in front and said. Here we are, room 116. This is your dormitory. I live in room 107. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me directly. Yang Qi nodded, well, please trouble brother Chen. Small things. Chen Ziai handed him a key, and continued, the regiment leader usually follows the 1st battalion, and of course we follow the regiment leader. Yang Qi took the key and opened the door. The dormitories are small in size. It was less than half of the 4-person dormitory he remembered. There is only a simple bed and a cabinet inside. However, this is a single room. Others are not treated like this. They are all in one class, that is, a dormitory for 12 people. As for what to do if you are interrupted while meditating, it's time to practice focus. When seeing this single room, Yang Qi was extremely thankful that he did not refuse the post of messenger. Here, Chen Ziai was still introducing the situation to him. The outbreak cycle of a first-order brood is about a week. The second level is about 10 days, the third level is 20 days, and the fourth level is 50 days. Although the location of each brood, there are brothers in the regiment staring at it. But in order to prevent any accidents, we all rushed over to guard when the time came. And the most annoying thing at this time is that those brutes are having dystocia. Not only wasting our time, but also disrupting the outbreak cycle of the beast horde. Many things have to be rescheduled. Especially if it is postponed until it collides with the outbreak time of the fourth order brood, it will be even more troublesome. You may have to go to the 2nd or 3rd Regiment for help. Speaking of this, Chen Ziyi said as if thinking of something again. By the way, it's a coincidence that you came at the time. The day after tomorrow is the day when the 3rd tier brood that the 1st Battalion and the 2nd Battalion are in charge of will explode. Yang Qi nodded and said, then I can just increase my knowledge. Chen Ziyi shrugged, it's okay if you see too much. For him, the eruption of the beast horde, the beheading of alien beasts, and the collection of beast cores were already exhausting things. It has nothing to do with increasing knowledge. He gestured, okay, I've checked the dormitory too, I'll take you to get the equipment. Yang Qi nodded. The two went out together. The so-called equipment. Not specifically weapons and equipment. More living equipment, clothes, quilts, toiletries, etc., and even lunch boxes. What weapon are you used to? The warehouse clerk asked Yang Qi a question. Gun. Yang Qi said. The warehouse clerk nodded, then went in and brought him a long gun and came out. Yang Qi. He was a little speechless. I'm talking about firearms, hot weapons. The warehouse keeper was taken aback, the kind that can shoot. Yang Qi. He nodded, too lazy to speak. How troublesome to use that thing. The warehouse clerk complained, and then said, then you wait, I have to look through it. What this says? Yang Qi became a little worried, don't give me a whole handful of rusty ones? Chen Ziyi, who was on the side, asked, can your talent be blessed with bullets? This problem. But in general terms, talent is a kind of human strength. The power of the bullet comes from the gun. Power is fixed. It has nothing to do with the size of the human strength. It is impossible to say that if you are stronger than others, the bullets you shoot are more powerful than others. It can be said that bullets and people are separated by a layer of relationship. Therefore, there have never been many talents that can be blessed on bullets. But with ordinary guns, it would take a lot of effort to hit 3rd tier alien beasts. If you can't strengthen it with strength, and you can't bless your talent, it will naturally be useless. So when the warehouse keeper heard the word gun, his first reaction was a long gun. Can. Yang Qi nodded in affirmation. Self-aiming it is definitely possible, he has tried. But headshot, he has never tried it with a gun. But headshot was originally a plug-in for shooting games. It would be a bit funny if it couldn't be blessed on the bullet. After a while, the warehouse keeper finally brought out a rifle. He also carried a box in his other hand, which should be bullets. Yang Qi stared at the gun for a while, didn't recognize it. The warehouse clerk handed him the gun and said, I don't know if this thing can still be used, but this is the only gun in Kengkuri. If it can't be used, then I can't help it. Yang Qi. Before he could speak, the warehouse keeper said again. As for the bullets, there are still 2 boxes. If you wait a little longer, I'll go get them for you. He has a feeling of handling overstock. Yang Qi was naturally even more speechless. He felt like he was collecting garbage. When did hot weapons get reduced to this level? Chapter 67. After taking everything back to the dormitory, Yang Qi tried the gun. It should have been to test the gun first, and then bring the things back. But this is the only gun that Curry owns. Broken ones cannot be replaced. So how to deal with it is the same. Fine. The gun works. Headshot can also be blessed. So the weapons are done. In fact, if he had a choice, Yang Qi would not want to use a gun. Because you can't control your own strength with a gun. It's just too useless. There is no feeling of doing whatever you want when shooting a flying knife at all. But there is no way. Flying knives are inconvenient to carry. A magazine is 30 rounds of bullets. Bringing 10 magazines is 300 rounds. But if you have 300 throwing knives, you have to use a box to carry them. Noon. Yang Qi had his first meal in the barracks. There is no link before meals. No need to order to eat. You can eat after queuing up and making a meal. The food is not bad, there is meat, and rice is enough. Chen Ziyi said. When there is no mission, it is quite free in the barracks. As long as you don't go out, you can basically do whatever you want. But it's just such a small place, if you can't go out, what can you do? And from 6 a.m. From 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, run in the morning. 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, breakfast. From 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock, collective boxing. From 12 o'clock to 1400 hours, lunch plus lunch break. From 1400 hours to 1700 hours, collective sparring. From 1700 hours to 1900 hours, dinner plus bath. From 1900 hours to 2200 hours, each class meditates collectively. After 22 o'clock, sleep. This row has no gaps at all. How can there be time to be free? They are all tricks. On the first day, Linda recruits, including Yang Qi, only had to familiarize themselves with the environment and did not need to participate in training. From the second day onwards, the recruits directly became veterans. Yang Qi is fine. His work and rest time originally coincided with the work and rest time in the barracks. But those other Linda students. When running in the morning the next morning, an additional training team of 30 people was directly listed. All late. In fact, they are not lazy, but they are too smart. Practicing from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. is the same as practicing from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that being the case, why do you need to get up early? It's a big deal to go to bed late. This is what many people think. Waking up early can be exhausting if you don't make it a habit. After breakfast. Collective punches. Drink. Drink. Nearly 2,000 people stood on the playground, practicing every move, and had to drink loudly. At first, Yang Qi felt a little embarrassed. But no matter how embarrassing things are, if there are more people doing it together, they will be normalized. And be it. Such a group of people drink and punch. Hit and hit, but somehow the more they hit, the more aggressive they became. That is, the efficiency is definitely lower than that of practicing alone. This is also unavoidable in collectivization. Afternoon. Group sparring. This is not the gang fight type. Instead, we all work together, but in pairs. Yang Qi sparring target is Chen Ziyi. Lin Zhengxing came here specially to tell Chen Ziyi, Xiao Chen, take it easy, Yang Qi is only at the second level. Yang Qi. He thanks Lin Zhengxing in his heart. If it is the kind of sparring that can use talent. Let alone Chen Ziyi. Even if Lin Zhengxing fights by himself, Yang Qi is sure to defeat him. That's right, talents cannot be used in sparring. It's purely a collision of physical fitness. Of course, it also depends on the moves and reactions. But if the difference in strength is too large, you will not be able to make moves at all, and you will not be able to react. So although Yang Qi is not a second-tier boy, Chen Ziyi still needs to be steady. Because Chen Ziyi is a 5th-rank boss. But he is also really stable. Basically they only defend but not attack, which is equivalent to giving Yang Qi a sandbag. And playing real people is obviously more training effect than hitting sandbags. So Yang Qi still feels very good about the group sparring in the afternoon. And he also realized that if you are really facing off against a high-level awakened person, you must attack first. Otherwise, I am afraid that there will be no chance of launching self-aiming and headshot. After dinner. Personal hygiene time. Although Yang Qi lives in a single room. But you can only go to the public bathhouse to take a bath. And he was fine. Because the first floor where he lives is all single rooms, where officers of all levels in the regiment live. So there are not many people. There are less than 20 people on one floor. And like other floors, a dormitory is 12 people. That picture is unimaginable. Night. Group meditation. Yang Qi naturally meditates alone. And looking at the empty hand, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. Can you ask Yang Lan to send some supplies over? It should be fine. But let's wait until tomorrow's mission comes back. That's right. Yang Qi will take part in the first task of the internship tomorrow. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Just one thing. Wake up at 4 tomorrow morning, have breakfast at 4:30, and leave at 5. This is what Chen Ziyi told him. But at 4:30, shouldn't that be called supper? With this complaint, Yang Qi started to meditate. Until 10 o'clock, he finished his work on time and went to bed. And that means his real first day in the barracks was over. Chapter 68. Ring ring ring. 4 o'clock in the morning. Yang Qi was woken up by the alarm clock on time. And at this moment, bang bang bang. Yang Qi, hurry up and get up. First there was a knock on the door, and then Chen Ziyi's voice. Yang Qi fully suspected that he was staring at the watch to knock on the door. Woke up. Yang Qi agreed. Then, resisting the sleepiness, he got up from the bed and went to open the door. The door opens. Chen Ziyi glanced at him and said, hurry up and wash up, and gather at the playground before 4:20, remember to pack your equipment. Clear. Yang Qi nodded in response. Chen Ziyi also nodded, then turned and left. After Yang Qi squinted his eyes and went to wash, he was much more refreshed. Then he quickly started packing his gear. At 4:15, he arrived at the playground. Chen Ziyi had already stood beside Lin Zhengxing, and when he saw him, he waved to him and signaled him to come over. Yang Qi walked over quickly. Not long after, the other soldiers assembled one after another. One barracks for men and one barracks for women. A total of nearly 1,000 people. Yang Qi saw two familiar faces in the female barracks, Lu Qingzhu and Li Yaoken. Li Yaoken even gave him a supercilious look. There are all of them. Stand. Fix. After Lin Zhengxing gave an order, he continued, at first there was no need to say anything more, but after all there are recruits joining, so I'd like to say a few words. Two important points. First, you must obey orders. Second, you must resolutely obey orders. I don't care how powerful your talents are, or what novel ideas you have, I ask you to lead your own troops before showing them off. And in my army, you only need to obey my orders. Be sure to follow orders. If there is something you don't want to hear or can't do, you finally stand up now. If you stand up now, I won't embarrass you, as long as you don't participate in the mission in the future. After speaking, he looked sharply at the soldiers in front of him. Naturally no one stood up. Very good. Lin Zhengxing nodded and said, let's lead the battalions to have breakfast, and gather at the gate of the battalion at 5 o'clock. Yes. The two battalion commanders responded and led the team to have breakfast. Here, Lin Zhengxing gave a few people a glance, and then walked towards the cafeteria. It's not until 5 o'clock. The crowd assembled again at the gate of the camp. Then there is. Let's go, run. That's right. Is running. Firstly, there are not so many means of transportation in the barracks. Second, not all sections of the road can be driven. So everyone can only run to the mission location. But everyone is an awakener, and their running speed is not slow. The speed can reach about 25 km per hour. And this is why Lin Zhengxing thought Yang Qi was a burden before. A second-level rookie, marching at a speed of 25 km per hour, will definitely not be able to keep up after 2 or 3 hours. End. This is just the marching speed under normal circumstances. And if you want to hurry, you have to run at a speed of 30 or even 40 km per hour. How can Yang Qi keep up? And if this is not a burden, what is it? Fortunately, the location of this mission is not far away. Only about 50 kilometers. At 7:10, the team arrived. This is in a valley. The peaks on both sides are hundreds of meters high. But including the valley, it was all bare. Really no grass grows. And if this is the kind of rocky mountain, forget it. But it is not. Both are dirt hills. But what is the reason why there is no grass growing on the dirt hill? Naturally, it is influenced by alien creatures. To be precise, it was influenced by the beast's nest. If the mother's nest wants to hatch a strange beast, it naturally needs to absorb energy. In addition to being able to absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth like the awakened person, it can also absorb all living things and various energy-containing minerals. Basically, it has reached the point of no food without food. This is also the reason why it is difficult for human beings to develop technology. It is also the reason why human beings can only hide in the main city. The resources outside have been ruined by alien creatures. Captain. A scout who stayed here ran over. The situation on the brood's side is normal, and it has begun to swell. Depending on the speed, it will explode at noon. There are two modes for the brood to hatch alien beasts. One is the normal mode, that is, when the energy is enough, the beasts will be hatched directly, one by one. The other is the outbreak mode, which is to hatch a large number of beasts at once after holding back for a period of time, forming a beast horde. And in this mode, the shape of the brood itself will also change accordingly. Expansion. It's the same as the more pregnant you are, the bigger your belly will be. The brood that is now captive by humans. Basically, it takes the explosive mode. Because they have no extra energy supply, the hatching speed is too slow one by one. Certainly not as powerful as a one-time outbreak. Even if there is no leader order. Biological instincts also make them make this choice. Let's go and have a look. Lin Zhengxing nodded and said something. Several people followed him into the valley. As his messenger, Yang Qi naturally followed behind. And this is undoubtedly a treatment that others cannot enjoy. Although this is not a good treatment. After all, when the beast horde breaks out, everyone will definitely join in. At that time, you can also see the brood. Chapter 69. Strange. This was Yang Qi's first reaction after seeing the brood. It was completely different from the disgusting looks he had imagined. The brood is attached to the ground, in the shape of a hemisphere, and the skin looks very smooth. The overall color is dark purple, slightly glowing purple. At first glance, it looks like a purple mask, which has nothing to do with disgusting creatures at all. Pretty, isn't it? Lin Zhengxing glanced at Yang Qi, smiled again and said, but the moment it explodes, you will know what it means to say that the more beautiful the outside, the more disgusting the inside. Yang Qi. He has seen alien creatures. There are all kinds of strange shapes. But none of them have anything to do with the word good-looking. Think about this beautiful brood, but there are a group of disgusting alien creatures living in it. FK. There is a picture. Yang Qi couldn't bear to look directly and turned his head away. Several other people laughed when they saw this. Are all broods like this? Yang Qi asked a question. Lin Zhengxing nodded and said. It's about the same. The shape is the same, but the color is different. The higher the brood, the tighter the color. The 9th level mother nest is pure purple, that is the real beauty. And if you stare at it for a long time, you will also have an urge to run over to feed it. This is obviously the attribute of charm. In fact, when Yang Qi looked at the brood just now, he also had a feeling of unbearable to hurt. And this is just a third-order brood. Of course, Yang Qi is only a third-order awakener. Let's go. Go back and prepare, it shouldn't be long. Lin Zhengxing waved his hands and said. A group of people went out of the valley together. 9 o'clock. That is, after everyone rested outside the valley for 2 hours. Lin Zhengxing said, call everyone to gather. Yang Qi followed Chen Ziyi to deliver the order. Then the crowd began to gather. As usual, the 1st battalion is at the front, and the 2nd battalion is at the back. Surround them directly. Be sure not to let a strange beast go. Remember, those are all moving beast soul crystals. After Lin Zhengxing gave the order, everyone immediately started to act. There. Lu Qingzhou gave Yang Qi a look from a distance, be careful. Yang Qi nodded knowingly, and gave him a look, you also love. Lu Qingzhou nodded slightly, then ran away with the others. The 2nd battalion is the female barracks. They are going to besiege behind the valley and need to walk a little longer. Here. Lin Zhengxing said, follow me. Then he walked forward quickly. Yang Qi hurriedly followed. After. The 1st battalion took the lead. Nearly 500 people stood guard at the entrance of the valley, staring at the purple mask that was about to move. Not long after. A voice came from Lin Zhengxing's walkie-talkie. Call the head, the 2nd battalion is in place, the 2nd battalion is in place. Lin Zhengxing replied, received, stand by for orders, stand by for orders. And then there is, wait. An hour later, the brood was still as ready to move. 2 hours later, the brood was still. 3 hours. Yang Qi finally understood why Chen Ziyi said the most annoying thing is that those broods have dystocia. It's not difficult to give birth yet, he is already very upset by waiting. He has been looking forward to this battle since he got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. And now it's past 12 noon. But this kind of waiting is necessary. Because the speed at which the brood absorbs energy and the amount of stored energy are not constant. So we can only speculate about the approximate outbreak time. It is impossible to accurately arrive at the time and minute. Lin Zhengxing on the side also looked at the time and frowned. Everyone had breakfast at 4:30. Haven't eaten anything else so far. Just as he was about to speak, Tu's voice sounded. It exploded. That's right, the brood exploded. The huge mask suddenly burst open, turning into dots of purple light in the air, very gorgeous. But under the purple light, a large group of scorpion-like black monsters about 1 meter in length with hooked tails made people feel their scalps go numb. And at the center, there is also a black-purple hole, which keeps spitting this monster out. This looked even more disgusting. It really is. The more beautiful it looks on the outside, the more disgusting it is on the inside. Everyone obeys the order, attack directly, and kill this group of disgusting things. After Lin Zhengxing gave an order, he told Chen Ziyi, Xiao Chen, watch Yang Qi, don't let him rush to the front. After saying this, he raised his knife and rushed towards the group of strange beasts. Yang Qi and Chen Ziyi looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chen Ziyi also smiled and comforted him, the leader is also worried about you. After all, you are only at the 2nd level. The latter sentence was what he thought in his heart, and he didn't say it outright. I know. Yang Qi replied. He knows that he is being treated as a burden. And since that's the case, after all, you have to show your hand, right? Yang Qi directly took off the rifle, and stared at Lin Zhengxing. Of course, he wasn't angry enough to shoot Lin Zhengxing directly. So to be precise, he was staring at the strange beast next to Lin Zhengxing. Want to kill aliens? Did you ask me? Here. As a 7th level awakened person, Lin Zhengxing is also the leader of the regiment, so he naturally had to take the lead in rushing to the peak. So soon he approached a strange beast. Then he raised his sword and was about to cut it down. Carto. After a gunshot, the strange beast stood up without any struggle. Lin Zhengxing paused, but he didn't care too much, and continued to pounce on other strange beasts. Dre. Boom. 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 With 3 shots in a row, the 3 strange beasts closest to Lin Zhengxing all lay down. Before Lin Zhengxing could react, the gunfire rang out again. 64, 5*. Another round of shots. A vacuum zone directly formed around Lin Zhengxing. He couldn't help but stand upright, and looked back. Now only one person in the regiment is using a gun, so he naturally knows who is shooting. And sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw Yang Qi smiling and waving to him. This kid. Lin Zhengxing understood what Yang Qi meant. And he was indeed surprised, or shocked. Tier 2 vs Tier 3, 1 shot at a time. And it doesn't hit the kill every time. But those strange beasts were still killed. Is this the power of the SSS talent? Here. Chen Ziyai also looked at Yang Qi with a look of horror. He opened his mouth to ask, but closed it again. In the end, he just gave a thumbs up and said, "Bull beep." Yang Qi didn't respond to him, but continued to stare at Lin Zhengxing. After. Wherever Lin Zhengxing rushed, he shot there. The magazine has been replaced with a 4th one. And he already felt a little top-heavy. This means that his natural power is almost exhausted. It is almost no blue. But it's okay. This is just a 3rd-tier brood site, and only half of the people in the group have come. Why? Because it is useless. Nearly 1,000 awakened people above the 4th level faced nearly 10,000 3rd-level strange beasts. On average, there are 10 per person. It can be said that there are more porridge and fewer monks. So a battle is over in less than half an hour. As for Lin Zhengxing, the head of the regiment, the number of enemies killed, 3. After all, he is a 7th-level awakened person, and his speed and reaction are extremely fast. Yang Qi still can't completely seal it off. So let him pick up a few leaks. Chapter 70. The number of alien beasts Yang Qi shot and killed was 98. Chen Ziyai shouted announcingly. This is not such an exaggerated figure. But it is definitely enough to win the highest number of kills in this battle. And everything is afraid of comparison. Wherever the head of the group went, that scene became a safe zone. Naturally, it has already fallen into the eyes of the soldiers in the regiment. So many people are well aware that he only killed 3 alien beasts in this battle. MT98 vs 3. This also made many soldiers secretly hold back their laughter. And at this moment, Chen Ziyai was still talking, and the number of beasts killed by the leader is. Speaking of this, he paused and said, "Leader, do you want to say no? I said your grandma is a grandson." Lin Zhengxing started cursing directly, "Dog, have you wanted to see me joke for a long time? I don't need you to tell me, I just killed 3 of them. I lost this time, and I can afford to lose." "Eurub!" Everyone yelled like booing. Lin Zhengxing stared, and shouted, "What's the noise? Why don't you hurry up and pack up the beast cores for me? You're not hungry yet, are you?" This is what Captain Lin looks like when he can afford to lose. The soldiers all laughed and ran away. Compared with killing different beasts, collecting beast cores is actually more important. How about calling it a gathering team? The beast nucleus is the predecessor of the beast soul crystal. It is said that the beast soul crystal was originally called beast crystal. Because after the beast core is purified by 300, it will become crystal clear. But the word beast crystal sounds a bit weird, so it was renamed to beast soul crystal just now. Here. After the soldiers all ran away, Lin Zhengxing looked at Yang Qi. He said with a complex expression, "I'm indeed a little ignorant, I didn't expect the SSS level talent to be so strong." In fact, he was not ignorant. The SSS level talent is not so strong. It is even more unlikely that there will be such a thing that with a few SSS level talents, you can eliminate the alien race and save the blue star. It's impossible to have 10. Because personal power is limited after all. Even the bug Yang Qi now has the problem of monoconsumption. And the so-called talent is actually just a kind of magical ability. It cannot reach the point where people become immortals or gods. So there is no such thing as a single person can threaten the survival of a race. This is not the world of Xian Xia, nor the world of Gao Xian. After Lin Zhengxing admitted his mistake, he asked again. Your talent is spiritual attack, right? You can instantly kill strange beasts without hitting the fatal point. What is the highest level you can kill in an instant? Yang Qi said decisively, fourth order. Because the highest priced alien beast they had to face was tier 4. So the question is the fourth level. After a pause, he added another sentence, Leader, I'm actually already at the third rank. Lin Zhengxing was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously asked, then why didn't you say it earlier? Yang Qi glanced at him, and said in a quiet tone, what's the use of talking? Aren't the second and third ranks both rookies in your eyes? Lin Zhengxing. He naturally knew that Yang Qi was right. Even if he knew that Yang Qi had reached the third level, he would still protect him well. After all, the alien beast they were going to face was of the fourth rank. And not just one or two, but thousands of them. The soldiers in their regiment all start at the fourth rank. But when dealing with that fourth-tier mother nest, casualties still often occur. How does this make him careless? But now he is naturally relieved of Yang Qi a lot. It can drive him, a 7th-level awakened person, to kill enemies in single digits. This is even if it is replaced by an awakened person of the same level as him. I am afraid it will not be able to do this. It can only be said that the SSS level talent is really strong. Thinking of this, Lin Zhengxing said again, since you have the strength to protect yourself, then you don't have to follow me anymore. I will arrange for you when you go back. Need not. Yang Qi interrupted, Leader, just let me continue to be your messenger. Don't say anything else. With that one-person dormitory alone, it is impossible for him to give up his job as an orderly soldier. Lin Zhengxing probably also guessed a little bit of his thoughts. So just nodded and said nothing. Not long. The soldiers over there also took care of the beast core. Half of the group left the valley. Then start cooking in an open space outside. The rations are all brought by themselves. Canned rice. After some sci-fi time, the smell of rice began to waft in the temporary camp. It was already past 2 o'clock at noon. And everyone has not eaten for nearly 10 hours. Naturally, they are all hungry now. As soon as the aroma of the rice wafted, many people's tears almost flowed from the corners of their mouths. But there are also some people who smell the rice but start to feel sick. Some even ran to vomit directly. Among them were Lu Qingzhu and Li Yaoken. So Yang Qi also found out. Those who ran to vomit were all recruits from Lindale. Can't it? What was killed was a strange beast, not a human. Are you still afraid to eat pork after seeing the slaughtered pig? The students of Linda University don't have such a psychological quality, do they? Just when Yang Qi was wondering, Chen Ziyi on the side smiled and said, you didn't dig out the animal core. Dig? The use of this word is too figurative. Dig something inside that monster's body. A picture flashed in Yang Qi's mind. The smell of rice coming from the nose seems not so fragrant. But it's okay. After all, he has not experienced it himself. So hunger still prevailed over the mental picture. He started to eat. As for the others, used to it. Didn't you see that the other soldiers were eating with relish? After solving the after lunch, everyone went straight back to camp. And when I went back, I didn't feel the nervous feeling when I came. Although everyone was running in line, there were a lot of voices in the crowd. And Lin Zhengxing didn't order everyone not to talk or anything. After all, one cannot be tense all the time. otherwise it is easy to stretch. We have just finished a battle, and it is necessary for everyone to relax. So there are also rules. After finishing the mission, until the next day, you don't need to participate in training. It's like taking more than a day off. But still can't leave the barracks. If you want to go to the military camp, you have to wait for the seasonal vacation once in March. Yang Qi and all the new recruits from Lin University must have no chance. I saw a lot of people chatting. Yang Qi also asked, "Brother Chen, I want to call my family, can I do it?" Chen Ziyi nodded and said, "Of course it can be done. After finishing the task, you can directly ask the monitor to get the mobile phone, and hand it in the next night." He paused and said, "Your phone is with me." It turned out that there was this link. Yang Qi nodded. The purpose of his call was naturally to ask Yang Lan to send Beast Soul Crystal over. Today's battle made him discover another weakness of himself: mana value is too low. One-on-one is fine. But in this battlefield-like environment, his strength is somewhat weak. And this is also because he relies too much on talent. But it's not necessary to put such a great talent. Instead, go to unarmed combat. Isn't that sick? Instead of changing the way of fighting, it is better to improve Blue Star. Anyway, he practiced extremely fast. Chapter 71. There was no hasty march back to camp. So it's been a little longer. In the evening, everyone returned to the camp. After arriving at the camp, Yang Qi followed Chen Ziyi directly. He took his mobile phone in his dormitory. And when he was about to leave, Chen Ziyi stopped him again. "By the way, don't you know the importance of meritorious deeds?" Yang Qi paused. "Gongsun. Really?" Chen Ziyi smiled and shook his head. "You really don't know. In fact, people who usually come to the army for internship, before coming, someone will mention some things to pay attention to in the army. But Yang Qi is a related household. But Yang Lan, who arranged for him to come, didn't tell him anything. So he became a pure white. And Chen Ziyi also saw that he didn't seem to understand anything these 2 days. In addition, Yang Qi has actually won a lot of meritorious service today. He just opened his mouth to mention this matter. Then Yang Qi really didn't know. Chen Ziyi explained. In addition to basic allowances in the army, merit points will be accumulated every month, and the amount varies according to different positions. As the regimental commander's messengers, we get 120 points of merit every month, and ordinary soldiers get 100 points. There is also a mission, 1 to 4 levels of brood, each corresponding to accumulate 10 to 40 points of merit. There are also beheaded beasts of the 1st to 4th ranks, each of which corresponds to the accumulation of 1 to 4 points of merit. In addition, even if you have made a special contribution, you will be given different meritorious rewards according to the situation. It's like a brother who is staring at the brood outside, and has 10 points of merit every day. And the functions of meritorious deeds: one is to assess promotion, the other is to exchange for beast soul crystals. He paused and said, "You have accumulated more than 300 merit points in this mission, which can be exchanged for a 3rd order beast soul crystal." Yang Qi was in a slightly complicated mood. When he first heard Chen Ziyi talk about meritorious service, he didn't sound very interested. But Chen Ziyi's last sentence was really: more than 300 merit points can be exchanged for a 3rd order beast soul crystal. He still has cannot be too floaty. A 3rd order beast soul crystal can be sold for 3 to 400,000 in the outside world. And the ones at home were not earned by himself. Although much not fragrant. And even though there was only one, it was shot by him one by one. It was still stained with his sweat. Definitely smells better. The point is, one of them is also a beast soul bead. Don't be in vain. Thinking of this, Yang Qi nodded and said, "I see, thank you Brother Chen for pointing out, where can I change the beast soul crystal?" Just took you to that warehouse last time. After Chen Ziyi finished speaking, he reminded again, you don't want to go today, we just came back after completing the task, and the merits will be calculated at least tomorrow. Yang Qi nodded again, and then asked casually, can I exchange for a 5th order beast soul crystal? Chen Ziyi smiled, of course, as long as the meritorious service is enough, not to mention 5th level ones, 9th level ones can be exchanged. Otherwise, wouldn't merits be useless for a 7th level awakened person like the leader? Well, Yang Qi realized that he also asked a silly question. The so-called restricted resources are naturally only for ordinary people. If all soldiers are restricted, then human beings will be gone long ago. However, the value of beast soul crystals of the 5th level and above will increase exponentially. Chen Ziyi explained, beast soul crystals from Tier 1 to Tier 4 correspond to 100 to 400 merit points. As for the 5th order beast soul crystal, it will directly reach 800 points. The 6th level is 1600, the 7th level is 3200 and so on. And when you reach the 9th level, you need 12,800 meritorious service. However, the accumulative meritorious deeds are multiplied in this way for beasts above the 5th rank. As he spoke, he sighed and said, in our gathering team, it will take 5 or 6 years to collect more than 10,000 merit points. Yang Qi is not easy to answer. After all, he was here for an internship. I will be leaving in 3 months. But then again, are the people in the collection team not enviable? All they had to deal with were alien beasts below Tier 4, so the safety factor was quite guaranteed. Nearly 200 points of meritorious service can be obtained every month, can be exchanged for 2 10th order beast soul crystals. According to the market price outside, this can be worth more than 200,000 yuan. Isn't this the salary of ordinary people for 5 or 6 years? And ordinary people also have enviable places. As long as you find a job and work hard, not only will your life be safe, but you will not have to worry about food and clothing. You can also enjoy all kinds of good life in the main city. It's like living in peace and prosperity. Why doesn't this make those soldiers whose lives are hanging by a thread every day yearn for it? All I can say is, live in the present moment and be content with yourself. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Qi called Yang Lan directly. When Yang Lan heard that he needed help to send beast soul crystal there, she didn't say anything, and agreed directly. Then Yang Qi called Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan respectively. Although I know that there is a high probability that they will be together. But it can't be perfunctory, can it? After the phone call, Yang Qi went to take a shower again. After 7 o'clock in the evening, the water will be cut off. And when he came back from the shower, I found a missed call on my phone. Lu Qingzhou called. Yang Qi called back. Hello? Sister, what's the matter? After he finished speaking, it took a while for Lu Qingzhou's voice to ring from the phone. Can't I call you if it's okay? You be. Yang Qi was stunned when he heard that, and then he replied, yes, as long as you are happy. The phone was silent for a while, and then the voice rang. What do you want me to be happy? Is that how you are perfunctory? Yang Qi. He said helplessly, Sister, don't listen to your dog-headed military commander blindly commanding, this kind of arrogant tone of looking for trouble is not your style at all. After his voice fell. Soon there was a voice on the phone. Who do you say is the dog-headed military division? Who commanded blindly? Who is looking for trouble? This is a little love between lovers, do you understand? It was Li Yaoken's voice. Obviously, Yang Qi guessed right. Lu Qingzhu's call was answered under the command of Li Yaoken's dog-headed army division. Or even use the word guess. Because it's so obvious. With Lu Qingzhu's cold personality, how could it be possible to talk to him in such a girlfriend-style arrogant tone? Let alone now. Even if she really became his girlfriend someday, Lu Qingzhu wouldn't talk like this. Listening to Li Yaoken's series of questions, Yang Qi couldn't help but smile a little. This senior is quite cute. He answered each question one by one. I said you are a dog-headed military division, you command blindly, you are looking for trouble, I understand that this is not a small affair between lovers. Finally, let me ask you a question, senior sister, have you ever talked about a boyfriend? Yang Qi. Did I answer with you? Li Yaoken's roar sounded over the phone. Yang Qi smiled and said, how can I answer if you don't ask me? Oh. Doodle. The phone was hung up at 9. Chapter 72. Yang Lan's work efficiency has always been very fast. It was more than 10 a.m. the next day. Yang Qi received love from this cousin in the military camp 2 boxes of third-order beast soul crystals. If things wanted to enter the barracks, they would naturally have to go through the inspection of the regiment leader Lin Zhengxing. This is the rule. And the Yang family, as a class that can make rules, naturally won't break the rules. The kind of person who loves to be called I am Wang Fa. Often there is something serious about it. Lin Zhengxing checked the box. That is to say, there are 100 beast soul crystals in the box. So when Yang Qi went to get it, the way he looked at Yang Qi was extremely weird. There is a feeling of so you are this kind of person. 100 tier 3 beast soul crystals. Put it in the army and exchange it for meritorious deeds, that's a full 30,000 points. Is this something that ordinary families can come up with? Plus Yang Qi surname 390. Anyone with no brains can quickly think of what this means. Originally, Lin Zhengxing almost confessed him because of Yang Qi talent. Right now. Don't talk about it, let's go to the picture above. For most of the people who participated in the mission yesterday, today is the rest day of the day, and that is fleeting. But for Yang Qi, today is a very difficult day. The whole barracks is just that big. The kind that can walk around 3 times in 10 minutes. Then there is not even a training room. There is absolutely no place to pass the time. Might as well go to training. But I really want to go to training today. There is a feeling of being cheated again. Fine. A day is longer than 24 hours. It's finally over. And after participating in the life of military camp training, it is undoubtedly time flies. The whole day is full of schedules, and there is no time to feel bored. So after 5 days, Yang Qi followed Lin Zhengxing on another mission. This time it was a first-order brood, so I went to a battalion. Counting the time to dig the beast core, it will be done in half an hour. And after returning from this mission, Yang Qi finally felt the beauty of the rest day. Without it, live a compact life that is arranged 24 hours a day. Even if the body is not tired, the spirit will be tired. Yang Qi lay dead in the dormitory for a whole day. It didn't feel like the last time at all. On the contrary, I feel that time has passed a little too fast. Obviously, he has slowly integrated into life in the barracks. But not everyone is as unfeeling as he is, and he really took this internship as a pure experience. Even what Chen Ziyi told him before, meritorious deeds can be exchanged for beast soul crystals. He also just forgot the next day. Many students come to practice, and even have the idea of making a fortune. And even if you don't want to get rich, there are plenty of people who want to be more comfortable. All in all, ordinary people are not as easygoing as Yang Qi. So it's no surprise that something happened. This day, in the morning when we boxed together, after everyone finished the first round, suddenly a voice sounded. Report. The person who called was Han Feng. Lin Zhengxing didn't think too much, and said directly, speak. Han Feng said loudly, I want to apply for individual training, because the efficiency of this kind of group training is too slow. He must be telling the truth. But the army is a collective. And this kind of collective training can also allow everyone to integrate into the group better and faster. If it really only pays attention to efficiency, then everyone disperses and adjusts according to their own situation, which is undoubtedly the most efficient. But is there any sense of collectiveness in that? Besides, if you want to train alone, let you train alone? To specialize? Is this discipline still there? So Lin Zhengxing said without thinking, the application is rejected. Prepare to continue training. Why? Is my request unreasonable? Han Feng asked loudly. Lin Zhengxing said with a straight face, do you think your request is reasonable? Do you treat the army as your home? If it was someone else who made this request, then he wouldn't have said so much at all. Want to train alone? I will practice with you. But this is Han Feng, a 6th order awakener with SS level primary talent. Lin Da's former first genius is now the #1 master. There is no doubt that Lin Da's face. Even in practice alone, Lin Zhengxing has a high probability of being the loser. Therefore, we can only talk about it first. But Han Feng obviously came prepared, and he might not be able to handle this talk. Collective training is to exercise collectiveness, but do the soldiers in this regiment regard us in turns as a group? After Han Feng's words fell to the ground, many Linda students praised him in their hearts. Because indeed, they were just interns who were destined to leave after 3 months, so it was naturally difficult for the soldiers to treat them as their own. In addition, their strength is generally strong. It is also very quick to grab credit on the battlefield. So the soldiers isolated them intentionally or unintentionally. Han Feng continued, since group training can't develop collective character, then why is it unreasonable for me to ask for individual training? He paused and said, I believe I'm not the only one who thinks this way. This sentence, unintentionally, is inciting. Or is it a code? Anyway, after he finished speaking, someone shouted immediately. Yes. I also want to apply for individual training, they don't treat us as their own at all. And me. I also apply for individual training. I also want to apply for a shift. These veterans are not strong, so they know how to put on airs every day. And me. I too. I also want. Voices sounded one after another. For a while, the scene was quite a bit emotional. Here. Lin Zhengxing frowned as he watched, his face ashen. If only Han Feng was alone. Then even if he can't force it, it's just a matter of losing face. As long as you report to the top, someone will come and take you away. 1.9 However, this mutiny-like scene is undoubtedly a bit difficult to handle. And if he still can't handle it, that is naturally because he is not capable enough. This is not something to lose face. What to do? Lin Zhengxing had a terrible headache. In fact, in previous years, the interns of Linda University had left the army. It will also cause some conflicts more or less. Because they have an irreconcilable problem with the local forces. They are not their own people, and they are strong and love to grab credit. And most of the time, both parties endured for 3 months each, and then waved goodbye. There are very few things like this kind of collective resistance. After all, not every class of students can have a student whose strength is not inferior to that of the group leader. And a person with this strength may not necessarily show off like Feng. Unfortunately, Lin Zhengxing ran into them all. Chapter 73. Those who want to train alone, stand up. Lin Zhengxing shouted loudly. But don't look at his fierce tone. In fact, it is ready to compromise. What can he do if he doesn't compromise? Strong pressure? He couldn't suppress Han Feng at all. Han Feng ran to the side to train alone. There was nothing he could do. And once Han Feng went, the others would definitely follow. At that time, it will be an uncontrolled mass incident. And in this way, this matter is finally resolved. I'm afraid he, the head of the regiment, has done it too. On the contrary, it is an active compromise. At least things were still under his control. just to lose face. And after Lin Zhenxing's voice fell, Han Feng was the first to stand up. Then 1, 2, 3. People in the crowd kept standing up. And the more people who stand up, the more people who will stand up. Blindly follow the trend, the law does not blame the public. These are very common psychology. Many people who did not shout slogans before also stood up at this time. Yang Qi even saw Lu Qingzhu and Li Yaoken stand up. After a while, finally, no one moved in the crowd. But if there are 24 people counting, you will find a total of 105 people stood up. And the number of Linda's internships this time is 106. That is to say, except for Yang Qi, all Lin University students have stood up. But did everyone really come up with this idea? Certainly not. This is actually a hidden moral kidnapping. If everyone stood up and who didn't, wouldn't that be disunity? So the person who didn't come out at this time became the one who came out. It is Yang Qi. Many people's eyes are looking at him. After Yang Qi hesitated for a while, he still stood still. On one side are the so-called alumni who he doesn't know at all. On the other side is an unfamiliar comrade in arms. Where are you standing? If he could, he would choose to squat. Not moving doesn't mean that Yang Qi is on the side of the troops. He's just too lazy to move. And when he saw a group of people looking at him, Yang Qi didn't want to move anymore. He feels disgusted by this kind of moral kidnapping. And the next scene made him affirm his behavior even more. Junior Yang Qi, are you planning to come with us? Han Feng who spoke. He is looking at Yang Qi with a provocative look at this moment. Do you dare not come out? That's probably what he meant. And he provokes Yang Qi, that's perfectly normal. First of all, he was robbed of his title as the first genius of Linda University. Then on the day of the assembly, Yang Qi also acted as their team leader. Furthermore, after entering the camp, Yang Qi's position was directly higher than theirs. How can he be convinced by this? What made him even more upset was, at this time, Yang Qi acted as if he hadn't heard his words. Didn't even look at him. A look of indifference. Han Feng took a deep look at him, then turned his head away. Now is not the time to fight this elementary school boy. He has more important things to do. What's the use of just being able to train alone? That's just 3 hours a day. The efficiency that can be squeezed out is just a matter of practicing hard for a few days. Totally pointless. He will have this design today. Of course there are other songs, a team of its own. Here. Lin Zhenxing looked at the group of people who stood up, and he was naturally furious. Although he didn't count them, he knew them in his heart. The interns probably all jumped out. And the only thing that comforted him was, Yang Qi didn't move. Not in vain. You all want to train alone, don't you? Lin Zhenxing pointed to a corner beside him and said, go, that will be your training point from now on, and you don't need to gather here anymore. What he said made many students really panic. Because of his expression and tone. It's exactly the same as when our parents and teachers were angry when we were young. Here. Seeing that the goal of the first level has been achieved, Han Feng continued to speak. Commander Lin, I still have an application. I want to apply to form a new recruit company for our Lin University students. Poor picture dagger now. This word came to Lin Zhenxing's mind. He naturally understood why Han Feng wanted to apply for the recruit company. University student Lin's strength is generally stronger than the soldiers in his regiment. He broke up the students of Lin University in order to bring in the new with the old, but also to clip the new with the old. Because on the battlefield, personal strength is also limited. Only by concentrating together can the real power zone be exerted. He naturally wanted to limit university student Lin's performance and think about the soldiers in his regiment. And Han Feng naturally wanted to concentrate the strength of university student Lin. There are meritorious rewards for killing different beasts. It really made this group of students from Lin University form a recruit company. With their high potential talents, and the general strength of the 5th level. Then rushing to the battlefield, the ordinary soldiers in the regiment can only follow behind and drink soup. So Lin Zhengxing naturally wanted to refuse. J.A. Commander Lin, I also apply to form our own recruit company. And me. I apply too. Count me in. It was another scene where the group was excited and united as one. This is also the end of Lin Zhengxing's compromise before. After he asked Han Feng to organize this group of students together, he really couldn't hold back. Disagree? So how did this end today? Report to the escalator. Let's not talk about group incidents. Is there any problem with people applying to form a recruit company? From his point of view, it is correct to benefit the soldiers in his regiment. But from an overall point of view, aren't you engaging in hilltopism? He doesn't even bother with it. The result of the report, it is very likely that the recruit company is not only formed, but he also has to be trained by 720. So there is no choice at all. Lin Zhengxing took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Then he said in a cold tone, "Okay, I agree to your application. From now on, Lin University will form its own recruit company, Han Feng will be the company commander, and you can arrange other positions as you like." He stopped pretending to be fierce. Because it is useless, the face has been lost. Europe. The students cheered collectively, as if they had won a battle. They naturally also know the benefits of forming a recruit company with these people. And those veterans all looked expressionless. Han Feng raised his hand with a smile on his face. The students immediately fell silent. Han Feng was originally Lin Da's face. At this moment, we have obtained such a great benefit for everyone. Everyone naturally admired him. Moreover, he is already everyone's company commander. Seeing how obedient everyone was, Han Feng smiled even more. He looked at Yang Qi again, and said slowly. Junior Yang Qi, Captain Lin said that from now on, our Lin University will form a recruit company, and you are also a student of Lin University, so come here now. He said this with a sense of bossiness. This is his plan to overwhelm others with power. And he was also thinking in his heart, when you become my subordinate, I see how proud you are. When Lin Zhengxing saw this scene, he suddenly smiled. It's fine to provoke me, but you dare to provoke that uncle? Chapter 74. Han Feng. Whether you want to join the recruit company or not should be based on your own wishes, rather than using your power to overwhelm others like you. The person who spoke was Lu Qingzu. Although she knew that Yang Qi was actually stronger than herself. But when he saw Han Feng persecuting Yang Qi in the name of Lin University student, she still couldn't hold back and stood up, and it was the first time. This is probably her desire to protect as a sister. That's right. Everyone has their own ideas. Why do you have to join the recruit company if you are a student of Lin University? Li Yaoken continued to speak. Her best girlfriends all stood up. She is loyal, so naturally she won't shrink back. Although the two of them are not seniors. But she is outstanding in appearance, and has long been rated as the school girl in the campus forum. So these senior students, many people know them. Including Han Feng. And when Han Feng saw that the two school beauties both stood out for Yang Qi, he felt more jealous. But that's not all. Lin Zhengxing also said, the self I mean is voluntary and voluntary. Don't blame me for this. His tone was quite eager, as if he was afraid of sticking to the pan. If Han Feng is in a normal state at this time, then he might be able to hear something from Lin Zhengxing's words. Unfortunately he is not. The expansion of Qinji, as well as the jealousy of Yang Qi, made him ignore these things. He said in a serious tone, it's not that I want to overwhelm others, I just don't want others to see our Linda jokes and say that our Linda students are not united. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yang Qi again. Junior Yang Qi, you are the first genius in the history of our Linda University, and you are the future of our Linda University, so I don't want you to do such disunity. Obviously, he already wanted to kidnap Yang Guan morally. Yang Qi also looked at him, with a weird expression and said, I am the future, so you are the present. Han Feng smiled and said nothing, the meaning is self-evident. Then you catch me with a flying knife. If you can catch it, you are now, and I will honestly wait for the future, and I will listen to you now. Yang Qi also knew that it would be useless to talk too much, so he decided to be direct. But Han Feng did not agree. Of course, he also watched the video of Yang Qi shooting Li Chuan in the school cafeteria. Wherever he pointed and shot, he couldn't even avoid the throwing knife with the talent of spatial displacement. He wasn't confident enough to pick it up. So, you mean to challenge me? Han Feng came directly to tamper with the speech. He smiled indifferently, you are only at the 2nd level, and I am already at the 6th level. If I really compete with you, it would be disgraceful for me to win. So let's do this, I won't fight back, and as long as you can hurt me, then even if I lose. These words seemed to give Yang Qi an advantage. But Yang Qi didn't say that he wanted to compete with him. Just wanted to shoot him. And this is actually where Han Feng is smart. Although he is not confident that he can catch Yang Qi throwing knife. Not even confident that I could hide. But he is confident that Yang Qi can't hurt himself. A 6th level awakener with an SS level defensive talent. If this is injured by a 2nd order awakener, that is really a joke. Can? Yang Qi directly nodded in agreement. Of course he knew that Han Feng was playing tricks. It can even be guessed that Han Feng has a talent for defense. But it doesn't matter. He just needs a reason to make a move. Let intrigue. Under the flying knife, everything is imaginary. Then come on. Han Feng took a few steps forward and stood with his hands behind his back. But then a light golden mask appeared on his body. And this is his confidence to only defend but not attack. Talent, golden light shield, potential, SS level, effect, the shield does not break, and people do not hurt. See this scene. Except for Lu Qingzhu and Li Yaoken, Lin University students all had smiles on their faces. Can a Tier 2 awakened person still hurt an awakened with a Tier 6 defensive talent? And it's an SS level defense talent? The answer is naturally no. So this genius junior who doesn't unite everyone is afraid that he will be hit today. But it's also good. There are setbacks to grow. And the students are laughing. The soldiers on the side of the army were all sad. Although Yang Qi is not helping them. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So they naturally hope that Yang Qi can win. How can this win? It's not nice to say a word. Asking their 7th rank leader to go up, I'm afraid they may not be able to break their shield. Li Yaoken has seen Yang Qi talent. But at this time, he also frowned and said to Lu Qingzhu, I'm afraid your brother will be frustrated this time, and Han Feng was known as the god of war in his senior year, and he is not at the same level as the others. His light shield talent is at the SS level. So far, it has not been broken by anyone of the same level, let alone your brother is only at the 2nd level. Lu Qingzhu smiled lightly, just take a look. Li Yaoken was taken aback. But when she was about to speak, she saw the Yang over there moved, so she quickly closed her mouth. Here. Yang Qi took out a throwing knife from his waist. He didn't try to be handsome, he just raised his hand and shot it. Then. *DUT. The flying knife goes straight through. No. Not through. Instead, it appeared directly inside Han Feng's golden light shield strangely. Then the full handle sank into his shoulder. At the same time, Han Feng felt that the place where he was stabbed was obviously only his shoulder. But it was as if his head had been hammered heavily. He only felt his eyes go dark, and then fell straight down. There was silence. Everyone was stunned. Even Yang Qi himself was stunned. That's it? He wasn't actually talking about Han Feng. Rather, it refers to the 6th level awakened person in general. Because he did a test with a 6th order beast. After B beast was hit by the knife, he only fainted for a while and then stood up again. But, Jian Hao, this Han Feng is completely unconscious. Forward. Shouldn't it be dead? Then he will despise 6th level awakened people even more. Think about it. Yang Qi hurriedly yelled, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and see if anyone is dead." When the others heard his words, they all felt like their hearts were galloping. But they finally came back to their senses. Lin Zhengxing was the first to react. He went straight over to check it out. Then he opened his mouth and said, "There is still breathing and pulse, it should just be time." "Hey! It's good if you don't die." Yang Qi just breathed a sigh of relief. Just a skirmish. He certainly didn't want to kill anyone. After all, this is a human life. And it was a genius from Forest City University. In the future, there is a high probability that they will serve their Yang family. If this person is going to die, it is also a loss to the Yang family. So it's good if you don't die. Chapter 75. Han Feng was sent back to Lin City directly. Military doctor's appraisal, the spirit was severely injured and it will take some time to recover. And after Han Feng was sent away, the group of Linda students stood there, each of them feeling a bit at a loss. It can be regarded as a full interpretation of the meaning of the phrase "a group of dragons without a leader." And here, Lin Zhengxing called Yang Qi aside. "Yang Qi, will you be the company commander of the recruit company?" Lin Zhengxing had a negotiating tone. "Need not." Yang Qi shook his head and said, "Without Han Feng as the leader, they don't dare to make trouble anymore, just withdraw the recruit company." He thought that Lin Zhengxing wanted to withdraw the recruit company. "I was just worried about myself, so I came to discuss with myself." So he said no, not no. "But it is not." Lin Zhengxing said with a wry smile, "The recruit company cannot withdraw. How will they get along with the brothers in the regiment after they made such a fuss today? There will definitely be conflicts, big and small. Now only you can convince them, and the brothers in the regiment must also admire you. Separate the two sides, and with your face in mind, it should be no problem to spend these 3 months safely." Why is he sure that the soldiers in the regiment admire Yang Qi? Because even he himself is completely convinced of Yang Qi. With a 3rd level posture, after shooting a 6th level awakened person with a shield with 1 knife, you still have to worry about shooting him to death. Who can resist this shit? Can. 863. After Yang Qi thought about it, he nodded in agreement. Although it would definitely be a little troublesome to be the commander of a recruit company. But he will definitely be more than just a company commander in the future. So now it's time to practice being a sir. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Zhengxing also heaved a sigh of relief. He thought for a while and said, "From now on, the recruit company will be considered an independent company. You don't need to listen to anyone's orders, you can make your own decisions. If you are on a mission, go with the 2nd Battalion." The who he mentioned also includes himself as the head of the regiment. This is undoubtedly the peak of independence. And let the recruit company go out with the 2nd Battalion on missions. It was because Yang Qi had fought side by side with the people from the 2nd Battalion. And the 2nd Battalion is a female barracks. Women are always weaker. Maybe it can reduce the conflict with the group of students in Linda University. Yang Qi didn't say anything, and nodded again, "Okay." After, Lin Zhengxing called, "Siege, the battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion, Wan Ping, over. Tell her about the fact that the recruit company will go on missions with their 2nd Battalion. This will undoubtedly reduce the meritorious service of the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion. But the rather heroic-looking 2nd Battalion commander didn't complain, and just nodded in agreement. After the matter was agreed, several people walked back to the playground. Here. Han Feng is injured, so I will be your company commander from now on. After Yang Qi said something, his eyes swept across the crowd. If you have an opinion, say it now, or if anyone disobeys the order in the future, I will directly ask you to take the throwing knife. Everyone. Originally, they had no opinion. Because Yang Qi can be their company commander, this is actually the best result. Otherwise, their newly formed recruit company may have to be disbanded immediately. When the time comes, go back and face the group of veterans. Who suffers? And Yang Qi is stronger than Han Feng. And moreover, Yang Qi also said that he would ask them to pick up flying knives. Then they naturally have no opinion. Yang Qi waited for a while, and after seeing that everyone had no objections, he said again. We have 47 girls and 57 boys, so now I hope to volunteer 4 girls and 5 boys to be monitors. Generally speaking, 3 shifts a row. But he did not intend to set up a platoon leader. There are only 100 people in total, and he doesn't want to make it so troublesome. After Yang Qi finished speaking, everyone looked left and right. Then, Lu Qingzu raised her hand and stood up. Of course she has to support Yang Qi. Then I'll have one too. Li Yaoken also stood up. Just. Someone took the lead, and those who had ideas also stood up one after another. Then more than 9 people came out. Yang Qi said directly, only the first 5 girls and boys come out, then Lu Qingzu will be the deputy company commander, and the others will be the squad leaders. He didn't know these people either. I don't know who is strong, but who is weak. It also comes directly from positivity. Next, you can choose the class leader yourself. Stand behind whoever you choose. Each class is counted as the class leader, with a maximum of 12 people. Pay attention to your gender. After Yang Qi finished speaking, everyone moved immediately. They must know who is strong and who is weak. And the number of people in each class is limited, so there will be no seats if you are late. So naturally be positive. And when they were selecting classes, Yang Qi was naturally observing. Observe which squad leaders are popular. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, and everyone went directly to them. After seeing the full number of people, just ask for payment. It didn't take long for everyone to choose the squad leader. Then Yang Qi divided the classes into classes from 1 to 9, wrote down the names of the 9 class leaders, and asked everyone to start training directly. Here. The recruit company incident started by Han Feng has come to an end. Some time after. The barracks are very quiet. This calm means that nothing has happened. But the sound of drink, punches every morning has not stopped. And the recruits are the same here. Everyone is also collectively drink, punching. The rhythm is not faster than those ordinary soldiers. So, what does the so-called individual training mean? And in addition to daily training, there was no problem with the task. Although this group of students from Lin University rushed fiercely, they robbed many beast heads from the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion. But it may be that Wan Ping, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, did the ideological work first. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion did not take any action. But the good times didn't last long. This peaceful day has only been less than half a month. When the 1st Battalion and the 2nd Battalion were encircling and suppressing the 3rd-tier brood together, something happened finally. A student of Lin University was robbed and killed several strange beasts by a veteran of the 1st Battalion out of resentment, so he directly attacked them. Although he said it was a competition. And the veteran also said it was a sparring session. Who the hell is there to learn from each other on the battlefield? Yang Qi directly called Yang Lan. Let her arrange to pick up that student. And notify the whole school, expulsion immediately. Fight your comrades on the battlefield. To tell the truth, shooting is not an exaggeration. It would be cheap to fire him. Lin Zhengxing also did a similar treatment here. Force that veteran to retire. Although he belongs to the side that is forced to do it, it is he who provokes first. And as an experienced veteran, he challenged his comrades on the battlefield. This punishment is considered light. And after this happened, whether it is a veteran or an intern, be completely honest. The two sides no longer have the feeling of daggers drawn before. They even smile and say hello when they meet. Chapter 76. A few days passed after the battlefield brawl ended. At this time, the students of Lin University had been in the barracks for an internship for a month. He used up the 2 boxes of beast soul crystals that Yang Qi asked Yang Lan to send. In addition, he practiced for a week before coming to the barracks. FFLX. This evening, when Yang Qi was meditating before going to bed, his body suddenly felt like a boom. Then another message popped up in my mind. Talent, super backpack. Effect, open the portable space, and the capacity can be unlimited. This is the simplest and clearest effect among Yang Qi 4 talents. So he didn't think too much, and directly opened the portable space by silently chanting. Entering the eye is a square space with a length, width, and height of about 10 meters. All 6 sides are covered by a foggy gray substance. The space is bright, but empty with nothing. Yang Qi touched the quilt beside him, thinking about it. Really? The quilt appeared directly in that space. Then he looked at the quilt, thinking again. The quilt appeared in front of him. Then, he looked at the quilt and thought again. The quilt was unresponsive. Obviously, physical contact is required to be placed in the space. But it is quite convenient to be able to control it with the mind. This talent seems to be tested? Oh, there is also a capacity can be expanded infinitely. Yang Qi directly said expand silently. Then the grey mist on the 6 sides of the space began to recede directly. And the space is getting bigger and bigger. But at the same time, Yang Qi also felt that the natural power in his body was being consumed rapidly. And when the space expands to about 50 meters in length, width, and height, he felt that his innate power was almost at the end. So he stopped meditating. One tube of blue is directly enlarged by 5 times, and this effect is obviously quite powerful. Easy to operate, unlimited capacity. This is undoubtedly a very powerful talent. But be it. Yang Qi always felt that something was missing. It is a little less perverted as a plug-in level talent. Although the capacity can be expanded infinitely, it is quite abnormal. If he continues to expand like this, maybe someday I can put blue star in it. Yang Qi suddenly reacted. Can it hold living things? This is undoubtedly the only criterion to evaluate whether the effect of this kind of space talent is abnormal. So Yang Qi didn't try it though. But he was sure yes. Just rely on the 3 questions behind that potential. What's more, is the time velocity in the space the same as that in the outside world? If not, how different is it from the outside world? Think about it. Yang Qi stared at the alarm clock on the table and wrote down the time. And when its second hand stops just to a number. With a thought in his mind, the person appeared directly in the backpack space. Yang Qi felt it. Breathing is no different than when you are outside. The temperature also seemed to be the same as outside. No other discomfort. Obviously, the backpack space can accommodate life. At the same time, Yang Qi was also counting the seconds in his heart. When he silently counted to 60 seconds, he went out of the space directly. After returning to the outside world, the Yang Qi people still appeared in the place where they disappeared just now. The location has not changed. He looked directly at the alarm clock. 1 minute and 2 seconds passed. 2 more seconds. But these 2 seconds were obviously delayed by himself. So the flow of time inside and outside is actually the same. This undoubtedly disappointed Yang Qi. He also thought that he could practice in the space until he was invincible and then come out. But a portable space that can accommodate life and can be expanded infinitely. This is undoubtedly already very plug-in. In terms of overall value, Super Backpack can be regarded as the most valuable among his 4 talents. Because when this talent develops, it will directly become a world. Note, it is the world, not the planet. Yang Qi may be able to directly install planets into it in the future. And then it became that I carry a universe with me. The only regret is, he can probably only be regarded as the gatekeeper of this universe rather than the master. Because he has not become omnipotent in the backpack space. But one cannot be too greedy. Although the world cannot be created directly. But being able to carry out a world is similar. Thinking of this, Yang Qi entered the backpack space again. The test he has to do this time is practice. Sit cross-legged on the spot, turn on press the gun, and start to meditate. Just like in the outside world, energy can be absorbed. So there's nothing but what appears to be nothing. In fact, the backpack space is the same as the outside space. After reaching this conclusion, Yang Qi got out of the space, and lay down to sleep with peace of mind. A few days later, November 7th. This day, something happened in the regiment. The one and only Tier 4 brood that belonged to their care ran away. You know, the brood is kept in captivity. This captive breeding is more than just a description. It's that someone really surrounded the brood and took care of it. Generally speaking, the brood settles down on the ground and seldom moves. Because they need to root when absorbing energy, they cannot move. And if the brood wants to move, it will definitely hatch a few strange beasts to come out to explore the way. And as long as the guarding soldiers get rid of those strange beasts and let the mother know that this road is blocked. If it wants to forcefully move, it will definitely enter the swelling state, and start to hold back the beast tide in order to make a strong breakthrough. At this time, the guarding soldiers sent letters directly to the regiment. Then we all go together and wait for the beast horde to erupt. The brood still couldn't escape. 0. All in all, if someone is staring at it, it can't run away. But the current situation is the brood has run away. So there is no doubt that something is wrong with the caretakers. There are 12 guards. But only 8 came back to report. That said, 4 people were missing. Killed, caught, chasing the brood, running away. There are all kinds of possibilities. It is not clear for a while now. And the most important thing right now is to find the brood. Otherwise, if the mother's nest ran to the vicinity of the auxiliary city, it would hold back a wave of beasts and come out. The consequences are unimaginable. Lin Zhengxing immediately reported the matter. And Lin Cheng quickly responded. A group of people were directly photographed coming over with various machinery and equipment. The leader, Yang Qi, met at the institute. And they introduced themselves as the expert group from the institute. Lin Zhengxing also brought some key elites from the regiment, including Yang Qi. I went to the original place of the 4th Order brood with the expert group. Then, a group of people used various equipment to search for clues, and chased the mother's nest all the way. And this pursuit is directly a day and a night. Until noon the next day. The group stopped in front of a river. The river is neither wide nor deep. So they are not unable to cross the river. Only the other side of the river is no longer the boundary of Lingheng. Cross the river. It was Yang Qi who spoke. In other words, it was Yang Qi who gave the order. Subsequently, both Lin Zhengxing and the leader of the expert group repeated. Cross the river. A group of people no longer hesitated, directly stepped on the river and crossed Lu. Chapter 77. There are 9 main cities in Xia Kingdom, each with a jurisdiction. And because the power of the city lord is relatively concentrated. Therefore, the main cities are relatively independent. Everyone has a self-consciousness that the well water does not violate the river water. So people like Yang Qi belong to official groups. The act of crossing the line without saying hello. Feeling somewhat provocative. But there is no way. They have come to find the brood. And it's a fourth-tier brood. The outbreak period of the fourth-order brood is about 50 days. And each time about 10,000 alien beasts were hatched. That is, every 50 days, 1,000 fourth-order beast soul crystals can be produced. And the market price of the fourth-order beast soul crystal is about 600,000. For the convenience of calculation, a cost price of 500,000 is given. That's 300 million monthly economic benefits too. If this thing greets the other party. So they still want to find it. So September 17, Yang Qi directly took the posture of the young city lord. And Lin Zhengxing and the expert leader did not hesitate. Directly ordered to cross the river. Now they can only hope to find the brood first without alarming each other. But the world is always afraid of something. Everyone stop. They dared to cross the river just now when they heard such a command. Then a group of soldiers in military uniform rushed out from the forest not far away. At a glance, there are probably no fewer than 100 people. And people kept coming out of the mountain forest. In such a short time, Yang Qi and the others were already surrounded. And at this time, Yang Qi also immediately came to a conclusion in his mind: the escaping of the brood probably wasn't an accident. To know. This is not a border or national border, but a jurisdictional border. How can there be so many people guarding it? They all hid in the forest as if they were setting up an ambush. What a coincidence, it's near their river crossing point. Just after they crossed the river, they all popped up. This is obviously prepared to wait and see. Yang Qi can think of these. Others can, of course. So everyone looked a little embarrassed. Go to other main city jurisdictions to steal the brood. This is not common. One is because of the difficulty. The second is because everyone wants face. But not without it. Because resources are obviously more important than face. So if you have the chance. Basically no one wants to let go. Especially opposite is the one known as the Xia Kingdom's 7 great families, the one that values practical interests the most, the Luo family in Qingcheng. Why do you people from Linkheng come to our Qingcheng border? The speaker was a young man in his early 20s. His figure is good, quite tall and strong. But the acne marks on the face, coupled with this time a crazy and cool expression. It's really blinding. Here. Both Lin Zhengxing and the expert team leader glanced at Yang Qi in disbelief. Both of them knew some Yang Qi identity. And Yang Qi didn't hesitate, and took a step forward. Because of the brood escape incident, most likely it was deliberately planned by the opposite party. Both Lin Zhengxing and Lin Zhengxing might not be able to handle this matter well. So it could only be him, the young city lord, who came. Yang Qi said directly, the afternoon before yesterday, we had a 4th-tier nest in Linkheng stolen by someone. Someone saw the person who stole the nest running towards your Qingcheng, so we came to look for it. What do you mean by that? The acne-printed man's face was serious. Your brood nest in Linkheng was stolen, come to our Qingcheng border to look for it, do you suspect that our Qingcheng people stole it? Yang Qi looked directly at him, it's not doubt. Not suspicious. The acne-marked man was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed exaggeratedly, haha. Do you have evidence? Yang Qi said with a blank expression, the people who told you to stay out of the way, we will naturally find the brood, and when the time comes, everyone will get all the stolen goods. The acne-marked man raised the corners of his mouth and gave a charming smile, and said 3 words lightly, why? Yang Qi looked at him and said word by word, our Linkheng is stronger than your Qingcheng. These words are undoubtedly extremely heart-wrenching. Among the 7 great families of Xia Kingdom, the Lu family with the so-called Xia Kingdom god of war, the SSS level junior talent Lu Xiao, is undoubtedly recognized as the strongest. As for the second family, there is not much difference in strength, so there is no specific ranking. But the Qingcheng Luo family is generally considered to be at the bottom. So the expression of the acne-printed man froze immediately. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then you can represent Lin Cheng? Can you represent the Yang family?" Then without waiting for Yang Qi to reply, he said to himself, "You can't. But I can represent Qingcheng." As he spoke, he pointed to himself and said, "Me. Luo Ye, the Lord of Qingcheng." Yang Qi was so embarrassed that he didn't want the 4th-tier brood anymore. But then again, if he wasn't here today, it's just that Lin Zhengxing and the expert leader are there. At that moment, they really had no choice but to retreat. Because they really can't represent Lin Cheng. So facing Luo Ye, the so-called young city lord of Qingcheng, they can't make a decision about the next step. So we can only retreat first. There are really many people on the opposite side. Visually, I am afraid that there is a battalion of troops. That is about 500 people. And what about them? The expert group consists of 8 people. There are 12 elite groups in the regiment. 20 vs 500. If you don't admit it, is it still right? But Yang Qi is here. Naturally, it was impossible for him to admit cowardice. Unfortunately, I can also represent Lin Cheng. Yang Qi said calmly, "My name is Yang Qi, you should know." This sentence is undoubtedly more compelling than Luo Yi's sentence. So Luo Ye frowned when he heard that. And he really knows Yang Qi. Ordinary people may only know the genius name of Yang Qi, the SSS elementary talent. But Luo Ye, who came from a wealthy family, naturally knows more. He even knows Yang Qi, has seen the photos. It's just that when I saw the real person for the first time, I didn't directly think of it. And now Yang Qi reported himself behind the house. The photo in his mind and the real person naturally corresponded. So he frowned not only because Yang Qi was more aggressive than him, also because of embarrassment. If it is someone else chasing, it doesn't matter what the 1.1 regiment leader or teacher is. He is confident that he can stop it. Can face Yang Qi who has the same status as him. This thing is a bit difficult to handle. But the longer it is delayed, the farther the brood is transported, the better it is for them. Think about it. Luo Ye looked at Yang Qi and said, "So what if you can represent Lin Cheng? Can you stop talking about evidence? Based on your words, we Qingcheng people stole your mother's slip? Are you going to let you enter our Qingcheng territory to kill me? Then I also said that if you want to enter our Qingcheng territory, you want to steal the brood." See his attitude change. Yang Qi also probably knew that he was trying to waste time. So he said directly, "In a word, let or not. If not, then your Luo family will wait for our Yang family to declare war. The enemy retreats and we advance." Luo Yi's confession, he naturally had to get up. Chapter 78. Although each main city is relatively independent, but no matter what, they all belong to Xia Kingdom. The Supreme Council above is not a decoration either. So Lin Cheng and Qingcheng couldn't fight each other no matter what. But what Yang Qi said was, the Yang family declared war on the Luo family. There are many ways to fight between this family. So Luo Yi's complexion became a little darker. Let's not talk about victory or defeat. This is a family war for a 4th-order brood. That's too fed up. What made him even more angry was that Yang Qi over there even started the countdown. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. After 10 seconds, if you don't let me, we will back." Said we retreat, but Yang Qi tone was extremely tough. Because if they retreat, the Yang family will declare war on the Luo family next. 10,9,8. Yang Qi directly started the countdown. Luo Ye stared at him fiercely. And when he counted to 3, Luo Ye finally said, "We can make it." But he quickly added, "But, what if you don't find that brood in our 24 city boundaries? Give it up if you can." Yang Qi didn't pay attention to his last sentence at all. Because that's obviously a waste of time. Luo Ye sneered and said, "So you can't guarantee that you can find that brood in our Qingcheng territory, right?" That means. He didn't finish his sentence. Here Yang Qi throwing knife has been shot. Then very abruptly, a flying knife hung directly in front of Luo Yi's forehead. This state is like an ordinary person being pointed at the head with a gun. So why would Luo Ye dare to speak again? At the same time. Wow! The soldiers in Qingcheng were a little restless. But soon someone ordered, "Don't move." Only then did the soldiers stop their movements, but they all stared at Yang Qi fiercely. It's not that Luo Ye is so popular. It's just that everyone is not stupid. They all knew what would happen to them if something happened to Luo Ye. 3 seconds later, the flying knife on Luo Yi's forehead fell to the ground. But Yang Qi took out a throwing knife again, looked directly at him, and wanted to speak without saying anything. Luo Ye clenched his hands tightly, but still shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" Yang Qi shooting the air move. Last time, Li Yaoken was frightened to the point of losing her mind. So how could Luo Ye feel less fear at this time? This silent attack method without any warning. So many people around him didn't react. It's scarier than getting a gun pointed to your head. So he knew that most Yang Qi would not dare to attack him. But he was still cowardly. What if? The kid looked so young. What if I can't control myself and become impulsive? It's normal for young people to lose control of their emotions. When he dies, it will be useless even if Yang Qi is buried with him. So he gave up. But after Yang Qi and his group left, Luo Ye opened his mouth and said, "Notify the other side, kill that brood directly, and let them take the corpse back. If you can't get it, destroy it." Here, Yang Qi and his group continued to track the brood. The brood is a very special creature. Can act autonomously like animals. It can also take root like a plant. Then absorb energy and hatch strange beasts. Secondly, the brood also has a very special breath. The expert group used instruments to detect this kind of aura, and was able to lead everyone to chase it all the way. After another half day. At dusk, when everyone reached a mountain top, an expert suddenly spoke excitedly. The sounder reacted very strongly, the brood should be nearby. When everyone heard the words, they all showed joy on their faces. Because counting, they have been chasing for 2 days and 1 night. Yang Qi also felt relieved. He said, "In this case, let's split up and search this area carefully." Everyone responded with a salute. There was no need for Lin Zhengxing and the leading expert to repeatedly issue orders. Because when he was on the river bank, everyone already knew his identity. After everyone scattered, searching almost every inch of the ground. The brood is in normal condition. That is a hemispherical mollusk with a diameter of about 1 meter. If it is hiding in any corner, if you don't search carefully, it's really easy to get dark under the lights. But that didn't happen. Instead, the brood was soon reported to have been found. 18.2. No vital signs, dead. The team leader expert announced helplessly. Made. Those bastards in Qingcheng must have done it. Lin Zhengxin cursed angrily. Yang Qi stared blankly at the corpse of the nest that had been spread out like a piece of cloth. Biology is not perfect. A brood that can hatch a strange beast is no stronger than a strange beast of the same level, and even more fragile. Back then, humans were able to withstand the attacks of alien creatures. This is because it was discovered very early on. Therefore, it is often possible to reverse the situation of the battle in the way of capturing the thief first. Otherwise, it is very difficult for human beings to be where they are today. Let's go back, Yang Qi said lightly. Then go back first. After chasing for 2 days and 1 night, I saw a dead body. He was naturally furious. But incapable of fury, useless. On the contrary, it will make the enemy happier. And he already had a counter plan in mind. You stole mine, so why can't I take yours? After you stole it, you took it with you and fled back to your home, and we caught up with you. 770. But after I take it, where can you find it? Super backpack. Isn't this talent specially designed for the brood? Yang Qi hadn't really thought about this before. He was thinking about moving the world. But this time it was something that woke him up. Such a private space that belongs only to him. Isn't it the best animal enclosure for captive brood? And why don't humans dare to keep high-level broods in captivity? Because the space channel between the blue star and the other world has always existed. And the alien beasts' attack never stopped. Human elites are still guarding the various space passages. If you keep a high-level brood in captivity, if you accidentally fail to grasp it, it is easy to be counterattacked by strange beasts. Available in backpack space. Who can the alien beast fight back? So regardless of high or low level, he can keep all broods in captivity. The backpack space can be used as a perfect animal enclosure. And the first batch of residents of this beast circle must have lived in Qingcheng. But now is not the time to act. Avoiding suspicion is secondary. The main reason is that Yang Qi doesn't even know the location of those brood spots in Qingcheng. So he needs to go back. But soon he will be back. Just then, a gust of wind blew by. Yang Qi said something in his heart. When the wind blows, the Luo family will go bankrupt. If he was really asked to steal all those nests in Qingcheng, all of them, the bankruptcy of the Luo family is considered light. Chapter 79. When Yang Qi and his group returned to the camp, it was already the morning of the next day. Plus the time spent hunting down the brood. Everyone has not closed their eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. So when they came back, naturally they all fell asleep. But on the way back, Yang Qi has already talked to his uncle Yang Rongwei on the phone. First of all, it is natural to talk about the incident of the hunt for the brood. The focus is on the inference about the Luo family stealing the brood. In fact, both Yang Qi and Yang Rongwei know this matter should not rise to the level of the entire Luo family. Because if it was really planned by the Luo family, they would not even be able to find the corpse. So this is most likely caused by Luo Ye himself. But Luo Ye is the 3rd-generation heir of the Luo family. What he did was naturally the work of the Luo family. On the phone, Yang Rongwei asked Yang Qi how to deal with this matter. This is to test Yang Qi. Also because of he didn't think of any good way to deal with it either. After all, it is just a tier 4 brood. There is no need to go to war. Because if they make too much noise, then the other 5 families will probably be waiting to get fish. And it can be said that this brood was stolen by people from Qingcheng. But it couldn't be proved that the Luo family stole it. So there may not even be compensation. The most is to bring back a scapegoat. As for stealing it back, after Luo Ye calculated mentally but accidentally, and succeeded in a sneak attack, they were all chased back by them. It can be seen that the brood is really not easy to steal. And the Luo family will definitely be prepared for this. That's even more difficult. So it seems that they can only suffer from this dumb loss temporarily. Wait for the opportunity to come back for revenge in the future. Yang Rongwei thought so at the time. For him who has been in a high position for a long time, if you can't bear it, you will make trouble and make big plans. This is the basic mentality. But what Yang Qi returned at that time was, take it back, and want to take more. Then he told Yang Rongwei, I have broken through to the 4th level, and awakened a talent that can open the portable space. And this space can accommodate life forms. And the volume of the space can be expanded to a very large size. And the potential of this talent is also SSS level. And that's all, well. Across the phone. So Yang Qi couldn't see Yang Rongwei's expression at that time. All I know is that Yang Rongwei counted silently for 33 seconds. Only then did he say very good. After. The uncle and nephew had a detailed discussion on the Qingcheng brood collection plan. The first is the safety issue of Yang Qi. After all, this is a matter of going deep into the enemy camp. Yang Rongwei said that he would send some 9th level awakened people to protect him. But Yang Qi said it was not necessary. Because there are more people, it will be more troublesome. And only his own words. Even if it is discovered by then. It would be fine if he just hid in his portable space. And he can also flash. First come a few flashes, and then enter the space one by one. Who knows if he ran away or what? And moreover, he can also avoid control. So unless someone can beat him in seconds. Otherwise he must be safe. For what he can flash. Yang Rongwei did not show surprise. Obviously it was expected. But Yang Rongwei is not worried about his safety. Isn't there an unless? But it is also true that there are too many people and it is troublesome. So Yang Rongwei decided to send someone there. For this uncle thinks you are not safe situation. Yang Qi could only happily agree. Because, he couldn't help it. Even if he disagreed, Yang Rongwei would definitely send someone over. So it's better to be happy. After the security issues are agreed upon. Then there is the question of goals. This which refers to both position and rank. There is no need to consider the rank, naturally they all take the 4th rank. As for the location problem, Yang Rongwei needs to help plan a route. It is the route that can get the most 4th order brood at the fastest speed. After all, they ran a 4th order brood in Lingheng, you can find it immediately. The people from Qingcheng are certainly not fools. And when they found out that the brood was gone. When 1 or 2 are fine, the first thing that comes to mind must be to find them. But once there are too many, then they will definitely realize the problem. Then change the strategy and strengthen the care of other broods to minimize losses. At that time, if Yang Qi tries to take it by force again, it is very likely that he will fall into the trap of himself. So take the question of how much. I can only say that. Do your best. But Yang Rongwei mentioned that the people he sent to protect Yang Qi traveled very fast. His original intention was to protect Yang Qi and retreat quickly. But now it can be considered unintentional, the faster you travel, the more broods you can get. At last, Yang Qi raised his mouth. If Yang Rongwei wants to send that person, first go to his house and bring all his little flying knives. At the beginning, Lu Qingzhou ordered 1,000 for him. In the past, he could only carry a few handfuls with him. Now that you have space for your backpack, you can take it with you naturally. As for the beast soul crystal, he didn't say anything. Because he believed in Yang Rongwei's wisdom. And it is true. When Yang Qi woke up, it was pitch black all around. Obviously, it was already night at this time. Yang Qi turned on the light casually. Then I was taken aback immediately. Because there was another person in his dormitory. The man was sleeping on his stomach on the desk next to the bed. Yang Qi glanced at the alarm clock on the table. It's already past 1 in the morning. He has slept for more than 12 hours. The man was lying on the desk. Yang Qi couldn't see her face clearly either. But looking at her long black and beautiful hair, one can know her gender. As for her identity, Yang Qi naturally already knew it in his heart. 10% are the people his uncle sent to protect him. Why so sure? Because there was one more person in his room. There were 5 more suitcases and one large wooden box. He knew the big wooden box, it was the one he used to hold Xiao Qi Fei knife. Suitcase words. There is no doubt a 4th order beast soul crystal. It's 500 directly. Truly the best uncle in the world. Yang Qi got up from the bed, ready to put these things away. And he just moved. The woman, Deakin Zhao, who was sleeping on the desk suddenly stood up directly. Then she turned her head and looked at him sharply. But soon she withdrew her eyes and smiled. Young patriarch, you are awake. It looked like he was afraid that Yang Qi would be frightened just now. Yang Qi was not frightened by her eyes. But I was a little surprised by her face. Beauty is for sure. Furthermore, the person who can be sent by Yang Rongwei to protect him must be the 9th level awakened person. And since he is a 9th level awakened person, he probably won't be too young. But her face looked it. When she said she was 18, Yang Qi believed it. That's right, that kind of white and tender baby face. Round, with a touch of baby fat. Looking very immature. Yang Qi is also a person who is good at focusing on key points. He simply asked, "How old are you?" The woman was stunned when she heard that. Then the tender face was full of helplessness and said, 34. Yang Qi. Although he had expected it earlier, there was still a sound in his heart. FK. Chapter 80. 18-year-old face, 34-year-old heart. This girl. Wrong. It should be called Aunt. This aunt is indeed the best. She is 34, Yang Qi is 18. 16 years old. It's a generation away, what is it if it's not aunt? Be polite. So Yang Qi asked, "Aunt, what's your name?" The woman froze immediately. After a long time, she said with disbelief, "What did you call me?" "Aunt, is there a problem?" Yang Qi smiled secretly, but his face was naturally serious. "You are 16 years older than me, if I don't call you aunt, what's your name?" "I." The woman opened her mouth to speak, but she had nothing to say. She was extremely upset. You know, when she walks outside, even 3 or 5-year-old children call her sister. Although she was also a little helpless because of her baby face, she looked like a junior in front of her peers. But more is self-satisfaction. Because this is the same as staying young forever, and there is no woman who does not love this. After taking a few deep breaths, the woman opened her mouth and said, "My name is Yang Xingxi." Then, the seniority ranking of our Yang surname aspirations are high and 910 far away, and we are virtuous and faithful. I am from the Xingzi generation, and you are from the German generation, so in terms of seniority, I should call you Grandpa. Ah, this. Could you be more polite? But this Yang Qi is actually somewhat impressive. But that kind of naming according to seniority was not popular as early as before New Yuan. Naturally, fewer people do this now. Otherwise, wouldn't his name be Yang Dihu? A bit earthy. But, it's better than Yang Buki. Yang Qi pretended to be stunned and said, "Well, then you can call me Grandpa, and I will call you Granddaughter Xingxi. Yang Xingxi." She was also a little angry. But as she said, she is really Yang Qi granddaughter in terms of seniority. But she quickly found a point of refutation. Our relationship has been separated by more than 10 generations, and there is no question of seniority. Yang Qi didn't bother, nodded obediently and said, "That's right, then let's talk about age, Xingxi aunt." Yang Xingxi. She said helplessly, "Young patriarch, we don't need to talk about these relationships, you are the master and I am the servant, so it's good to talk about it this way. But there must be a title, right?" Yang Qi said, "My nannies and drivers are also called Aunt Sun and Uncle Zhang." Hiss. Hey. Yang Xingxi took another deep breath. She doesn't look down on the nanny driver. But as a 9th level awakened person, people make this kind of comparison, and what is Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhang? She was a little out of control. Yang Qi was amused, and accepted it when he saw it, and said, "How about I call you Sister Xingxi?" At this moment, Yang Xingxi felt a kind of light from heaven, and it also shone on him. As if she was afraid that Yang Qi would repent, she immediately said, "Okay." Then he directly changed the subject and took out something and said, "This is the map drawn by the patriarch on the side of Qingcheng. It has marked the location of each mother nest. It also marked a route that can reach the 4th order mother nest at the fastest speed." She called the owner of the house, not the owner of the city. "I also said before, you are the master, and I am the servant." This undoubtedly illustrates some problems. Seeing Yang Xingxi talking about business, Yang Qi also put away his playfulness. He took the map and directly turned on squeeze gun to look at it. Squeeze gun, although it does not have the effect of improving memory, but in the state of extreme concentration, he did not say that he never forgets, but it is not much worse. So soon, he directly engraved the map in his mind. Then he handed it back to Yang Xingxi, and said again, "Uncle said that you are traveling very fast. What kind of talent is it that can lead people?" 1. Yang Xingxi nodded and said, "My talent is called Journey, S-level effect. After it is activated, you can run like the wind. My top burst speed can reach 300 meters per second, but it can only last for about a minute. And running at a speed of 300 kilometers, see, I can last a day, that is, 24 hours. This. A little cheating. 300 meters per second, which is already close to the speed of sound. It definitely looks like teleportation when you run. And she can run for 1 minute. In other words, she can run 18 kilometers in 1 minute. If this is in Singapore, you can make a fortune by delivering food. There is also a speed of 300 kilometers per hour that can last for 24 hours. This speed has reached the level of high-speed rail. And she can run 24 hours. That is, it can move 7,200 kilometers a day. Vertical and horizontal are enough to pass through the entire Xia kingdom. No wonder Yang Rongwei sent her over. This running ability is simply no one else. Yang Qi paused and said, "Let's go, let's get started." Ha! Yang Xingxi obviously didn't come back to his senses. "Any questions?" Yang Qi asked. Yang Xingxi pointed to the alarm clock on the table. "It's 1 o'clock in the morning." Yang Qi glanced at her with a strange expression. "You know what we are going to do, don't you?" Yang Xingxi nodded and said, "The head of the family told me to go to Qingcheng to steal." Having said that, she paused. "Because she has already reacted, don't you have to take advantage of the night to steal things?" "Then let's go," Yang Xingxi said helplessly. She hated working at night the most. Because lack of sleep is the natural enemy of the skin. Yang Qi nodded. He conveniently put away the 5 boxes of beast soul crystals and 1 box of throwing knives. Then go outside the dormitory. Yang Xingxi naturally followed immediately. The two left the barracks all the way. Yang Qi said, "How do you take me?" Yang Xingxi stretched out his hand and said, "Just give me your hand." Yang Qi held out his hand. Yang Xingxi held his hand. Then I didn't wait for Yang Qi to feel it carefully. Suddenly, the whole person flew forward as if out of control. It's the real flying kind. His whole body is empty. If Yang Xingxi hadn't pulled him, he might have gone to heaven. Wrong. If it wasn't for Yang Xingxi pulling him, he wouldn't be able to fly. Yang Qi feels that the scenery on both sides is flying upside down and leaving after images. In less than half an hour. Then he saw the river that they had only seen after walking for 2 days and 1 night. Yang Qi wanted to tell Yang Xingxi to stop first. But as soon as he opened his mouth was filled by the wind. Almost choked him to death. But he quickly thought of a way. She tapped Yang Xingxi's palm with her fingers. Yang Xingxi obviously paused, then subconsciously let go of his hand. Yang Qi really flew out. Yang Xingxi reacted. He stared at Yang Qi, who flew out with his eyes and mouth open. It seems that Yang Qi is not the one she let go. Fine. Yang Qi has the ability to save himself. Otherwise, if he flies, he will be torn apart even if he does not die. He looked at Yang Xingxi and flashed over. Chapter 81. Oops. Yang Xingxi let out a coquettish cry, and was knocked back. That's right. Yang Qi is directly facing her. People dodge. That is to hit her. Are you allowed to throw me away, but not to bump into you? He also preemptively said, why are you reacting so badly? I almost died just now. It was actually quite dangerous just now. Just think about the scene where people are thrown from the high-speed rail. Yang Xingxi Kikai said, you pinched my hand, I couldn't hold back. Yang Qi glanced at her, I just want you to stop. Oh. Yang Xingxi lowered his head and responded with a sense of aggrieved voice. This woman. They are all in their 30s, and they still act like a little girl. 028. With her tender face making such an expression, there is really no sense of disobedience. Even cuter than ordinary little girls. And then consider her age. It's really a little exciting. But right now it's business. See that river? Yang Qi asked. Yang Xingxi nodded cutely. Yang Qi paused before saying, the other side of the river is Qingqin's sphere of influence. They just had a conflict with us, and 80% of them will send people to watch over the border, so we definitely can't just go there. Although Yang Xingxi was very fast. But as long as it does not exceed the speed of light, no matter how fast the speed is, it is still tangible and will be seen. So he decides to flash past. Yang Xingxi nodded again, without asking anything. If Yang Qi was going to explain, he could only swallow it in his stomach. He glanced at Yang Xingxi and said, don't resist. Then he reached out to her. Yang Xingxi's body froze, his face showing panic. But then he just closed his eyes desperately, with an appearance of preparing to endure. This scene really has the meaning that the evil young master stretched out his claws to the maid. So much so that Yang Qi originally wanted to hold her shoulder hand, but unconsciously slipped a little. Then, with the thought in Yang Qi mind, the two of them disappeared in place. This naturally went to his backpack space. This is my portable space, you stay here first, and I will pick you up later. After Yang Qi finished speaking, he just accepted Min. Yang Xingxi opened his eyes before he entered the space and felt a suction force. At this time, he was looking around curiously. After hearing Yang Qi words, she nodded cutely again. But this time he finally made a sound, yes. Yang Qi. He didn't say anything, and with a thought, he went straight out of the backpack space. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. There is no moon tonight. The environment is very dark. So the viewing range is also very limited. But it didn't affect Yang Qi much. After all, he didn't want to fight others or anything, and he didn't need to see exactly where. As long as he can see a location, he can flash over. Yang Qi flashed several times quickly. He crossed the river without a sound, and directly passed through the forest beside the river. After he released Yang Xingxi from the backpack space. After Yang Xingxi came out, there was a little panic on his face. What's wrong? Yang Qi asked a question. Nothing. Yang Xingxi shook his head, blushed a little and said. Just when I went in, I could still feel a suction force and I could resist it. But when I came out, I didn't feel it at all, so. She was kind of intimidated. This is also normal. She did not receive Yang Qi reminder this time. And whoever was inexplicable, without even blinking his eyes, suddenly entered another environment. They must all be terrified. Get out the map, Yang Qi signaled. Yang Xingxi took out the map. Yang Qi took the map and spread it out. After a glance, he pointed to 2 points on the map and said, "Here is our current position, and here is our first target point, 30 degrees east of north." Clear. Yang Xingxi nodded in response. Yang Qi signaled again, "Let's go, remember to stop when you are close to the target point, don't get too close, they must have sentries." "Well." Yang Xingxi glanced at him, and said with some embarrassment, "I don't know how to tell the direction." "Yang Qi." He pointed in one direction, "This way." Yang Xingxi bowed his head in response, and then stretched out his hand. Yang Qi stretched out his hand to hold it, and said casually, "This time I pinch your hand to signal you to stop, so don't throw me away again." Yang Xingxi looked embarrassed and didn't speak any more. She moved her feet and flied with Yang Qi again. 10 minutes later. Before Yang Qi could clasp his hand, Yang Xingxi stopped on his own initiative. She whispered, "Someone is about 800 meters ahead, it should be their whistle. The brood is about 1,500 meters ahead." Yang Qi glanced at her in surprise. Even if it is the perception of a 9th level awakened person, it shouldn't be so strong, right? What kind of talent is this? Yang Xingxi nodded, A-level talent perception, the effect is to strengthen the 5 senses. Yang Qi nodded knowingly. Then he stretched out his hand and said, "Don't resist." Yang Xingxi already had experience, so he was not scared to close his eyes this time. And she didn't close her eyes, so Yang Qi could only press her shoulders. Very abruptly, Yang Xingxi disappeared in place. This time Yang Qi himself did not go in again. After. He stared ahead, flashing continuously. After only 4 times, he saw a hemispherical mollusk. Without hesitation, he flashed over directly. Then reached out and held down the brood. With a thought, every time he put it into the backpack space. It's that simple. After things are done. Yang Qi once again counted flicker and quickly left this place of right and wrong. And after arriving at an open space, he released Yang Xingxi. Then he pointed in a direction, and said directly, "This way, the distance is about 75 kilometers, go fast." Since the first brood arrived, they must go all out to speed up. Because Qing Cheng will definitely find out immediately. After reacting for a period of time, you will definitely put other orders under your nose. So they are 1 second faster, and they may be able to steal more. Take an extra brood. Yang Xingxi also understood this. So there was no nonsense, directly grabbed Yang Qi's hand and took off again. This time she obviously picked up speed. Although it didn't reach the fastest speed of 1080 km per hour. But also to about 600 km. 75 km, she only ran for less than 10 minutes. And to the target point. Yang Qi is old again. Taking Yang Xingxi back into the space, he flashed over to get the brood, and then flashed out again. The operation still went smoothly. After the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, until the 6th target point. After Yang Xingxi stopped, he frowned and said, "There is a group of people in front, and they directly surrounded the brood." Chapter 82. Since Yang Qi took the first brood, it's been over an hour now. It is impossible for the people in Qingcheng not to respond. So after hearing Yang Xingxi say that the mother's nest was surrounded by people, Yang Qi was not surprised at all. He even knew what Qingcheng would do next, transfer the brood. It is necessary. There are only those who can be thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no one who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. They can't keep staring like this. So hiding the brood is the only way. Yang Qi even knew. They didn't transfer the brood immediately, they just waited on the sidelines. This is also certain. Otherwise, within 2 hours, 5 nests would be lost. What are you doing without hiding other broods? How many people? What's the approximate distribution? Yang Qi asked. It is definitely impossible to give up directly. End 347 End. There are a total of 12 fourth-tier nests in Qingcheng. He just took 5 of them, and they didn't arrive in the middle of the day. The Luo family might lose some vitality because of this, but it certainly won't go bankrupt. So he still wants to try. Yang Xingxi closed his eyes and felt it. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, "There are more than 100 people near the mother's nest. And about 1,000 meters away, there are still many people ambushing, and there should be no less than 1,000 people. Good guy. This is directly more than 2 battalions." What Yang Qi heard was calling him a good guy. If he rushed in rashly, then can also be easily withdrawn. Free from control and flash, you can return to the city in seconds. This is why it is impossible for ghosts to keep him. The only thing he was worried about was that there was an awakened person who could beat him to the 8th or 9th rank. Then maybe he just flashed past, and before he had time to determine the target, he disappeared. After all, he is only at the 4th rank. Reflexes are not at the same level as awakeners of the 8th or 9th rank. So risk it. Awakened people of the 8th and 9th ranks, although not so unusual, are not Huxia cabbage either. And most of them are guarding the space channel. There is very little activity outside. And it was just over an hour. Qingcheng will definitely not be able to send too many. And after a while, you rush over directly. After being discovered by them, run away as quickly as possible. Don't hesitate, and then go directly to the barracks to wait for me. Yang Qi said to Yang Xingxi. That's right, he planned to use Yang Xingxi as bait. Exploding at the speed of Yang Xingxi, if there is a strong person on the opposite side, he will definitely catch up. Even if he guessed that it might be Tia Holishan, he still had to chase him. Because that's the only clue they can see. So no matter what, it is impossible to give up chasing. But if you want to chase, ordinary awakened people probably couldn't see the shadow of Yang Xingxi. It can only be chased by the strong. Although this is not above board, it is a real conspiracy. Yang Qi thought very well. No. Yang Xingxi shook his head resolutely and said, "The patriarch said that no matter what the situation is, your safety is the main priority. The other side is clearly prepared now, and I can no longer let you act alone." She paused and said, "In fact, we can do this, I will rush over first, and then hold them back, and then you will dodge to collect the brood, and then just dodge away." Yang Qi listened with question marks in his head. He was speechless. "So you are the one who is going to die?" Yang Xingxi shook his head again, "Not necessarily. With my speed, after you make a successful move, no one can catch up to me when I run." This woman's brain is somewhat seriously ill. Yang Qi squinted at her. "No one can catch up to you when you run? Then what if someone on the opposite side has the talent of spatial movement? Will he give you a chance to run?" Among the talents of the same level, the talents of speed movement and space movement have their own advantages and disadvantages. The former wins in durability and has a large total moving distance. The latter wins in quickness and fast instantaneous movement. This is actually the same as the difference between sprinting and flashing in a certain game. Yang Xingxi has sprint and is a 9th level awakened person. So ordinary awakened ones really can't catch up with her. But if someone on the opposite side can flash, it may not be easy to kill her by dodging directly, but it is certainly not difficult to hold her back. And after she was dragged, more than 1,000 people directly surrounded her. One can imagine her fate. So what Yang Qi said before was to run as quickly as possible after she was found. And this is actually somewhat dangerous. Not to mention that she still wants to stay with the Yang Qi gang to attract attention. This is not considered to be courting death, but it is definitely considered to be fighting for life. So Yang Qi felt that she was mentally ill. She directly asked Yang Qi to give up, Yang Qi could understand. But for a tier 4 brood, as for risking your life? Yang Xingxi seemed to have heard his heartfelt. She opened the mouth and said, there must be dangers in doing so. But for a 4th order brood, it is definitely worth taking this risk. So young patriarch, don't hesitate, just follow my way. A bunch of question marks popped up in Yang Qi head again. He looked strange and said, do you think you are a 9th level awakener, not as good as a 4th level brood? Isn't it? Yang Xingxi's expression was even weirder than his. She also counted for Yang Qi, a 4th level brood can provide more than 1,000 4th level beast soul crystals every 2 months. I don't know how many people can be cultivated. How can I compare with myself? Pass. Yang Qi. He had to admit that Yang Xingxi was right. From the perspective of long-term development, the value of a 4th level brood is really higher than that of a 9th level awakener. But one is a person, the other is a thing, and it is also a monster. Is this comparable? Yang Qi consciousness is, no. But the reality is, there are. Now is not a peaceful and prosperous world where human life is at stake. For the first time, Yang Qi felt that he had an obligation to maintain world peace. This is no joke. Although true world peace may never exist. But it must be feasible to expel the alien beasts from the blue star, and even counterattack to the so-called worm star. Although he had such an idea before, he didn't take it as a top priority. After all, it's hard to be the savior or something. But now, this has become his goal. Nothing about what great 0.6 great aspirations. He just wanted to see Langxing become the world he knew well. How can human life be inferior to monsters? Think about it. Yang Qi said directly, follow my method. After you were discovered by them in the past, you ran away at the fastest speed, which can also attract their attention. Yang Xingxi frowned and said, but... Stop rambling. Yang Qi interrupted directly, just follow my method, this is an order. Yang Xingxi glanced at him, Zhang Enping. Notice. Yang Qi added, the faster you run, the more powerful people they will chase after you, and the safer I will be, understand? Yang Xingxi nodded and said, understood. Yang Qi nodded and said, okay, let's start to act. Yes. Yang Xingxi responded. Rush directly towards the direction of the brood. Chapter 83. Captain Lu, let's come out with a team and guard at this spot. Can we catch anyone? Near the brood. More than 100 people surrounded the brood, staring at it. Among them, there were 6 people who obviously felt out of place with the others. The one who spoke was one of them. And the coming out he said refers to coming out from the space channel. Xiao's military system is roughly as follows. Recruits enter the camp, and while training, they are also responsible for maintaining public order in the city, including main city and auxiliary city. After the 4th level, you can join the regular army and be responsible for maintaining law and order outside the city. That is, the gathering team that goes to harvest the brood. After the 6th level, it can be transferred to various security bases. The general security bases are all near the various space passages. So what they are responsible for is to keep an eye on the movement of the space channel. And after the 8th level, you can join the special forces and enter the space channel to face the alien beasts. In other words, these 6 people are all awakened people above the 8th level. Being able to quietly steal 5 broods in a row, that mouse must have the talent to move in space. If we disperse, even if we meet, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep him, so it's better to concentrate on taking a gamble. According to the mouse's course of action, here 24 is the closest point to the last stolen nest, so the possibility of him coming here is the greatest. It was a middle-aged man with a square face who spoke. He is exactly what the previous person called Lu Team. Another person said, I think that even if that mouse came, seeing so many people guarding here, I'm afraid it would just turn around and leave. Team Lu said again, not necessarily. People with strong talents like this are usually confident. If it were me, the more people guarding it, the more I would like to give it a try. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence, Zhonglin, pay more attention. If that mouse really comes, whether we can catch him or not depends entirely on you. Zhonglin was the first person to speak. He smiled confidently, don't worry, Captain Lu, I'll let him know that the talent for spatial displacement is not invincible. Team Lu also smiled. But when he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. Zhonglin also said to himself, it's really here. And several other people also became serious. Because in the darkness, Rado's figure was running towards them at high speed. Lu Dui said, don't act rashly, wait for him to rely on. Before he could say the word near, he immediately yelled, Zhonglin, stay with me, others will chase after me. After his voice fell to the ground, the other 4 people chased him out in an instant. In fact, he gave this order with a heavy gambler mentality. Because there are 6 people in the team, only Zhonglin has a control talent. And he has a spatial displacement talent. So if you want to catch that mouse, it depends mainly on the 2 of them. But he sent someone other than the 2 to chase after him. That is to say, he directly concluded that the person just now was just a bait to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Because he was sure that the mouse had the talent to move in space. But that person just rushed over directly. So it's definitely not the real mouse. If you can't let that person escape. He didn't even want to be chased. Just that confident. And the facts proved that he was right. Here. Seeing that Yang Xingxi had lured away all 3 people, Yang Qi was overjoyed. Then he didn't hesitate. Turn on the squeeze gun directly, and dodge towards the brood. If the speed slowed down, the 3 of them might not be able to catch up with Yang Xingxi and came back again. After flashing 3 times, Yang Qi saw the brood. Then he flashed directly to the brood. At the same time, he also heard a voice. Zhonglin. Do it. And when Yang Qi landed next to the brood, I saw a thin-faced man again, and made a casting motion on him. But he didn't feel Huxia and French. Control talents? Sorry, brother is immune. Thinking in his heart, Yang Qi didn't stop moving his hands. He directly touched the brood and sent it to the backpack space. At the same time, the man who cast a spell on him shouted in horror. Captain Lu. My Ran Shen seems to have no effect on him. Yang Qi naturally didn't bother to make trouble. His movements stopped for a moment, and he dodged out directly. And just when he was about to flash again. But I saw another square-faced man appearing directly in front of my eyes. Without any hesitation, Yang Qi directly entered the backpack space silently. Made. One with control, one with flash. Don't chase people, stay here with me. Have a sick mind. After a scolding, Yang Qi silently recited the space again. And sure enough, the square-faced man was looking around suspiciously. Why do you say surely? Because this is within Yang Qi expectation. After flashing once, he suddenly entered the backpack space directly. The other party must never have imagined that he could have such a talent for returning to the city in seconds. I just think he just flashed away again. So I will definitely find the direction where he escaped. And this also means that the opponent will lack defense at this time. And this is Yang Qi chance. Chance to run? No. The opponent can also flash, are you sure you can escape? Cannot. And you can't stay in the backpack space all the time. So, if you want to run, you have to be unable to catch up. 8th. 9th. Lao Tzu is also at the 4th rank. Headshot. Throwing knife shot, the target heart. In fact, Yang Qi is not a cruel person. But there is no way. Fighting beyond the 5th rank. If you don't shoot at such a fatal place, the effect may not be great. So, blame myself for standing on the wrong team. Bah! The flying knife 947 made an unreasonable direct hit. The square-faced man fell to the ground without a doubt. Tier 4 vs Tier 9. Spike. Team Lu. Seeing this scene, Zhonglin, who was not far away, roared angrily, and then rushed towards Yang Qi. He is fast. But no matter how fast it is not as fast as Flash. After Yang Qi dodged him, he shot a throwing knife again. The goal is still the heart. He is really not a cruel person. But still no way. The word Qi is engraved on his flying knife. It's not a good thing to stay at the scene of a crime. Although this throwing knife is easy to replicate, the Luo family can't punish him for this. But it will expose that he can kill 4 and 9. So he can only let this person die with him. Then retract the throwing knife to cover up. Singer. There is no doubt that Zhonglin was also directly hit by the knife, but he didn't fall directly to the ground. Instead, he clutched his chest in pain. Although Yang Qi was shocked, he was not confused. 2 shots again. Yi Dao is naturally Zhonglin, who has not yet fallen to the ground. The other knife was Lu Dui, who had fallen to the ground. And just when Yang Qi shot, Lu Dui suddenly bounced off the ground, and he dodged first, and didn't pass. Because Team Lu was stabbed again. This time it's between the eyebrows. He fell down again. Chapter 84. Yang Qi was taught another lesson today. Seriously. He really didn't expect that the square-faced man was actually pretending to be dead. It's not surprising that he didn't die immediately after being shot in the heart. After all, the physical fitness of a 9th-level awakened person may not be considered a human being. But he is so able to hold back the pain of heart being pierced by a knife and pretend to be dead. No response at all. This is really a bit powerful. Fortunately, the thin-faced man didn't have this kind of forbearance, and directly covered his heart. Let Yang Qi realize the problem. Otherwise, he might end up here today. The 2 9th-level awakeners were fast and caught up with Yang Qi first. But the other people in Qingcheng naturally wouldn't just stand there stupidly. Yang Qi just took back the 4 throwing knives. There was someone chasing after him. But he didn't bother anymore. Instead, it keeps flashing directly. He didn't stop until the power of talent bottomed out. Then he went straight into the backpack space. Originally, Yang Qi came in to meditate to restore his natural power. But after entering, he was attracted by the Yang Mother in the space. At this time, the 6 broods were all surrounded together. In the shape of 1 inside and 5 outside. And even scarier. The 5 nests surrounding the outside seemed to want to get into the nest in the middle. Devour? Fusion? Advanced? That should be it. But Yang Qi has never heard that the brood can devour or fuse advanced. Really? When the book is in use, I hate less. Knowledge is useful in any age. Yang Qi looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out what to do. It's just that the fusion speed of the brood is very slow. So I didn't care about it anymore. After taking the 2 beast soul crystals, he went straight out of the backpack space. Originally, he wanted to meditate in it. But the brood didn't know what was going on. If a few strange beasts were hatched suddenly. But he was concentrating on meditation. That would be really funny. After Yang Qi came out, I found a hidden place and started to meditate. There are beast soul crystals to help. After about 10 minutes, he recovered to nearly full blue. After that, he ran directly towards the barracks. A military camp somewhere in Qingcheng. Lu Cheng and Zhonglin are dead. The person who spoke was Luo Yat. At this point his face is full of disbelief, and pimple marks. And standing in front of him was a middle-aged man. This person is his father, the current head of the Luo family, the Lord of Qingcheng Luo Lin. It must have been done by the Yang family. Luo Ye said angrily, Dad, let's kiss back. Luo Lin said expressionlessly, kill who? Who will kill? Are you going? Luo Ye didn't hear his tone was wrong. Thinking to himself, he said, just kill that Yang Qi. With his talent, when he grows up, he will definitely bring trouble to our Luo family, so. Snapped. Luo Lin slapped him directly, telling him to go on so. Then he said with a straight face, why are you so stupid? Do you know if something happens to Yang Qi, who will be the first person to be buried with him? Before Luo Ye could reply, he yelled again, it's you. Luo Ye was startled by him, but he didn't dare to jump. He covered his face and lowered his head. Luo Lin's anger was obviously not finished yet. He continued to roar, for your stupid greed, our Luo family has now lost 6 4th-level brutes and 2 9th-level awakeners. And now you not only don't know how to reflect, but also want to take revenge back. How did your brain grow? No. Do you have a brain? Luo Yi's face was blackened by scolding. But he was still a little dissatisfied, then what should we do? Is this tone so bearable? Luo Lin stared, so do you want to steal it back, or kill it? Do you want to directly start a war with the Yang family? Are you living a good life enough? After he finished speaking. But Luo Ye still looked unconvinced. He was really tired. But there is no way. This thing is his son. No matter how stupid he is, he has to teach. Luo Lin took a deep breath, did not spray Luo Ye again, but slowly analyzed. Can steal our 6 nests overnight, do you think we have a slight chance of winning in this fight? And while stealing the mother's nest, he can also kill 2 9th-level awakened people before walking away. Do you think that man is going to kill you, or even kill me? King has no chance. When the disaster is imminent, I don't want to avoid disaster, but I want to take revenge. Do you think our Luo family is invincible? Remember, we are the weakest of the 7 great families. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence, it seems that I still control you too loosely, you should stop practicing here, and go back to Qingcheng with me. No. Luo Ye really wanted to say that, but he didn't dare. Otherwise, it might not be Qingcheng who returned, but the Luo family. Here. There is no high-speed rail like Yang Xingxi. When Yang Qi returned to the barracks, it was already night. Well, it was night when he went out, and it was still night when he came back. But of course it was already the second night. And it's early morning. It was quiet in the barracks. Only the sentry room was still lit. After Yang Qi passed by, the soldier on guard saluted him, and then opened the door directly. Obviously knew him. Yang Qi didn't say anything, and after returning a salute, he went straight back to the dormitory. And after returning to the dormitory, at a glance, he saw Yang Xingxi who was sleeping soundly on his bed. Yang Qi. This woman is really big. Yang Rongwei sent her to protect Yang Qi, so her position is naturally a bodyguard. But which bodyguard would dare to sleep in the employer's bed? It seems that there are quite a few. What are School Bell's personal bodyguard, female president's personal bodyguard? It seems that these bodyguards all slept in the bed of their employer. There are also some male employers who hire beautiful female bodyguards. That's why even the bodyguards can't wait to sleep in their own beds. So, this seems like a normal thing? Thinking of this, Yang Qi walked over. B. Young patriarch, you are back. Yang Qi had just taken 2 steps when Yang Xingxi woke up, looked at him and shouted in surprise, well. The reaction is really sensitive, well, sensitive. Yang Qi nodded in response, and walked over. Ah! Yang Xingxi called out again. She obviously reacted and got out of bed in a hurry. It's okay, we can squeeze together, I don't dislike you. Yang Qi was just teasing her. Ja. Yang Xingxi stopped his movements and blinked his eyes, as if thinking about the feasibility of this matter. So, is this woman 34 or 14? But when Yang Xingxi hesitated, Yang Qi has already approached his father. He went straight to bed and lay down. And Yang Xingxi, who was on the inside, was blocked like this. Young patriarch. She gave a soft cry and pushed Yang Qi. Yang Qi closed his eyes and said, "Don't move, I haven't slept all day, I'm very sleepy." Yang Xingxi looked at him helplessly. And after a while, she also lay down again. Chapter 85. The next day, after Yang Qi woke up, he saw that Yang Xingxi was still sleeping beside him. To be honest, he is quite admirable. One is to convince her that she can sleep like this. The second is to convince her that she really dares to just sleep in the same bed with her for one night. This woman looks like a normal person except when performing tasks. At other times, it feels like a daze. It is indeed a superb product. Yang Qi didn't call her, just got up to wash up. But Yang Xingxi got up abruptly. Then she gave him another sharp look. Then transform into that kind of cute look. Yang Qi also glanced at her, and motioned, "You continue to sleep." After Yang Xingxi responded, he lay down again. Yang Qi. He didn't say anything, and went out to wash up. It was more than 9 o'clock in the morning. On the playground of the barracks, they were already drinking and punching. What happened in the past few days did not affect ordinary soldiers. On the side of the recruit company, it was Lu Qingzu who was leading everyone in training. After Yang Qi watched from a distance for a while, he didn't go over. Instead, he found a corner and made a phone call. He originally wanted to go back to the dormitory to play. But I also remembered that there was a person who has a big addiction to sleeping and vegetables there. So I simply called 873 outside. Naturally, the call was to Uncle Yang Rongwei. The call was quickly connected. "Hello, Yin Bai." Yang Qi just finished speaking. Yang Rongwei's excited voice sounded on the phone. "Zioki, you finally called. Do you know who I talked to on the phone yesterday?" Before Yang Qi could reply, he continued. "Luo Lin. It is the patriarch of the Luo family, and the current city master of Qingcheng. The old boy called me early yesterday morning. Although I didn't say it explicitly, what I said inside and outside the words is to express my softness. I hope this matter will be exposed. What did you do the night before? Why do I feel like he was scared?" Yang Rongwei was rarely so excited. It was about Yang Qi talent last time, he kept his superficial calm. But today I feel a little carried away. But also understandable. After all, Luo Lin was on the same level as him. And when they got to their position, they still bowed their heads actively. Undoubtedly very few. But Luo Lin bowed his head to him. How can this make him not excited? Yang Qi thought for a while and said, "It should be that I, Sej, took away their 6 broods overnight," which made him a little scared. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence, "By the way, I also killed 2 of them, both of whom should be 9th level awakeners." After his voice fell, there was no movement on the phone. How to say? Just look at Luo Lin, who is the head of a top family. After knowing Yang Qi's series of operations, just call Yang Rongwei and you will know how outrageous what Yang Qi did. To know the power of talent has the effect of strengthening the body. After the awakened person reached the 9th level, his physical strength had basically reached the level of extraordinary. This point can be seen from the fact that Dui Lu and Zhang Cheng were shot through the heart by Yang Qi the night before yesterday and they didn't die. So the 9th level awakened person is really hard to kill. Let alone 2. Not to mention it was still a quick kill. Although Luo Lin didn't know what was going on with Yang Qi. But from known conditions, it is not difficult for him to draw several conclusions. One is that the murderer has the talent to move in space. Otherwise, it would be impossible to steal the brood so easily. The second is that the murderer has an extremely strong offensive talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to kill 2 9th-level awakened people in 4 hits. The third is that the murderer has extremely rich combat experience. Otherwise, it is impossible for every attack to be fatal. And what do these 3 conditions mean? It means that the murderer can not only play the robber, also can become the top kind of killer. With the strength of the Luo family, Luo Lin might be able to guard against it. But he is in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. How long can he defend? Is it like a mother's nest, surrounded by people for a lifetime? This is impossible. In addition, it was his stupid son who provoked this matter first. He couldn't even report to the Supreme Council for help. So he can only give in. And Luo Lin can deduce this. Yang Rongwei naturally understood the situation. So he was really shocked by his nephew at the moment. You know, he is only a 9th-level awakener. Hey, uncle, are you still listening? Seeing Yang Rongwei's silence for a long time, Yang Qi asked. Hey? Oh, I'm still here. Yang Rongwei hastily responded, and then asked. By the way, Xiao Qi, how big is your portable space now? How is the situation with the brood inside? Can you hatch the beast normally? These are undoubtedly critical questions. Because if all goes well, then what kind of 4th-order brood is still kept in captivity? And if you can keep a higher-level brood in captivity, for example, a 9th-tier brood, then their Yang family must take off. Ja. The length, width, and height of the space are now about 400 meters, which is not too big. And the situation of the brood? Yang Qi paused and said, it's a bit abnormal. They didn't hatch, but surrounded each other, as if there were signs of fusion, so they didn't hatch alien beasts either. Fusion. Yang Rongwei said in a puzzled tone, I've never heard that broods can fuse. That's good, it seems that I don't read less. Yang Qi muttered in his heart. Before he could speak, Yang Rongwei added another sentence. And as far as I know, we humans have done related experiments, that is, to lock several broods together to see their repulsion and so on. But those broods have always been safe and sound, there is no struggle or devouring, let alone fusion. So? Yang Qi frowned. But he quickly thought of another possibility, and said. Could it be like this, isn't the alien race only intelligent at the commanding level? The nature of these broods will fuse, but they are restrained due to the order of the leader. But my portable space is completely isolated from the outside world. So those leader-level creatures of the alien race can't give orders to the brood, so they liberate their nature. There was silence on the phone for a while. Yang Rongwei's voice sounded again, there is such a possibility. He paused and said, how about this, Xiao Qi, if you don't know the situation on your side, just put this matter on hold for now, and just pay attention to the situation of those broods. After all, it's not suitable for too many people to know about your portable space. Otherwise, you can directly send people in to study. Although he didn't say this. But Yang Qi can understand it. He nodded in response, okay, I will pay attention. If there is any situation, I will call you uncle. Well, if there is nothing else, I will hang up here. Okay, uncle, you are busy. After hanging up the phone, Yang Qi turned around and went back to the dormitory. Chapter 86. Dormitory. When Yang Qi came in, he had tried his best not to make any noise. But Yang Xingxi woke up immediately. Yang Qi also understood why she was so sleepy. With this depth of sleep, it's almost like squinting. Not even sleeping. Yang Qi still said the same thing, go on and sleep. But Yang Xingxi shook his head, it's almost there, if you sleep at night, you won't be able to sleep. It's pretty planned. Yang Qi asked curiously, have you been sleeping so lightly? Yang Xingxi shook his head again, it's just like this when performing tasks. Executing missions. Yang Qi nodded slowly. Yang Xingxi glanced at him, and said again, I'm leaving soon. After finishing speaking, she smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Actually, I should have left when you came back last night, but I was too sleepy. Seeing her cute appearance, Yang Qi couldn't help but smile a little. He nodded again and said, Then see you next time. Yang Xingxi nodded in response. Then I have to go out of the dormitory. Etc. Yang Qi called her to stop, and then motioned to the bed, Sleeping messed up my bed, why don't you tidy it up for me? Well. Yang Xingxi froze for a moment, then glanced at the somewhat messy bed, and his face turned red. But she didn't speak, just glanced at Yang Qi, then turned and went to make the bed. Yang Qi looked behind her for a while and smiled. Then with a thought, he entered the backpack space. There must be a bit of parting melancholy. But not much. After all, they are members of the Yang family, can they escape? Inside the backpack space. After Yang Qi came in and saw the situation inside, he was somewhat surprised. Because there are only 5 broods left in the space. And these 5 broods are still surrounded together, with the shape of 1 inside and 1 outside 4. But it is different from the previous 1 inside and 5 outside. The one in the middle was struggling to get out. 1. FFLX. Not fusion, but swallowing? Yang Qi quickly reacted. Speaking of it, devouring seems to be more in line with the characteristics of these monsters. Yang Qi thought about it. In the past, I took out the nest in the middle that was about to be devoured. Then threw it to a corner of the space. Naturally, he didn't just want to save the brood's life. Instead, I wanted to see their phagocytosis patterns. See if they only devour the nearby ones, or they just want to swallow them regardless of the distance. If the former, that suggests that the brood may just be territorial. It doesn't have to gobble each other up. So wait until his backpack has enough space. The beast project can still be carried out. And if the latter, that is unless you only have 1 brood. Otherwise, they will fight every day without laying eggs. The Beast Circle project is tantamount to bankruptcy. After Yang Qi threw the brood away, the other 4 broods got entangled directly. There is no intention of looking for the brood again. And the nest that was thrown away shrank in a corner and shone slightly. Glowing is the state of absorbing energy. In other words, this brood has started to work normally. After Yang Qi saw this scene, he went straight up and began to struggle. He separated the 4 entangled broods one by one. Then they were thrown into the other 3 corners of the space, as well as the very center. This can be regarded as pulling the distance between them to the maximum. Then, all 5 broods started to light up. From this point of view, it may be a matter of territory. The Beast Circle project can still be carried out. Yang Qi thought so. But it didn't take long for him to be happy. The brood that started to light up first suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a strange beast. And the strange beast rushed straight at him. Yang Qi subconsciously wanted to kill the strange beast. But it stopped moving. Then with a thought, he went straight out of the backpack space. He wants to see. Will this brood that hatched the beast first, let that beast attack other broods? The brood itself is not capable of attacking. But also because of this. So Yang Qi saw when these broods surrounded each other. The first thing that comes to mind is fusion, not devour. And that means the brood that hatched the alien beast first has become the real big brother. Because only it has a younger brother with the ability to attack. After Yang Qi left the backpack space, he was alone in the dormitory. Yang Xingxi has already left. The beds were neatly made. After Yang Qi took a look, sit on the bed in the past. Then silently opened the backpack space and began to observe. In the backpack space, the strange beast stood at the place where Yang Qi disappeared just now, without any movement. And those 5 broods all stopped shining, and they got entangled again. So I didn't do anything just now, just because I wanted to kill him first? Is that because of the territory, or the instinct of devouring? Conditions are not enough to draw conclusions. Yang Qi found, I just seemed to be doing useless work just now. Or not quite. At least he knows, the hive is not really harmonious. Then there is, the alien beast will not participate in the struggle between the brood. DJA. What's the use of knowing this? It doesn't help his plan for the beast pen either. Yang Qi looked at the 5 broods that had formed into a group again, feeling a little helpless. 0.00. It seems that the Beast Circle project can only be shelved temporarily. Playground. After Yang Qi walked over, in an instant, it attracted many eyes. Lu Qingzhu even walked over directly. Where have you been these 2 days? She asked directly, with a somewhat questioning tone. Because Yang Qi said it was to track down the brood. But Lin Zhengxing and others who were traveling with him all came back early. Just Yang Qi disappeared inexplicably. So she was really anxious these 2 days. Well. Yang Qi paused and said, I went to carry out a secret mission. Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked at him, even if you can't tell me the content of the task, can't you tell me before you leave? Well, definitely next time. After Yang Qi said something, he changed the subject and said, how's the training of the recruit company these days? Didn't you drop it? The training is fixed every day, how can I drop it? So he is just a nonsense that is specially used to change the subject. But Lu Qingzhu shook her head slightly and said, it's not very good. She paused and said, now everyone knows that the only 4th order brood in the regiment is gone. So the enthusiasm for training these days is not high, and even the morale of the soldiers in the whole regiment is very low. Yesterday, when the 3rd Battalion sent out a mission to encircle and suppress the 2nd order brood, more than a dozen people were injured. Yang Qi. He didn't expect it, and he really asked it out after asking casually. A group of 4th level awakened people can still be injured if they go to brush 2nd level strange beasts. And there can be more than a dozen people. It is estimated that it will be difficult to achieve this without sleeping on the battlefield. Chapter 87. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. After Yang Qi listened to Lu Qingzhu's words. Suddenly, I found the drinking sound of the soldiers punching, really feeling weak. At the same time, Lin Zhengxing over there also suddenly roared. Cheer up! Speak up! Didn't you eat in the morning? Isn't it just that a 4th order brood is gone? All of them are like losing their mothers. I'll keep an eye on you one by one now, whoever let me hear the voices quiet, then you don't want to come up with missions this month. After Lin Zhengxing finished yelling, the voices of the soldiers finally raised their voices a bit. But Yang Qi still has a feeling of not as good as before. And without a tier 4 brood, is the impact really that big? Is so big. If you set out a mission to encircle and suppress the 4th tier brood, you will get 40 points of merit directly. And beheading the 4th order alien beasts is worth 4 merit points each. When the beast tide broke out, about 10,000 alien beasts were hatched. 620. The whole group is 2,000 people. If the number of kills is calculated on average, it is another 20 points of merit. That adds up to 60 points. As for ordinary soldiers, they only get 100 basic merit points a month. This is directly more than half a month's salary. The outbreak period of the 4th order beast tide is about 50 days. In 1 year, there are more than 400 meritorious service. So, without a tier 4 brood, the annual salary would be directly reduced by a quarter. If this is a general occupation, how many people will not resign? So it's normal for everyone to have a Sima face. Yang Qi glanced at the group of soldiers on the playground. He looked at the 5 broods that were still entangled in the backpack space. I made a decision in my heart, get one out and donate it to the regiment. Anyway, everyone is working for their Yang family. Noon. During the lunch break, Yang Qi called Yang Rongwei again. One is to say that the brood is devouring each other. The second is to bring out a brood to Lin Zhenxing's group. Yang Rongwei had no objection and agreed to cooperate with him. Why cooperate? Because this brood is not easy to be taken out by Yang Qi directly. So, Yang Xingxi, who left in the morning, came again in the afternoon. No way. One is because she runs fast. The second is because she already knew something about Yang Qi portable space. And the fewer people who know about it, the better. So it doesn't bother the two masters. Here. After Lin Zhenxing received the brood, Dang even announced the news to the whole group. Therefore, during the collective sparring in the afternoon, injuries occurred frequently. Because everyone is excited. It is definitely more cherished to get it back than to have it all the time. After Lin Zhenxing finished announcing the news, he took people out to arrange everything. Why not just place the brood near the barracks? Because when the beast tide broke out, there were more than 10,000 strange beasts. Without a good terrain, it would not be easy to encircle and annihilate them all. Therefore, the place to place the brood is not as close to the barracks as possible. Rather, it is best to be in a location surrounded by mountains on several sides with only one or two exits. That is the kind of natural animal circle. Instead of putting the brood together. It is because although the brood will not devour each other outside, it will grab food from each other. Lead to prolongation of its eruption period. So it can only be placed separately. Although it is a bit troublesome, it can get the maximum benefit. Cheap is not good, simple is not profitable. This sentence is undoubtedly very reasonable. After the fourth order brood was added, the atmosphere in the barracks returned to normal. The days became calm again. In a few days. This day. After Yang Qi woke up in the morning, he glanced at Japao space as usual. Then he saw a scene that made him shocked. At this time, there is only one brood left in his backpack space. And this brood is lying on a box of beast soul crystals. And the body is shiny, and the hair is very bright. There is no doubt that this dog is stealing his beast soul crystal. Yang Qi directly entered the backpack space silently. Then he raised his leg and kicked it flying. J.A. Yang Qi opened the box and took a look. The beast soul crystals that were originally the size of a fist are now the size of a ping-pong ball. Lie down. This BCH sucks so damn fast. And at this moment, Yang Qi found that the brood was not only shining, but also swelling. Is this going to explode? Yang Qi thought about it, and simply threw the box of ping-pong beast soul crystals over. Get it all together. See how many strange beasts it can hatch after absorbing 100 beast soul crystals. In fact, Yang Qi was prepared for the brood to absorb the beast soul crystal. He also originally wanted to see how much the energy conversion rate of the brood's beast soul crystal was. Certainly. He didn't even want to try it with 100 beast soul crystals. Simply faint. The brood is still swollen, and I don't know when it will explode. After Yang Qi took a look, he directly carried the other 4 boxes of beast soul crystals out of the space. Then he suddenly remembered, it seems that this brood can also absorb ore and metal. That is, his little flying knife is also in danger. That's pretty f***ed up. Do we have to go back to the era of 6 knives? There is a portable space, but it cannot be stored with you. This is so. Is this in captivity, or in support? Really speechless. It would be great if the back white space can be separated from the middle. Yang Qi couldn't help but think so. That's right, the backpack space has begun to change. The grey mist in the front, back, up, down, and 4 sides directly moved towards the middle of the space. After a while, a grey fog wall was formed, dividing the space into 2 halves. Interesting. Yang Qi looked at it for a while. Staring at the position at a height of about 20 meters from the bottom, I meditated in my heart, separate. Really? The surrounding fog once again flowed away, forming a foggy ceiling. It seems that he is not completely incapable of manipulating the interior of this space. Yang Qi has naturally done similar moves before. But he didn't think about dividing the space. It's something like let there be light. At that time, there was naturally no movement in the space. So Yang Qi also thinks that he is just the gatekeeper of this space, not the master. But now it looks like 5.6, he should be the dominator, but not quite. Yang Qi looked at a corner at the top of the space, and then pictured it in his heart. Separate, separate, separate. After a while, a small house appeared directly in that corner. There are even beds, cabinets, tables, chairs in the house. The material is grey fog. With a thought in Yang Qi mind, the person appeared in the small room. He touched the furniture made by himself. This seemingly grey mist has a hard touch, which is very magical. Of course, it is undoubtedly even more miraculous that this grey fog can still operate in this way. Why wasn't it discovered earlier? Then the beast project can start early. Now there is only one brood. But that's actually not bad. Because this brood is already at the 5th level. Chapter 88. Experienced people. It can be judged directly by the color difference of the mother nest. But Yang Qi obviously doesn't have this vision yet. Of course, if there is a big difference in rank, he can still see the color difference. After all, he is not colorblind. But things like the 4th to 5th order. He really didn't notice just now that the last nest left in the backpack space is already at the 5th level. And the reason why now he found out. It's because the brood has exploded. And the alien beast it hatched. He just happened to have seen a double-sword armored beast. Speaking of it, it is not surprising that they have eaten 4 compatriots of the same level, and they have evolved. Yang Qi sat on a chair in the grey mist room. Pick up the throwing knife and start counting while shooting. That's right, that's how he attacked from the air. As long as he thinks about the entire backpack space, it will appear in his eyes. So naturally you can shoot wherever you want. Even when he was outside, he could directly shoot the throwing knife inside. This is also considered a cross-border attack. And if one day he can directly see the other world, that is a real cross-world attack. And since they can attack across the world, the thing that is in the same world, but a little farther away, the sun, can it be attacked? Must be able to. The effect of self-aiming is, as far as the eye can see, the attack must hit. And since Yang Qi can see the sun, he can attack it naturally. But now is not the ancient times, there is no need to shoot the sun. And because with the size and temperature of the sun, what if it is attacked? What is not melted in an instant? Can't even see the hit or miss. Can you use this to use the enemy as a weapon to attack the sun and melt it instantly? Can also. With the kung fu of catching people as weapons, all countries are close. Why bother? 203,204,205. Yang Qi finished counting. Those strange beasts were also shot to death by him. And 205 alien beasts. In conversion, it is 20 half-beast soul crystals. 100 4th-order beast soul crystals, but only 20 and a half 5th-order beast soul crystals were transformed. This wave is undoubtedly a blood loss. Because Tier 4 is changed to Tier 5, it is only 2 to 1 in the calculation of meritorious service in the army. So let it slowly absorb energy by itself. After killing these strange beasts, then there is a more disgusting job digging animal cores. As for the corpses of these strange beasts, they are easy to deal with. Put it here, and the brood will automatically recycle in a short time. After Yang Qi got a few animal cores out. It's really boring. A laborer should be brought in, so he thought. And just right. The Beast Circle project has been able to start without any hindrance. He had to make a phone call with Yang Rongwei. So it just so happens. But in the end, Yang Qi dug out the animal cores by himself. Because Yang Rongwei didn't plan to get the brood directly for him to raise. And no one came, so he naturally didn't hit the workers. As for the reason, creatures from other worlds have fought against blue star humans for hundreds of years. Humanity has progressed so much. Naturally, alien creatures will not stand still. They began to reduce sending broods into space passages very early on. All of them let the beasts attack directly. So the number of people who can get in touch with the brood is actually very limited. And these limited ones are mostly in the depths of the space passage. That is, the side near the other world. So the mother's nest is not easy to manage, let alone a secret house. And even if a high-level brood is captured, it probably won't be able to hide it. Although Yang Qi talent is strong, his rank is still a bit low. If this matter can't be concealed, his safety will be a bit insecure. So now his first task is to practice and train. Things like expanding the industry are not so urgent. Anyway, his cultivation speed is very fast. Yang Qi cultivation speed is indeed very fast. When there are 5 days left before the end of the 3-month internship, he broke through to the 5th level. And it took him 53 days to go from the 4th step to the 5th step. And from the 1st step to the 5th step, it took him a total of less than 6 months. 6 months, this is the time for the average person to go from the 1st level to the 2nd level. Krypton Gold plus the power of hacking is really terrifying. Yang Qi 5th talent is his long-awaited perspective. The potential of talent is naturally still a foreign class with 3 question marks. And the effect of talent? All I can say is, strong enough to explode. Effect, what the heart thinks, the eyes can see. What does it mean? That is, wherever you want to see, just look. You can see whoever you want to see. It's even more arrogant than Mundo. After Yang Qi broke through, he naturally tested this talent immediately. Conventional small penetration, like through a wall, through a piece of clothing, etc., that's not a big deal. And he can really see whoever he thinks of. But what is a little tricky is that if you think about people, you can only see people. That is, apart from the person himself, Yang Qi cannot see the environment he lives in. There is only one portrait picture. But if he knew where that person was, he would be able to see the panorama directly. Then it's a bit difficult to control depending on the location. It's like he wants to see another world. That is directly a star map. He had to continue to think deeply before he could see carefully. Think deeply. He doesn't know what's going on in the other world, so how can he think about it? Made it out of thin air? That's not seeing 817, but imagining it. So this talent is somewhat limited. It is what Yang Qi really knows that he can see. And this knowing is not enough to just know a name. For example, Yang Qi also thought about seeing alien masters. But what he saw was the scene in front of him. Because he has no idea what form the so-called master is. Don't even know if it exists or not. In addition to the need for knowing this condition. Perspective, this talent basically has no other restrictions, it can be called a cheat among cheats. Especially when he still has self-aiming and headshot. This talent is even more invincible. Taking someone's head thousands of miles away? It's not easy at all. Thousands of miles away, or even outside the world. Besides, the flashing usage of self-aiming is directly upgraded to teleportation. But there are also problems. It is a bit expensive. When he had just teleported back to Lin Cheng's room in his own home, Blue Stripe was directly killed most of the tubes. The distance between the two places is also only 100 kilometers. And finally, perspective, this talent is no longer a bit dishonest. It's already evil. So, no one can tell. Quietly. Chapter 89. Another 2 days passed. The time has come to December 28th. In 4 days it will be SGD 122. At this time, there are only 3 days left before the end of the internship for the students of Linda University. But I can go back to spend New Year's Day in sight. But the students in the recruit company felt a little unhappy. Reluctant to leave? This must be bullshit. Who would be reluctant to go to such a full life day that you have to report to the bathroom every day? The reason everyone is not happy is actually the expected delivery date of the 4th stage brood donated by Yang Qi is just 10 days later. That is to say, they are only a week away from catching up with a wave of missions with at least 40 points of merit. This is undoubtedly very depressing. So these days, the students of the recruit company have a gloomy feeling. But that feeling dissipated today. Because Lin Zhengxing announced a piece of news today, the 4th order brood was induced to give birth. This operation is not difficult. Just ask someone to tease that brood. When the brood feels threatened, it will naturally start hatching the beasts directly. However, if this is premature, at the same time, it will also be accompanied by production reduction. And this production reduction is not just due to the reduction of time. It is also related to the issue of energy conversion rate. For example, the normal outbreak cycle of the 4th order brood is 50 days to hatch 10,000 alien beasts. In the case of premature birth, the number of alien beasts hatched in 40 days will be far less than 8,000. Because the brood will use part of its energy for catalysis when it feels threatened. Therefore, there is also a regulation above, except for special circumstances, it is forbidden to artificially interfere with the incubation cycle of the mother single. And that is to say, Lin Zhengxing's operation was actually somewhat against the rules. But rules are dead, people are alive. If he explained the situation well, the problem wouldn't be too big. And the reason why Lin Zhengxing was willing to violate the regulations to seek some benefits for the students of Lin University. In fact, it is because I want to thank Yang Qi. Although he didn't know that this brood was donated by Yang Qi. But he is very clear. Not because of Yang Qi internship in their group. The higher UPS will definitely not add another 4th tier brood to their regiment. At least not so soon. And he has nothing to thank Yang Qi for. So I had no choice but to borrow flowers and present Buddha once. He knows Yang Qi's strength. I feel that as long as Yang Qi works hard, he will definitely get a lot of merit. In the army, meritorious service is the hard currency. This is the only way he can think of to thank Yang Qi. But Yang Qi didn't realize Lin Zhengxing's painstaking efforts at all. When encircling and suppressing the 4th order brood on the 3rd day, he was fishing basically the whole time. The brood was donated by him, so is he worthy of competing with everyone for this merit? And except for Yang Qi, many soldiers are also in a half-fishing state. Anyway, there weren't that many beasts hatched out of the mother's nest this time because of the premature birth outbreak. So it doesn't matter if they touch the fish. As for why fish? Naturally, it is for meritorious service. Although at the beginning they had some conflicts with Lindale's recruits. But people's hearts are made of flesh. Having been together day and night for 3 months, I can somewhat develop some feelings. And now the recruits are leaving. Everyone tacitly regarded this mission as a parting gift for them. This is of course a good intention. B. Linda's students are not stupid either. Naturally, the kindness of the soldiers can be seen. Everyone was very touched. So they even gave indirectly to the soldiers. Push what? Push the alien beast. How many levels of aliens? Tier 4. You know, when encircling and suppressing Tier 4 alien beasts before, the whole regiment was dispatched, and casualties often occurred. So, on the battlefield with 4th order alien beasts, can they keep their hands and give in to each other? Somewhere on the battlefield. Careful! An exclamation sounded. The person who spoke was Wan Ping, the commander of the 2nd Battalion. And the person she reminded was Li Yaoken. The recruit company has always operated with the 2nd Battalion. The two have fought side by side quite a few times, and their relationship is pretty good. So in today's scene of fighting side by side for the last time, they are naturally very modest. And both of them are 5th Order Awakeners, and they were assigned to the stormtroopers. So the position at this moment is relatively deep, and there are more strange beasts around. In this case, it is not surprising that something happened. The current situation is: originally, both of them aimed at a strange beast and were about to strike. But when they saw that the other party was also aiming at this strange beast, they stopped by coincidence. Moreover, they all directly abandoned this strange beast. Turn around and look for another target. So much so that this strange beast just experienced a false alarm, nothing happened. And Yi beast has no brains. It didn't understand how thrilling it was just now. So he didn't want to run away, instead he rushed towards Li Yaoken directly. But Li Yaoken just turned away and didn't see the scene at all. On the contrary, Wan Ping had more experience in the battlefield, so she subconsciously took a look. So I saw this scene. But at this time, she had already rushed towards other targets. Definitely can't turn around and rescue. It can only be a shout out. After Li Yaoken heard the voice, she turned her head subconsciously. Then he saw a strange beast rushing towards him. But the head is turned back, but the body is not so easy to control. She could only watch helplessly as the strange beast swung its claws at her. And at this moment, gunshots rang out. Although the strange beast died without responding, it was also sent flying. Li Yaoken was saved because of this. She naturally knew who saved her. Because there is only one person with a gun in the regiment Yang Qi. But she didn't wait for her to think about it. In the distance, Yang Qi roar came. Are you all idiots? How dare you keep your hands when encircling and suppressing Tier 4 alien beasts? Well done. Do you think this is making meritorious deeds? What the hell are you killing your comrades in arms? FK me, get serious. What the hell in one mouthful? This is the biggest harvest of Yang Qi 3-month internship here. Certainly. This does not mean that he learned to swear. It means that he has formed a leadership momentum. The previous Yang Qi had a more or less gentle feeling. Even having a temper is the kind that can't be induced. To put it mildly, it's called neither humble nor overbearing claw. In fact, it is not domineering enough. And the time when I was a recruit company commander in the army. Although there are not many people under him. But for those who ordered and reprimanded every day, their aura was actually cultivated. And after Yang Qi yelled like that, it wasn't just the recruits from the recruit company that became ruthless. The soldiers didn't dare to be modest. Everyone directly turned on the massacre mode. Chapter 90. December 31st. After a small farewell ceremony, the students of the recruit company returned to Linkhung in the troop carrier they had come in. It is worth mentioning that these so-called troop carriers actually transport everything, they are transport vehicles. Yang Qi even saw this cart pull a pig. But it's okay. He is sitting in front. When you come back. The car was still parked at the south gate of Linkhung. The difference from when I went was that someone from Linda University came to pick me up. The person who came was Yang Lan, the director of the Political and Educational Department of Lin University. After everyone bid farewell to Lin Zhengxing and others who came to see him off from the army, Yang Lan also started her speech on behalf of the school. The content of the speech is the ancestral set, first encourage, then warn. Then I talked about the itinerary of these senior students. First of all, this semester is directly on vacation. Then the next semester starts from the beginning of March, and there is another 4-month internship until the end of June. And the next internship, I will still be in the army, but I will serve as a grassroots officer. squad leader, platoon leader, company commander. It's all possible, depending on the performance distribution of this internship. And after the next internship. That directly means that after graduation, they will be assigned to various troops to take up official posts. As for any position, the performance of the next internship is undoubtedly an important reference. That's why that Han Feng from before was so active in trying to promote the 053 company of recruits. Because if he practiced for the first time, he would be the company commander directly. As long as nothing goes wrong. In the second internship, the lowest is the company commander, most likely the battalion commander. And in this way, when he is assigned after graduation, he may go one step further. Even if he is not the head of the regiment, there is a high probability that he can be a deputy regiment. And if you graduate and take up a regiment-level position, your future will definitely be limitless. Pity. He's still out of luck. After Yang Lan informed everyone of the itinerary, she announced the disbandment. After, she signaled Yang Qi and Lu Qingzu to get into her car and sent them home. In the car. How does it feel to be an intern this time? Yang Lan asked a question. Yang Qi thought for a while and said, it's more tiring than expected. Yang Lan nodded, and asked again, what about next year's internship? Do you still plan to participate? Yang Qi shook his head and said, I won't go next year. In fact, he has already completed his internship goal for next year this year. Isn't the Student Union Martial Arts competition going to start next semester? Next year I'll go abroad for fun. Yang Qi spoke very easily. The so-called Student Union Martial Arts Tournament is a martial arts competition within the scope of students. It is divided into 3 events, or 3 stages. The first is the internal competition of each university-campus martial arts. Then there are national competitions, and Xiaguo's is called 9 Cities Review. Finally, there is a worldwide event World Student Union Martial Arts Competition. Yang Qi said that he wanted to go abroad to play. Obviously, he is determined to participate in the World Student Union Wushu competition. In fact, even winning the championship is inevitable for him. He has also planned participate in this competition next year and win a championship for fun. By the way, practice for half a year. And even if he hadn't reached the 8th level by then, he shouldn't be far behind. Then he joined the army directly and began to formally realize his great ambition of maintaining world peace. So he gave himself a half-year vacation in advance. But he planned very well and was very serious. But Yang Lan was a little amused by him. Hehe, you are quite confident. Yang Lan smiled and said, although your talent is very strong, do you know who will be in the World Championship? She paused and said, let's not talk about it, only our Lin University has a 6th level SS level beginner talent in this class. He has an SS level defense talent, which no one at the same level can break. Your innate ability to hit a target, even if you hit him, you probably won't be able to hurt him. Yang Qi. Lu Qingzu. The person Yang Lan mentioned was obviously Han Feng. Sister Lan, don't you know that Han Feng was injured by my younger brother? Lu Qingzu asked with a strange expression. Yang Lan asked in confusion, did Xiao Qi hurt? Although she was puzzled, the car was still driving very steadily. This is much better than Lu Qingzu, Ceci. The news I received only said that he was injured in a sparring with others in the military camp. I thought it was your regiment commander who was injured. Yang Lan explained a sentence, and then suddenly said. By the way, I remembered. Xiao Qi, your SSS level talent seems to be able to ignore non-personal defense. So Han Feng happened to be restrained by you. She was right when she said that. No, you are only at the 2nd level, and Han Feng is already at the 6th level. Even if you can ignore his defensive talent, you shouldn't be able to hurt him. So. Speaking of this, Yang Lan suddenly remembered something and said. Xiao Qi, have you broken through to the third level? Yokai. Yang Qi looked at her confident and reasoning appearance, and was really speechless. He's already level 5. But he also suddenly remembered, the news about this cousin seems to be a bit behind. She didn't even know that she had 3 SSS level talents. Unless Yang Rongwei got angry with her. But now it seems that apparently not. So her memory probably still stays at the second level of Yang Qi, when her 2 boxes of second level beast soul crystals came. In fact, when Yang Qi was in the military camp, she asked her to help deliver a third order beast soul crystal once. But she obviously didn't open it to look or anything. And it happened to be 2 boxes that time. Another box was taken to school by Yang Qi. So it's just right on. So much so that Yang Lan's impression of him was limited to the only SSS level elementary talent in history. So after Yang Qi nodded, she also happily said, "Then it seems that Xiao Qi, you really worked hard. You have only been awakened for half a year, and you have already cultivated to the third level." Yang Qi. He didn't know what to say. Lu Qingzu. She didn't know what to say. Yang Lan. She knows what to say. But don't be too proud, because it's not enough. Being able to beat Hanfeng means that you have the chance to participate in the World Championship. And our Xia Kingdom has 9 main cities, but there are only 5 places to participate in the World Championship. Hanfeng is considered very strong in Linda, and he can even be said to be the strongest. But as far as the country is concerned, it may not be able to enter the top 5, let alone the World Championship. Besides, you can beat him, and there is still some element of luck, so don't be too arrogant. Yang Lan acted like a sister and advised Yang Qi. Then she asked again. By the way, Xiao Qi, what is your third talent? It should be above S rank, right? Yang Qi responded, the talent is called Headshot, SSS level, the effect is to strengthen the attack, and it also has a spiritual attack. Screeching brakes sounded. Finally, Yang Lan still couldn't hold on and slammed on the brakes. Chapter 91. So you only have 3 talents, and 2 of them are at the SSS level. Yang Lan slammed on the brakes, but I can imagine how surprised her tone was. Without waiting for Yang Qi to respond, Lu Qingzu on the side said quietly he has all 3. Yang Lan? There were question marks all over her face. And as Lu Qingzu spoke, he glanced at Yang Qi, although he didn't say anything, he should be at the 4th level now. No. Sister, you still underestimated me. Yang Qi nodded to confirm. He didn't say that he was already at the 5th level. Because of that 5th level talent, you can't tell anyone about it. Why? Because pure white without flowers. So simple? Oh, yes, this is a custom model for the barracks. 9-1. Forget it, this is my cousin, so don't look around. So, how can such a talent be told to a girl? Do you still want the image? Here. 4th order. Yang Lan had an expression of I don't know what you are talking about. Yang Qi explained, actually, my second talent is also at the SSS level. It has the effect of improving concentration, so the cultivation speed is a little faster than ordinary people. So hurry up and cultivate to the 4th level after only half a year of awakening. Yang Lan changed into an expression of you seem to be teasing me. Lu Qingzu asked, what about your 4th talent? The potential level is it SSS grade? She wanted to ask. But there was a feeling in my heart that I might not be able to ask myself. So I didn't dare to ask. This is the same as the mentality of many people watching the game. I always feel that which team I support, if I watch that team's game, that team will lose, so I dare not watch it. In fact, why are you so important? The world is turning with you, not around you. SSS level, you can open a portable space. Yang Qi spoke briefly. Not that simple. This was Lu Qingzuo's subconscious reaction. Because she knew the effects of Yang Qi previous talents. And it's also an SSS level talent, so it doesn't make sense that the effect is so simple, right? As for Yang Lan, she was still thinking about the question, why is he at the 4th level? Is there anything special about that space? Lu Qingzuo asked. Yang Qi glanced at the two sisters and said, let me take you to experience it. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to support the shoulders of the two of them, and said, don't resist. Then he took them to the backpack space. The backpack space at this time has exceeded 10,000 meters in length, width, and height. Relying on Yang Qi expansion alone is definitely not efficient. But when he broke through to the 5th level, the backpack space is directly expanded several times. Moreover, his one tube of blue after the 5th level can directly expand by about 500 meters. That's why the backpack space can have the current scale. Yang Qi brought his two older sisters to the small grey mist house he built himself. And his grey mist room is already a bedroom, living room, dining room, etc. Everything is available. Tables, chairs, cabinets, beds, etc. are all available. Just a few household appliances and home appliances are missing. Probably the same as the kind of house that has just been renovated. It's just that the color is a little monotonous, all grey. But this was enough to shock Lu Qingzuo and Yang Lan. Is this your portable space? Asterisk 2. The two asked in unison. Yang Qi nodded. So you can hold living things in your portable space. Yang Lan finally jumped out from the channel of why is he on the 4th level. But he fell into the shock of there is really a portable space that can hold living things. The talent of portable space, although rare, is not without it. But the portable space that can hold living things, is unique. Even the portable space cannot contain living things has become a conclusion. Because experts have studied. The portable space is generally an incomplete and unstable space, which lacks this and that, and does not have the conditions to accommodate life. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing wrong with what these experts say. But there are always exceptions in the world. So experts can easily become bricks. Yang Qi nodded again, and then said, ready to go out. As he spoke, he pressed the shoulders of the two women again and led them back to the car. And this entry and exit made the two women look like the 10-faced male god in a dream. Sister Lan, let's drive. Yang Qi said something. Yang Lan came back to her senses. She opened her mouth to say something. But for a while I didn't know where to start. The same is true for Lu Qingzuo. Want to ask something, but don't know what to ask. You can't just ask, why are you cheating like this? Although they all have such thoughts in their hearts. After a while of silence, Yang Lan started the car. After arriving home, Yang Qi just got out of the car. Li Sha walked over quickly and hugged him. Brat, you are back. Mom. Yang Qi also called out quite emotionally. This feeling is not because of anything else. It's just this feeling that someone is waiting for me, which is really good. Aunt. Lu Qingzuo also called out. Good girl. Lisa also gave her a hug. Then the two women even blushed for some reason. This is a bit too sentimental. Yang Qi thought a little speechlessly. After the two separate. Over there Yang Lan said, second aunt, don't forget to go to my house for dinner tomorrow. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. Size is a festival. It is normal for relatives to have a meal together. This is also the case in previous years. I remember. Li Sha responded, I'm sorry for the trouble, Xiaolan, and I sent them back specially. It should. Yang Lan said politely, second aunt, then I'll leave now, see you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Witness. Lisa replied. Goodbye, Sister Lan. Asterisk 2. Yang Qi and Lu Qingzhou also greeted. Yang Lan waved her hand, got into the car again, and drove away. Here. The three of them, mother and child, also walked home. And Li Sha complained while walking. You two are really cruel. Leave as soon as you say, and if you leave, it will be 3 months. Leave me alone at home alone. Do you know how I survived these 3 months? Play mahjong, do spa, go shopping. When Yang Qi called her when he was free in the military camp, he basically watched her doing these 3 things. So it's boring and boring? You are not allowed to do any internships next year. Li Sha said firmly. Well, I won't go. Asterisk 2. Yang Qi and Lu Qingzhou responded in unison. Afterwards, the two looked at each other, and both couldn't help but smiled. Chapter 92. The next day, Yang Qi received a call from Yang Lan early in the morning. She said that her father wanted her to urge Yang Qi family to go there earlier. And Yang Rongwei is talking about the Yang Qi family, but the focus is undoubtedly Yang Qi. Yang Qi can also understand Yang Rongwei's thoughts. Yang Rongwei mainly wanted to see his personal space. After all, this is a talent that can change the fate of a family. And this clan doesn't just refer to the clan, it also includes the human race. Then there is the fifth order brood that advanced through devouring. This also broke the human perception of alien races. And this may be a point that can be used. It's not about using this to advance the brood. But this point illustrates a problem: among different races, they are not monolithic. Although humans have fought against alien races for hundreds of years. But the previous main battlefield was Blue Star. The current main battlefield of 690 is in the Space Channel. Human beings have only been to another world once in a counterattack. But the end was almost annihilated. Therefore, human beings' research on alien races is actually not too deep. A lot of things are speculative. To put it mildly, it is speculation, but in fact it is guessing. Because the basis for human beings to make speculations is based on the situation on the Blue Star side. But who the hell knows what's going on in the other world? It was said before that, what are the conditions that a planet with life needs to meet? One of the very important points is, there must be water. Because water is the source of life. No life can do without it. But alien beasts don't need water. They don't have to eat either. Energy can be absorbed directly from the air. From the point of view of human beings, there is no life like a strange beast at all. But the strange beast appeared on Blue Star alive and kicking. That's why there is a saying, when humans think, God laughs. After Yang Qi received a call from Yang Lan. Didn't dawdle. Urged Li Sha and Lu Qingzhou to go directly to Uncle Yang Rongwei's house. Why is he in such a hurry? Because he is level 5. After arriving at Yang Rongwei's house, the two families greeted each other for a while. Then Yang Rongwei took Yang Qi directly to the study. In the study, Yang Rongwei said directly, "Let's take a look in your portable space first." Yang Qi said, "Then uncle, don't resist later." As he spoke, he held Yang Rongwei's shoulders and brought him into the backpack space. The location this time is not the grey mist hut. It's the grid where the mother's nest is placed. Yang Rongwei looked around and closed his eyes to feel for a while. Then he nodded with a smile on his face. It feels like the environment of Blue Star is the same. After speaking, he sighed again. We humans are really too ignorant. In this kind of space without stars, plants, and nothing, there is still light, temperature, and oxygen. Who can explain this? What he said is exactly the basis for those experts to put forward the view that the portable space cannot contain living things. Yang Qi smiled and said nothing. Anyway, he couldn't explain it. After Yang Rongwei sighed, he asked about the real thing: how big is the text space now? The length, width, and height are all about 12 kilometers. Yang Qi paused and said, it's actually not very efficient to expand by consuming my natural power every day. When I was at the 4th level, every time I used up my natural power, I could only expand by tens of meters. When he said this, Yang Rongwei asked, "Are you at the 5th level?" Yang Qi nodded and said, "That is, when I broke through to the 5th level, the space expanded by about 5 times, so that I can have the current 12 kilometers. Rao knows that his cultivation speed is fast. But at this moment Yang Rongwei still feels a little complicated. It has only been half a year since Yang Qi awakened. It took half a year to cultivate to the 5th level. It's really unreasonable, it's outrageous." Yang Rongwei maintained his composure, nodded and said, "Then what about your 5th talent? What's so special about it?" From the word miracle he used, we can tell how high he is now expecting from Yang Qi talent. It's a vision talent, basically there are no restrictions, it allows me to see all the places I want to see. Yang Qi gave a rough introduction. Yang Rongwei repeated, "Can you see all the places you want to see?" Yang Qi nodded, and then directly turned on perspective, intending to make an example. After a while, he spoke again. "My dad is drinking with a short old man with a short head and round face." After finishing speaking, he couldn't hold back and complained again. "This old man doesn't know how to go home when he has time to drink, and it's still a holiday today." Yang Rongwei. After he paused for 11 seconds, he said, "Just now, there is no distance limit." Yang Qi nodded, "No." Yang Rongwei thought for a while, then asked again, "Then can I see the scene in the space passage?" Yang Qi nodded again, "Yes." Then he took the initiative to say, "You can see it in the other world. It's just that I don't know the specific situation in the other world, so all I can see is a purple planet." Yang Rongwei was silent for a full 26 seconds this time, before he said, "Hurry up and practice." What he means is, after Yang Qi has cultivated to a high level, he can go directly to the front line. Then slowly understand the other world, and you will naturally be able to unlock the map. And Yang Qi himself had the same idea. After Yang Rongwei looked at the brood again, "What about this thing? Is there anything unusual?" Yang Qi shook his head and said, "Except for the previous few broods devouring each other, there is nothing unusual." Yang Rongwei nodded. After looking around again, he said, "Then let's go out. Before you reach the 9th step, your personal space is not suitable for public disclosure." The public, he said, naturally does not refer to the kind that is announced to the world. Rather, it refers to making it known to the upper class of the Xia kingdom. Because of such a 4.7 space with its own world, the influence of the Yang family alone may not be able to make full use of it. It needs to gather the strength of the entire Xia kingdom to develop. And why not now? Because now Yang Qi's strength has not yet reached its peak, and it is not enough to deter everything. At that time, under various checks and balances, Yang Guan may become a tool man. This is undoubtedly unacceptable to their Yang family. "Uncle, please wait first." After Yang Qi finished speaking, the person disappeared and reappeared, and there were already 2 more boxes in his hand. "This is?" Yang Rongwei asked. "Beast Core, 5th level." Yang Qi explained, "Last time, when I didn't notice, the brood sucked a box of 4th order beast soul crystals, but only hatched about 200 5th order beasts." Yang Rongwei nodded knowingly. After Yang Qi led him out of the space. Chapter 93. After lunch, the two families sat and chatted again. But it didn't take long for the Yang Qi family to leave. Because they have to catch a place at night to go to Uncle Li Lin's house. During the Huxia New Year and the festival, isn't it just that every family goes to have a meal? And it is worth mentioning that Yang Qi mentioned the 2 boxes of beast cores, and directly exchanged 5 boxes of beast soul crystals from Yang Rongwei. Naturally, it is also of the 5th order. And Yang Rongwei also said, Beast soul crystals above the 5th level have always been in short supply, so you can't adjust too much at once. After the new year, Uncle will send you 500, which should be enough for you to cultivate to the 6th level. This is what I said. Undoubtedly a bit of Versailles. It is directly 500 pieces, and it is said that it cannot be adjusted too much at one time. I also said that 500 more pieces will be enough. To know. Because the 5th order beast soul crystal is a restricted resource, it has always been priceless. If it appears on the so-called black market, it can already sell for more than 1.5 million. 500 is 750 million. 1000 is 1.5 billion. And this is the cultivation from the 5th level to the 6th level. There are also 6th to 7th, 7th to 8th. And every higher level, not only doubles the value of the beast's 24 soul crystals. The amount required for cultivation has also doubled. For example, from Tier 6 to Tier 7, if converted into money, it would be 6 billion. So thanks to Yang Qi being born in a top family like the Yang family. Otherwise, there is a plug-in level talent like Squeeze the Gun, I am afraid that it will not be able to exert its true power. And the reverse is the same. Only with a talent like Squeeze the Spear can you make full use of the resources of the top families. Otherwise, it is the words of ordinary people. Even if you give him 1000 beast soul crystals, he will have to use it for a year or two at least. Like Yang Rongwei and Yang Rongwu, isn't that how they came here? Before leaving, Yang Rongwei also told Yang Qi something, the old man will come back for the spring festival. This old man is naturally the real boss of the Yang family, Yang Qi grandfather Yang Hai. The old man is one of the 7 members of the Supreme Council. He usually works in the national capital Xia City. And during the Huxia New Year holidays, naturally it was not him who came back, but the younger generations went to see him. So every spring festival in previous years, Yang Qi would go to Xiakan. Why does my grandpa only visit once a year? Because the old man didn't want to see Yang Qi before. One is because Yang Qi used to be a fool. The second reason is that at that time, the 3rd generation of the Yang family had a male, and the land was excellent. It is Yang Rongwei's son, Yang Song. At that time, this cousin of Yang Qi had directly attended university in Xiakan. That is, the old man brought it with him himself. One can imagine how favored it is. When Yang Song was 9 years old, he had already naturally awakened to the S-level Chu Weifu. And Yang Qi was, just born. The old son, the eldest grandson, the lifeblood of the old man. In addition, Yang Qi is still a fool. So it's normal for the old man not to wait to see him. And this is why Yang Qi is so cheating now. But the old man didn't even call to ask why. It is impossible for Yang Rongwei not to tell him about Yang Qi. It's not that he hasn't waited to see Yang Qi yet. Rather, sorry. He came back specially during the spring festival this time. In fact, there was such a meaning of admitting his mistake. It is also impossible to really say sorry, I ignored you to Yang Qi. Therefore, we can only use the current emphasis to offset the previous neglect. And this is why Yang Rongwei is so rich and powerful to Yang Qi. Yang Qi from the 1st order to the current 5th order. Yang Rongwei always gave beast soul crystals more or less. It doesn't even say get it when you're done with it. It is a one-time supply. Normally, even the top families didn't make it like this. So this is actually a kind of compensation. Many times, even relatives will only look at you when you are valuable. Reality is what it is. Yang Qi has long understood this truth. So not too angry. After all, dogs are raised to guard the house, and pigs are raised for meat. Asterisk. So you still have to rely on yourself. Li's cousin. Yang Qi had just entered the room, and Li Qianqian cheered and rushed over, jumping directly onto him. Aunt Lan Mendi immediately scolded. Crazy girl! How old is she? and she's still so frizzy. Come down quickly. Yang Qi actually didn't feel how big it was. But he also patted her. Come down. Cousin, just hug me, we haven't seen each other for so long. Li Qianqian said coquettishly. Yang Qi had no choice but to reach out and hug her. Okay. We. Only then did Li Qianqian let go of him with a smile. Then. Cousin, I want a hug too. It was Li Lin's youngest son, Li Guo, who was talking, a 6-year-old kid. Yang Qi just ignored him. Instead, say hello, uncle, aunt. Li Sha and Lu Qingzhu also greeted here. Then there was another round of greetings. Li Lin joked with Yang Qi with a smile, you boy is patriarchal. Just hug my daughter, and ignore my son. Yang Qi smiled, it's not that I'm patriarchal, it's that same S**x repulsion. Cut. Li Lin gave him a sideways glance and motioned, sit down first. Then he asked again, I heard that you went to the army for an internship? How do you feel? Not bad. Yang Qi replied. After that, it was natural to chatter. After Li Lin asked him how he felt in the army, Lan Mendi over there also joined the topic. By the way Zioki, didn't you 823 contact Xiao Xiao when you were free in the military camp? You are so smart, don't say you don't understand what aunt means. Well. Yang Qi paused and said, she's only 15, and I'm only 18, so there's no rush. There is no rush to talk about marriage, but you have to watch this person. Lan Mendi scolded, although you are excellent, he is not bad either. He is beautiful and talented, so there must be many people chasing him. And this little girl is from every family, and she has never seen anything in the world. It would be a pity if he was hooked up by other little boys with some means. This. All I can say is, experienced. Before Yang Qi could speak, Li Qianqian on the side spoke first. Mom, don't worry, I showed it to my cousin. Lan Mendi gave her a sideways glance, don't talk too much, what are you a child for? Li Qianqian said with a speechless face, I just said how old I am, but now I say I am a child. Can my age change? Blue Dream Butterfly. Li Qianqian continued, besides, Xiao Xiao is my peer. You have already started helping her as a matchmaker, but I can't even talk to her. Lan Mendi said angrily, you still say? Do you still have my mother in your eyes? Li Qianqian muttered and said, sure enough, it's just like what my cousin said, you adults can only talk about ethics if you can't talk about reason. The room was silent at first. Then everyone laughed. Chapter 94. Night. When the Yang Qi family was about to leave, Li Qianqian clamored to go together. The reason is a sentence from Blue Dream Butterfly. A word of cousin, you might as well live at your aunt's house. Go and be your aunt's daughter, your cousin will be your real brother. Li Qianqian replied at that time, okay. And now, he really hugged Yang Qi's arm tightly and refused to let go. Finally, Li Lin said, forget it today, wait until you have winter vacation in a few days before going. And your cousin also has to go to school, so he won't stay at home these days. After Yang Qi also nodded to express that it was indeed the case, Li Qianqian let go of her hand. And Yang Qi family also get away smoothly. In fact, it doesn't matter if Li Qianqian wants to live in his house. Even his home is closer to Linkheng No. 1 Middle School, and it is more convenient for Li Qianqian to go to school. It's just that the two families are in the same city, and not too far apart. I don't have a home, so I go to my aunt's house, what does that sound like? That's why everyone didn't let Li Qianqian mess around. After returning home, it was just before 9 p.m. But Yang Qi went back to the room on the grounds that he wanted to practice perspective plus self-aiming. He disappeared directly into the room. After gathering with relatives, of course we have to gather with friends. The location where Yang Qi appeared again. It was in some very girlishly decorated room. Naturally, he first saw that there was no one inside before flashing over. And this room belongs to Cheng Jing. Note that it is a room, not a dormitory. So, this is Cheng Jing's house. You can flash directly to your girlfriend's boudoir. I have to say that the talent of oral perspective is really not serious. Cheng Jing and Sol Luhan naturally knew about Yang Qi return. They have all made appointments to meet tomorrow. So now it's a surprise. After looking around, Yang Qi hid by the door and called Cheng Jing. Listen to the phone ringing outside the house. He had an inexplicable feeling of excitement. It will definitely be more exciting later. And sure enough, after Cheng Jing answered the phone, she said hello and walked towards the room. When you answer your boyfriend's phone call, you will naturally hide in your room to answer it. Yang Qi has already calculated this step. And after Cheng Jing opened the door and came in, Yang Qi directly stepped forward and hugged her, and then with a thought, he led her into the backpack space. Cheng Jing, who is only at the second level now, naturally has no resistance. And after arriving at the backpack space, Yang Qi didn't explain anything yet. Cheng Jing had already stood on tiptoe and kissed her. Well, it seems that I am not holding back. Yang Qi naturally responded immediately. He has been in the barracks for 3 months. If it wasn't too suffocating, why did you rush over tonight? Daddy, I miss you so much. 1. Cheng Jing murmured. I miss you as well. Yang Qi replied. The two hugged each other again. Please help yourself to the follow-up content. After 1,500 words. Just then Cheng Jing asked something in Yang Qi arms. Naturally, such as how did he come here, what is going on in this space and so on. Yang Qi explained. The only fib he told was that the fifth talent was called infinite vision. After all, the word perspective somewhat affects the image. After Yang Qi explained, it was equivalent to taking a rest. And he was still interested, so he was going to do it again. But Cheng Jing resisted him. You came to me first, right? Yang Qi was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Cheng Jing just smiled with satisfaction, and then said, let's leave some for Susu. Yang Qi? I haven't seen you for 3 months, is it evolving so fast? Cheng Jing glanced at him. In fact, if it is possible, who would be willing to be so generous? Awakened for half a year and cultivated to the 5th level. And one talent is more miraculous than the other. The family background is also top-notch. Such a man, she is an ordinary girl, how can she have the confidence to catch him? So, not as generous. Cheng Jing pushed Yang Qi, let's go out. As she said that, she complained again, your bed is so hard, you don't know how to put some quilts on it, it just killed me. Yang Qi. So after a girl is upgraded to a woman, does she really lose the word shy? He carried Cheng Jing back to her room speechlessly. In the room, Cheng Jing touched his face, and then said, go. Pikachu? Yang Qi complained. Where to go? Naturally, go to Sol Luhan. Although Cheng Jing was so sensible, Yang Qi felt a little embarrassed and left after finishing the job. But different experience. And still my favorite giant Lolita. So Yang Qi still couldn't resist the temptation. Anyway, it was Cheng Jing who proposed it on his own initiative. He kissed Cheng Jing on the forehead, have a good dream tonight, see you tomorrow. After speaking, he had a thought, and the person disappeared. The location where Yang Qi reappeared was in Sol Luhan's boudoir. It was different from Cheng Jing's girly room. Sol Luhan's room was filled with a simple feeling. There are no decorations. Not even a girl's favorite plush doll. So after Yang Qi glanced at it, his figure disappeared again. And when he reappeared, he already had 2 big cloth dolls in his hands. He took it straight home. Li Sha bought him these things a lot. Regardless of whether Sol Luhan didn't decorate the room because he didn't like it or for other reasons. But it's impossible for her to hate the things I gave her, right? But it turns out that Sol Luhan really doesn't hate it, but likes it very much. It's still at Cheng Jing's house. Yang Qi hid in the room and called Sol Luhan outside. Then Sol Luhan ran back to the room to answer the call, Li Dihao. Yang Qi carried her directly into the backpack space. And Sol Luhan's reaction was basically the same as Cheng Jing's. When she came back to her senses, she hugged him and started chewing. So, everyone is quite depressed. Food and drink, men and women, people's great desires exist. There is no doubt that this statement is justified. After a period of self-help content, Sol Luhan looked at the two big dolls beside the bed and asked, "Did you bring them here?" Yang Qi nodded. Sol Luhan smiled sweetly, "Then I forgive you for going to Jingjing first." She paused and said, "You smell of her perfume on you." Yang Qi. He almost said, "It's your nose that's to blame." Chapter 95. In a few days. That night, Yang Qi was preparing to go back to his room. Lu Qingzue stopped him suddenly. Li Yaokan said that she wanted to treat you to dinner tomorrow, and thank you for saving her life that day. The day she said naturally refers to the day when the fourth-tier brood was encircled and suppressed in the military camp. Without Yang Qi's shot, Li Yaokan really had to peel off her skin that day even if she didn't die. But Yang Qi didn't take it seriously. Because everyone on the battlefield is a comrade in arms, he will save anyone else. And in fact, he did play the role of a firefighter on the battlefield. Looking at the entire battlefield from behind, give a shot if necessary. Many people were saved. And in the same way, whoever has the chance will definitely save Li Yaokan. So Yang Qi shook his head and said, "It's fine to eat, but let's just say thank you for saving your life." Lu Qingzue gave him a blank look. "It's not that I want to thank you, you can tell her yourself tomorrow." Then she added, "Her appointment is at noon tomorrow, you should make time." After speaking, she went back to the room. And Yang Qi also returned to the room. They went back to Cheng Jing's room. And he sent Cheng Jing to the backpack space. Back again, Sol Luhan's room 847. Then the three of them went into the backpack space together. It's such a joy to be able to teleport. And when Yang Qi was dating two girls these days, he didn't play much. Instead, buy in various ways. I bought some furniture, bedding, and so on. The purpose is naturally to decorate their love cabin. That is, the grey mist house that Yang Qi created. And in order to avoid too much trouble, they focused on a room. So, Yang Qi has experienced double the happiness. The next day, Yang Qi spared no expense to send the two girls back. Then I went home to wash up and eat breakfast. Because there is an appointment at noon. So he didn't go out again in the morning, but trained at home all morning. Noon. Lu Qingzue drove the car. The siblings went to the place that Li Yaokan made an appointment with. After arriving at the place, Li Yaokan was already waiting for them. "Company Commander, Qingzue, you guys are here." After Li Yaokan said something, she motioned again, "Sit down. They are all out of the army, so don't call them company, Seb-J, commanders." Yang Qi sat down and said something. "Then I'll call you Xiao Qi," Li Yaokan asked tentatively. And when he called out the word Zioki, she was both a little nervous and a little happy. Without it, those who have been in the recruit company have a sense of awe towards Yang Qi. Because Yang Qi was leading troops for the first time. Little experience can't achieve that kind of retractable feeling. So I can only put on the posture of Sir all day long. It's that I don't want you to feel, I want to feel feeling. And if he is just an empty shelf, some people may be disgusted. But he was the real one, the one who sent Han Feng, known as Lin Da's strongest, out of the barracks with a flying knife. So no one dared to disobey him. And under the two-way addition, his image of overlord was engraved in the hearts of the group of interns in the recruit company. Although Li Yaoken knew him before, and still had a hard time getting along with him. But now when facing him, I also feel somewhat trembling. So she was inexplicably happy to be able to call Yang Qi Little Qi. Yang Qi naturally didn't know that she was so full of drama in her heart, so she just nodded casually. Li Yaoken showed a big smile, and then said, I spent a lot of money today. Don't look at this place as small, but the taste of the food is very good. And the price is extremely expensive, if it wasn't for Lian, Xiao Qi, he. She smiled inexplicably, and then continued. If it wasn't for Zioki, you and King Zhu, one is my savior and the other is my best girlfriend, I would never invite you here. Yang Qi glanced at her, then thanked senior sister for being so generous. Lu Qingzhu asked directly, have you ordered? I ordered two, one ate treasure chicken and one braised pork, both of which are their signature dishes, and then you can see for yourself what you want to eat. Li Yaoken pushed over the menu while talking. Yang Qi took a look, Babaji, 198. It's not cheap. He said, then just add another side dish, for the three of us, 3 dishes are enough. Lu Qingzhu said lightly, let's add another soup to relieve the tiredness. After finishing speaking, she added, don't try to help her save, she is a little rich woman. Li Yaoken also took a look at Yang Qi, and said with some embarrassment. Xiao Qi, don't worry, order whatever you want, a meal will not make me poor. Yang Qi. Just now, he really thought that Li Yaoken was the kind who came here after saving a few months' wages. But although she is not really poor, Yang Qi still shook her head and said. That's all, I can't finish eating too much, so as not to waste it. Li Yaoken nodded. After adding a soup and side dishes, I called the waiter to place an order. Then she said admiringly. Xiao Qi, you are quite understanding, but why didn't you know how to let senior sister order? Her Xiao Qi became more and more smooth. She even calls herself sister. Yang Qi glanced at her, and said with deep meaning, isn't it all because senior sister is so kind? Where is the senior sister? Senior sister is in good shape. Li Yaoken also restored her memory. She blushed and said, that's not being cheated by you. If it was before, she must have said this in a very violent tone. But now it is a slightly shy tone. Then, have the dishes been served yet? Lu Qingzhu asked casually, and then gave Li Yaoken a sidelong glance. Li Yaoken didn't react too much, and subconsciously replied, it's just been ordered, how can it be so fast? Why? Lu Qingzhu looked at her lightly, but didn't speak. Li Yaoken was stunned for a moment, and finally came to her senses. She smiled awkwardly, then changed the subject and said, by the way, have you watched the campus forum? Both Yang Qi and Lu Qingzhu looked at her in confusion. Li Yaoken took out her mobile phone and said, I don't know who made 2 lists on the campus forum, one is the school flower list, and the other is the combat power list. Yang Qi got a little excited. Li Yaoken continued. Before, Han Feng was number 1 on the combat power list. But after our internship came back, someone broke the news that Han Feng was stabbed by Xiao Qi. So now Xiao Qi is number 1 in the combat power list. With that said, she put the phone in front of Yang Qi and Lu Qingzhu. Chapter 96. Linda Power List. First place, Yang Qi, grade, freshman, rank, 3rd, guess. Talent, 1 SSS level talent is known, the others are unknown. Achievements, Zhou Ming was frightened away with 1 blow, Li Chuan was seriously injured 4 times, and Han Feng was seriously injured 1 time. Evaluate. The extremely mysterious super genius, the sleepy Xin Puzu. So far, no one has been able to escape his throwing knife. Second place, Han Feng, grade, senior, rank, 6th rank. Talents, 1 SS level defensive talent is known, 2 S level talents are known, both of which are attack types, and the others are unknown. Records, he has defeated opponents by leapfrogging many times, and his defensive talent is unbeatable in the same level, and there is no opponent except for Yang Qi. Evaluate. A super genius with SS level primary talent, Lin Da's former overlord. If there is no Yang Qi, he is the strongest in Linda. Third place, Zhang Xinli, grade, senior, rank, 6th. Talents, 4 S level talents are known, 1 attack, 1 defense, 1 control, and 1 movement, 2 A level talents, 1 attack and 1 control. Records, he was undefeated against the enemy Han Feng, and he also had the achievement of overcoming. Evaluate. An S-level elementary talent who naturally awakened at the age of 8, Linda's most comprehensive fighter. Note, there are rumors that it has broken through to the 7th order. If the rumors are true, he may be the real overlord Lin. Fourth place, Chen Wang, grade, senior, rank, 6th. Talent. Fifth place, Zhao Yu, grade, senior, rank, 6th. Fit. Seventh place, Li Yaoken, grade, junior, rank, 5th. Talents, 1 SS level attack talent is known, 3 S level talents, 2 attacks and 1 movement, 1 A level defense talent. Record, played all over the junior invincible. Evaluate. The most beautiful S-level junior talent, the strongest junior. Many people tend to ignore her strength because of her appearance and figure. But she may be the hope of our Linda martial arts meeting in 9 towns next year. 10th place, Han Dai, grade, senior, rank, 5th rank. Fit. The list lists the top 10. And Yang Qi also knew why Li Yaoken knew about this list. Because she is ranked 7th. But Yang Qi was really surprised when he saw that she was able to rank 7th. This is the person who was frightened when he was at the 2nd level. But then again, in fact, the more expert you are, the easier it is to be frightened by Yang Qi shooting the air. The ignorant are fearless. But the more you know, the more you worry. So there is another sentence, the older the rivers and lakes, the less courageous they are. After reading the battle list, Yang Qi asked directly, "Where is the school flower list?" Both Li Yaoken and Lu Qingzhou glanced at him with contempt. Being ranked number 1 in the combat power list, why don't you give an acceptance speech? Li Yaoken asked. Yang Qi said lightly, if he doesn't comment, am I wrong? Li Yaoken. Lu Qingzhou. Okay, you're the boss. After Li Yaoken said something, he took the phone back and operated it for a while, then handed it over again. Lin University Flower List. Note, personal aesthetics are different, and the ranking of this list may not be what you want. Please, don't look. I did the research hard, and I can't make a penny. Naturally, I ranked it according to my preferences. If you don't like it, go out by yourself. First place, Li Yaoken. Photo. Second place, Zhao Yu. Photo. Third place, Lu Qingzhou. Photo. Fourth place, Zhang Anan. Photo. Fifth place, Sol Luhan. Photo. This list. It can only be said that it is arranged according to my preferences. First. As long as you are not blind, you will know that among the top 5, that Zhao Yu is the most ordinary looking. In Yang Qi opinion, 90 points is the best. And why is she ranked 2nd? This is about the same as Li Yaoken being ranked 1st. Because of its strength. And, like the top 5, at least they can be regarded as school flower class. Available from 6th to 10th. The last one. Yang Qi felt that she was already below 80 points. As for the three girls he knew, Cheng Jing, Luo Ziyu, and Luo Ting. In terms of appearance, they are the kind that can crush them. But none of the three made the list. But then again. In fact, the so-called school flowers. Generally, she is not the most beautiful girl in that school. But the most famous beautiful girl. Usually there are some specialties, talents, and the like. Why? Because universal values despise vases and pay attention to beauty inside and outside is the real beauty. So the vase can't be on the top. Anyway, it is, beauty pageant depends on talent, talent selection depends on face. Boring. Yang Qi returned the phone to Li Yaoken. When Li Yaoken took it, she said, by the way, you also think this school belle list is boring, don't you? Some girls like to show off their beauty and let others appreciate and praise. But there are also girls who don't like being judged by others, and listen to others talk about their appearance. Li Yaoken and Lu Qingzhu are undoubtedly the latter. So although their rankings are very high, they all feel that this list is boring. But what Yang Qi replied was, it's not that the list is boring, it's that the people on this list are boring. Li Yaoken glanced at him, vulgar. Yang Qi also gave her a sideways look, do you know that a man can live longer if he sees a beautiful woman? 0. He paused and said, this is not my nonsense, there are boring people who have done related experiments and observed 200 men for 5 years. It was then found that men who saw more attractive women had lower blood pressure, a slower pulse rate and less heart disease compared to other men. Seeing the seriousness of what he said, he even cited specific examples. Li Yaoken couldn't help asking suspiciously, is it true? Lu Qingzhu also looked at him. Yang Qi curled his lips and said, of course it's true. Even without this boring experiment, this is actually an easy thing to prove. When people see beautiful things, they always feel refreshed and happy. Then you can eliminate irritability and depression, relieve stress, and soothe your body and mind. The so-called smile, 10 years less, isn't that the truth? After he finished speaking, Li Yaoken answered, then we women, don't handsome men also live long? I didn't say no. As Yang Qi said, he raised his eyebrows and said, senior sister, look at me more, you can live a long life. Li Yaoken grinned, okay. Then you should look at me more, I'm number 1 on the school flower list. Yang Qi also nodded. And when he was about to say something, Lu Qingzhu on the side said something first. Has the food been served yet? Li Yaoken paused. Then he stood up and said, I'll go and see. After speaking, he left the box. She felt that she needed to be calm and calm. Chapter 97. Women are fickle. Before Yang Qi and Li Yaoken bickered and joked or something. Li Yaoken only thinks that he is poor-mouthed and has no manners. But after those 3 months of training in the military camp and the grace of saving his life, now she thinks Yang Qi words are very interesting and humorous. Maybe it's not enough to like it. But there must be good feelings, and there are many. And whenever you are chatting with someone of the opposite **x that you have a crush on, you are about to call. Someone next to you will say, is the food not served yet, which cuts off the electricity. Normal people probably need to be calm and calm. Then it is. This younger brother of the opposite **x whom you have a crush on, named Bestie, is actually considered by the bestie, forbidden. If you don't want to fall out with your girlfriends, that definitely needs to be cool and calm too. So Li Yaoken came out to calm down. She was admonishing herself, to overcome the 540 system, and not to be tempted by the man of your best friend. But at the same time, there was a little resentment in my heart, I didn't dare to make a move, and I was desperately guarding against me. This resentment is naturally towards Lu Qingzhu. And with this resentment, it grows stronger. Because Lu Qingzhu told her, Yang Qi has girlfriends, and there are still 2. So she couldn't help having another thought, you can bully me if you don't care about other people. And with the addition of these two, she came up with a rebellious idea. But that thought was fleeting. After all, she still values her best friend Lu Qingzhu very much. After thinking about a bunch of messy things, Li Yaokan calmed down and returned to the box. In the box, it wasn't long before Li Yaokan came back. The dishes were all served one after another. It tastes really good. After Yang Qi ate, he couldn't help but praise him. Right. Li Yaokan smiled, as if Yang Qi was praising her. She explained, this is a private restaurant, because the number of guests they can serve is limited every day, so they don't do publicity about it, and not many people know about it. But I still keep making appointments every day. I have made appointments since the day I came back, and I call every day, but I only made an appointment yesterday. Yang Qi smiled, raised his glass and said, that's hard work, senior. Li Yaokan also raised her glass with a smile and said, Xiao Qi, as long as you are satisfied. The two clinked glasses and took a sip each. After drinking the wine, Yang Qi couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Li Yaokan noticed his expression, and said again. This wine is also their specialty, it's called mince wine, and it's made from many kinds of fruits. But what are the specific ones? They say they are secret recipes and refuse to say, but there must not be as many as 100 kinds. Yang Qi nodded and said, it's delicious. Then he motioned to Lu Qingzhu who was on the side and said, sister, you can try it too. Lu Qingzhu glanced at him, expressionless said, so you can see me. This word. The sour taste is really not light. Yang Qi has found it. This godmother, who was already very jealous, seemed to be extremely jealous towards Li Yaokan. Li Yaokan also felt this. She couldn't help rolling her eyes, it's you who don't speak, and you blame us. Lu Qingzhu didn't reply, but just stared at her with that faint gaze. Li Yaokan subconsciously avoided her gaze at first, but soon looked back. The two began to look at each other. The atmosphere in the house is also a little dignified. Yang Qi glanced left and right, and one of them grabbed a piece of meat. Don't look, you beauties can't live long by looking at beauties, if you want to look, just look at me. Li Yaokan burst out laughing with a poof. Lu Qingzhu also glanced at him, his expression less serious. The atmosphere in the box seemed to be normal again. After, Yang Qi didn't leave anyone behind, chatting with them one by one. He has practiced the skill of shooting the bow left and right for several months. Naturally, he is very familiar with driving a light car. And the reason why he ignored Lu Qingzhu just now. One is because Lu Qingzhu himself has always talked less. The second is because they live under the same roof and see each other every day, so there is nothing to talk about, let alone flirt. He also did not expect that Lu Qingzhu would be so jealous of Li Yaokan. In fact, Lu Qingzhu's idea is quite simple. She wasn't targeting Li Yaokan, but she felt that she couldn't lose face in front of her girlfriends. Many people will have this mentality. You can do all kinds of embarrassing things in front of strangers, no one knows anyone anyway. But in front of acquaintances, one must try to maintain face as much as possible. Lu Qingzhu is like this now. She told Li Yaokan everything. There is no need to elaborate on the relationship between the two. And now she and Yang Qi are just siblings. On the contrary, Li Yaokan chatted with Yang Qi very happily. What if they come first? Where is her face? So her jealousy became extraordinarily strong. After eating, the two girls said they were going shopping. Yang Qi directly resigned. In fact, he had no resistance to shopping with women. Especially if the object is a beautiful woman. Isn't it a matter of vanity to go shopping with beautiful women? But after hanging out with the other two girls for a few days, he has learned a lot. After nearly an hour of tracing the source of a mattress, I have a clear understanding of the material and workmanship. In the end, I gave up buying it because of the bad color. Yang Qi was. Isn't the color the first thing you can see? Why do you ask so many questions? And don't you have to put a sheet on top of the mattress? Does mattress color matter? What about the color of the mattress when the sheets are laid? Since then, don't say shopping with women. He almost has a psychological resistance to accompanying women. So at that time he made an oath, whoever goes shopping with women is a dog. Woof. First call for respect. Because he went again the next day. No way. If he didn't buy all the things, his grey mist house would not be well furnished. But if the small room is not well furnished, the two girls cannot sleep. 4.2 Can't sleep in two senses. Think of two girls. Yang Qi called the private restaurant just now. The food there tastes really good. So he planned to take two girls to try it. Hi, hello, this is San Mao's private restaurant, what can I do? I want to reserve a place for tonight, alone. Excuse me, sir, our seats are fully booked for tonight, and in the future, there will be no seats until next Friday. Do you think you need to make an appointment for next Friday? Is that so? Is it useful to add money? This is used. In fact, we already have an extra table service, it's just this fee. Low EQ, just add money to jump in line. High EQ, in fact, we already have an extra table service. Chapter 98. In a few days. At breakfast this day, Lisa opened her mouth and said, "Son, I'm going to play mahjong at your aunt's house today, you can go with me." "What do you want me to play mahjong with?" This thought just flashed through Yang Qi's mind, but he quickly realized, Mother Su, or Sol Luxiao would lose it too. So, blind date? Think of the relationship between Sol Luxiao and Sol Luhan. There is also her pretty face that looks like Sol Luhan, but has a different style, but is equally delicate. Yang Qi couldn't help but nodded, okay. Even if the negotiation fails, you can still get in touch with each other more, just treat it as making friends. Girl, are you going? Li Sha asked Lu Qingzhu again. She used positive sentences for Yang Qi. Because getting Yang Qi to pass is the main purpose of her going to play mahjong today. So she didn't give Yang Qi room to refuse. But she used interrogative sentences to Lu Qingzhu. Because older children generally do not like to visit relatives with their elders. So she 24 is actually asking casually. I didn't think Lu Qingzhu would agree. But Lu Qingzhu also nodded in response, go. While speaking, she also glanced at Yang Qi. She does remember. The last time I had dinner at my uncle's house on New Year's Day, my aunt mentioned a girl named Xiao Xiao. Listen to her say to go. Although Li Sha was a little surprised, she didn't ask any questions. After all, she is a mother who arranged a blind date for her son after knowing that her son had close friends of the opposite s*x. So even if she saw something, she would just treat it as not knowing. She is a person who comes here. And the two of them are under her nose every day. How could she not see the change in Lu Qingzhu's attitude? But what does that matter? She believes that her son can grasp it. Doting? Definitely. And there is also a sense of guilt for raising his son stupidly for 18 years. And the sense of urgency to know that his son, as a member of the Yang family, is still so talented, it will definitely be dangerous in the future. Isn't his cousin Yang Song a living example? So now Li Sha has the idea of giving all the good things to Yang Qi. After breakfast, the family of three drove to Uncle Li Lin's house. And sure enough, Su's mother, Zhang Lu, Sol Luxiao, and Yuan Mei, whom I saw last time, have all arrived. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Yuan, Sister Xiao Xiao. Yang Qi called out to each of them. Xiao Qi is here. Zhang Lu replied with a smile on her face, her tone seemed quite familiar. And that Yuan Mei was also quite pleasantly surprised, Yo, Xiao Qi still remembers me. Yang Qi smiled and said, "Of course, ants are all so beautiful, it's hard to forget." Haha, Xiao Qi mouth is so sweet. Yuan Meilei blossomed. It's like tasting sweetness. But Yang Qi words were not entirely out of compliment. My mother, Li Xiao, will not say much. A woman who can fascinate his father's straight steel man who taught his son as a subordinate, naturally has a good grasp of appearance. The same goes for Aunt Lanmendi. It is basically the mature version of Li Qianqian, with exquisite and three-dimensional facial features, and can be called the best of the four women in terms of appearance. So did Mama Su and Zhang Lu. Can two such juicy daughters be born? Can her appearance be worse? His mother Yuan Mei is the same. She is considered to have the highest comprehensive score, with good looks, figure, and temperament. And it can be seen that she should be the youngest of the four women. Estimated age is in his early 30s. So adding the word less is completely fine. Anyway, when she smiled and said Xiao Qi mouth is so sweet, Yang Qi has the urge to let her taste it. After a few people greeted each other for a while, Li Sha also introduced to them, "This is my goddaughter, Lu Qingzu, who has been raised at home since she was a child." Lu Qingzu has always been cold in front of outsiders. Just one sentence, "Good aunt." It can be regarded as saying hello to both aunts. This girl is really beautiful. Yuan Mei smiled and praised. But Mother Su just nodded and replied, "You are also good." The attitude is not enthusiastic, even a little cold. Why? Just look at the situation in the house. Already on vacation. But the two children in Li Lin's family, Li Qianqian and Li Guo, were not at home. This is obviously paid out. So, today was supposed to be a solo date between Yang Qi and Sol Loxio. But now there is an extra Lu Qingzu. How did she become enthusiastic? But the matchmaker Lanmendi quickly helped her think of a way to break the situation. "My sister is here, let's rub it directly." After Lanmendi said hello, she said, "Qingzhu, go and get some cards for Aunt first, and I'll go to the kitchen to arrange lunch. And Zioki, Qian is not at home today, you have to entertain your little sister Xiao Xiao well. By the way, in fact, if you young people are bored at home, you can go out to play." After her words fell, Su's mother immediately cooperated knowingly. Come, and sit down, let's start directly. Green bamboo, right? Come and help your aunt play a couple of rounds." Lu Qingzu shook his head and said, "I won't." Su's mother immediately replied, "It doesn't matter if you don't, just play the card." Lu Qingzu had no choice but to nod. A group of women went to play mahjong. Here, the adults have created conditions like this. Yang Qi naturally cannot live up to 947. He didn't even ask Sol Loxio, just took her hand and went out the door. Otherwise, when that jealous sister Wang Gan gets out, there will be no fun today. Sol Loxio looked peaceful and did not struggle. Just asked, "Where are we going?" Yang Qi asked back, "Where do you want to go?" Sol Loxio thought for a while and said, "Can you take me to the video game city?" Yang Qi couldn't help but glanced at her. The video game city was the place where he and Sol Luhan had their first date. "So, the two sisters are so in harmony?" He asked, "Why did you think of going to the video game city? Do you like playing video games?" Sol Loxio replied, "Because I haven't been there, I want to see it." Yang Qi nodded knowingly. "Then let's go." The two took a taxi and went straight to Shenmue Square. Since they are all video game cities, they are in the same one. Let the sisters have a tacit understanding to the end. In fact, you can tell from Sol Loxio's sentence, "Because I haven't been there, so I want to see it." While Sol Luhan was envious of her getting the attention of her parents. Why doesn't she envy Sol Luhan for being free? It is exactly the sentence, people in the city want to come in, and people outside the city want to farm. And if the two sisters were to change their situation, I'm afraid they would still envy each other. Anyway,